After transmigrating, I found myself as the 13th Zhu Wu, only to discover I was nothing more than an empty shell without any mastery over the laws. Beneath Bujo Mountain, inside the Hall of Pangu, blood energy and murderous aura intertwined above a vast blood pool. Wu Tian sat cross-legged, continuously absorbing the essence of the pool. As the murderous aura gradually dissipated, his true appearance was revealed. Handsome features, deep eyes, and muscles like bronze radiating a powerful masculine energy. I've refined another drop of Zhu Wu blood, Wu Tian thought, delighted. As someone transported to the prehistoric era by a runaway truck, he had inexplicably emerged from a cocoon of blood, becoming the youngest sibling among the 12 Zhu Wu. A rush of information filled his mind, making him realize his identity, the 13th Zhu Wu, a figure who had never existed in history. This discovery left Wu Tian anxious. During the Great War between the Wu and the demons, all the Zhu Wu would perish, and the Wu clan would fade from the stage of history. He quickly called out to the system in his mind, hoping for a newbie package or a few vials of Pangus blood. But after checking, he had to admit, there was no cheat or golden finger for him. So what if I don't have a system? The Wu clan are the true heirs of Pangu. Wu Tian tried to comfort himself. The original Zhu Wu only knew brute force and violence, which led to mutual destruction. But he understood the grand design of heaven and could offer guidance at crucial moments. If he could persuade the Zhu Wu to withdraw into the underworld and let Di Jun dominate the prehistoric world, he might even force the sages of heaven to appear. Just as he was lost in his plans for the future, Zhu Rong's booming voice rang out. Is there something wrong with this 13th brother? He looks a bit clueless. Wu Tian hurried to his feet. Wu Tian greets all my elder brothers. Greetings to Xianming and Hutu, my elder sisters. His eyes couldn't help but linger on the two goddesses. These were true primordial goddesses, far more perfect than any beauty he had seen on Douyin in his previous life. However, Xianming's icy gaze shot over, startling him into looking away at once. So he's afraid of Xianming too. Huh, looks like his mind's just fine. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. At that moment, Di Jiang stepped forward and asked, Wu Tian, what law do you command? Where is your true Zhu Wu form? The question left Wu Tian stunned. Perhaps due to his status as a transmigrator, he possessed an incredibly strong body, but no control over any law. After probing him, the Zhu Wu exchanged looks. Di Jiang sighed, I see. Wu Tian was born last, so his origin is lacking, and he has some flaws. Wu Tian's eyes darted. That's not quite right, brother. Though I wasn't born with mastery over any law and only possess a powerful body, who's to say this isn't Father Pangus' arrangement? Maybe I'm meant to bear the laws of all of you. The ancestral witches were stunned, sensing that something was amiss, though they couldn't quite put their finger on it. What left them truly speechless was Wu Tian shamelessly invoking the name of Pangu, the Father God. With Pangus' supreme and unchallengeable status, none of the witches even considered arguing back. Even Daijang murmured under his breath, seemingly finding some sense in Wu Tian's words. At that moment, Huta stepped forward, her face wearing a faint smile, though her eyes shone with an unreadable glimmer. Looking at Wu Tian, she said with a gentle laugh, let me give it a try and see if you can refine my blood essence and control a portion of my power. As soon as she finished speaking, Huta pressed her palm lightly to her chest. A drop of dark red ancestral witch blood flew from her heart and instantly entered Wu Tian's body. Before Wu Tian could react, an immense force erupted within him. The surge of energy shook the air itself. Wu Tian hurriedly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the blood pool at the center of the Pangu Hall. His blood energy began to circulate rapidly, mobilizing on its own. The surrounding aura fluctuated violently as his body was pushed to its limits by the overwhelming power. Di Jiang was caught off guard and looked at Hutu in surprise. Little sister, you, but Hutu kept her gaze fixed on Wu Tian, her eyes filled with curiosity. She smiled calmly and replied, it's just a drop of blood essence. If he can't refine it, it's no big deal, he's one of us, after all. But if Wu Tian truly can do as he claims, then wouldn't that mean her words trailed off, a hint of anticipation flickering in her eyes? Di Jiang's expression changed subtly, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. He muttered, that's right. If he really can do it, wouldn't our tribe have a 13th ancestral, which who commands all 12 laws? Wouldn't Wu Tian be the true heir of Pangu? A complex mix of feelings welled up inside him. The other ancestral witches gathered around, watching Wu Tian intently, their faces full of expectation, as if they could hardly wait to help him master this formidable power. But Wu Tian was oblivious to it all. The impact of Huda's blood essence sent his bloodline into violent transformation, and memories began to surface in his mind. As he realized that some ancient inheritance seemed to exist within him, he was startled. The ninefold primordial art? The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly accepted it. Wasn't it only natural for the 13th ancestral witch of the tribe to inherit Pangus' cultivation method through his bloodline? He swiftly cleared his mind and began circulating his energy according to the ninefold primordial art that appeared in his memory. Instantly, the blood light around him grew even more intense. Though Huda's blood essence was wild and turbulent, the technique gradually subdued it, guiding it through Wu Tian's body. Strands of blood essence were transformed into power, merging seamlessly into his flesh. One cycle, then another. His bloodline kept evolving, and Wu Tian's strength continued to grow. Wu Tian tirelessly circulated his cultivation technique, carefully refining every drop of Huda's ancestral blood. The other ancestral witches watched intently, fully focused on the process, as if they never grew tired of it. As time passed, the vital energy and baleful force within the blood were continuously refined by the 9 revolutions primordial art and gradually fused into Wu Tian's body. Every inch of his skin and every strand of his flesh began to shimmer with divine light, radiating a powerful aura. As the refinement went deeper, the power of the laws within the blood was also being extracted. Wu Tian sensed a strange fluctuation. The complex force of the laws seemed to be instinctively etched into his being, bit by bit. Under the baptism of Huda's laws, a faint mark gradually surfaced on Wu Tian's sola mark of Huda's innate law. This law not only made his body even stronger, but also caused his soul to shine brilliantly, drawing closer to that mysterious power. No one knew how much time had passed before the energy around Wu Tian finally began to settle. He had finished refining the last drop of the ancestral blood. Slowly opening his eyes, he was startled by the scene before him. All the ancestral witches were staring at him, their gazes intense and burning with curiosity, making Wu Tian feel a bit uneasy. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" he asked helplessly, a hint of confusion in his tone. At that moment, the eyes of the 12 ancestral witches were filled with amazement. Even Xian Ming, who had only glanced at him a moment ago, now looked shocked, as if witnessing a miracle. Zhu Rong was the first to speak, his voice full of disbelief. "Kid, you actually pulled it off?" He couldn't help but exclaim. Clearly, being able to refine the blood of an ancestral witch and bear the power of their law was something unimaginable to them. "You have to understand, the power of the ancestral witch's laws actually conflict with each other," Zhu Rong continued. "For example, Di Jiang controls the law of space. There's no way he could refine the blood of Candle Jiuyin, who controls the law of time. At most, he could extract some baleful energy and vital force, but the true power of the law would be impossible to comprehend." His tone was filled with astonishment, clearly not expecting Wu Tian to succeed. What shocked them even more was that after refining Huda's blood, Wu Tian's aura had subtly changed, even bearing traces similar to Huda's own. This meant that he had truly inherited Huda's law. Before Zhu Rong could say anything else, Di Jiang gave him a shove to the side, cutting him off. Di Jiang's eyes were bright with excitement as he turned to Wu Tian and asked, "How do you feel now?" Wu Tian took a moment to sense his body before answering, "I feel great. In fact, if I could have a few more drops of ancestral blood, that would be even better." After the refinement, his body felt incredibly full, his energy surging as if he had limitless power. Strangely, he also felt an inexplicable craving, as if his flesh was yearning for more ancestral blood. In that instant, he seemed to grasp a faint trace of the mysteries behind Huda's law, a subtle current of law flowing within him. The ancestral witches were stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Di Jiang, clearly thrilled, exclaimed, "Good. That's fantastic." He was completely amazed by Wu Tian's breakthrough. Huda hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand to force out another drop of blood. However, before she could act, Di Jiang stopped her. "No rush," he said, glancing at Candle Jiuyin and Ru Shou. After exchanging a look, Di Jiang continued, "Ru Shou, give Wu Tian a drop of your blood and let him try refining it." It was clear Di Jiang wanted to see if Wu Tian could also bear another law. After all, the ancestral witches could each only control one law. They were intensely curious to see if Wu Tian could break that limit. Ru Shou, the Western ancestral witch who wielded the law of metal, nodded in silent agreement. In the cycle of the 5 elements, earth gives birth to metal. So since Wu Tian had refined Huda's blood, the next logical step was to try Ru Shou's. Without objection, Ru Shou drew out a drop of dazzling golden blood and presented it to Wu Tian. The blood radiated a sharp, blade-like aura, causing Wu Tian's own energy to instinctively circulate in resistance. Wu Tian was caught off guard. He hadn't expected to receive a second drop of ancestral blood. As he glanced at the expectant faces of the ancestral witches, he found himself at a loss for words. To them, the power of law he now possessed was unimaginably precious, almost like a mark of creation itself. To receive even a single drop of their blood was akin to gaining divine power from the gods. A sudden realization dawned on Wu Tian, and he couldn't help but feel moved. These ancestral witches are actually pretty nice. Don't just stand there. Hurry up, even the ancestral witches are getting anxious. Zhu Rong's urging voice sounded in Wu Tian's ear. Without another word, Wu Tian simply nodded, closed his eyes, and began to swallow the golden ancestral witch's essence blood. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy erupted within him. His 9 revolutions origin technique activated at once, madly circulating as it devoured and refined the essence blood. No one knew how much time passed before Wu Tian finally opened his eyes. Around him were the excited faces of the ancestral witches. Zhu Rong and the others were so moved that their eyes turned red, their auras growing more intense, and their roars so loud that Wu Tian's head buzzed. Have I become the hope of the whole village? No, I guess I'm the hope of all the ancestral witches now. Wu Tian thought to himself, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, Di Jiang burst out laughing, his voice loud and hearty. Huh, wonderful. This is great. The successor of Father Pangu has finally appeared. With that, he strode over to Wu Tian and gave him a strong pat on the shoulder. Wu Tian, who had just stood up, nearly got knocked back down by the force. Di Jiang turned, stood beside Wu Tian, and faced the other ancestral witches. In a booming voice, he declared, enough. Each of you, offer a drop of your essence blood to Wu Tian, so he can refine it as soon as possible. The ancestral witches all nodded, no one objected. The energy in the hall of Pangu grew thicker, the power of laws crackling and colliding in the air. In a flash, 10 drops of essence blood, each glowing with a different light, appeared before Wu Tian. He had already received the blood of Ho Tu and Ru Shou. Now, the rest belonged to the other ancestral witches. Wu Tian gazed at the 10 drops of blood, a warm feeling rising in his chest. Looking back at the ancestral witches, he couldn't help but sigh again. The Wu tribe really is something special. The ancestral witches were rough and straightforward, but they had no hidden agendas. They didn't even stop to consider whether giving Wu Tian their law-infused blood might backfire on them. Wu Tian barely had to say anything, yet they handed over their essence blood without hesitation. Now, he had all 12 ancestral witches' blood in his possession. He took a deep breath, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you, brothers and sisters." Before he could finish, whack. Di Jiang slapped Wu Tian on the shoulder again, nearly sending him tumbling. "It's just a drop of blood," Di Jiang grumbled. "No need to be so formal about it." Wu Tian sucked in a sharp breath as his shoulder went numb. Di Jiang's slap was so heavy that his blood and energy churned, leaving him unsteady on his feet. Looking helplessly at Di Jiang, Wu Tian thought to himself, in the Wu tribe, even being polite seems to be a crime. The ancestral witches all burst out laughing. Zhu Rong shouted, "Little brother, hurry up and refine that blood. Once you do, the 13 ancestral witches will rule the whole world." The ancestral witches nodded in agreement, their approving gazes all focused on Wu Tian. Di Jiang was clearly of the same mind. Wu Tian gave a wry smile, though he felt uneasy inside. The ancestral witches had only just emerged, and already they were talking about conquering the world? Didn't they care about what was happening outside? But he didn't comment further. Instead, he smiled and said, "Brothers, if I may, there's something I'd like to suggest." The ancestral witches turned to look at him. Wu Tian quickly explained, "I'm still not strong enough yet, and refining these 10 drops of essence blood might take a long time. Instead of waiting here, why don't we go out together in the name of the 12 ancestral witches? There are actually 13 ancestral witches." As soon as these words left his mouth, the other ancestral witches all turned to Wu Tian with puzzled looks. Wu Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued, "Think about it. If everyone in the prehistoric world believes there are only 12 ancestral witches, and suddenly a 13th appears out of nowhere, wouldn't that be a wonderful surprise?" A sly glint flashed in his eyes. In the original course of events, Hutu, out of compassion for lost souls, sacrificed herself to create the 6 paths of reincarnation and establish the Underworld. This left the 12 heavenly fiend formation missing a crucial piece, leading to mutual destruction with the demon clan. But if, at that critical moment, the Wu tribe suddenly had another ancestral witch to complete the formation, wouldn't the outcome be entirely different? In reality, Wu Tian had his own plans. He believed that quietly cultivating within the Wu tribe was the wisest choice. First, he would fully refine the ancestral witch's blood, then use his foresight to seize opportunities in the prehistoric world. Once he was strong enough, he could travel the land, behold the legendary innate goddesses, and maybe even find a way to change the fate of the ancestral witches. As for ruling the prehistoric world, Wu Tian glanced at the ancestral witches around him. With personalities as stubborn as Bujo Mountain itself, how could they possibly govern? How could they outmaneuver the machinations of heaven, Hongjun, and the heavenly saints? Although the ancestral witches didn't know what Wu Tian was really thinking, the more they considered his words, the stranger their expressions became. It was as if they were saying, "Who knew this seemingly honest guy could be so cunning?" Despite thinking Wu Tian a bit crafty, they couldn't help but look forward to seeing everyone's reaction when the truth came out. Di Jiang made the decision on the spot. "All right, we'll do as you say. Refining this blood will take time, and the clash of laws will only get worse as you go. Once you've mastered all 12 laws and your power is complete, that will be the day the 13th ancestral, which makes his name known." As he spoke, Dejiang looked at Wu Tian with growing approval, secretly thinking this kid's cunning was almost on par with his own. In the days that followed, the other ancestral witches roamed the foothills of Bujo Mountain, hunting fierce beasts and absorbing the world's deadly energy to increase their strength. Wu Tian, meanwhile, focused solely on refining the ancestral witch's blood. This was during the Dragon Han era, when the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans dominated the world, and Hongjun and Lu fought openly and secretly for supremacy. Wu Tian had once accompanied the ancestral witches out on a trip, but was so shocked by their wild, army-like fighting style that he immediately decided the prehistoric world was far too dangerous. It was safer to stay home, refine the blood, and engrave the laws. After that, even when he took breaks from cultivation, Wu Tian never strayed far from Bujo Mountain, and he never approached the battlefields of the three clans. Fortunately, the lingering pressure of Pangu atop Bujo Mountain kept the flames of war at bay. Whenever Wu Tian thought about how he had come to the prehistoric world and become an ancestral witch, a knowing smile would appear on his face inside the Pangu Hall. To be able to cultivate in peace here, and even grow closer to Hutu, what more could he ask for? Just then, a voice suddenly called out, "Wu Tian, come spar with me, and let's see if you've been slacking off." Wu Tian couldn't help but shiver. He turned to see Xianming and Hutu standing side by side. Xianming was as cold and beautiful as an icy mountain, while Hutu wore a gentle smile. The shout had come from Xianming. "Do we really have to? Didn't we just spar a few days ago?" Wu Tian said with a wry smile. Perhaps it was because of the way he had looked at her before, but Xianming always took the chance to train with him whenever he was resting. For Wu Tian, it was less training and more torment. After several rounds, he had come to realize this woman's heart was even colder than the laws of frost she commanded. When Wu Tian didn't move, Xuanming's brow furrowed instantly. The temperature inside the hall of Pangu dropped sharply, as if the air had suddenly frozen over. "Cut the nonsense. If you want come here, he'll come to you." Xuanming's tone was laced with undeniable authority. Wu Tian instinctively glanced at Hutu for help, only to see her watching with a knowing, amused smile clearly. She had no intention of stepping in. Sighing inwardly, Wu Tian had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. Xianming ranked among the strongest of the 12 ancestral witches, and her temperament was both cold and fierce. Facing her now was like walking straight into a storm. "How can the Wu clan grow without battle? Didn't you say you dislike fighting ferocious beasts? No matter, he'll personally help you." Xuanming's words carried a hint of stern instruction. Bang, bang, bang. The fight erupted in an instant. Only when Wu Tian was nearly exhausted did Xianming finally relent, allowing peace to return to the hall of Pangu. Wu Tian sat down with difficulty, aching from head to toe. It wasn't just the physical blows. Xuanming's laws had also left their mark. Yet, as Shed said, under such intense pressure, his blood and energy surged ever more vigorously, and his cultivation of the ninefold origin technique accelerated. The blood fiend energy from the blood pool continued to pour into his body. Before long, Wu Tian had fully recovered. In fact, his physical strength was even greater than before, and his understanding of the laws had deepened. "Well, didn't I tell you? You just need more practice," Xianming said coldly, lifting her chin slightly. Wu Tian couldn't argue with that. The Wu clan's bodies truly were unique. They only emerged stronger from the brink of death. Still, he wasn't a masochist. Why put himself through this kind of pain if he could avoid it? Outwardly, Wu Tian nodded with a smile, but inwardly he swore. Once had fully refined the 12 drops of ancestral witch blood and mastered all the laws, he would make Xianming pay for today's humiliation. If he couldn't suppress her, what kind of man was he? "What are you thinking?" Xuanming's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Nothing. I wasn't thinking about anything," Wu Tian quickly denied. Seeing the two of them, Huta couldn't help but chuckle. "You too," she said, shaking her head. Then she turned to Wu Tian. "Don't blame Sister Xuanming. She's doing this for your own good. Refining the blood is important, but if you don't hone your combat instincts, it won't be enough." Wu Tian could only nod with a smile. "I understand." Then, tentatively, he said to Xianming, "I know you mean well, Sister Xianming, but if you could go a little easier next time, that would be even better." Xianming shot him a cold glare, clearly not agreeing to his request. Just as Wu Tian was about to say something else, Huda suddenly spoke, her voice bright with excitement. "Wu Tian, I've cultivated a true spirit." Her words struck Wu Tian like a bolt from the blue. He froze in place, eyes wide with shock. Cultivated a true spirit? That news was more astonishing than being told he was going to be a father. Really? Wu Tian couldn't help but ask again. After all, he had played a part in making this possible. Although Wu Tian rarely fought alongside the other ancestral witches, he had long since defined his own role in his heart as the strategist of the Wu tribe. He understood that a competent advisor didn't need to set foot on the battlefield. As long as he could devise plans and offer guidance to the ancestral witches, he could influence their decisions at crucial moments and gradually change the fate of his people, all while focusing on his own cultivation. With this in mind, Wu Tian began to make subtle arrangements. When he noticed that the ancestral witches didn't care much about the merit they gained from slaying fierce beasts and absorbing evil energy, he immediately seized the opportunity and suggested, why not give all this merit to Ho-Tu? Perhaps it could help her cultivate a primordial spirit. In the primordial world, the cultivation path for all beings started from the soul, progressed to the divine soul, and finally to the true spirit. Once the divine soul was engraved with the laws, one could attain an indestructible true spirit. Even if their body perished and their Tao ended, the true spirit could still escape and be reborn. However, the ancestral witches, born with control over the laws and possessing powerful bodies filled with heavy evil energy, clashed with the innate pure energy and were unable to cultivate a primordial spirit. Their divine souls were tightly bound to their bodies, meaning that if their bodies were destroyed, they would have no chance of reincarnation and would simply merge back into the world itself. After hearing Wu Tian's proposal, Dijiang thought for a moment and agreed. Although no one had high hopes, including Wu Tian himself, who thought it might only be possible after the teachings at Ziao Palace, still wanted to lay the groundwork for Ho-Tu. Unexpectedly, change came much faster than anticipated. Golden light of merit, tinged with a mysterious yellow hue, suddenly surged around Ho-Tu, suppressing the evil energy within her. Bathed in this radiant glow, a 3-inch-tall primordial spirit, perfectly resembling her true self, appeared above her head, sitting peacefully in meditation. Witnessing this, Wu Tian was overjoyed, thinking to himself that he had truly aligned himself with the right person. He quickly asked, "Have you informed our brothers yet?" Ho-Tu had just nodded and smiled when a thunderous shout echoed through the hall of Pangu. "Ho-Tu, did you really cultivate a primordial spirit?" In no time, the other ancestral witches rushed into the hall, their eyes fixed eagerly on the primordial spirit above Ho-Tu's head, their faces full of delight. Dijiang quickly pieced everything together and confidently explained, "I see. Ho-Tu was the last to be born, so her evil energy is the weakest. Now, with so much merit protecting her, it's only natural that she could cultivate a primordial spirit." Wu Tian silently agreed. He realized that if he had made the suggestion any later, once Ho-Tu's power and her evil energy had grown stronger, it might have been much harder for her to succeed. As he pondered this, Dijiang's massive hand landed heavily on his shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Wu Tian, we really have you to thank for this. You did well, impressive." After Dijiang finished speaking, the other ancestral witches all voiced their admiration. Zhu Rong, in particular, couldn't wait to squeeze to the front, sticking his head out with eyes shining in anticipation as he looked straight at Wu Tian and asked, "Wu Tian, do you think I can do it? I want to improve too. I want to cultivate a Yuanshan as well." Faced with Zhu Rong's eager gaze, Wu Tian was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to speak frankly or more tactfully. He knew very well that Hoda's success was because she was the only ancestral which inherently capable of cultivating a Yuanshan. With his intervention, she had simply achieved this a bit earlier, coincidentally before she had absorbed too much of the world's baleful energy. As the 13th ancestral witch, born even later than Ho-Tu, Wu Tian was confident in his own ability to cultivate a Yuanshan. Unlike the others, all the baleful energy that entered his body was directly refined into pure power and merged with his flesh through the ninefold primordial technique inherited in his bloodline. Because of this, he didn't display the overwhelming aura of baleful energy that marked the other ancestral witches. Could it be that my ninefold primordial technique is different from the others? Wu Tian wondered. But after consulting with Ho-Tu, he found their methods were exactly the same and could only attribute the difference to his own uniqueness. At present, he hadn't yet formed his Yuanshan. He simply focused on steadily practicing the ninefold primordial technique and refining the ancestral witch blood essence. Wu Tian speculated that once he fully refined the essence and his body reached perfection, the Yuanshan would naturally emerge. Just as Wu Tian was considering how to respond, a hand suddenly reached out from the crowd and yanked Zhu Rong back. Gong Gong laughed loudly, saying, "Stop causing trouble. Do you really think you're like Ho-Tu and can cultivate a Yuanshan too?" Zhu Rong flew into a rage at those words and immediately began arguing with Gong Gong. "Both of you get out," Dijiang shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, the laws of space activated, and the two quarreling ancestral witches were instantly expelled from the Pangu Hall. When Dijiang saw the other ancestral witches watching with amusement, he glared at them and unceremoniously sent them all out as well. In an instant, only 5 remained in the hall: Dijiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Xian Ming, Ho-Tu, and Wu Tian, who was now surrounded in the center. With Hoda's successful cultivation of her Yuanshan, Dijiang felt even more convinced of Wu Tian's extraordinary abilities, thinking to himself, among all the witches, his wisdom is second only to mine. He asked curiously, "Ho-Tu has already cultivated her Yuanshan, what about you?" Dijiang had noticed that Wu Tian's baleful aura was even lighter than Hoda's, and he didn't need the protection of merit at all. Wu Tian answered frankly, "Once I've refined all this blood essence, when all 12 laws are complete and my body is perfected, the Yuanshan will naturally be born. Di Jiang nodded in satisfaction and asked Wu Tian about his cultivation in detail. Wu Tian told him everything had already refined 5 drops of ancestral witch blood essence, following the order of the 5 elements: mutual generation and restraint. After hearing this, Di Jiang exchanged a look with Zhu Jiuyin and said with a smile, "The laws your second brother and I possess are a bit special. If you have any difficulties when refining ours, just come to us, we'll help you out." Then he added, "Remember, there are only 13 ancestral witches among us." Wu Tian was preparing to activate the blood pool to nurture more of their people. After venturing out for some time, the ancestral witches had witnessed the immense power of the 3 tribes, whose numbers reached into the billions, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. They knew well that their own bloodline was closely tied to the blood pool in the Hall of Pangu, and if they could use this method to create more clansmen, it could be a viable path forward. As Wu Tian's influence grew in their eyes, especially after Huda's primordial spirit emerged, the ancestral witches all wanted to discuss things with him and hear his thoughts. Wu Tian was silent for a moment after hearing their suggestion, then nodded. That makes sense. In fact, this is how the ancestral witches originally expanded. The physical bodies of our tribe have their limitations. Not only can we not cultivate primordial spirits, but reproduction is also a major issue. He paused, then continued in a low voice. However, the blood pool will eventually be depleted. If we want to use this method, it would be better for our people to hunt ferocious beasts outside, bring their corpses back, and throw them into the blood pool. A thoughtful look flashed through Wu Tian's eyes. Besides, even if our numbers increase, there's no need to directly oppose the 3 tribes right now. We should develop slowly at the foot of Bujo Mountain and build up our strength. The Dragonhan calamity is still raging, and the 3 tribes are the main players in this great tribulation. No matter how much we grow, we're still insignificant by comparison. If we rush into conflict, we'll only get caught up in unnecessary karma. When the struggle among the 3 tribes intensifies and destiny begins to shift, that will be the time for us to make our move. Wu Tian smiled. Build high walls, store grain, and wait before proclaiming ourselves king. That's a lesson anyone in later generations would understand. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them as their expressions grew more serious. Xian Ming and Hutu remained silent, but their eyes were fixed on Wu Tian, a hint of approval flickering in their gaze, as if they trusted his confidence more and more. "Brother, what do you think?" Wu Tian turned to Di Jiang and asked calmly. A glint flashed in Di Jiang's eyes as he suddenly asked, "Who do you think will emerge victorious among the 3 tribes and rule the Great Desolation?" Wu Tian didn't hesitate at all. He shook his head. None of them. None of the 3 tribes will dominate the Great Desolation. In the end, the true winner will be Hongjun. Hongjun? Di Jiang was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Wu Tian nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "That's my judgment about the fate of the Great Desolation. Keep it in mind, brother." Seeing Di Jiang nod thoughtfully, lost in contemplation, Wu Tian continued, "Just watch. The conflict among the 3 tribes will be instigated by Luo Ho behind the scenes. The real struggle is between Hongjun and Luo Ho. As for the 3 tribes, their rise and fall are just side stories. In the end, Hongjun will be the final victor." Di Jiang didn't respond, quietly listening. After a moment of silence, his expression grew complicated, but he still didn't voice any opinion. Wu Tian noticed this and was secretly pleased. His words had clearly impressed Di Jiang and the others. If things unfolded as he predicted, his influence among the Wu tribe would rise dramatically, and the ancestral witches would surely heed his advice in crucial moments. Then, Wu Tian's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. He lowered his voice and added, "I have another idea. Besides hunting beasts and developing slowly, we can also wait behind the 3 tribes. Once they're locked in fierce battle, we can clean up the battlefield and reap even more rewards." As soon as he finished, a spark lit up in the eyes of the ancestral witches. Although they had quietly considered such a plan themselves, hearing it voiced by Wu Tian made it clear his thinking was both thorough and shrewd. Di Jiang looked at him, his expression complicated. After listening to Wu Tian, the group exchanged glances, momentarily lost for words. Xian Ming, her brow tightly furrowed, swept a cold gaze over everyone present, her voice laced with obvious displeasure. "So what you're saying is you want us to clean up the battlefield after the 3 tribes and collect their corpses for burial?" To the ancestor witches, scavenging the battlefield like vultures was beneath their dignity, and their dissatisfaction showed clearly. Yet Wu Tian remained calm, meeting their eyes directly, a faint smile on his lips. "What's so bad about collecting the bodies? The corpses of the 3 tribes are treasures. Their blood can be used to strengthen the blood pool, and their flesh can feed our people or be forged into divine weapons." He paused, a flash of cunning in his eyes. "And besides, the battlefield is filled with murderous energy. If we clear it away, heaven and earth will surely grant us great merit." The ancestor witches were about to retort, but Wu Tian cut them off before they could speak. Standing tall, he spoke with righteous conviction. We are the descendants of Pangu. The world our father left behind must be well maintained. The battlefield left by the three tribes is filled with baleful energy. Shouldn't we take care of it? Protecting heaven and earth is our duty as witches. Even if Taoist Hongjun himself were here, he couldn't fault us for this. At these words, the ancestor witches fell silent. After a moment's thought, Daijing fixed Wu Tian with a deep look. Very well. We'll listen to you this time. With that, he and Zhu Juing got up to inform the others and set the blood pool in motion to begin nurturing the Wu clan. Xianming and Hutu, the two female ancestor witches, remained. A thoughtful light flickered in Hutu's eyes as she tried to process Wu Tian's speculation. At last, she couldn't help but ask, do you really believe the three tribes will meet such an end? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilan tribes were at the height of their power. Even the proud ancestor witches had to avoid clashing with them. Wu Tian's prediction naturally piqued her curiosity. Wu Tian chuckled, a hint of mystery in his eyes. Sister Hutu, just wait and see. Not only will the three tribes come to a miserable end, but they'll even leave the land of Honghuang on their own. When the time comes, you'll understand. Hutu nodded thoughtfully. Wu Tian's gaze shifted between the two women before settling on Hutu. Sister Hutu, if my prediction proves correct, would you do me a small favor? Hutu smiled slightly. Go ahead, what do you want? Even if your prediction is off, I owe you thanks for helping me cultivate my primordial spirit. Wu Tian quickly waved his hands. You give me too much credit, sister. You were able to cultivate your primordial spirit mainly because our brothers gave you all their merit, which shielded you from the corrosive effects of the baleful energy. Though Hutu didn't reply directly, her expression made it clear that she credited Wu Tian's guidance. Without his insight, who would have thought of such a thing? Wu Tian continued, his tone tinged with anticipation. The favor I'd like to ask is simple. If my prediction is right, and Zulong withdraws from Honghuang, would you and Sister Xianming help me collect some of Zulong's blood, if the opportunity arises? The two women were taken aback, exchanging glances as if communicating silently. At last, Hutu smiled and nodded. All right, if we get the chance, they'll make sure to get it for you. A wave of joy surged in Wu Tian's heart. When Daijing mentioned using the blood pool to nurture their kin, Wu Tian suddenly realized a crucial issue as Zhu Wu. He might face limitations in the tribe's ability to reproduce. He frowned and thought. He hadn't married in his previous life, and now, was he really going to let his bloodline die out again? Having come to such a vast world as the Great Desolation, he had hoped to meet some of the primordial goddesses. How could he let such a rare opportunity go to waste? A glint flashed in Wu Tian's eyes as he thought of a solution. The ancestral dragon was formed from the essence of Pangu's kidneys, and besides its immense power, its ability to reproduce was legendary, a ultimate sower of the Great Desolation. However, the dragon seemed to have no standards at all. Rumor had it that one of the 9 dragon sons, Paleo, had a toad for a mother. Even a toad from the Great Desolation wasn't much better. If I can refine the ancestral dragon's blood, maybe I can fix the flaws in the Zhuwu body, Wu Tian thought, even preparing an explanation in case Xianming or Hutu asked about it. He would simply say he was researching the ancestral dragon's blood to see if it could solve the tribe's reproductive issues. Unexpectedly, neither of the two Zhuwu questioned him. They agreed right away. Then, they stood up to say goodbye, and Xianming even left him with a meaningful remark. Focus on your cultivation here. They'll be coming to see you again. With that, the two of them left the hall of Pangu. Wu Tian could only smile wryly and shake his head before sitting by the blood pool to continue his cultivation. So far, he had refined 5 drops of ancestral blood, each from Hutu, Rushou, Gong, Zhurong, and Zhumeng. Although each drop contained only a limited amount of the power of laws, once Wu Tian refined and fused them, a strange reaction occurred. The 5 types of laws interacted and reinforced each other, cycling endlessly and continuously transforming his internal power into the power of laws, deepening the imprints of these laws on his soul. Which one should I refine next? Wu Tian pondered for a moment before deciding. Xianming's blood. By refining Xianming's blood, he would gain deeper insight into her laws, making it easier for him in future battles. Time passed quickly in cultivation. The Zhuwu began to act on Wu Tian's suggestion, becoming like the scavengers of the Great Desolation. Wherever there was battle among the 3 tribes, they would appear. As soon as the fighting ended, they would rush in to collect the bodies, clean up, and absorb the baleful energy, completing the process in one seamless motion. The once chaotic battlefields would become peaceful again after the Zhuwu passed through, the baleful energy dissipating and the land turning once more into fertile ground for the creatures of the Great Desolation. Naturally, merit would descend as well. As always, the Zhuwu handed all the merit over to Hutu. This scene left the 3 tribes both angry and bewildered. What are these people up to? Where did they come from? They're taking our kin's bodies and somehow getting rewarded for it. Once they learned where the Zhuwu came from, Zulong and the others could only smile bitterly. Descendants of Pangu, who cultivated themselves through the baleful energy of heaven and earth, they were practically born to be the Great Desolation's natural cleaners. Forget it, these guys are strong, and their work is recognized by heaven and earth. With powerful enemies ahead, there's no need to fight them, just remind our people not to leave any bodies behind on the battlefield. Even Hongjun took note of the Wu tribe's presence. At this time, the heavenly Tao had not fully manifested, and Hongjun had not yet become a sage, so he couldn't calculate all the causes and effects. Yet, for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about them was odd. Fortunately, the ancestral witches were far from foolish. Though they were quick-tempered, they understood that now was not the time for reckless action. While there were occasional frictions and minor skirmishes among the three clans, a true war had yet to break out. The ancestral witches had more pressing matters to attend to, strengthening the power of their tribe. As countless corpses were thrown into the blood pool, its energy was rapidly replenished. Under the guidance of the ancestral witches, the power of the pool surged like a tidal wave. One after another, new members of the witch tribe emerged from the pool, appearing in droves like stars gathering in the night sky. Naturally, Wu Tian wasn't about to miss this moment. Standing off to the side, he watched as the new witches crawled out of the blood pool, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. This scene looked just like something out of a sci-fi film. At first, Wu Tian found some faces among the witches particularly familiar. Qiyu, Xingtian, Kuafu, Ho Yi, and other great witches were already present. They formed the backbone of the tribe, each possessing tremendous strength. Only these great witches knew Wu Tian's true identity. A figure who always lingered by the blood pool was none other than their 13th ancestral witch, Wu Tian. We're planning to assign the tribe members according to the different laws they follow and let them each train separately. ITLL help them grow stronger. Do you have any thoughts? Di Jiang approached, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Wu Tian shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it. Even though I've refined 12 laws, it's just the beginning. ITLL take a long time for anything to come of it. Besides, leading a huge group of witches isn't much fun. They're so energetic and rowdy. I'd rather not waste my time on these trivial matters. As he finished speaking, Wu Tian couldn't help glancing at the ancestral witch Hutu, his eyes carrying a subtle, unspoken hope. Hutu, how about we team up? The other ancestral witches were momentarily stunned, then their expressions turned excited. After years of wandering the world, they were no strangers to matters between men and women, especially with Zulong as a living example. Still, they never intervened, only speculating quietly among themselves. Zhurong narrowed his eyes, glancing between Wu Tian and Hutu. Watching their interaction, he finally understood some of the puzzles from the past. So that's why Hutu had been so willing to offer her blood to Wu Tian, and why Wu Tian was always there to support her. Zhurong thought to himself, no wonder Wu Tian always sides with Hutu. Looks like there's something going on between them. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, an idea striking him. With a look of sudden realization, he exclaimed, Big brother, maybe we should let Wu Tian and Hutu pair up. Who knows, maybe ITLL help our tribe grow even faster. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. Do you think him Zulong? Two people alone can't possibly produce enough descendants, especially since our tribe's ability to reproduce is already limited. It's just not realistic. Before he could finish that thought, Zhurong was abruptly sent flying across the room under everyone's shocked gaze. With a loud crash, he slammed into the wall of Pangu Hall and slowly slid to the floor. Huda's face was a mix of embarrassment and rage, her more violent side on full display. To Wu Tian's surprise, even Xianming had joined in. Watching this unfold, Wu Tian froze for a moment, a bit anxious. It's one thing to beat up Zhurong's tough. He'll be fine. But are they going to come after me too? Seeing the angry glares from the other ancestral witches, Wu Tian realized he probably wasn't going to escape unscathed this time. Fortunately, Huta quickly regained her usual warmth, giving Wu Tian a gentle nod and a warm smile. All right, from now on, we'll lead the Hutu tribe together. She paused, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. But the Wu tribe hasn't been officially established yet. Wu Tian felt a slight stir in his heart. He had noticed this issue but wasn't in a hurry to bring it up. After all, the Wu people had yet to gather, and the war among the three tribes was still ongoing. Declaring the tribe's foundation now would only attract unwanted attention from rival forces and possibly cause unnecessary trouble. It seemed wiser to discuss this with Di Jiang after the first sermon at Ziao Palace. For now, quietly building up their strength was the smartest choice. In the days that followed, Wu Tian found himself spending more and more time refining each drop of ancestral blood. Fortunately, cultivation was not bound by the passage of time, and he became so absorbed in his practice that he barely noticed time slipping by. Eventually, he had refined 10 drops of ancestral blood, leaving only the blood of Di Jiang and Zhu Jian's ancestral gods of space and time untouched. These two were the most powerful among the 12 ancestral gods, and their laws were the most complex and elusive. Just as Wu Tian was about to begin refining these last 2 drops, the ancestral gods suddenly called him out of his long cultivation. Before Wu Tian could fully return to himself, Di Jiang spoke up, his voice tinged with excitement. Wu Tian, you were right. The 3 tribes have sworn an oath to the heavens and willingly withdrawn from the land of Hongwang. Wu Tian was stunned. That quickly? He asked in disbelief. At that moment, Hotu walked over with a smile, holding out her palm where 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood floated gently. This is the ancestral dragon blood you wanted, Hotu said, her eyes shining with admiration. But then, remembering how she and Xianming had shirked their duties at the time, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She shot Wu Tian a reproachful glance and said teasingly, when the ancestral dragon made his solemn and tragic vow, the 2 of us were hiding, waiting for him to sacrifice himself just like vultures waiting for a corpse. Wu Tian quickly accepted the blood, thanking Hutu with a smile. Just then, Dijiang couldn't help but ask, Wu Tian, how did you see this coming? Wu Tian smiled and replied, it was during the heyday of the 3 tribes. He paused, a meaningful glint in his eyes. Dijiang, do you remember what I said about their future? You didn't quite believe me then, but today's outcome proves my prediction. He didn't reveal everything, since this involved the greater tides of fate, and his own understanding was based on a rough sense of what was to come. This wasn't something he could say outright, so he simply nodded with a smile. I used my brain to figure it out, of course. Dijiang and the other ancestral gods still looked puzzled. Seeing this, Wu Tian joked, haven't you ever considered the possibility that the reason I wasn't born with a law to control is because I possess the law of wisdom? All my power goes into strengthening my mind. He pretended to ponder, then grinned mischievously. So I should really be the ancestral god of wisdom. Some of the ancestral gods began to murmur, is there really a law of wisdom? Dijiang's mouth twitched, and he turned around to smack the one who spoke. Don't listen to him. Ancestral god of wisdom humph. If anyone in the Wu tribe is wise, it's me, your big brother. If such a thing existed, it'd be me. Before long, just as Wu Tian was about to refine Dijiang's blood and gain insight into the law of space, he was interrupted again by Dijiang and the others. As Wu Tian emerged from cultivation, Dijiang's voice was filled with a faint sigh. Wu Tian, you were right again. Hongjun has won. Wu Tian burst out laughing. Do you believe me now? Dijiang nodded, a look of resignation in his eyes. Once might be a coincidence, but if every major event turns out the way you predict, there's only one explanation. You have a remarkable grasp of the bigger picture, Wu Tian. You truly possess great wisdom. He paused, then added self-deprecatingly, I'm starting to wonder if you really are the ancestral god of wisdom. As soon as he finished speaking, the other ancestral gods fell silent, as if they were seriously considering the possibility. The idea of a wise ancestral Wu was obviously nonsense. Wu Tian couldn't help but smile slightly as he saw the ancestral Wus showing early signs of being convinced by him. Their recognition meant that, in the future, they would take his words more seriously. Still, he knew he couldn't let his guard down or assume that they would blindly follow everything he said from now on. Even if they outwardly agreed, that didn't mean they could actually follow through. Once the ancestral Wus got fired up, they rarely considered the consequences. Wasn't Gong Gong the one who had knocked down Bujo Mountain without a second thought? These beings simply couldn't be judged by ordinary logic. Dijiang might look calm and composed now, but who knew when he might suddenly act on impulse? Wu Tian could only do his best to influence their decisions. At that moment, Dijiang let out a soft sigh and looked somewhat dejected, a reaction that puzzled Wu Tian. He glanced at Ho Tu, seeking an explanation. Ho Tu immediately burst out laughing, making no attempt to hide her amusement as she explained to everyone. What else could it be? Our eldest brother always prided himself on being the wisest and most clever among our people, but now you've stolen his thunder. Dijiang looked a little embarrassed at her words and shot Ho Tu a glare. Wu Tian noticed that Dijiang treated his clansmen differently. Had Zhu Rong or any of the other brothers said something like that, they'd probably have been smacked already. But when it came to Xianming or Ho Tu, a glare was the worst they got. Dijiang then grabbed Wu Tian's arm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Come on, tell us. What else haven't you shared with us yet? Wu Tian thought for a moment. Right now, there didn't seem to be any opportunity to intervene. Should he mention Hongjun's upcoming sermon? Should he try to speak before Hongjun did? But what could the ancestral Wus possibly teach? The 9-turn primordial body technique? Were there insights into the power of the laws? The 9-turn primordial body technique was out of the question. It was a cultivation method left to them by Pangu, and the ancestral Wus would never share it with outsiders. Besides, the requirements for that technique were too high. Not every being could learn it. As for their understanding of the laws, the ancestral Wus would probably struggle to explain it. For them, controlling the laws was as natural as breathing or a heartbeat. To articulate the underlying principles was truly difficult. In the end, Wu Tian said, with Hongjun's victory, his fortune is bound to rise, and he'll only become more powerful. Once he succeeds, he'll definitely give a sermon. That's a great opportunity for everyone. Dijiang nodded thoughtfully, but Zhu Rong immediately protested. What kind of opportunity is that? We ancestral Wus have our own ways of cultivation, tempering our bodies and deepening our mastery over the laws. We'll achieve enlightenment in our own way. Why bother listening to his sermon? We'd just owe him a favor for nothing. The other ancestral wuss all nodded in agreement, clearly sharing his view. Wu Tian could only smile bitterly. Zhu Rong was full of confidence now, convinced he would achieve enlightenment, but he had no idea just how difficult it was to reach that level through mastery of a single law. It was nearly impossible. In the vast primordial world, the laws were countless, and the more fundamental a law, the more powerful it was. To achieve enlightenment, whether through a single law or a complex weave of multiple laws, was possible, but the difficulty varied tremendously. Take Zhu Rong, for example. If he wanted to achieve enlightenment and control the law of fire throughout the primordial world, how difficult would that be? Would Hongjun or the heavenly Tao even allow it? A sudden thought flashed through Wu Tian's mind. Could it be that the heavenly Tao schemed against the ancestral witches, causing their deaths and the return of their powers to the world, precisely because of this? If the heavenly Tao controlled all the laws, how could it ever be complete? And how could the sages rule the great wilderness? As these thoughts churned in his mind, Wu Tian glanced at Hudu. He noticed her brows were slightly furrowed, lost in contemplation, which brought him some comfort. She truly lived up to her reputation as the only ancestral which capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. Turning to Xianming, he saw that she, too, seemed influenced by Wu Tian's words. She didn't openly object. Instead, she looked at him with curiosity, as if waiting to see how he would persuade the others. There's no other way. He'll have to convince them using logic and language they can understand, Wu Tian thought to himself. He knew that in the original course of events, when Hongjun lectured in the Ziao Palace, only Xianming and Hutu attended. The other ancestral witches didn't care at all. Wu Tian spoke softly. If Hongjun is giving lectures, he certainly has his own reasons, but more than that, it's likely the mandate of the heavenly Tao. He's compelled to guide the cultivation of the great wilderness. As he spoke, he turned to Zhu Rong, who had been the loudest objector, and smiled warmly. Brother Zhu Rong, in this situation, if you went to listen to Hongjun's teachings, would you feel indebted to him in any way? Zhu Rong's eyes widened, and his voice boomed like thunder. Of course not. Why should I? This world was created by our Father God. What's wrong with hearing a few words from him? Wu Tian spread his hands. Exactly. If you don't feel you owe him anything, then there's nothing to worry about. Though he didn't spell it out, his words echoed the sentiment of no payment, no debt. Of course, the laws of cause and effect are far more complex. But as long as his argument could convince the ancestral witches, that was enough for such a grand event. How could they not witness it themselves? Although Wu Tian preferred to stay out of trouble and focus on his cultivation, he was deeply curious about the lectures in Ziao Palace. I really want to see if the seats in Ziao Palace truly represent the fate of a sage and the ownership of the Hongmeng purple qi. He thought to himself. After hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestral witches exchanged glances, their expressions showing a hint of agreement. That makes sense. Seeing that they were about to be convinced, Wu Tian didn't want to argue further. Instead, he cheerfully grabbed Dijiang's arm. Brother Dijiang, I nearly grasped your insights into the law of space just now, but you interrupted me. You Omeso don't go anywhere. You have to show me properly later. Since he planned to attend the Ziao Palace lecture, he needed to fully refine all the ancestral witches' blood essence first. Only then would he be confident enough to go. So he had to keep Dijiang around to help him and also Zhu Juying. Dijiang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Of course. We're brothers, aren't we? Noticing Wu Tian's gaze shift to Zhu Juying, he immediately turned to him and said, you stay too. Let's help him together. Once he's mastered both the laws of space and time, Wu Tian will have perfected all 12 laws. I'm curious to see what changes will happen then. So far, Wu Tian had refined 10 drops of ancestral witch blood essence. But the power of the laws within each drop was limited. They only left a mark on his soul, and none of them were complete. That was why, despite mastering multiple laws, Wu Tian's power in each was weak, and he still lagged far behind the ancestral witches. This was also why they didn't see him as a threat, and continued to absorb the world's hostile energy to strengthen themselves. But Dijiang and the others had all noticed the changes in Wu Tian. No matter how much baleful energy he absorbed, his presence remained unique. We didn't display the violent, savage aura of the other ancestral witches, as if he was completely untouched by the corruption. Maybe this is what Father God's true blood is really like, Dijiang thought to himself, genuinely curious to see what would happen once Wu Tian finally mastered all 12 laws. No one knew how much time remained before Hongjun began his sermon, and this uncertainty left Wu Tian anxious and restless. If the lecture started before he had fully refined all the ancestral blood, it would spell serious trouble. Unlike his usual calm and laid-back self, Wu Tian became desperate, constantly seeking advice from Dijiang and Zhu Juying. He pleaded for their help in refining the ancestral blood and understanding the laws within it. He threw himself into cultivation day and night, barely resting, and, with the full support of the 2 ancestral witches, his progress soared at an astonishing rate. This sudden urgency puzzled Dijiang and Zhu Juying. Dijiang wondered if Wu Tian was simply anxious to catch up after seeing the gap between himself and his brothers. The thought made Dijiang nod with satisfaction. This was the spirit of a true ancestral witch. Ambitious, fearless, always striving to be stronger. Even Dijiang himself, though impressed by Wu Tian's wisdom, couldn't help but feel a competitive spark. In the eldest brother, after all, wisdom isn't something he'll easily concede to Wu Tian. In their eyes, Wu Tian's only flaw had been his overly gentle nature. Now, seeing him so determined, both ancestral witches were even more motivated to guide him with all their effort. This intense focus on cultivation brought an unexpected benefit. Xianming, another ancestral witch, no longer had any opportunity to teach him a lesson. Time flew by. Wu Tian first completely refined Di Jiang's blood, imprinting the laws of space onto his soul. Then, he began refining Zhu Juyian's blood. Although the laws of time were even harder to comprehend than those of space. With Zhu Juyian's repeated demonstrations and Wu Tian's own unique experiences, he finally managed to inscribe that mysterious mark on his soul as well. The moment all 12 laws were fully established, something extraordinary happened inside Wu Tian. All the laws within him seemed to be triggered by some unknown force, erupting into violent conflict. A tremendous surge of blood energy roared through Wu Tian's body, his aura thrown into utter chaos. The entire Pangu hall was shaken to its core, with even the blood pool churning with massive waves. Sensing the disturbance, the other ancestral witches rushed over. As soon as Hutu arrived, she anxiously asked, "Brother, what's happening to Wu Tian?" Wu Tian kept his eyes tightly shut, his face twisted in pain. Strange lights of various colors flickered across his body, as if territories within him were fighting for dominance. "The laws are clashing," Zhu Juyin said in a grave tone. "But he had no trouble refining the other laws before, did he?" Hutu's worry only deepened. Though Xianming stayed silent, her furrowed brow and heavy gaze betrayed her concern. At that moment, Di Jiang arrived as well. After a quick glance at Wu Tian, he turned to Zhu Juyin and said, "Let's do it together. We need to suppress this conflict first." Zhu Juyin nodded in agreement. In an instant, both ancestral witches revealed their true forms, their powerful energies sweeping through the hall. Each unleashed a profound force, enveloping Wu Tian in an attempt to contain the chaos. A flash of mystical light filled the room. Wu Tian's breathing finally steadied, and the wild energy that had raged within him disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Daijang spoke up, "Wu Tian's physical strength is extraordinary, far surpassing the power of the laws you infused into him through your blood. However, once the power of our laws is refined by him, things become complicated. Conflict is inevitable, and relying solely on his physical strength isn't enough to suppress these forces, which is exactly why we're facing this situation now." He paused, his gaze deep and thoughtful, as if pondering a solution. "Now that we know the root of the problem, we can solve it. We either strengthen Wu Tian's body, or we help him resolve the conflict between these laws." Daijang, still maintaining his true form as an ancestral witch, floated in midair, lost in thought. Although Hutu was anxious, she stayed silent, waiting patiently. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on Daijang's face. He spoke softly, "Ha, I was prepared for this. The 12 heavenly deities formation. If we pass this formation on to him, he can use its power to control the laws within him. Isn't that the perfect solution?" The 12 heavenly deities formation is a powerful array passed down through the bloodline of the ancestral witches. It gathers the strength of all 12 ancestral witches and can even summon the true form of Pangu, Daijang explained with confidence. Wu Tian may be the 13th ancestral witch and lacks the power of the laws, so he couldn't inherit the formation before. But ever since he claimed he could bear the laws of all 12, I've been considering this formation. Today, it finally has a purpose. Following Daijang's command, the ancestral witches raised their hands, sending beams of mystical light toward Wu Tian's forehead. The lights swiftly entered his consciousness, flooding his mind with a torrent of information. Watching intently, Daijang reminded him in a low voice, "Wu Tian, your second brother, and I will help you suppress the turmoil in your body. Focus on comprehending the formation and use it to unify and control the 12 laws." Wu Tian closed his eyes and nodded slightly, then turned his full attention to understanding the mysteries of the 12 heavenly deities formation. As his comprehension deepened, the energy around him began to shift. Seeing this, the ancestral witches breathed a collective sigh of relief. Daijang lifted his head with a hint of pride, glancing at the others as if to say, "See? No matter how clever Wu Tian is, he still needs me in the end." Hutu and Xianming exchanged glances, a trace of helplessness in their eyes. They seemed to be thinking, if you knew the formation was useful, why didn't you pass it on to him sooner? If had this earlier, we might have avoided all this trouble. Daijang looked a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of it before, he had simply forgotten, and now he was regretting it. Moments later, the chaotic aura around Wu Tian gradually faded, no longer splitting into distinct rays of light as before. The 12 laws slowly settled within his body, merging with the circulation of his 9 revolutions technique, forming a mysterious and unfathomable force. The power of the formation grew stronger as the 12 laws blended together. The imprints of the laws within his soul deepened, with some even beginning to overlap, making Wu Tian's soul shine even more brilliantly. Just then, a strange sensation surged through Wu Tian. The power of the laws was becoming more complete, his body was growing stronger, and it even felt as if a primordial spirit was about to be born spontaneously. This natural transformation marked a breakthrough brought on by his strengthened body. Suddenly, the Pangu hall was rocked by a violent tremor. From the distant depths of space, a streak of purple light shot forth like a rainbow, descending toward Wu Tian's head. The purple radiance carried an overwhelming pressure, as if it could crush heaven and earth. The Hongming celestial measuring ruler. Daijang's eyes widened in shock as he cried out in surprise. In the original trajectory of the Great Desolation, the Hongming measuring ruler rarely appeared, remaining hidden within the Pangu hall of the Wu tribe and known to few. Although little was known about it among the people, there was one treasure closely connected to the Hongming measuring ruler, the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda. As one of the primordial treasures of merit, the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda was a supreme defensive artifact, acclaimed as the foremost primordial merit treasure for defense, and was obtained by Taiqing. In contrast, the Hongming measuring ruler was a weapon of offense, the preeminent primordial merit treasure for attack. The two complemented each other, one for attack and one for defense, each possessing the power to sever all karmic ties. As the Hongming measuring ruler descended, it swiftly shot into Wu Tian's spiritual platform. Instantly, a brilliant golden light of merit burst forth, illuminating Wu Tian's newly formed primordial spirit and sending a powerful tremor through him. Wu Tian was stunned. He had not expected such a supreme treasure to be hidden within Pangu Hall, nor could he have foreseen that it would be drawn to his aura and come to him of its own accord. Yet, he had no time to dwell on these thoughts. Just moments before, the ancestral witches had imparted to him the formation of the 12 heavenly gods' fiendish array. According to their instructions, Wu Tian channeled the powers of the 12 laws, embodying the strength of the 12 ancestral witches, and activated the formation within himself, temporarily resolving the conflict among the laws. However, something was still missing, a core powerful enough to stabilize the entire array. When the ancestral witches arranged the 12 heavenly gods' fiendish array, Pangu Hall served as the core. Since Pangu Hall was transformed from the heart of the great god Pangu, it could naturally suppress the entire formation. But as Wu Tian did not own Pangu Hall, he could not refine or merge it into himself. At this crucial moment, the Hongming measuring ruler descended with astonishing speed, radiating immense power as it swiftly replaced Pangu Hall as the core of the array, instantly stabilizing the previously turbulent formation. In the next moment, the power of the 12 laws surged like a flood, and the 12 heavenly gods' fiendish array began to operate at full force under the guidance of the Hongming measuring ruler. The array, now centered on the ruler, continuously absorbed Wu Tian's strength, channeling it towards the ruler as innate restrictions within the formation began to be refined. As these restrictions were broken, the golden light of merit from the Hongming measuring ruler became even more intense, its power growing ever more formidable. The operation of the array accelerated, and a subtle balance formed between the ruler and the array, with power steadily accumulating and growing stronger. At the same time, as the laws circulated around Wu Tian's body, his aura began to change. Perhaps because the laws within the ancestral witch bloodline had not fully manifested, Wu Tian was unable to reveal the true form of the ancestral witches. However, as the array continued to function, extraordinary phenomena began to appear. First, a vision emerged, a six-legged, four-winged, faceless figure resembling a large yellow pouch. Burning red like cinnabar fire was the true form of the ancestral witch Daijang. Next, a second vision appeared, a human head on a dragon's body, entirely crimson, with eyes that flickered with the essence of the law of time. This was the true form of the ancestral witch Zhujuin. Soon after, the third and fourth visions appeared in succession, circling around Wu Tian, forming a gray, ominous arc filled with murderous energy. As the array continued to operate, the true forms of all the ancestral witches manifested one after another. At that moment, a flash of gray light erupted, sending tremors throughout Pangu Hall, as if some formless power was awakening. Although the Pangu Hall was called a hall, its interior was vast and boundless, like a world unto itself, filled with an intense, endless aura of blood and killing intent. As the forceful fluctuations swept through the space, an overwhelming tide of this bloodthirsty energy surged like a raging sea. Above Wu Tian's head, the energy gathered into a massive funnel, pouring down like a torrential flood and endlessly infusing into him. Nearby, the blood pool roared with towering waves, crimson streams stretching out like ribbons, winding their way toward Wu Tian's body. The ancestral witches watched this scene intently. Even Zhu Rong, usually the most excitable among them, stood frozen, mouth agape, and utterly speechless. Time seemed to stand still, and a strange atmosphere weighed heavily in the air. For a long moment, the immense power continued to pour in. Suddenly, the 12 phantom figures surrounding Wu Tian merged into one, erupting in a fierce collision at the center. With a thunderous boom, the entire Pangu hall shook as another transformation unfolded. The ancestral witches instinctively stepped back, unable to hide their shock and, at the same time, a surge of excitement. The once illusory 12 figures had fused into a single, nearly invisible silhouette. Yet its presence was undeniable, as if Pangu himself had descended. Father God's true form. Zhu Rong finally couldn't hold back a cry of astonishment. The moment the words left his lips, the shadowy figure vanished in a flash, disappearing from sight. Immediately, Di Jiang, consumed by anger, struck Zhu Rong with a single blow, sending him flying. With a fierce glare, he seemed to demand, "Why did you have to shout so loudly? You know too much. Look at the trouble you've caused now you've startled Wu Tian." The other ancestral witches, who had been about to react, swallowed their exclamations and forced themselves to suppress their excitement. Di Jiang frowned and warned, "Don't disturb Wu Tian's cultivation again." He turned his gaze back to Wu Tian. The faint shadow had already disappeared, but Di Jiang was now more certain than ever that what he had sensed was indeed a trace of Pangu's true form. In that brief moment, Di Jiang had felt a powerful urge to bow in reverence to the Father God. Wu Tian had truly managed to manifest the true form of Pangu. Di Jiang was filled with turbulent emotions and muttered to himself, "We should have prepared ourselves for this. After all, when we refined the 12 drops of ancestral witch blood for Wu Tian, it was all for this very moment." Yet, witnessing it firsthand was still overwhelmingly shocking. After all, this was Pangu's true form. Even when the 12 ancestral witches joined forces and activated the grand array of the 12 heavenly fiends, they could only summon Pangu's true form for a fleeting instant. Yet Wu Tian, relying solely on his own strength, had managed to manifest its presence. The shadow might have been faint, but Di Jiang knew well that its appearance had nothing to do with power levels. It meant Wu Tian had taken the first step only needed to keep cultivating and growing stronger, and one day, he would be able to fully reveal it. As the shadow faded, the bloodthirsty aura within the Pangu hall quickly dissipated, and calm returned to the surroundings. After absorbing such a vast amount of energy, Wu Tian showed no trace of the ancestral witch's violent aura. Instead, he radiated a restrained, divine glow. His muscular physique was perfectly proportioned, each muscle seemingly shaped by the forces of heaven and earth, as if sculpted by the gods themselves. In the eyes of Xian Ming and Ho Tu, a subtle change flickered. They sensed that Wu Tian was not only physically stronger, but his very soul had undergone a profound transformation. The law marks inscribed within him gradually fused into a hazy gray image, vaguely taking the shape of a human figure. As this gray silhouette became fully imprinted, Wu Tian's soul underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, becoming ever more brilliant and imbued with a sense of undying truth. The Hongmeng measuring ruler suddenly flew out, and under the cleansing force of the great formation in his body, Wu Tian quickly refined it. Deep within the treasure, Wu Tian's imprint was etched in like a branding iron, marking the change of ownership. Of the 14 innate seals, Wu Tian managed to refine 24 in one go, initially just 12. But after the phantom of Pangu's true form appeared, the process surged forward like a breaking dam, allowing him to refine another 12 in a short span of time. Wu Tian let out a quiet sigh, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If only the aura of Pangu's true form had been even stronger, he might have fully refined the Hongmeng measuring ruler in one stroke. But there was nothing to be done. After all, the power contained in the 12 drops of Zhu Wu essence blood was limited. The fact that he could merge them within himself to form even a phantom of Pangu's true form was already a stroke of incredible fortune. After a while, Wu Tian calmed and organized the surging power within him, then ceased his cultivation. He opened his eyes abruptly. His gaze was sharp as lightning, piercing through the lingering haze of killing aura in the Pangu hall. His figure slowly descended from the air, landing gently on the ground. When the Zhu Wu saw this, undisguised joy appeared on their faces as they hurried over to him. Di Jiang, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward and asked, "Wu Tian, did you really manage to cultivate Pangu's true form?" Although they had witnessed that astonishing scene with their own eyes, they still needed Wu Tian to confirm it for their hearts to be at ease. Wu Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Yes and no," he replied with a chuckle. The Zhu Wu's faces lit up at first, but then froze at this ambiguous answer. Zhu Rong, looking distressed, complained, "Come on, Wu Tian, just tell us. Clearly Big Brother almost smacked me for shouting earlier and disturbing your cultivation. If anything had gone wrong with you, I'd be done for." Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh aloud. After a moment's thought, he explained in detail to Di Jiang and the others. Naturally, he hadn't truly cultivated Pangu's real body. Such a powerful existence required all 12 Zhu Wu to join forces and set up a grand formation to summon. How could he possibly achieve that with just 12 drops of essence blood? If it were really so easy, Pangu's true form wouldn't be nearly as valuable. But Wu Tian's eyes gleamed. I did gain the true essence of Pangu's form. It's now engraved into my soul as a divine ability. Although Wu Tian's physical strength was impressive, it was still worlds apart from the actual Pangu true form. However, with this new divine power, he could now burn his own blood to briefly manifest Pangu's true form, much like how the Zhu Wu could reveal their own true forms at their peak, perfectly attuned to the laws of heaven and earth. Wu Tian hadn't been born with innate laws or a Zhu Wu true form, but now he truly possessed the genuine Pangu true form. Of course, the duration and power of summoning Pangu's true form would depend on Wu Tian's own strength. The stronger he became, the greater the power he could unleash. If he tried to force it when his body was too weak, he might just end up exhausting all his energy and blood. Still, this was undoubtedly a powerful trump card in his arsenal. After Wu Tian's explanation, the Zhu Wu's worries vanished completely, replaced by pure delight. Di Jiang burst into hearty laughter. I knew it. I knew you could do it. Wu Tian, you really are the true inheritor of Father Pangu's legacy. Wu Tian looked around at everyone with a cheerful smile, cupping his hands in gratitude. I owe everything to all of you for giving me the ancestral blood and teaching me the 12 heavenly fiend formation. Without your help, how could I have achieved any of this? But the ancestor witch Dijian waved his hand dismissively. A single drop of blood is nothing. What really matters is your own talent. Even if we gave you 10 or 100 drops, it would have made no difference if you weren't worthy. He paused, then asked with curiosity, so, how strong are you now? A confident grin immediately appeared on Wu Tian's face. After this round of cultivation, he had formed his primordial spirit, refined the Hongmeng measuring ruler, mastered the powers of 12 different laws, and even gained the divine abilities of Pangu's true form. He felt a surge of explosive power within him, itching for a fierce battle to unleash it all. Hearing Dijian's question, Wu Tian's fighting spirit was reignited. With this leap in strength, he was no longer willing to be suppressed by Xianming, the ancestor witch. The time had come. He had to fight back and claim his place. He laughed and said to Dijian, why not see for yourself, brother? Then, turning his gaze to the ancestor witch Xianming, a hint of challenge flickered in his eyes as he smiled. Sister Xianming, do you dare to spar with me again? Xianming raised an eyebrow, and the coldness on her face melted into a faint, elusive smile. It seems you really have improved this time, daring to challenge me on your own. As soon as the words left her lips, her figure vanished and suddenly crashed into Wu Tian, sending him hurtling into the air. A wave of icy energy swept through the Pangu hall, chilling the very air around them. Xuanming's form split like shattered glass, transforming into countless overlapping afterimages that darted around Wu Tian with lightning speed. A barrage of thunderous blows exploded in the air, shaking the void and nearly tearing the surrounding space apart. The other ancestor witches were stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Zhu Rong couldn't help shouting, wow, Xianming actually smiled. Wu Tian's in for it now. Caught off guard by the relentless assault, Wu Tian was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the 12 heavenly fiend formation activated on its own, channeling its power to shield him from the violent onslaught. As the formation's strength gathered, Wu Tian regained his composure and silently cursed. That's not playing fair. With a wry smile, he thought to himself, she didn't even give me a chance to prepare before attacking. But Wu Tian knew all too well among the ancestor witches, fairness was never part of the game. Victory was all that mattered. Despite his complaints, Wu Tian quickly began plotting his counterattack. This time was different. Had initiated the challenge, hoping to use his newfound strength to suppress Xianming and shake her dominance. With all the ancestor witches present, defeating Xianming would certainly boost his standing among them. Luckily, Xianming hadn't gone all out. Though her attacks were fierce, she clearly had no intention of truly hurting him. She just wanted to test his strength. After a fierce round of blows, she finally paused, giving Wu Tian a chance to strike back. Wu Tian's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he unleashed all his power. Pangu's true form. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically. A surge of overwhelming force erupted from within, as if Pangu himself had descended, shaking heaven and earth. With this sharp command, a flash of gray light suddenly burst from Wu Tian's body, and his aura changed dramatically. The overwhelming presence of Pangu's true form once again filled the Pangu hall, surging outward like a tidal wave. The figure of Xianming, which had been nothing but a blur moments before, was forced into full view by this immense pressure. She had no choice but to retreat quickly, surprise flickering across her usually calm face, though a hint of satisfaction glimmered in her eyes. At this moment, Wu Tian's form remained unchanged, but it seemed as if a faint, ethereal shadow enveloped him, and every inch of his skin emitted a subtle, radiant glow. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Xianming. Though the attack appeared simple and direct, it carried a profound rhythm beneath its surface, instantly shattering the layers of ice blades before Xianming and breaking through countless laws she wielded. Caught off guard, Xianming could only cross her arms in defense. With a thunderous crash, she summoned all the power of her laws to resist, but under the suppression of the Pangu aura, her strength was held back. Helpless, she was forced to take the blow heeded. The sheer force sent pain shooting through her arms, shattering the bone spurs that had formed, and drove her stumbling backward. She barely managed to neutralize the momentum, but her blood was roiling and her energy was thrown into disarray. Yet when Xianming looked up in surprise, she saw that Wu Tian hadn't pressed his advantage. Instead, he stood calmly in the air, hands behind his back, smiling confidently at her. Xianming, now you see what I'm capable of, don't you? Wu Tian said lightly. By now, the gray light and the aura of Pangu's true form had faded, as if the earth-shattering strike from before had been nothing but an illusion. The other ancestral witches looked astonished, but it seemed reasonable to them since Wu Tian had mastered the divine art of Pangu's true form. It made sense that he could overpower Xianming. With a smile, Wu Tian continued, Xianming, I know you were sparring with me for my own good, so we'll stop after this punch just to save you a little face. Let's call it a day? Before he could finish, Xianming paused in surprise, then frowned slightly as she studied Wu Tian closely. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. Heh! Xianming let out a cold laugh, and at the same time, Huda's gentle laughter echoed nearby. Wu Tian's heart sank, new had been found out. Sure enough, Xianming gave a soft snort and, with a half-smile, said, no need to go easy on me. Come on, haven't you always wanted to best me? Now that your power has grown, I'll give you the chance. Though she had been startled by Wu Tian's display, Xianming had now noticed the flush in his cheeks and his unsteady breath. Instantly realizing the truth, while Pangu's true form was powerful, it was also extremely draining. She was sure that the strike just now had pushed Wu Tian to his limit. The realization made her both amused and a little annoyed. It actually tried to trick her. Again, Xianming called out, her voice clear and resolute. He charged straight toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian's expression changed instantly, and the calm composure on his face disappeared. He suddenly shouted, spun around, and tried to escape at top speed. Wait, listen to me first. Just as Xianming Zuwu had guessed, wielding the true power of Pangu demanded a tremendous price. Even though this strength wasn't depleted all at once, forcing it any further was clearly affecting Wu Tian's very foundation. The surge of power he had just unleashed left his blood and energy churning inside him as if it were burning. Realizing this, he quickly stopped and threw only a single punch. There was no reason to risk such a heavy price damaging his core and essence just to compete with Xianming. With a quick thought, Wu Tian decided to play it smart and tried to fool Xianming with a trick. But Xianming didn't fall for it at all. He saw through Wu Tian's little ruse in no time, his expression darkening with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Not only did he refuse to back down, but he actually attacked even more fiercely. In an instant, the Pangu hall echoed with the thunderous clash of Wu Tian's body against Xuanming's fists, followed by a series of pained cries. The other ancestral witches exchanged glances. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Hutu, and the more perceptive ones immediately saw through Wu Tian's scheme and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Watching the two tangle without end, they all burst into hearty laughter. To them, this battle was nothing more than playful sparring between companions, with no real hostility involved. Zhu Rong couldn't help but laugh out loud and tease. So that's it. Your Pangu form doesn't last very long, does it? Wu Tian was left speechless by the remark. What did he mean by doesn't last long? That was the last thing a man wanted to hear. He was instantly irritated, thinking he just didn't want to waste too much energy at the moment, but he certainly didn't want to become the butt of their jokes either. Determined not to let them laugh at his expense, he considered showing off his strength and giving these ancestral witches a demonstration. In the end, though, he held back, shot Zhu Rong a glare, and said coldly, Xianming, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for what happens next. As soon as he finished speaking, a Hongmeng heaven-measuring ruler materialized in Wu Tian's hand. Its sharp edge gleamed, surrounded by a mysterious blend of golden and purple light. Though it was a powerful offensive treasure, it radiated no vicious aura and felt otherworldly. This is the #1 innate merit attack treasure. Its power is unrivaled. If I use it at full strength, don't blame me if you get hurt. Wu Tian's tone was firm, but the wariness in his eyes was clear. Xianming just snorted, showing no sign of backing down. Although he could sense the extraordinary nature of the ruler, he felt no fear. Luckily, Di Jiang finally spoke up. All right, that's enough. Everyone, stand down. Xianming, cold and reserved by nature, always listened to his elder brother Di Jiang. He immediately withdrew his fist and stopped attacking. The two landed back on the ground. Xianming returned to his usual calm, giving Wu Tian a disdainful glance, while Wu Tian was left battered and bruised, covered in wounds. Quickly, Wu Tian summoned his inner energy to heal himself. The other ancestral witches looked at Wu Tian with laughter in their eyes. At that moment, the ever-annoying Zhu Rong grinned and said, Wu Tian, we were all worried you were too mild-mannered and uninterested in fighting, always absorbed in cultivation, not quite like the rest of us. But you actually dared to challenge Xianming today now, that's impressive. I respect that. As he spoke, Zhu Rong even gave Wu Tian a playful thumbs up. Wu Tian could only roll his eyes and force a wry smile. He had thought his newfound strength would let him defeat Xianming, but he ended up getting a harsh lesson instead, a bit embarrassing, to say the least. Yet, the other ancestral witches didn't seem to care at all. As true ancestral witches, challenging the strong was only natural. If you only dared to pick on the weak, how could you call yourself a real Zhu Wu? Wu Tian's challenge actually made them respect him even more. That's exactly the spirit of our ancestor Wu. We should be bold and unafraid to fight, Di Jiang said, looking at Wu Tian with satisfaction. Even Xianming, who was usually cold and reserved, showed a rare hint of approval in her eyes. This was the first time Wu Tian had taken the initiative to challenge someone. Before, it was always Xianming who made the first move. Encouraged by the approving gazes of the ancestor Wus, Wu Tian's earlier embarrassment vanished completely. He straightened his back and shot a provocative look at Xianming, earning a cold snort from her. The other ancestor Wus burst into laughter, filling the hall of Pangu with a cheerful atmosphere. Di Jiang spoke loudly. Haha, there's no rush. Once you fully master the Pangu true form, not only will you be able to defeat your sister Xianming, but even your second brother, and I might not be able to stand against you. At this moment, Di Jiang held Wu Tian in high regard. With the emergence of the Pangu true form, he already saw Wu Tian as the true successor to the great god Pangu, an heir of perfect and untainted Pangu blood. Di Jiang couldn't help but wonder to himself, if we hadn't been tainted by baleful energy, would we have been just like Wu Tian? With such a powerful body and a naturally born spirit, combined with innate mastery over the laws of the world, we wouldn't have to worry about the backlash from the 12 heavenly gods formation. If that were the case, wouldn't the entire prehistoric world belong to the Wu tribe? What a pity, Di Jiang sighed inwardly, but quickly regained his spirits. Still, we're lucky. Our Wu tribe now has Wu Tian. After witnessing the battle between Wu Tian and Xianming, Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin exchanged a few quiet words before making a decision. They must ensure Wu Tian's steady growth until he could fully control the Pangu true form and become the tribe's strongest trump card. With that, Di Jiang turned to Wu Tian and said seriously, Wu Tian, using the Pangu true form consumes a tremendous amount of energy. It takes all of us working together with the 12 heavenly gods formation to summon it for even a brief moment. Although you have the protection of Father Pangu and have inherited this ability, you must never use it recklessly. Wu Tian nodded quickly. Thank you for your concern, brother. I understand. That's why I only threw one punch just now before stopping. He was even more cautious than the ancestor Wus and would never use the Pangu true form lightly. However, Wu Tian hadn't expected Di Jiang to take the matter even more seriously than he had imagined. Di Jiang's expression became grave as he spoke slowly and clearly. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I don't want you to use I to even let anyone know you possess this ability. Wu Tian blinked in surprise. Huh, brother, you mean? Di Jiang gave him a playful punch on the shoulder, then grinned and explained. Didn't you say before that there are actually 13 ancestor Wus? If we keep this a secret, it'll be a real surprise for our enemies. We're not fools, we understand your thinking. So let's go all the way and keep even the Pangu true form hidden. Wu Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at Di Jiang. The other ancestor Wus, after a moment of confusion, also nodded in agreement, persuaded by Di Jiang's words. Wu Tian was more than happy with this arrangement. In fact, had already been thinking along these lines, but hadn't expected Di Jiang to bring it up first. The ancestor Wus had always been straightforward and direct, but Wu Tian noticed that, under his influence, they were starting to change. Di Jiang's suggestion had taken him completely by surprise. Delight filled Wu Tian's heart. If the ancestral witches could keep this up, thinking things through, making careful plans, they avoid the disastrous mutual destruction of the final war between the Wu and the Yaos. In that case, if he suggested retreating to the underworld to wait for a better opportunity to rise again, would the ancestral witches agree? A glimmer of hope suddenly flickered in his mind. At once, he flattered Di Jiang. Elder brother, your wisdom is truly remarkable. Hearing this, Di Jiang's face broke into a cheerful smile. He couldn't help but lift his chin and nod at Wu Tian. Of course. Did you think your big brother was just for show? Although Di Jiang already acknowledged Wu Tian's intelligence, he still considered himself no less clever. His temperament was simply affected by the killing aura. He could be impulsive and hot-blooded, and often couldn't be bothered to overthink things. It's not that I lack brains, I just don't always feel like using them, he said confidently, completely unconcerned about the Wu tribe's naturally fierce disposition. Wu Tian chuckled softly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Di Jiang's gaze shifted, turning serious as he addressed the other ancestral witches. You all heard what I just said, right? Keep everything that happened today to yourselves. From now on, don't talk carelessly about anything related to Wu Tian. He gave Zhu Rong a pointed look, his tone even more stern. Zhu Rong was speechless, grumbling inwardly. Why are you looking at me? I may be impatient, but am not an idiot. Still, Di Jiang didn't press the matter further. With a snort, he chose to trust them for now, then turned to Wu Tian again. Don't worry, Wu Tian. Right now, you can only maintain Pangu's true form for a moment. But as long as you keep getting stronger, one day you'll be able to summon it at will. Wu Tian nodded vigorously, his tone resolute. Don't worry. You're absolutely right, elder brother. He'll remember your words. He slipped in another compliment and continued with a smile. Your guidance is something he'll never forget. After a brief pause, Wu Tian spoke thoughtfully. Elder brother, the 12 heavenly fiend formation you all taught me back then was designed to harmonize conflicting laws. During my cultivation today, I gained some new insights. He paused, a spark of inspiration in his eyes. Suddenly, I've come up with a new idea. Di Jiang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, this kid's got another idea? Recalling Wu Tian's earlier suggestion to give all the merit to Ho Tuhich allowed her to form a soul, Di Jiang couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. He exchanged a glance with Zhu Juyin, then said steadily, Go ahead, let's hear it. Wu Tian composed himself and looked at everyone intently. I've gained a deep understanding of the 12 heavenly fiend formation. Its greatest strength is its ability to combine all 12 ancestral witches' powers to summon Pangu's true form. But its flaw is that the conflict between the laws and the backlash from the fiendish energy is too intense, making it hard to maintain the formation for long. He frowned slightly, recalling his previous cultivation experiences. I've encountered similar situations myself. Luckily, I managed to draw the chaos measuring ruler from Pangu Hall into my soul, using it to suppress the backlash, and eventually refined it. Di Jiang's expression shifted as he asked in confusion. Can't we use Pangu Hall to suppress the formation, then? Is there any treasure in the great desolation stronger than Pangu Hall? Wu Tian suddenly burst into laughter, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. There was no doubt that the Hall of Pangu was flawless. As the supreme treasure formed from the heart of great god Pangu, it would eventually transform into the Six Paths Reincarnation Hall under Pingxin Niang's control, its power unmatched by any other. However, what occupied Wu Tian's mind at this moment had nothing to do with this. He smiled lightly and spoke. Is it possible to add another entity to bear the backlash of the 12 heavenly star killing formation, say, Bujo Mountain? Back then, driven by the tides of fate, Gonggong's fury brought down Bujo Mountain, leading to his own death and leaving the Wu tribe burdened with inescapable karmic consequences. Wu Tian knew this was an outcome he would never willingly accept. As a descendant of the Wu tribe, especially as a Zhu Wu, if Bujo Mountain truly collapsed, even if he managed to evade the calamity between the Wu and demon tribes and escape to the underworld, he would still have to bear this inevitable karma. Yet, small changes could be made, but the grand course of destiny could not be defied. Wu Tian was uncertain whether the collapse of Bujo Mountain was already decreed by the heavenly Tao, which meant he had to prepare in advance to avoid being entangled in endless karma. If Bujo Mountain's fall was truly heaven's will, he would never allow the Wu tribe to shoulder this burden alone. What if someone else could take on this karma? Wu Tian murmured to himself, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. If Bujo Mountain was bound to the 12 heavenly star killing formation, much like Xinyuan's Earthbook formation, and breaking the formation would shake Bujo Mountain itself. Wouldn't that be even better? He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the other Zhu Wu, and said calmly, if one day the Wu tribe faces a crisis of life and death, and Bujo Mountain truly collapses, so what? Without the Wu tribe, would this world still be the wilderness we are meant to protect? Upon hearing this, Di Jiang and the others fell silent. The proposal was truly difficult to respond to. Bujo Mountain was the backbone of Father Pangu himself. Its status in the world irreplaceable. How could it be used as a shield? Wouldn't that be disrespecting their father's legacy? Di Jiang hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, but still felt it wasn't quite right. The Zhu Wu were equally conflicted, exchanging uneasy glances. On one hand, they had to admit Wu Tian's idea was highly feasible. On the other, the thought of using Bujo Mountain as a shield left them unsettled, worried it might violate Pangu's will. Seeing this, Wu Tian sighed helplessly, his tone laced with a hint of irony. Come on, the Hall of Pangu itself was formed from Pangu's heart, yet none of you ever questioned that. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin spoke slowly, his voice deep in thought. Wu Tian, Bujo Mountain isn't just a pillar of this world. If anything happened to it, it would shake the very foundations of heaven and earth. This concerns not only us, but also the world Father Pangu created. We must tread carefully. Zhu Jiyin's words were steady and grave, his eyes reflecting deep concern. As Pangu's descendants, they bore the responsibility of safeguarding this world. Any reckless decision could bring unforeseen consequences. Wu Tian nodded slightly, realizing the gravity of the issue. After a brief silence, he smiled. You're right, brother. But I'm not suggesting we permanently anchor the 12 heavenly star killing formation to Bujo Mountain. Normally, the Hall of Pangu will suppress the formation. Only in times of great crisis should Bujo Mountain be brought into play. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at the Zhu Wu, his tone resolute. If that moment comes, if the Wu tribe faces annihilation and Bujo Mountain must fall, so be it. If not us, who else could possibly bear this karma? Zhu Jiuyin fell silent at Wu Tian's words, which struck him like a heavy blow. Indeed, if this world truly had no place for the Wu tribe, where would they go? How could that be possible? Zhurong, the patriarch of the Wu, suddenly spoke up, his voice full of disdain. We are the bloodline of Pangu. This world, created by our father, was meant to be ruled by us. How could it not have room for us? The other patriarchs were momentarily stunned, but soon echoed his words, their faces full of agreement. Seeing their proud expressions, Wu Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. He had expected this. With their pride, how could they easily accept such an idea? However, not every patriarch dismissed Wu Tian's concerns. Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin, both more thoughtful than the rest, did not join in the chorus. Instead, they frowned in contemplation, clearly moved by Wu Tian's words. While Dijiang thought it unlikely, he couldn't ignore the fact that Wu Tian's previous predictions had all come true. If that day ever came, what would they do? At last, Dijiang looked up, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on Wu Tian. Very well. We'll follow your suggestion. We'll begin researching how to connect the 12 Heavenly Fiends formation to Mount Bujo, making it another trump card for the Wu tribe. Wu Tian was overjoyed to hear this. Though he didn't know what Dijiang was truly thinking, gaining his approval was already a great success. He quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your trust, brother. Wu Tian understood how hard it was to change someone's beliefs, so he chose to influence the patriarchs gradually, starting with small matters. Even if he couldn't change their minds completely, at least he could help them prepare for the worst. With this moral binding formation, the Wu tribe might be able to protect themselves in the chaotic times ahead, much like Xinyuanzi with his Earth book. Even if the great war between the Wu and the demons could not be avoided, the fallout from Mount Buz's destruction could be shifted, making it difficult for either the demon tribe or the sages to escape responsibility. With matters settled, Dijiang led the other patriarchs away. Focus on consolidating your cultivation. Leave this to us. He'll discuss the modifications to the formation with the others now. With that, they departed. Only Xianming and Huta stayed behind. After the others had gone, Huta looked worried and asked, Wu Tian, are you really that pessimistic about the Wu tribe's future? As the only patriarch to develop a primordial spirit, Hutu was especially sensitive to fate and destiny. She had sensed something from Wu Tian's actions, whether it was cultivating a primordial spirit or altering the formation today. It all seemed like preparation for some unknown future. As soon as Hutu spoke, even Xianming, the ancestral witch, looked over in surprise. Under the gaze of these two primordial goddesses, Wu Tian suddenly felt a heavy pressure. He hesitated, unsure whether he should reveal anything about the future trends of heaven and earth. After a moment of thought, he finally decided to be honest and reveal a little about what was to come. After all, in this moment of candor, especially when facing how to new, he couldn't hold anything back. He understood that the more Hutu recognized his plans, the greater the benefits they could gain during the coming war between the Wu and the demons, and the more he could change. So Wu Tian finally spoke. Sister Hutu, what do you think about the future development of our Wu clan? Hutu raised her eyebrows at his question, then gave him a playful scold, tapping his arm lightly as a smile appeared at the corner of her lips. I was the one who asked you first. Why are you turning it back on me? Speak up if you don't explain yourself. She glanced at Xianming, then turned back to Wu Tian, her smile growing even brighter. If you keep dodging the question, they'll have Sister Xianming teach you a lesson. Xianming rolled her eyes, as if to say, why don't you do it yourself? You're the one worried that Wu Tian lacks real experience, but you always want me to be the strict one. I end up the bad cop, while you get to play nice. The two began to tease each other, and the atmosphere lightened. Wu Tian could only smile helplessly as he watched them, until Huda urged him again, and he finally began to speak. After the calamity of the Dragon Han era, the world was filled with baleful energy. Our Wu clan's cultivation relies on refining our bodies with this very energy. In the days to come, our clan is sure to prosper. Hearing this, both Xianming and Hutu grew serious. They nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with Wu Tian's assessment. Yet he didn't stop there, and his tone shifted slightly. But can our Wu clan remain strong forever? As soon as he finished, Wu Tian shook his head and sighed. There's an old saying, what flourishes must decline. Can our clan really stay at its peak forever? Weren't the three tribes of the Dragon Han era the same? They rose in chaotic times to counter the threat of the primordial beasts, flourished for a while, but in the end, they too met a tragic fate. Xianming frowned, clearly dissatisfied. That's different. We are the blood descendants of Pangu. This world was created by our father. Our strength is only natural. How can we be compared to other beings? Her view clearly reflected the beliefs of most of the Wu clan. Wu Tian didn't rush to refute her, knowing how deeply this faith ran in every member of their tribe. If Huta hadn't asked him first, Wu Tian wouldn't have brought up these questions with Di Jiang or the others. But since the conversation had started, he decided not to hold back. What's the difference? Almost everything in this world was formed from the body of Father Pangu, and our Wu clan was born from his blood. Even the ancestral dragon came from Father Pangu's essence, but in the end, wasn't his fate also a tragedy? He paused briefly before continuing. Since the world was formed, calamities have come one after another. Every great catastrophe brings the rise and fall of a new protagonist. The Dragonhan calamity was just one example. Do you really think our Wu clan can escape this fate? Xianming wanted to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. Hutu grabbed Wu Tian's arm, stopping him before he could act on impulse. Wu Tian could only let out a cold snort, stifling his frustration. Huta's expression grew serious, showing she had taken Wu Tian's words to heart. She frowned in thought for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh. It's not easy, thinking so far ahead for the Wu clan, Huta said with a sigh, then asked curiously, but if that's how you feel, why haven't you brought it up with our brothers? Wu Tian shook his head helplessly. I'd like to, but our clan is still small, just beginning to grow. If I told them the Wu clan would decline in the future, how could they accept it? He pointed at Xianming and continued, honestly, they'd probably get even more worked up than Xianming. Being singled out, Xianming immediately bristled and lunged at Wu Tian. Fortunately, Hutu reacted quickly and held her back. Hutu also looked exasperated. You're right. Our brothers are eager to accomplish great things. If you brought this up now, they definitely wouldn't take it well, Huta said, her gaze turning thoughtful, clearly taking Wu Tian's warning to heart. After a moment, Huta smiled and said, it's fine to discuss this just between us. There's no need to tell our brothers. Even if we've seen what can go wrong, as long as we siblings work together, maybe we can overcome these limits and keep the Wu clan thriving. Wu Tian understood what she meant and nodded with a smile. Huta turned and whispered a few words to Xianming. Although Xianming still looked conflicted, she soon nodded in agreement. The three of them let the matter drop. Huta then changed the subject, showing concern for Wu Tian's cultivation. Do you still need more blood from the ancestral witches? She asked, looking ready to offer her own again. Wu Tian quickly waved his hands. No, that's not necessary. One drop as a catalyst is enough. I can't rely on your blood for my cultivation. It wouldn't be right. The blood of the ancestral witches contained the power of the laws they controlled, and giving too much would weaken their own strength. If it weren't for that, they would have used their blood to nurture more great witches long ago. In truth, ancestral witch blood was extremely precious to the entire Wu clan, and few great witches had ever received it. Wu Tian had already fused the power of 12 laws, imprinting them on his soul as a foundation. Now he simply needed to absorb the world's energy and refine the power of the laws to grow stronger. While ancestral witch blood or other treasures rich in energy and law power could speed up his cultivation, they weren't essential. After politely declining, Wu Tian smiled and added, however, if either of you could help me find treasures or innate spiritual roots rich in the power of laws, I'd be very grateful. The Wu clan didn't care much about such things. Even with innate treasures, like the Hongming measuring ruler before, the ancestral witches were only mildly surprised and didn't even bother to ask about it. So this request wasn't unreasonable. Huda laughed at his words. All right, we'll keep an eye out for you. Not just Mei or sister Xianming will help too, and I'll mention it to our brothers as well. After Xianming and Hutu departed, Wu Tian finally let out a breath of relief. His gaze slowly swept toward the entrance of the Pangu hall, his eyes filled with countless thoughts. After a moment, he closed his eyes again and sat down cross-legged. He had already spent a long time in this hall, and at last, he sensed the faint trace of a breakthrough. Although he had once wanted to venture outside and witness the vastness and mysteries of the prehistoric world with his own eyes, he ultimately steadied his heart. There was no rush. The upcoming Tao lecture by Han Jun was what he truly looked forward to. When that moment arrived, the great figures of the world would reveal themselves one by one, and he would naturally have the chance to discover more secrets of the universe. So he sat quietly by the blood pool, continuing his cultivation. Wu Tian felt no impatience about his progress. His primordial spirit had yet to fully form, and he didn't dwell excessively on his current stage. The Wu tribe's cultivation path was simple and direct, with 3 distinct ranks: Ancestral Wu, Great Wu, and Lesser Wu. Though rough, it was straightforward. As the 13th Ancestral Wu, Wu Tian's strength was among the weaker of his peers, but in terms of physical body, he had already reached the level of a Deluo Golden Immortal. At this point, he had fused 12 different laws, advanced his 9-fold primordial art to the 6th cycle, and his powerful body was beginning to nurture his primordial spirit. Wu Tian sensed that his primordial spirit had already made a breakthrough. By rights, he should now be at the level of a Tai Golden Immortal. Although Hongjun had yet to begin his teachings, and the cultivation hierarchy of this world was still unclear, Wu Tian had his own understanding. A Deluo Golden Immortal is marked by the fullness of 5 vital energies and the blooming of 3 spiritual flowers, he murmured, recalling his insight into this realm. The so-called fullness of 5 energies referred to the innate 5-element energies within a cultivator's organs, representing the perfect mastery of the 5-element laws above the soul. Later, when Hongjun established the Taoist sect and passed down the path of immortality, most cultivators used this as their foundation. When the 5 energies were perfectly inscribed upon the soul, one could ascend to the Luo Golden Immortal. However, Wu Tian was different, possessed 12 laws, not just the 5 elements. For him, the concept of 5 energies and 3 flowers didn't quite apply. Moreover, the mark inscribed upon his primordial spirit wasn't the 5-element law, but rather a chaotic imprint formed by the fusion of 12 laws. The imprint was far from complete, hadn't even reached the stage of perfection. So, while his physical body possessed the strength of a Deluo Golden Immortal, his primordial spirit remained at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Does this mean my path is far more difficult than others? Wu Tian wondered to himself. To break through to Deluo Golden Immortal, he might need to refine and inscribe each of the 12 laws, achieving perfection before he could advance. The thought made him fall silent for a moment. The process would be arduous, but if he could achieve it, Wu Tian knew his power would far surpass others at the same stage. He nodded inwardly, feeling that this path suited his ambitions. If not, how could he hope to prove the Tao through strength alone? How could he be content to follow Hongjun's path of dividing the self? Wu Tian smiled faintly. Though he had some doubts, he didn't dwell on them. After all, Hongjun's lecture was about to begin, and his questions would likely be answered then. He adjusted his spiritual power once more and focused on his breathing. Suddenly, 3 streaks of blood-red light shot through the air, shimmering with treasure-like brilliance as the blood essence of Zulong descended from above. The blood carried the aura of the wood and water laws, swirling like miniature true dragons, radiating immense power. Everything was ready. Hongjun's lecture was about to commence, and the grand era of the Wu and demon tribes was about to unfold. Countless powerful beings would emerge, and fierce struggles and conflicts would erupt across this land. Wu Tian, too, would use the vast power of this world to rise quickly and face even greater challenges ahead. Refining the blood of the ancestral dragon was undoubtedly the best choice. The moment the 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood merged into Wu Tian's body, a surge of wild, untamed power exploded within him. Scorching energy roared through his veins, threatening to break free from the confines of his flesh. At this critical juncture, the 9-fold primordial art began to circulate, acting like an invisible net that enveloped and divided the rampaging blood energy, guiding this immense force to flow steadily throughout his body. The powers of the water and wood laws fused together in the wake of the blood's eruption, transforming into 2 ferocious, dragon-like forces rampaging inside Wu Tian. 2 blood-red lines appeared on his skin, pulsating and writhing, but they were firmly suppressed by the overwhelming blood energy. As the 9-fold primordial art continued to operate, these 2 forces gradually became subdued, slowly absorbed and refined. Suddenly, faint shadows began to appear around the mark on Wu Tian's soul that represented Pangu's true form. These shadows strongly resembled the auras of Gonggong and Zhumong, 2 of the ancestral witches. So refining a particular law's power will trigger the corresponding ancestral witch's phantom? Wu Tian mused. Gonggong mastered water, Zhumong controlled wood, both matching the laws within the ancestral dragon's blood. Just as he was worrying about the imbalance of these laws, the 2 phantoms suddenly flickered, and the silhouettes of the other ancestral witches began to appear in turn. This was the mysterious interplay of the laws, each generating and restraining the others. By the time the ancestral dragon's blood had been fully refined, 12 phantoms surrounded the Pangu mark. Though dimmer than the initial images of Gonggong and Zhumong, they maintained a subtle and harmonious balance. With a flash, the Pangu mark caused the 12 phantoms to vanish, but the grayish mark itself grew larger and clearer, faintly taking on a human shape. Wu Tian felt a spark of understanding. His grasp of the laws had deepened. Now, he could unleash Pangu's divine power 3 times in succession, rather than just once. Ancestral dragon, it's still not quite enough, Wu Tian muttered to himself. But when he sensed the changes in his 5 organs and noticed that his kidneys were now clearly stronger than the others, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This transformation finally rid him of the fear that he might, like the other ancestral witches, be unable to have children. That was precisely why he had asked Xianming and Hutu to help him find the ancestral dragon's blood in the first place. Seeing this reassuring change, Wu Tian could hardly wait to put it to the test. But Wu Tian only hesitated for a moment before shaking his head decisively. His gaze was firm as he thought to himself, it's more important to focus on increasing my strength. Although he had made significant progress recently, there was still a huge gap between him and his two Zhou sisters. He had no desire to invite disaster upon himself and get beaten up for no reason. Unlike Wu Tian's caution, the Zhou were bold and decisive in their actions, holding nothing back. They absorbed the baleful energy of heaven and earth to temper their bodies and consumed the blood of ferocious beasts without hesitation. As their physical bodies grew stronger, their mastery over the laws of nature improved at the same time. Wu Tian carefully estimated the strength of the Zhou. Most of them had already reached the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal, while the strongest Di Jiang and Zhu Jian were on the verge of breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. In this era, before Hongjun's teachings and before the concepts of saints and quasi-saints existed, Hunyuan Golden Immortal was the next step after the Luo Golden Immortal. The Zhou were truly blessed by nature, born with cultivation methods in their bloodlines, and innately able to control a particular law. For them, the path up to Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal was almost free of obstacles. This also explained why the Zhou showed little interest when Wu Tian mentioned Hongjun's teachings. The Wu clan is indeed extraordinarily gifted, Wu Tian thought, watching the Zhou effortlessly wield the laws of nature. He couldn't help but feel envious. He himself had to painstakingly engrave the laws and consume countless rare resources, while the Zhou only needed to cultivate step by step. As their bodies grew stronger, their grasp of the laws came as naturally as eating or drinking. While Wu Tian was focused on his cultivation, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin gathered together, both frowning with serious expressions. After a long silence, Di Jiang finally spoke. "Second brother, what do you think about what Wu Tian said?" Zhu Jiuyin immediately understood. Di Jiang wasn't referring to changing the 12 heavenly fiend formation, but to something far more troubling, the prophecy that the primordial world might one day no longer tolerate the Wu clan. As the masters of space and time, the two Zhou were fierce by nature, but far from foolish. Wu Tian's words had struck a chord with them. After all, he had proven accurate with his predictions more than once. He had even foretold the downfall of the three great clans during their peak, saying that all would ultimately fall and that Hongjun would be the final victor. At the time, the Zhou hadn't fully believed him. After all, the three clans were immensely powerful, and surely at least one would come out on top. Yet history had proved otherwise. All three clans had met tragic ends, and their leaders had sacrificed themselves to preserve a last hope for their people, vowing to protect the primordial world. Zhu Jiuyin sighed softly and said, "I don't want to believe it. Either our Wu clan is the true heir of Pangu, absorbing the baleful energy of heaven and earth and stabilizing the primordial world. How could such a day ever come?" But although Wu Tian may seem lazy, he's actually the smartest among the ancestral witches and the one most attuned to the workings of fate. Maybe it's because he was the last to be born and carries the least amount of baleful energy. He never says anything without a reason. A thoughtful glint flashed in Zhu Jiyin's eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, "Still, there's no need to worry. Wu Tian always has his reasons. Since he advised us to modify the 12 heavenly fiends formation, we should just follow his suggestion. There's nothing to lose. And if things turn out as he said, our tribe will have a powerful new trump card." Normally quiet and reserved, Zhu Jiuyin seemed unusually talkative when it was just him and Di Jiang. He raised his head, a sharp light glinting in his eyes, his expression becoming extremely serious. "Besides, once our cultivation advances further, you and I can combine our powers over space and time and peer to the very end of time itself. Then we'll naturally see how the future unfolds." Di Jiang's frown deepened at these words. If they really tried to observe the river of time, as Zhu Jiuyin suggested, there was no guarantee what they would see, only that there would be tremendous backlash. Even so, Di Jiang didn't object. After a moment of silence, he nodded solemnly. "All right." Seeing Di Jiang's grave expression, Zhu Jiyin's lips curled into a slight smile, and his tone lightened. "Big brother, we don't need to be so worried. After all, we are the blood descendants of Father Pangu. As long as this world exists, we will always have our share of fortune. In this land of primordial chaos, strength is what matters most. As long as we're strong enough, what do we have to fear?" Zhu Jiyin's eyes flickered as he went on. "Besides, we still have Wu Tian. He's different from the rest of us. Ancestral Wuchesh alone embodies the power of 12 laws, and now he's given us this warning. Maybe he's the path Father Pangu left for our tribe." Di Jiang blinked, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Huh, that's right, Father Pangu will surely protect us." After this conversation, the worries in the two ancestral witches' hearts quickly faded. They put the matter aside and turned their attention to the 12 heavenly fiends formation. This was the way of the Wu tribe, quick to worry, quick to let go. But before they could come to any conclusions, a vast voice suddenly echoed across the heavens. Hongjun's calm words, empowered by the heavenly Tao, resounded in the ears of every cultivator in the world. "I am Hongjun. I have attained sainthood. 3,000 years from now, I will lecture in the Ziao Palace. All who are fated may come." Hearing this, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin sprang to their feet. their gaze piercing the skies and reaching beyond the primordial world, a faint sense in their hearts telling them exactly where the Ziao palace was. Di Jiang's expression grew even more serious. So Hongjun really is going to give a lecture. Wu Tian was right again. The two exchanged a glance, recalling their earlier conversation, and a heavy look appeared in their eyes, though neither spoke of it. After a moment, Zhu Juyin said, "Let's go. Gather the ancestral witches and find Wu Tian." But in truth, there was no need for them to send word to every other ancestral, which had heard Hongjun's announcement as well. Seeing Wu Tian's words come true once again, they were all shocked and immediately hurried back to the Pangu Hall. Hongjun's voice echoed throughout the vast wilderness, yet it did not reach the Pangu Hall. This hall, transformed from Pangu's heart, possessed a powerful force that shielded it from the workings of fate. Even the aura of the heavenly Tao could not penetrate its walls. As a result, Wu Tian remained unaware of the sermon until he awoke from his cultivation and overheard Di Jiang mention it to the other ancestral witches. At these words, Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Has it already begun? Di Jiang exchanged a glance with Zhu Jiuyin and nodded slightly. That's right. You were spot on again. A hint of depth flickered in Di Jiang's eyes as he studied Wu Tian, quietly weighing his thoughts. At that moment, he resolved to pay even greater attention to the 12 heavenly fiends' grand array. Wu Tian, however, seemed unconcerned by Di Jiang's gaze, secretly amused if his actions could provoke changes in Di Jiang. That might be a good thing. With everything settled, Wu Tian sprang to his feet, unable to contain his eagerness. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. His urgency was obvious. He couldn't afford to waste a moment. If they didn't set out quickly, how could they hope to reach the Ziao Palace in the chaos before anyone else? Although he had no intention of competing for the Hongmeng Purple Qi or becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao, that didn't stop him from claiming a seat that represented a saint's opportunity. After all, if he didn't need it himself, he could always trade it with someone else. At the very least, he could disrupt Hongjun's plans and enjoy the resulting chaos. That was Wu Tian's thinking, but the other ancestral witches saw things differently. Although they had been persuaded by his arguments and agreed to go, they didn't share his sense of urgency. They looked at him with confusion. Gong even frowned and said, "There are still 3,000 years to Gaoi Rush now?" The other ancestral witches also looked at Wu Tian curiously. Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin's eyes glinted with interest, while Hutu appeared thoughtful. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, understanding their doubts, but finding it hard to explain. He glanced at Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin, figuring that as long as he convinced his eldest and second brothers, the rest would follow. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "I mentioned before that Hongjun's sermon isn't just his personal decision, it's also arranged by the heavenly Tao. That means this sermon is bound to hold great opportunities. With so many people eager to attend, it's first come, first served." Di Jiang frowned, lost in thought. He cared little for the heavenly Tao or so-called opportunities. The Wu tribe had no interest in magical treasures. Their only reverence was for Father Pangu. Still, Wu Tian's predictions had come true time and again, and Di Jiang became even more cautious. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin smiled and interjected, "No need to rush. We don't have to leave in such a hurry. Our people need to be settled, and who knows how long the sermon at Ziao Palace will actually take after 3,000 years. Wu Tian paused, then nodded. "You're right, I was too impatient." But Zhu Jiuyin seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled again. "Big Brother controls the laws of space, and I control the laws of time. If we join forces just to travel, no one in the entire wilderness can match our speed." Wu Tian immediately understood, and his anxiety eased. He realized that while it was important to hurry, proper preparation was just as crucial. With that, the doubts among the ancestral witches gradually faded. Wu Tian, now filled with anticipation, prepared to set out with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin on this journey into the unknown. They would definitely find Ziao Palace first. Wu Tian's heart stirred, and he nodded to himself. That made sense. The urgency on his face eased, and his expression gradually relaxed. At that moment, Daijing also laughed and said, "Then it's settled. Gather the great witches at once. Once everything is in order, we'll set off to the chaos beyond the great desolation to search for Ziao Palace." As he finished, his gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes full of determination and urgency. Seeing that both Daijing and Zhu Jiuyin had made up their minds, the other ancestral witches quickly pushed aside their doubts, nodded silently, and began sending out messages to summon their followers. In no time, the great witches gathered at Pangu Hall like shooting stars. Wu Tian was quite familiar with this scene. He had known these great witches since the moment they were born. He had spent years at the blood pool refining the ancestral witches' blood, so he understood them well. Likewise, the great witches knew about Wu Tian's identity, though they kept it secret in public, following the strict orders of Daijing and the other ancestral witches. When all the great witches had arrived, they stood in formation, bowed deeply, and greeted in unison, "Greetings, ancestral witches." Their voices boomed, shaking the very halls of Pangu Hall. Daijing waved for them to rise, and briefly explained the plan to visit Ziao Palace to listen to the Tao. He instructed the great witches to take good care of their people and to leave nothing to chance. Among them, Qiyu stepped forward first, cupping his fists and saying in a steady voice, "Rest assured, ancestral witches. We swear to protect the Wu clan with our lives." His tone was resolute, and his eyes burned with fighting spirit. The other great witches echoed his words, their faces determined, ready to defend their clan to the last. Daijang was delighted, giving Qiyu a heavy pat on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "Excellent. This is the spirit of our Wu clan." Wu Tian almost wanted to advise them. If you hold on to land and lose your people, you lose everything. But if you preserve your people even at the cost of land, all can be regained. But after a moment's thought, he held back, knew such words would fall on deaf ears among the Wu clan. Besides, when Hongjun began his sermon, nearly every powerful being in the Great Desolation would head to Ziao Palace. The Wu clan would be relatively safe, and the great witches wouldn't be in much danger. In the end, Wu Tian smiled at the assembled great witches and said, "While we're away, Pangu Hall will stay right here. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, retreat into the hall and wait for our return. We'll settle the score together." His words lifted their spirits even higher. The great witches cupped their fists and replied in unison, "Thank you, Ancestor Wu Tian." Their voices were full of respect and trust. With everything arranged, the great witches dispersed to handle clan affairs. Wu Tian, meanwhile, called Jiufeng and Ho Yi to his side. He was close friends with Xianming and Hutu, and he jointly led the Hoda tribe. Since Xianming and Hutu practiced the Xianming and Hoda laws, which resonated with Jiufeng and Ho Yi, Wu Tian had something specific to entrust to them. He looked at them seriously and said, "While you two are in the foothills of Bujo Mountain, keep an eye out for some Thingus 7-colored gourd vine. If you find it, protect it at all costs and report to me when I return." Jiufeng and Ho Yi straightened at his words, cupped their fists, and replied solemnly, "We will obey, Ancestor. We'll do our utmost to find it." Wu Tian nodded, seeing their determination, and smiled slightly. He explained, "This all depends on fate. If you can't find it, don't force it or blame yourselves. I have other plans." In truth, Wu Tian had suddenly remembered the existence of the primordial gourd vine. That spiritual root would appear during the sermon, and its gourds would be fought over before they even ripened. Even the vine itself would end up in Nuwa's hands, eventually becoming her whip for creating humans. Naturally, Wu Tian hoped to claim it ahead of time. The problem was, he couldn't recall after which sermon the gourd vine would appear, or even if it had already emerged. For now, all he could do was ask Jiufeng and Ho Yi to keep a close watch. If they managed to find it first, it would be a stroke of luck. If not, Wu Tian planned to search Bujo Mountain himself after the sermon. And if he still came up empty-handed, he'd just have to accept everything in the Great Desolation was a matter of fate and opportunity. He resolved that, if it came to it, he'd keep a close eye on the 3 pure ones and the others, and at the very least, make sure to get a share if the vine appeared. Jiufeng and Ho Yi bowed again. "We will obey, Ancestor. We won't let you down." Wu Tian nodded with a smile, already weighing his next moves in his mind. Jiufeng and Ho Yi both nodded, their tense expressions instantly relaxing. A wave of relief washed over them, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. They had indeed worried about how to explain themselves to the ancestral Wu if they failed to find what Wu Tian had mentioned. Fortunately, Wu Tian's reassuring words just now had eased their anxiety. They exchanged a glance, the same thought flashing through their eyes. Wu Tian was truly easy to get along with. Among all the great Wu Tian was known for being unconventional, often immersing himself in cultivation alone within the Pangu Hall. Whenever they spoke, he was always gentle and courteous, never quick-tempered like the other ancestral Wu. Even Hutu, known for her mild temper, occasionally lost her patience, but Wu Tian had never once raised his voice at them. Suddenly, they realized this was the first time Wu Tian had ever asked them to do something. The thought made them both tense with determination, silently vowing to find the 7-colored gourd vine for Wu Tian no matter what. After Jiufeng and Ho Yi left, a curious glint appeared in Huda's eyes as she turned to Wu Tian and asked, "Wu Tian, is this innate gourd vine you mentioned really that important?" Wu Tian nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his face. "It is one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. Each gourd on it possesses its own wonders, but what matters most is that this gourd vine is tied to a great opportunity." He was, of course, referring to the opportunity to create life. For something so significant, Wu Tian was determined to be involved, and the innate gourd vine was the key to his participation. Huta nodded thoughtfully at his words. She was already accustomed to Wu Tian's knowledge of such secrets, and no longer questioned how he knew these things. Perhaps every ancestral Wu had their own unique gifts. Wu Tian's seemed to be his ability to sense the grand movements of the Tao and various opportunities. A faint smile curved Huda's lips. "If they can't find it, they'll help you search after the teaching is over." Meanwhile, Xianming, who had been silent, gave Wu Tian a look that made her intentions clear. She would help as well. A warm feeling rose in Wu Tian's heart. He respectfully cupped his hands to the two ancestral Wu. Thank you, sisters. Once everything was settled, Di Jiang and the other ancestral Wu finished their preparations in the Pangu hall. When all was ready, they gathered around Wu Tian. Di Jiang smiled and said, let's go. It's time for us to head to Ziao Palace and listen to the Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, the laws of space activated, sweeping all the ancestral Wu up and carrying them out of the Pangu hall. In the blink of an eye, as if space itself had shifted, Wu Tian found himself outside the hall, soaring through the vast void toward the area where the nine heavens gale blew with the greatest force. Di Jiang's mastery over the laws of space was truly impressive, making travel incredibly efficient. The scenery changed rapidly before their eyes, as if space was folding in on itself. In just a few breaths, they had already reached the heights of the nine heavens. At this moment, Zhu Juyin also lent his power. The combined force of their laws enveloped their small group in a faint glow. The raging gales of the nine heavens, though fierce, were completely kept at bay by this protective light. Di Jiang's lips curled into a cold smile. That Hongjun claims anyone with fate can come and listen to the Tao, but I say only those with strength can make it. The nine heavens gale is so fierce that no one below the golden immortal realm could possibly survive it. Yet he refuses to say so plainly, talking about fate and luring all those overconfident fools to risk their lives. With that, Di Jiang let out a sarcastic snort, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wu Tian sensed something unusual and instinctively turned to look into the distance. A figure was swept up by the fierce winds of the ninth heaven, its form distorted and eroded by the force, until it finally lost control and plummeted toward the vast land below. He couldn't help but shake his head. Di Jiang's words were blunt, but they revealed an undeniable truth of the primordial world. Opportunities and treasures may belong to those who are worthy, but ultimately, power is the foundation of everything. Some say that the primordial world is not just about conflict, but also about personal connections and social ties. Yet, only when you possess enough strength will others care to discuss these matters with you. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wu Tian's gaze drifted toward the other ancestral witches. He felt Di Jiang's eyes shift to him, filled with a hint of curiosity. However, Di Jiang didn't press the issue. Instead, he smiled and said, Wu Tian, this is the perfect time for you to comprehend the laws. Take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. Wu Tian was different from the other ancestral witches. Each of the others mastered their own innate laws, but when faced with the laws of space and time, they couldn't comprehend them due to conflicting powers. Wu Tian, however, had already cultivated his primordial spirit and was able to bear the power of all 12 laws. Gratefully, he nodded to Di Jiang, thanked him, and settled himself in the void, surrounded by the ancestral witches. Slowly, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, his primordial spirit emerged from the top of his head, spreading his senses outward to touch the power of the laws released by Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin. His consciousness was instantly struck by the overwhelming force of the laws, flooding his mind with endless insights. The laws of space and time were quickly engraved upon his soul. At that moment, the phantom forms of Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin appeared within his spirit, and the energy of the laws around him began to surge and intensify. The power of the other laws followed, growing stronger and gradually taking shape. Nearby, Hota noticed this, and her eyes suddenly brightened with a smile. Since we have nothing else to do, why don't we help Wu Tian as well? Without waiting for a response, she unleashed a heavy, earthen glow as her own law manifested, enveloping the surrounding barrier. Not to be outdone, Xianming followed suit, summoning her own law. With their participation, the power of the laws layered upon each other, and the surrounding light quickly became even more chaotic. Seeing this, Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin exchanged helpless glances, their expressions tinged with frustration, yet they did not intervene. The combined force of the laws created a pressure that even they found difficult to bear. At that moment, a mysterious golden light flashed from Wu Tian's primordial spirit, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler flew out from within him, hovering steadily above his head and slowly rotating. The aura of this great merit treasure instantly subdued the conflict between the laws. The clashes among the laws gradually eased, but Wu Tian understood that the ancestral witches were not using their full strength. They only hoped to help him better comprehend the laws and absorb their essence. With the appearance of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the engraving of the 12 laws within Wu Tian's soul accelerated dramatically. The 12 phantom forms of the ancestral witches surrounding him began to shine brighter. Their power started to break through the membrane of chaos, gradually transcending the primordial world and entering the boundless chaos beyond. In the midst of chaos, all paths had ceased to exist. There was no time, no space, and none of the great laws of the universe. The radiance surrounding the ancestral witches resembled a small world, shattering countless chaotic currents around them and carving a brilliant trail through the boundless expanse. Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin, following a faint sense deep within, led the group of ancestral witches through the chaos. Their figures sometimes vanished into the swirling currents, only to reappear as they pressed steadily forward in a determined direction. "We're here." Di Jiang's voice suddenly rang out. Wu Tian jolted awake, withdrawing from his profound meditative state. He felt the changes in the laws within his body and was quietly delighted. The countless laws he had absorbed during this seemingly endless journey had further strengthened the imprints on his soul. After a quick assessment, Wu Tian realized that his progress during this period was even greater than what he had achieved by refining 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood. The imprints of the laws had increased by at least 20%. Such an opportunity was impossible to find in the Great Desolation, since the 12 ancestral witches were notoriously impatient and could hardly ever work together to help someone like this. Wu Tian calmed the laws within him, allowed his soul to retreat into his spiritual platform, and drew the primordial measuring ruler into his soul as well, using it to stabilize his fate and destiny. He slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him took him by surprise. So this is the Ziao Palace? Amidst the endless chaos, where turbulent currents usually raged, there now appeared a vast expanse of emptiness like an independent world. The Ziao Palace stood alone at its center, its structure simple and unadorned, yet faintly shimmering with a divine glow. Infinite Taoist rhythms flowed from within, giving rise to countless mystical visions above it, and its formidable aura kept all the surrounding chaos at bay. Wu Tian looked around and saw no one else. The main doors of the Ziao Palace were tightly shut. It seemed they truly were the first to arrive. At that moment, Di Jiang said with a sense of pride, "See, didn't I tell you? We'd definitely get here before anyone else. You won't miss your chance to carry out your plans." Wu Tian smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to respond, 3 figures suddenly shot out from the chaotic currents to the side and sped straight toward the Ziao Palace without hesitation. Among them, one appeared as an elderly man with white hair, another as a dignified middle-aged man, and the third was a handsome, refined youth. Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat. Though he had never seen the 3 pure ones in person, Di Jiang and the others had described them before, so he recognized them instantly. "The 3 pure ones!" Wu Tian exclaimed. The 3 pure ones were formed from the split primordial spirit of Pangu, just like the ancestral witches, but their relationship had always been tense. The ancestral witches were born with a fierce aura and a belligerent nature, while the 3 pure ones looked down on them for being too rough. In turn, the ancestral witches resented the 3 pure ones' arrogance, often thinking, "We share the same origin, so what gives them the right to look down on us?" Now, seeing the 3 pure ones arrive, Di Jiang's competitive spirit ignited. With a call to Zhujuin, the laws of space and time around the ancestral witches surged, and their speed suddenly increased. They were determined to reach the Ziao Palace ahead of the 3 pure ones. Taiqing, Yuanshi, and Tongtian also noticed the figures of the ancestral witches, and a sense of curiosity arose in their hearts. These 12 ancestral witches had always been proud and aloof. Why would they all come together to listen to Hanjun's teachings? The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with suspicion as they noticed Wu Tian, who was surrounded by the ancestral witches. There was something distinctly different about him compared to the others. Who was that? Could he be one of the Wu tribe as well? Despite the thick barriers of space and time laws, they couldn't make out Wu Tian's details, but it was clear at a glance that he stood apart from the ancestral witches. Although their minds raced with questions, the 3 purities didn't slow down. Their auras intertwined as one, and they sped toward the gates of Ziao Palace. As they entered the area under Ziao Palace's suppression, the chaotic energy around them instantly cleared. The 3 purities quickly noticed something unusual. Normally, in the chaos, no external forces could be drawn upon, and everyone could only rely on their own strength. But here, it was as if a small world had been carved out within the chaos, sustained by the power of the Great Desolation's heavenly Tao. With this external energy to draw upon, their speed increased again, and they shot toward Ziao Palace even faster. For Daijang and Zhu Junin, however, the experience was completely different. Once they entered the area influenced by Ziao Palace, their previously swift pace slowed dramatically. It felt as if they were wading through mud. The closer they got to Ziao Palace, the slower they moved. "What's going on?" Wu Tian paused in surprise, then looked thoughtfully toward Ziao Palace. "What's this about? The sermon hasn't even started, and Hongjun is already playing tricks?" Wu Tian was puzzled as he watched the 3 purities disappear into Ziao Palace. Soon after, 2 more figures shot out from the chaos, overtaking the ancestral witches as well, a brother and sister, Fushi and Nuwa. Just like the 3 purities, the oppressive chaos vanished for them as soon as they entered Ziao Palace's domain, and their speed increased even further. Seeing more people enter Ziao Palace ahead of them, Daijang and Zhu Junin frowned, anger flashing across their faces. They glared coldly at the palace, clearly on the verge of lashing out. They knew all too well that they were being targeted. That old fox Hongjun. Daijang couldn't help but curse. He didn't care much about the opportunities Wu Tian had mentioned. but had already boasted in front of his brothers. Now, being deliberately held back at the last moment was particularly humiliating. Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Don't be hasty, brother. Let's get inside first. This is Hongjun's territory, connected directly to the heavenly Tao. If we cause trouble here, things might not go our way." While Wu Tian was trying to calm the ancestral witches, he had also gained some insight. At the very least, he realized that the seating arrangement in Ziao Palace wasn't entirely left to chance. It was Hongjun's doing. Otherwise, why would Hongjun secretly block the ancestral witches from entering early? If they had gone in first, 6 seats wouldn't have been enough for them, and the idea that the meditation cushions represented the chance to become a saint would have been meaningless. Meanwhile, deep within Ziao Palace, Hongjun watched the scene unfold with a shadowed gaze, equally taken aback. He couldn't understand why all 12 ancestral witches had shown up, and so early at that. According to the fate head divined after becoming a saint, only Xianming and Hudu were supposed to attend his sermon. Where had things gone wrong? Hongjun was filled with doubt. Hongjun had only recently become a sage, and his mastery over the heavenly Tao was far from the level he would later achieve when he merged with it entirely. Now, watching the ancestors of the Wu clan appear ahead of schedule, he frowned, a trace of confusion flickering in his heart. This can't be happening, Hongjun thought to himself. He repeatedly tried to divine the future, but every outcome pointed in the same direction, one that was completely at odds with what was unfolding before him. After weighing his options for a moment, Hongjun made a decisive move. He summoned the power of the heavenly Tao, casting it like an invisible net over the ancestors of the Wu clan, hoping to slow their approach to the Ziao Palace. He had to ensure that the 3 pure ones, Fuxi and Nuwa, would enter first. It was a risky decision. The Wu ancestors were notoriously proud and unruly. If they were enraged by this, things could easily spiral out of control. What made it even trickier was the upcoming tribulation. The Wu clan was destined to possess great fortune, and he couldn't risk openly attacking them. But if he did nothing and let the Wu ancestors claim all the seats in Ziao Palace, the plans he had so carefully laid would be ruined. The 3 pure ones, Sankingware, the true heirs of Pangu, formed from the division of Pangu's primordial spirit, and were destined to be the favored children of fate in the primordial world. If he could take them as disciples, their immense fortune would help him reach even greater heights. Although Nuwa was different from the 3 pure ones, she too was destined for great opportunity and lasting fortune. She was not to be overlooked. Yet the Wu ancestors' response caught Hongjun off guard. He watched this unruly group warily, only to find that after a moment of anger, they managed to restrain themselves. This unusual reaction deepened Hongjun's suspicion. As it turned out, this was thanks to persuasion from Wu Tian. Even so, Daijang could barely contain his fury. He didn't curse at Hongjun directly, but instead called out loudly, "Brothers, let's move." In an instant, the Wu ancestors unleashed a tremendous aura. Unlike the restrained demonstration they'd shown Wu Tian earlier, this time their power surged fiercely, clashing heat-in with the might of Ziao Palace. With a resounding boom, they broke free from their restraints and shot toward the palace like arrows from a bow. Wu Tian let out a silent sigh of relief. Thanks to his efforts, the Wu ancestors had managed not to cause chaos on Hongjun's territory, avoiding a potential disaster. As he considered how they might still secure at least 2 seats, he suddenly noticed 2 figures passing by: the Wu ancestors Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, walking side by side, and Kuanpeng, traveling alone. As Xinyuanzi and Hongyun passed, they nodded politely to the Wu ancestors, their faces warm and friendly. The 2 brothers had always been this way, modest, unassuming, and at peace with the world. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun couldn't help but wonder to themselves, what's going on? The moment they entered this place, they felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if they had returned to the ancient primordial world. Their powers flowed more smoothly than usual. But why did these ancestral witches seem so odd? Little did they know that the ancestral witches were being suppressed by the power of Ziao Palace, while they themselves had been given special blessings by Hongjun, making them stand out from the rest. As the 3 figures quickly disappeared, Wu Tian stood frozen in place, dumbfounded, inwardly cursing. Are you kidding me? This is shameless. I was the one who brought the ancestral witches here first. But as soon as Ziao Palace intervenes, Hongjun pulls these kinds of tricks. In Wu Tian's mind, Hongjun was always an unfathomable figure. If he ever interfered, it should be subtle and effortless, never so blatant and obvious. This is just too crude, Wu Tian fumed inwardly. In truth, Hongjun himself felt quite helpless. He had his plans carefully laid out, but who could have predicted that the ancestral witches would arrive together, and even beat Ziao Palace to it? This completely disrupted his arrangements. If he didn't intervene now to prevent the Wu clan from taking their seats, things could spiral out of control. So, Hongjun had no choice but to forcefully step in, paying no heed to appearances or finesse. His gaze swept over the ancestral witches, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he wondered, what has changed about them? Is there some unexpected variable at play? Hongjun then looked at Wu Tian. Although his expression remained calm and composed, he detected nothing unusual. After all, Wu Tian's identity was anything but simple, and with the chaos-measuring ruler concealing his aura, even Han Jun couldn't see through his true secrets. With the arrival of the ancestral witches, the atmosphere inside Ziao Palace became especially solemn. The three pure ones were already quietly seated on the frontmost meditation cushions. Contrary to Wu Tian's earlier expectations, there weren't just 3 seats in Ziao Palace, there were 7 in total. The three pure ones naturally sat at the very front. Next were the siblings Fuxi and Yuhua. Fuxi, wise and perceptive, understood that these seats could represent great opportunities, but instead of rushing to claim one, he sat cross-legged behind Yuhua. If this truly is a heaven-sent chance, it's likely more powerful beings will vie for it, Fuxi thought to himself. With the strength Yuhua and I have, it's enough if we can secure just one seat. So, the two of them chose the safest position. Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuanping entered next, taking the 5th and 6th seats. Interestingly, Jin Yuanzi seemed to have his own intentions. Like Fuxi, he chose to sit behind Han Yun rather than taking the 7th seat. Seeing this, Wu Tian smiled and, without hesitation, guided Hutu toward the 7th cushion. Hutu, you've achieved your primordial spirit. Go ahead and take this seat, Wu Tian said with a smile. The ancestral witches had no objections. Only Huda hesitated, a trace of emotion flickering in her eyes as she looked back at Wu Tian, as if wanting to say something. She clearly remembered how eager Wu Tian had been to reach Ziao Palace first, precisely because the front seats promised great fortune. Now, he was letting her take one. Was he really willing to give up such an opportunity? She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wu Tian just smiled, gently pressing Hutu onto the 7th cushion. Then he turned to the other ancestral witches and spoke in a low voice. Don't worry. Soon, Han Yun will give up his seat to us voluntarily. Not only that, he'll personally thank the Wu clan and owe us a huge favor. Trust me. Wu Tian's tone was light and teasing, but filled with confidence. The attention of the ancestral witches was instantly drawn, and they even forgot their anger for a moment. They looked at Han Yun, their eyes filled with confusion and doubt. Was he really calling this a stroke of good fortune? Giving up a seat that symbolized such a great opportunity, and expecting them to be grateful for it? Their looks seemed to say, has Han Yun lost his mind? But Wu Tian understood. Although Han Yun and Zinyuanzi were known as nice guys in the Great Desolation, they were certainly no fools. As for Zinyuanzi, he would later become the ancestor of Earth Immortals, the Grand Immortal Jinyuan, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, and one of only 2 who could take on human form, the other being Yangmei Daxian, who could rival Hanjun himself. Moreover, Zinyuanzi possessed the mysterious Earth Book, which could create an inescapable barrier and impose a powerful moral restraint. Clearly, he was anything but lacking in wisdom. What confirmed this even more for Wu Tian was that Zinyuanzi didn't fight for the last seat like the other elders of the Wu clan. Instead, he sat beside Han Yun and stood behind him protectively, much like Fuxi guarded Nu, anticipating the fierce conflict that might break out at any moment. Han Yun's gesture wasn't simply about kindness or tolerance. There seemed to be a deeper, unspoken reason behind it. Wu Tian pondered these details, trying to guess at the complicated motivations in play. At that moment, all the ancestral witches focused their gaze on Han Yun and Zinyuanzi. Their eyes were direct and sharp, making the two feel a sudden pressure. Han Yun's expression became stiff, but he managed to force a slight smile. He slowly turned his head, glancing at the ancestral witches and giving a small nod, before quickly turning back to meet Zinyuanzi's gaze. His eyes were full of uncertainty. Zinyuanzi, what do you think the ancestral witches are up to? Why are they looking at us like that? Are they planning something unfriendly? Zinyuanzi was just as confused, thinking to himself, I have no idea what they want. But this is the Ziao Palace. Surely the ancestral witches wouldn't dare act out of line in front of Hanjun. Besides, we haven't done anything to draw attention. They shouldn't have any reason to target us, right? Eventually, Zinyuanzi couldn't hold back his curiosity. Pushing aside his doubts, he looked over at the ancestral witches, settling his gaze on the friendliest among them, Wu Tian. Trying to steady himself, he asked with a polite yet cautious smile, Fellow Taoist, I don't believe we've met before. May I ask your name? His tone was respectful but a bit reserved. Wu Tian looked at Zinyuanzi and Han Yun, smiling gently as he signaled to Daijang and the others, feeling a bit helpless. Their blatant stares were making things awkward, and he thought to himself, how can they just stare at people like that? No wonder Han Yun and Zinyuanzi are so unsettled. Sensing this, Daijang gave a soft snort and withdrew his intense, unfriendly gaze. He lowered his head, exchanging glances and silent messages with Zhu Junyin and the others, all the while listening closely to the conversation between Wu Tian, Han Yun, and Zinyuanzi. Wu Tian then smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone. Haha, it's no surprise you haven't seen me before, Zinyuanzi. I rarely venture out in the Great Desolation. I am Wu Tian of the Wu tribe. As for your names, I've heard of both of you. Your reputations precede you, and I've long hoped wed meet. The ancestral witches often say you two are known as the kindest souls in all the land. His voice was filled with sincerity and goodwill, his words gentle and appropriate. Hearing this, both Xinyuanzi and Han Yun relaxed, and their smiles became more genuine. Still, there was a trace of doubt in their hearts. Being called the nicest guys felt a bit odd, as if there was a subtle note of teasing hidden in those words, leaving them slightly uneasy. Wu Tian wore a sincere expression, leaving Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun to quietly reflect and wonder if they had been overthinking things. Jin Yuanzi shook his head modestly, smiling as he said, "You're too kind, my friend. The ancestor witches praise us too much. Han Yun and I simply prefer a peaceful life, free from conflict. We hardly deserve the title of pushovers." As they spoke in hushed tones, the three pure ones, along with Fushi and Nuwa, couldn't help but glance over, a hint of curiosity flickering in their eyes. They were all familiar with the 12 ancestor witches, having either met them or heard tales of their exploits. These formidable beings had remained silent for a time following the calamity of the Dragon Han era, but unlike other factions, the ancestor witches had been remarkably direct on the battlefield, rushing in to claim the fallen and clean up after the fight, never bothering to hide their intentions. Their boldness had long shocked the denizens of the Great Desolation, and stories of their exploits spread quickly, turning them into legends. Yet Wu Tian seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, never having shown himself in the Great Desolation before. The ancestor witch's attitude toward him was especially intriguing, leaving many to wonder about Wu Tian's true identity. When Wu Tian introduced himself, everyone paused in surprise, exchanging glances. So his name was Wu Tian. The name sparked a sense of recognition among many, and they nodded almost imperceptibly. Most quietly thought to themselves, Wu Tian must be an outstanding member of the Wu tribe, perhaps just beneath the ancestor witches in status, someone favored enough to be given this rare chance to attend the teachings at Ziao Palace. Only Hong Jun remained puzzled. Though he had yet to reveal himself, every inch of the Ziao Palace was under his control, and he heard every word exchanged between Wu Tian and Zhen Yuanzi. Upon hearing Wu Tian's name, Hong Jun couldn't help but frown slightly. "Wu Tian," he murmured, displeasure stirring in his heart. As the first sage of the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun had always valued his authority and reputation in the Great Desolation. The name Wu Tian gave him a subtle sense of opposition, as if it carried a hint of challenge. Coupled with the Wu tribe's notoriously unruly nature, Hong Jun's irritation only deepened. If not for his concern over the ancestor witch's dignity, he might have immediately used the power of the Tao to investigate Wu Tian's true origins. Meanwhile, Wu Tian's conversation with Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun continued warmly. Wu Tian harbored no ill intentions. If anything, he was genuinely interested in befriending them. While the ancestor witches were warriors on the front lines, he preferred making friends and building connections. He had long heard of Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun's reputations and thought highly of them as potential allies. Throughout the conversation, Wu Tian's words were filled with sincerity and goodwill, and Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun found themselves opening up as well, their dialogue growing more enthusiastic. The topic shifted, and Han Yun couldn't help but join in with a laugh, saying to Wu Tian, after the teachings are finished, I simply must visit Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuan's ginseng fruit is truly delicious. It's worth tasting at least once. Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi wasn't annoyed. He just rolled his eyes at Han Yun with a helpless smile and replied, "If you come, my friend, they'll be sure to give you a warm welcome." Wu Tian burst out laughing. "Huh, then I'll hold you to that. I've heard so much about the ginseng fruit, I'm really curious to try it." Seeing the three of them chatting so happily, the nearby ancestor witches, including Daijang, frowned in confusion. Weren't they just discussing seating arrangements? How had the conversation suddenly shifted to ginseng fruit? At that moment, a cold snort interrupted their conversation, laced with displeasure. Wu Tian, Zhen Yuanzi, and Han Yun's smiles froze as they looked at one another in surprise. Wu Tian furrowed his brow, and the 12 ancestor witches immediately fixed their gaze on Yuanshi Tianzuan among the three pure ones. 24 pairs of eyes flashed coldly, as if they were staring down an uninvited guest. "Yuanshi, what do you mean by this?" Dijong's voice thundered through Ziao Palace, leaving no room for courtesy toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. He didn't even wait for Wu Tian to speak before launching straight into confrontation. The sudden outburst made Xinyuanzi's heart skip a beat, and he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Just moments ago, he had been wondering if the rumors about the Wu tribe's difficult temperament were exaggerated, only to be proven wrong in an instant. Still, he knew it wasn't his place to intervene now. After all, Yuanshi Tianzuan's cold snort was aimed not just at Wu Tian, but at both him and Han Yun as well. He didn't want to fall out with the three pure ones, but neither could he stop the ancestral Wu from stepping forward. Xinyuanzi exchanged a knowing glance with Han Yun, then turned his attention to the three pure ones. Taishang, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tang Tian all looked thoroughly displeased, with Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression especially dark. By now, many cultivators had entered Ziao Palace, and, witnessing the scene, looked on in shock and growing curiosity. With so many eyes on him, how could Yuanshi Tianzuan possibly back down? After a brief silence, he replied coldly, "What do I mean? I should ask what you mean. We are here in Ziao Palace to listen to the Tao, yet you make such a commotion. How is this proper? Where is your sense of courtesy?" Among the three pure ones, Yuanshi Tianzuan valued propriety the most, and his personality was now on full display. In his view, everyone had come to hear the Tao and should wait quietly in the palace. Such noise was completely out of order. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ancestral Wu reacted in outrage. The most hot-tempered among them, Zhu Rong, shot to his feet, eyes blazing, and snapped. "What business is it of yours? Does this palace belong to you?" Zhu Rong's blunt words left Yuanshi Tianzuan's face alternating between red and pale. He was about to rise and confront Zhu Rong when Taishang frowned slightly and spoke in a calm tone. "Second brother." That gentle call stopped Yuanshi Tianzuan in his tracks. Taishang cast a deep, meaningful glance at the ancestral Wu before settling his gaze on Yuanshi Tianzuan. This is, after all, a sage's domain. Though he didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. Wanted Yuanshi Tianzuan to let the matter go. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flickered, and after a cold snort, he turned away from the ancestral Wu. While Taishang had restrained his brother, it was clear he still sided with him, implying that the problem lay with the ancestral Wu. Seeing this, Wu Tian was immediately dissatisfied. Ziao Palace didn't belong to Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Hongjun had never set any rules. What right did Yuanshi Tianzuan have to act as the enforcer here? Others at least had some excuse to act with authority, but Yuanshi Tianzuan had none. Still, Wu Tian didn't voice this directly. Instead, he turned to the three pure ones, a faint smile playing at his lips. "Really, Yuanshi, your anger is misplaced. Before the lecture begins, it's only natural for us to mingle, make friends, and share insights. That's part of why we come to Ziao Palace to learn and grow together. But if you keep picking fights and blaming others, isn't that the real disruption?" Yuanshi Tianzuan was left speechless. By Wu Tian's logic, he was the one being unreasonable and even seemed to be the one stirring up trouble in Ziao Palace. Taishang's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wu Tian, his eyes dark with meaning. "What's going on here? Since when did the Wu tribe become so clever and articulate? Just a moment ago, Tong Tian looked like he was united in anger against a common enemy. But after hearing Wu Tian's words, a spark flashed in his eyes, and he started thinking to himself, that's true. Why should we get upset when someone chooses their own friends? If it's among brothers, that's one thing, but outsiders won't put up with your attitude." He grew even more curious and turned his attention to Wu Tian. Seeing the change in the expressions of the three pure ones, Di Jiang, who had been fuming with anger, suddenly broke into a grin. Excitedly, he slapped Wu Tian on the shoulder. Wu Tian could only give a wry smile as he glanced back, catching Di Jiang's approving look as if to say, "Well said. That's exactly how I feel." Zhu Rong, the ancestor of fire, watched as Yuanshi Tianzuan was left speechless, raised his eyebrows at him with a smug look, and then sat down. "Our Wu tribe knows how to reason." The ancestor Wus were all invigorated by Wu Tian's sharp words, each one sharing in his pride. Wu Tian nodded at them, signaling with his eyes for them to calm down. Once Zhu Rong had also taken his seat, Wu Tian turned his gaze back to the three pure ones. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression grew even darker. His eyes flickered as he silently considered how to respond. Wu Tian gave a faint smile and, adopting a gentle, instructive tone, said, "Sigh for the sake of Father Pangu. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't use your status as Pangu's true heir to constantly act so superior and overbearing." Yuanshi Tianzuan was so angry at these words that he nearly coughed up blood. After the Longhan calamity, was there anyone in the great wilderness more arrogant than the ancestor was? And now Wu Tian had the nerve to say this? The others all had strange looks on their faces, but at a time like this, no one was foolish enough to jump out and become a target for the Wu tribe or the three pure ones. Just then, Wu Tian smiled again and said, "It's only because Jin Yuan and Hong Yun are so generous that you're not in more trouble. With your attitude, anyone else would have refused to let it go." Zinyuanzi and Hong Yun were both startled, looking at Wu Tian helplessly, their eyes pleading, "Wu Tian, please don't make things harder for us. We thought you were a rare exception among the Wu tribe, but it seems we were wrong. You are just as formidable as the ancestor was." Zinyuanzi sighed inwardly. All he and his brother wanted was to avoid entanglements and live freely. They had no desire to get involved in a dispute with the three pure ones or provoke Yuanshi Tianzuan. They weren't as strong as the three pure ones, nor did they have the numbers. Zinyuanzi and Hong Yun glanced anxiously at the three pure ones, worried that they might now be targeted. But at this moment, the three pure ones had no attention to spare for them. Their eyes were fixed on Wu Tian, their gazes deep and intense. If Taiching hadn't pulled Yuanshi Tianzuan back, he might have already leaped up in anger. Despite being under their scrutiny, Wu Tian remained relaxed. What was there to fear? Did they really dare to make a move in Ziao Palace? The ancestor was might, but Taiching and the others certainly wouldn't. When Di Jiang looked like he wanted to step forward and shield him, Wu Tian just smiled and shook his head, then ignored the three pure ones altogether. Wu Tian had always believed in steady progress, but when it came to Yuanshi Tianzuan, he just couldn't hold back and finally let out his frustrations. He felt a wave of relief, as if a blockage in his heart had cleared. Indeed, after a brief exchange, the three pure ones managed to suppress their irritation. After all, Yuanshi Tianzuan had started the provocation, so losing a bit of face now was only fair. Taiching even quietly sent a message to calm him. Don't act rashly, remember why we're here. Meanwhile, Wu Tian continued to communicate with Xinyuanzi and Han Yun, but this time via divine sense so others couldn't hear. Wu Tian chuckled and said, "Why are you two so nervous?" Xinyuanzi gave a bitter smile, while Han Yun looked a bit embarrassed. Wu Tian went on, "I know you both seek a life of freedom and wish to avoid unnecessary entanglements, but you should know fate isn't something you can escape just because you want to. Take your seat, Han Yun, for example." Wu Tian paused slightly at this point, immediately drawing the attention of Xinyuanzi and Han Yun. Both of them looked serious and concerned. "Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, are you saying there's something wrong with these seats?" Han Yun couldn't help but ask. Wu Tian didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to glance behind him. By now, quite a few figures had already gathered inside Ziao Palace. The seats in the front row were long occupied, forcing latecomers to sit on the floor or, like the ancestral witches, bring their own cushions. Those who saw themselves as mighty experts were all casting sharp, thoughtful glances at the few seated at the front, each harboring their own intentions. Although Wu Tian had never met them before, he could instantly recognize their identities from their appearance and bearing. The most striking among them were two handsome men dressed in golden robes, each covered in white flame patterns and adorned with sun star emblems. The one with a more commanding presence was Dijuan, the future demon emperor, while the other, who exuded a more domineering air and wore an ancient, rune-covered bell at his waist, was Tai, born together with the Chaos Bell. These brothers were born on the Fusang tree of the Sun Star and would one day lead the demon race as the Demon Emperor and Eastern Emperor, becoming the greatest enemies of the witch tribe. When Wu Tian's gaze met those of Dijuan and Tai, Dijuan gave him a faint smile and a nod, while Tai frowned slightly. Wu Tian responded with a polite nod and then shifted his attention to the others. One figure radiated a foul, bloody aura, none other than Patriarch Mingi, born from the Nether Blood Sea. Famous for his saying, "As long as the Blood Sea exists, Mingi will not perish," he was boldly eyeing those who had claimed cushions, his eyes full of greed. Not only was he daring, but he was also known throughout the primordial world for his cunning, earning the nickname Bandit King. Also present were the Eastern Prince and Queen Mother of the West, both born from the primordial yin and yang, along with several other powerful beings Wu Tian could not yet identify. Most of these figures had their eyes fixed on Yuhua, Han Yun, and Kunping. The three pure ones were too powerful, and the ancestral witches too numerous, so no one dared provoke them. Sensing these covetous glances, Fux's expression darkened. He slowly turned his head to scan the crowd, silently vowing that no one would dare touch his sister unless they stepped over his dead body. The determination on Fux's face quickly made many avert their gaze, focusing instead on Han Yun and Kunping. Han Yun at least had Xinyuanzi as an ally, but Kunping, who always kept to himself, looked particularly isolated. From the moment he entered Ziao Palace, Kunping had kept his head down, not involving himself in the affairs between Wu Tian and the three pure ones, nor even looking up. Ironically, this only made him stand out even more, drawing the attention of all and subjecting him to the greatest pressure. He looked as if he was trembling slightly at this moment. Wu Tian turned around and continued communicating with Xinyuanzi and Han Yun through divine sense, chuckling as he said, "Look at the grand Ziao Palace, with so many people gathered to hear the Tao. Yet there are only 7 cushions in the front row. Anyone with a bit of sense can guess there must be something special about these cushions. That sitting on them carries a great opportunity, right?" Xinyuanzi and Han Yun nodded in agreement, a look of understanding flashing in their eyes. That was exactly the case. They had long since noticed the burning, covetous gazes from behind. That's why, even though there were still seats available when they arrived, they followed the example of Fushi and Yuhua, and only took 1 cushion each. Xinyuanzi smiled wryly to himself. Perhaps the reputation of himself and his brother as good men had become too widespread throughout the Great Desolation, and they simply didn't inspire enough fear. Even with his own protection, the greedy eyes on Han Yun's seat were hardly fewer than those fixed on Kunping. Xinyuanzi could even sense that, if it weren't for everyone's wariness of Wu Tian beside them, someone might have already come forward to forcefully seize the seat. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun both sighed quietly, already understanding the deeper meaning behind Wu Tian's words. Now that Han Yun was seated on this cushion, he was bound to its cause and effect. Their eyes met, and Han Yun signaled with a glance. "Maybe we should give this seat to Wu Tian instead? That way, we wouldn't have to get tangled up in this karma." Up to now, the two of them only knew that the seats represented a great opportunity, but they didn't know how significant or important it was. nor that the seats were connected to the Hongmeng purple qi, a chance to become a saint. Because of this, Xinyuanzi and Han Yun didn't want to get too deeply involved in unknown karma. They well understood the saying, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Sai, all I ever wanted was to roam the great desolation with brother Xinyuan, taste the ginseng fruit every now and then, and discuss the Tao in peace. That's all. Han Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After thinking for a moment, Han Yun quietly sent a message to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, why don't you take this seat instead? Your Wu tribe is strong and numerous, and the ancestor witches are feared throughout the land. I doubt anyone would dare covet your seat. As he spoke, he had already started to get up and offer his place. Wu Tian reacted quickly, reaching out with a gentle force to stop him. He was inwardly surprised, just as he suspected. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun really didn't want to get involved in trouble for the sake of an unknown opportunity. In fact, in the original turn of events, Han Yun gave up his seat to Jane and Juanti, losing both the Hongmeng purple qi, the chance to become a saint, and also entangling Kunping in the process. Even though it was Jane and Juanti who forced Kunping, and Yuanshi Tianzuan who humiliated him, Kunping ended up resenting Han Yun the most. If I can't deal with them, surely I can at least take it out on you. Han Yun? Han Yun, don't be hasty. Wu Tian quickly stopped him. This seat is indeed an opportunity, but it also consumes your own luck and fortune. The greater the opportunity, the more it costs. Now that you've already sat down, giving it up would only make things worse. If you don't accept what heaven offers, you'll only bring misfortune upon yourself. As the first cloud to appear between heaven and earth, and said to have been stained with Pangu's heartblood, Han Yun's fortune was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten this seat in the first place. But if he gave up the seat now, and then somehow ended up with the last Hongmeng purple qi, it would mean he had spent the luck for sainthood twice. With such a loss, who else but him would be doomed? Although Han Yun was willing to give up his seat, Wu Tian didn't want to accept it. In fact, he sincerely hoped Han Yun would stand firm and not give it up. If you ask me, you too should learn from my Wu tribe. If anyone tries to take what's yours, just fight them for it, Wu Tian continued. Right now, in the Great Desolation, there's hardly anyone who could kill you too without paying a heavy price, right? After hearing this, Han Yun fell silent, and Xinyuanzi looked deep in thought. Neither of them were naturally combative, so it was difficult for them to adopt such a resolute attitude. After a long while, the two finally looked at Wu Tian with grateful eyes. Thank you for your advice. Di Jiang had been closely watching the interaction between the three. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying through their divine sense, he could see Han Yun's attempt to stand up and Wu Tian stopping him, and had a good idea of what was going on. His eyes flashed with surprise. Han Yun really was going to give his seat to Wu Tian? And he's even grateful to him? But why would Wu Tian refuse? Perplexed, Di Jiang quietly tugged on Wu Tian's arm and asked in a low voice, Wu Tian, why didn't you accept it? At this moment, Dai Jiang gazed at the scene before him, thoroughly impressed by Wu Tian. Just as Wu Tian had predicted earlier, Han Yun's eyes were filled not only with gratitude, but also a hint of guilt that came from having given up his seat to Wu Tian, thereby passing on the burden of karma to the Wu tribe. Yet, what puzzled Dai Jiang was that, at the crucial moment, Wu Tian actually refused Han Yun's offer. Previously, Wu Tian had urged the ancestral witches to rush to the Ziao palace, and after encountering trouble at the palace gates, all signs pointed to his determination to claim the seat. But now, he was turning down the opportunity that was right in front of him. Wu Tian, what exactly are you planning? Dai Jiang thought, casting a questioning glance at him. Wu Tian responded with a faint smile, sending a message in secret. Be patient, brother. Let's wait a little longer. He had his own calculations. If Han Yun could withstand the pressure and insist on keeping his seat, perhaps this could change the fate of the world and allow Han Yun to become a saint. That would be an incredible boon for the Wu tribe. Even if Han Yun eventually caved, Wu Tian couldn't accept the seat too hastily. After all, the seat represented the Hongmeng purple qi, and if he accepted it now, Han Yun and Jin Yuanzi would likely hold a grudge, suspecting him of taking advantage of the situation. The best moment would be to wait until Jane and Junie arrived and Han Yun was under immense pressure, then step forward to accept the seat. That way, even if the truth came out later, any resentment would be directed at Jane and Junie rather than himself. But another worry crept into his mind. If he did get the seat, would Hongjun still distribute the Hongmeng purple qi as originally planned? The resistance the ancestral witches faced outside the Ziao palace had already shown that Hongjun was not as detached as he appeared. The seating arrangement was likely part of his scheme, and if Wu Tian disrupted it, would Hongjun simply stand by? After considering for a moment, Wu Tian smiled to himself. It doesn't matter. I never intended to refine the Hongmeng purple qi and become a saint anyway. If I can't get it, so be it. Being able to test a few things out is already the greatest gain. Hearing Wu Tian's reasoning, Dai Jiang was still puzzled but didn't press further. He nodded solemnly to Wu Tian and replied in a low voice, All right. All of us brothers and sisters believe in you. Do what you must, we'll support you with everything we have. Let's see who dares to stand against you. He shot a fierce glare toward the direction of the three pure ones, his gaze as sharp as a blade, aimed straight at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a stinging pain from this almost tangible stare and immediately frowned. Just as he was about to retort, Taishang's voice sounded in his ear. The sermon is about to begin. Hold back a little longer, don't complicate things now. Yuanshi Tianzuan could only suppress his anger. Although the three pure ones had taken form for some time, they always remained united and kept a low profile. Since the beginning of the world, they had rarely appeared during the Dragon Han catastrophe, quietly cultivating in Kunlun Mountain. Even after obtaining the Hongmeng purple qi, they only began to emerge in the world after becoming saints. In terms of caution, the three pure ones were unrivaled in the primordial era. As time passed, one figure after another shot out from the chaos and landed inside the Ziao Palace. Strangely enough, the palace seemed to expand on its own to accommodate the growing number of guests, always maintaining a sense of spaciousness. Every newcomer's gaze naturally fell upon the seven figures in the front row, their stares building an invisible pressure. Kunpeng felt it most keenly, his back prickling with discomfort. At this moment, Tai gently stroked the chaos bell and quietly sent a message to Dijuan. Brother, shouldn't we make a move? There are only 7 seats in the front row, and I've noticed these seats are brimming with Taoist energy. There must be a great opportunity here. Wu Tian and the ancestral witches brought their own cushions, but they're nothing compared to the original 7. The more people arrive, the harder it'll be to act. Dijuan frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over those in the front row before replying in a low voice. It's not that simple. The 3 pure ones and the ancestral witches go without saying, but Fuxi and Nuwa are also formidable, and even Hongyun might be protected by the ancestral witches. He recalled how close Wu Tian seemed with Hongyun and Xinyuanzi earlier, and how Wu Tian stood up to Yuanshi Tianzuan without any fear of opposing the 3 pure ones. Even Dijuan felt uncertain about challenging the 12 ancestral witches. Tai, however, fixed his gaze on Kunpeng and said bluntly, I'm not talking about them. Kunpeng is alone. We should target him and force him to give up his seat. If we brothers can claim just one spot, that's enough. As he spoke, he couldn't help but take a step forward. Kunpeng immediately sensed the danger, every feather standing on end, and turned to look warily at Dijuan and Tai, eyes filled with caution. Dijuan quickly pulled Tai back and advised, forget it. The sermon is about to start, and Sage Hongjun may be watching us in secret. If we cause trouble now and miss the sermon, it would be a huge loss. Among the 2 golden crows of the Sun Star, Tai was domineering, but Dijuan was more strategic and possessed a natural leadership. Hearing his brother's words, Tai, though unwilling, had no choice but to step back. Just as Tai was stewing in regret, 2 figures suddenly flew into Ziao Palace. It was Jane and Juni from the west. As soon as they entered, they quickly scanned the hall, exchanged a glance, and headed straight for the front row, making a beeline for Hongyun and Kunpeng. Brother, this is bad. They're about to make a move. Tai grew even more anxious and regretful. He had just been talked out of taking action, and now Jane and Juni were about to seize the opportunity. Daijin's eyes narrowed, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Jane and Junti had arrived late and hadn't witnessed the earlier interactions between Wu Tian, Hongyun, and Xinyuanzi, nor did they know about Wu Tian's confrontation with Yuanshi. Dijuan immediately sent a message to Tai, chuckling softly, don't worry, looks like we're about to see some drama. Tai immediately understood Daijin's intentions and fixed his sharp gaze on Jane and Junti, a hint of anticipation growing in his heart. At the same time, Wu Tian sensed something amiss, suddenly turning around to lock eyes with Jane and Junti, a faint, ambiguous smile appearing on his face. Junti's steps came to a sudden halt, his brows knitting together. Who is this person? Why is he looking at us like that? Thoughts raced through Junti's mind as he considered the possibilities. However, he quickly pushed those thoughts aside, gritted his teeth, and moved behind Hongyun and Kunpeng, his expression shifting instantly to one of deep sorrow, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Sai Junti let out a long, sorrowful sigh. My brother and I have come all the way from the Western world, journeying through chaos and braving countless dangers. Who would have thought we'd arrive at Ziao Palace only to find ourselves so late that not even a seat remains? What a tragedy! As he spoke, Junti managed to squeeze out a few crystalline tears that slid slowly down his cheeks, his performance remarkably realistic. Wu Tian, watching from the side, couldn't help but marvel. Jane, standing nearby, played along perfectly, sighing repeatedly, his naturally sorrowful demeanor making his misery seem even more genuine than Junti's exaggerated weeping. The other immortals and gods in Ziao Palace frowned in response, their eyes filled with disapproval. A series of faint, dismissive snorts echoed through the hall. Humph, so there are no seats left. Does your misery give you the right to demand one in Ziao Palace? Why should we care? Someone muttered quietly. Everyone knew that Jane and Junti were innate beings from the Western world. During the great calamity of the Longhan era, the war between Hongjun and Lu devastated the western lands. The infamous immortal slaying sword formation was crafted by Lu, using the earth veins of the west. With those veins extracted, the spiritual energy there became thin, life withered, and the land turned barren. But what did that have to do with those present in Ziao Palace? It wasn't as if they owed Jane and Zhuanti anything. Despite the contemptuous looks from the crowd, Zhuanti maintained his composure and continued to recount the hardships of the West and the misfortunes he and his brother had endured. Meanwhile, his gaze bore intensely into the backs of Hongyun and Kuanping, making both of them feel increasingly uneasy and restless. Hongyun sighed inwardly, here comes trouble. But recalling Wuxian's earlier warning, he could only grit his teeth and pretend not to hear Zunti's persistent complaints. Just then, Zhuanti secretly summoned his power, sending an invisible force crashing toward Hongyun and Kuanping, nearly knocking them off their seats. With a flash of light, both men immediately channeled their own powers to resist, forcefully steadying themselves. Hongyun turned, his face dark, eyes sharp as blades fixed on Zhuanti. Kuanping lowered his head, jaw clenched, his face as black as ink. At that moment, Zenyuanzi, standing nearby, also sensed something was wrong and frowned at Zhuanti along with Hongyun. Yet Zunti's face remained full of pleading, as if he had nothing to do with the earlier attack, and he said earnestly, I hope you can show some understanding, my friends. Give this seat to my brother and me. We would be deeply grateful. In the future, all living beings in the West will benefit from this sermon, and they will surely remember your kindness. Zunti's voice was gentle, but his gaze was unwavering, locking onto Hongyun with a determination that would not be denied. Hongyun couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This Zhuanti was truly shameless, had just launched a sneak attack, and now he pretended as if nothing had happened at all. Hongyun grew wary. People like this were the hardest to deal with. If he refused outright, it could provoke a fierce conflict with Zhuanti and Jane. Even if he managed to keep his seat, having them as enemies would bode ill for the future. Hongyun exchanged a glance with Zenyuanzi, both feeling a twinge of regret. If only they had insisted on giving the seat to Wu Tian earlier, they wouldn't be in such an awkward situation now. The two of them looked toward Wu Tian, but found it difficult to speak up. Suggesting now that Wu Tian take the seat would be tantamount to asking him to intervene on their behalf. Sensing their gaze, Wu Tian realized the time had come. Zhuanti noticed Hongyun and Zenyuanzi's attention shift, but he didn't care. In his eyes, this unremarkable Wu Tian was no one of consequence. Zhuanti always picked the easy target. She wouldn't dare provoke the likes of the three pure ones, and he had already steered clear of Fushi and Hutu. That left Hongyun and Kuanping as his targets. Even with Zenyuanzi by Hongyun's side, Zhuanti knew their temperaments well and didn't consider them a real threat. If you two would be so generous, Zhuanti said with a false smile, my brother and I will never forget your kindness. Well, owe you a great favor. As he spoke, he began to edge toward Hongyun's seat. Suddenly, Wu Tian raised a hand to block him, his voice calm but absolutely firm. Hold on. If you want to take Hongyun's seat, shouldn't you ask me first? Jane and Zhuanti turned their sharp, icy gazes on Wu Tian. And who are you to meddle in our business? To them, Wu Tian was a stranger. Though he sat with the ancestral witches, he showed no trace of their fearsome aura, so they didn't suspect any connection to the Wu clan. Around them, those powerful beings who had arrived early, and the cultivators who already knew Wuxian's identity, watched with gloating excitement, eager for the drama about to unfold. Wu Tian ignored the pressure from Zhuanti and Jane, his tone still composed. Hongyun already gave his seat to me. If you want it, you'll have to go through me first. Before he finished, Zhuanti interrupted with a cold snort. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you can stop me? Just as he was about to swing his seven-treasure tree, a wave of murderous intent surged toward him, forcing him to step back. The ancestral witch Daijang and the others rose to their feet in unison, their killing aura shaking the hall. Daijang didn't care that they were in the Ziao Palace. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Zhuanti, while Zhu Junin struck at Jane at the same time. The other ancestral witches were ready to join in, filling the palace with a feverish fighting spirit and a blood-boiling presence. After the two ancestral witches attacked, Daijang's furious roar echoed through the Ziao Palace. And who do you think you are? How dare you bully my Wu clan? You must have a death wish. A sudden shock rippled through Ziao Palace, and everyone's eyes instantly turned to the ancestral witches. The way Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin acted so aggressively, completely disregarding the dignity of Ziao Palace, left everyone present utterly stunned. Caught off guard, Jane and Zhuanti felt their spiritual power surge uncontrollably, forcing them to stumble back several steps. Zhuanti was deeply shaken. Previously, he had only acted against Hongyun and Kuanping in secret, never expecting the ancestral witches to strike so brazenly in public. His face was a mix of anger and hesitation. After all, unlike the ancestral witches, he and Jane actually cared about the consequences and whether they could continue listening to the Tao. Dijiang stepped forward, a menacing aura rolling off him. Just as Jane and Zundi's faces grew even darker, Wu Tian stepped out. He held Dijiang back, smiled politely at the two, but his words were chilling. You're right, Zixiao Palace is a place to hear the Tao, not a place for fighting. However, once the lecture is over, the Wu tribe will definitely visit the Western world to settle today's score with you both. How about that? As soon as he spoke, Jane and Zunti's expressions changed dramatically. Others, who had seen Wu Tian's gentle manners before, were now taken aback by his domineering stance and couldn't help but mutter to themselves, the Wu tribe really is overbearing. Meanwhile, Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, amusement flickering in their eyes. Dijun's look seemed to say, I told you we shouldn't have gotten involved. Then he glanced toward the depths of Zixiao Palace, surprised that Hongjun had yet to appear. The ancestral witches were causing so much trouble, openly disrespecting Hongjun, and yet he remained so calm? Little did they know, Hongjun had been watching everything unfold from deep within Zixiao Palace. His brow was furrowed, and he was clearly displeased. The ancestral witches had nearly disrupted his plans, and now they were stirring up even more trouble. According to his arrangement, Hongyun was supposed to give up his seat to Jin and Juandi, followed by Kunpeng being forced out as well, all to pave the way for him to one day grant the Hongming purple qi to the two of them. It wasn't that Hongjun favored Jin and Juandi, but rather that he had significant karma with the Western world. The ancient war between the Tao and demons had left the West shattered, its spiritual energy depleted and vitality scarce. To resolve this karmic debt, Hongjun would either have to personally oversee the West or find someone else to bear the burden. Jane and Junie were exactly the candidates he had chosen. Hongjun had already decided to merge with the Tao after delivering his teachings 3 times, and naturally, he didn't want to see his plans disrupted. However, he couldn't take action against the ancestral witches, which made him sigh inwardly. Being a sage was desirable, but it also meant being bound by the heavenly Tao. During the coming Great Tribulation, when the witch tribe's power was at its peak, he was even less able to personally go against this destined trend. After careful deliberation, Hongjun finally made up his mind. Meanwhile, inside Zixiao Palace, everyone was stunned by Jane and Zuni's reaction after being threatened by Wu Tian. Zunti's expression shifted several times before he finally bowed deeply to Wu Tian and said, Please forgive us, fellow Taoist. My brother and I arrived late and did not realize that Hongyun had already offered his seat to you. We rashly discussed the matter with him, please be understanding. With that, he turned and bowed again in the direction of Wu Tian and the ancestral witches. Their unexpectedly submissive attitude left the usually domineering ancestral witches at a loss. Daijang turned to Wu Tian in confusion, asking, Wu Tian, what's wrong with these two? Did we hit them too hard in the head? Just a moment ago, they were arguing with us, and now they're acting so meek. The cultivators observing in Zixiao Palace broke into a low but clear murmur, all casting surprised glances at Jane and Juenti. Yet the two remained unfazed, as if completely indifferent to others' opinions. Even Wu Tian couldn't help but marvel at the scene, thinking to himself, just as the legends say, he nodded slightly, then signaled to the ancestral witches to take their seats. Given that they were in Zixiao Palace, he chose not to pursue the matter further, outwardly appearing calm and unconcerned, though inwardly growing more wary of the two. Taishang, Fushi, Dijuan, and the others also grew more serious. While they didn't understand the greater trends or know that these two would one day become sages, they had already become cautious. Dijuan secretly sent a message. These two know when to yield and when to stand firm. They're destined for greatness and will surely have a place in the world. Tai, straightforward by nature, was unimpressed and retorted, the path of the Tao is about forging ahead without hesitation. With how spineless they looked now bowing their heads to Wu Tian's slight intimidation, what could they possibly achieve? Dijuan looked at his unconvinced brother and smiled. You don't understand sometimes. Stepping back is the best way forward. Showing weakness is just a way to bide one's time. If anyone else had made those threats just now, it wouldn't matter. But coming from the witch tribe, they really could block the way to the Western world. After this teaching session, it's a critical period for cultivation. If they kept clashing with the ancestral witches, it wouldn't just be a matter of life and death. Even delaying their cultivation would be a huge loss. Besides, while they can set up an ambush in the west, what about the road to Zixiao Palace? Wouldn't they want peace for the next teaching? So, although Zunti's response seemed cowardly, it was actually the safest choice. There's no shame in backing down before the ancestral witches. After suffering a setback, Jane and Junti dared not cause any more trouble, nor did they wish to sit near the ancestral witches. Instead, they simply stood up and moved to the back of the 3 pure ones, taking their seats behind Taiching and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Taiching raised his eyebrows slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Once the two had left, Xinyuanzi, Hongyun, and even Kunping all breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. Hongyun then rose and turned to Wu Tian, saying, My friend, you should take this seat. After all, Wu Tian had spoken up for him using this very reason, so Hongyun naturally felt it would be inappropriate to continue occupying the spot. After this incident, Both Xinyuanzi and Han Yun felt that this seat carried too much karmic weight, something neither of them wished to be entangled with. Xinyuanzi simply nodded in agreement. Wu Tian was moved, but politely declined. It's all right. After what happened, I doubt anyone will trouble you again. Just stay where you are and be at ease. He wondered to himself, if Han Yun didn't give up his seat, would his fortune remain untouched, and would he still meet his fate and later reincarnate as Shinnom? Moreover, with Kunpeng still calmly in his place and having no reason to resent Han Yun, would he still ambush Han Yun in the future? But Han Yun was insistent. I can't do that. You spoke up for me, and if I keep the seat, my words would seem empty. People might even gossip about the Wu tribe. Without waiting for further persuasion, he got up and moved to sit beside Xinyuanzi, his expression instantly relaxing as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Seeing Han Yun's determination, Wu Tian said nothing more. He had no real interest in the Hongmeng purple qi, nor did he wish to follow the path of severing the three corpses. Now that he carried the laws of the 12 ancestral witches, his goal was to follow Pangu's example and prove the Tao through sheer strength. Here, proving the Tao through strength didn't refer to the law or path of force itself, but rather to attaining enlightenment through overwhelming power. Besides, given Hongjun's previous interference, even if he took the seat, the distribution of the Hongmeng purple qi probably wouldn't be decided by seating order anyway. With this in mind, Wu Tian turned to Dijiang and said with a smile, Brother, why don't you take the seat? Dijiang waved his hand and laughed. Forget it. Without a primordial spirit, what use would the Dao's favor be to me? If not for Wushan's insistence, they wouldn't have even wanted to come to the Zixiao palace. Wu Tian nodded, then looked at Xianming. Sister Xianming, why don't you take it? Xianming was about to refuse when Dijiang teased. Huh? I knew it. You're always closer to Xianming and Hutu. Whenever there's a benefit, you think of them first. The first seat went to Hutu, and giving the second to Xianming isn't bad either. At those words, a faint blush appeared on Xuanming's fair, cool face. She shot Dijiang a look and said, I don't have a primordial spirit either. He reached out and unleashed an invisible force, pulling Xianming over while she was still speaking. With both hands pressing firmly on her shoulders, he pushed her down into the seat. Why overthink it? Just relax and sit down, Sister Xianming, Wu Tian said, his hands steady on her shoulders, an unusual warmth radiating from his palms. Xianming frowned and quickly channeled her power, shaking off Wu Tian's hands. Though the two had fought side by side countless times and physical contact was nothing new, the heat from Wu Tian's palms this time felt strangely different. After pushing him away, she didn't get up to protest. Instead, she glanced over at Hutu, catching her watching with a knowing, half-smiling look. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away. Fine, I'll sit, Xianming thought to herself. If Hutu can sit here, why can't I? After all, it was Wu Tian who got these seats in the first place. I've helped him train so many times. Worried about his fighting skills, it's about time he did something for me in return. Having reasoned it out, she turned to Wu Tian and gave him a slight nod, silently agreeing to stay. The others in Zixiao Palace watched as the ancestral witches offered each other seats so casually, their eyes practically turning red with envy. These precious spots, so fiercely coveted, seemed almost meaningless to the Wu clan. Zhuan Ti let out a sigh, speechless. If you don't care about these seats, then why did you make such a fuss fighting me for them? Was it really worth it? Sigh. Hong Yun, who had given up his seat, stood there stunned for a long moment before finally coming to his senses. He exchanged a wry smile with Zhang Yuanzi, sighing inwardly. He had been reluctant to let go, even suspecting that Wu Tian had come just for this seat. Now, that suspicion vanished, replaced by a deep sense of guilt. With Xianming seated, the final arrangement for the last three seats was settled. Xianming, Kunpeng, and Hutu. Dijiang's gaze bore into Kunpeng's back like a tangible force. Wu Tian, should we take action? Dijiang said, making a subtle gesture behind Kunpeng's back, a faint aura of menace emanating from him. Kunpeng visibly trembled under the pressure. Wu Tian considered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, there's no need. He couldn't help but find it a little amusing. In the original course of events, Kunpeng was truly unfortunate. Just as he managed to claim a seat, Jia and Zhuan Ti came and took it from him. Lacking the strength to resist, Kunpeng could only vent his anger on Hong Yun. But with Wu Tian's intervention this time, Kunpeng had unexpectedly benefited. After the earlier conflict, no one dared challenge Kunpeng. Now who knew if the ancestral witches might step in again? Dijiang nodded at Wu Tian's words, withdrawing his aura and no longer staring down Kunpeng. Kunpeng immediately felt the pressure lift and let out a silent breath of relief. He glanced at Wu Tian out of the corner of his eye, complicated emotions stirring within him. After a long silence, Kunpeng finally spoke up in a low voice. Today, I owe you a favor, Wu Tian. I'll repay this debt one day. Wu Tian turned to look at Kunpeng, a smile appearing on his face. Kunpeng truly owed him a great debt, not just for the seat. In the original timeline, when Kunpeng was driven from his seat, Yuanshi Tianzuan had uttered that infamous line. A creature born from an egg, covered in scales and horns. How could you possibly sit here with us? Humiliating Kunping in front of everyone. With things changed, Kunping had avoided that disgrace. Wu Tian said nothing more, only nodded and smiled at Kunping, then turned to face forward, quietly waiting for Hongjun to arrive and the teachings to begin. Wu Tian fell into deep thought. Many things had already changed regarding the sermon at Ziao Palace. Some events had shifted, while others remained the same. He no longer insisted on forcing the outcome and instead began to analyze the current situation. Jane and Juanti had lost their seats, yet Xianming and Kunping had obtained opportunities. Strangely, Kunping showed no resentment toward Hongyun. How would things develop from here? In the end, to whom would Hongjun grant the Hongmeng purple qi? Would it be Xianming and Kunping, or would he follow the original trend and bestow it upon Jane and Juanti? As time passed, fewer and fewer cultivators arrived at Ziao Palace. When the 3,000-year deadline finally arrived, an unusual sense of unease suddenly surged in Wu Tian's heart. He looked up abruptly to see a figure seated directly ahead, expressionless, surrounded by a powerful aura of Tao. Most striking of all, a jade-colored disc hovered above the figure's head, radiating waves of law like halos that stretched into the void behind. Hongjun. Wu Tian's heart trembled. That jade disc could only be the creation jade disc. What unsettled him even more was that he had not noticed when Hongjun appeared. It was as if he had been there all along. At that moment, Hongjun's deep gaze met Wu Tian's. In an instant, Wu Tian felt as if struck by lightning. His spiritual power surged out of control, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler within his soul burst forth with mysterious golden light, causing the mark on his soul to flicker. Instantly, his fate and destiny were suppressed by the ruler, while the true intent of Pangu within his soul stirred restlessly. Hongjun's eyes flickered slightly as he quietly withdrew his gaze, sighing inwardly. How could Wu Tian possess such fortune, protected by a merit treasure? Although Hongjun held countless treasures, he had never owned a merit treasure himself. Such things were Pangu's legacy, meant only for Pangu's true inheritors, just like takings heaven and earth, Xianhuang exquisite pagoda. Hongjun had never even considered trying to claim one for himself. The merit treasure blocked Hongjun's probing, preventing him from uncovering the truth. Now that he had become a heavenly Tao saint, he could borrow the power of the Tao, but he was also bound by stricter rules. In the past, he might have forcefully searched for Wu Tian's secrets, but as part of the heavenly Taoist order, he now had to act according to the rules. As the pressure suddenly faded, Wu Tian frowned at Hongjun. He understood that this was no ordinary saintly suppression, but a deliberate test. Yet Hongjun now appeared detached, as if uninvolved. Wu Tian could only swallow his dissatisfaction and bury it deep within his heart. At that moment, the others also noticed Hongjun's arrival. A wave of commotion swept through Ziao Palace, followed by the respectful greetings of the assembled immortals. Greetings to Sage Hongjun. Thank you for teaching us the Tao. The immortals called out in unison, bowing reverently. Hongjun merely nodded in acknowledgement, paying no mind to the indifference of the ancestor Wu. After casting a glance at the 7 seats, he said calmly, "Let's keep these arrangements from now on." Everyone quickly agreed. Hongjun then turned his gaze toward the palace entrance and addressed the 2 attendants. "The time has come. Close the doors." The 2 attendants, one boy and one girl, standing on either side, immediately rose and bowed to Hongjun before moving to shut the heavy doors of Ziao Palace. Wu Tian watched with curiosity. Earlier, he had rushed inside to secure a seat and had forgotten to observe these 2 attendants, none other than the legendary Hao Yin and Yao Qi. On the surface, they seemed like ordinary children, but to serve as Hongjun's attendants, they could hardly be ordinary. In the future, Hao Yin would rise to the position of heavenly emperor, ruling over the heavenly court. Even the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods was triggered by Haoshan's complaint. Disciples of the 3 schools often looked down on Hao Yin, forgetting that he, too, once listened to the Tao in Ziao Palace. In a sense, he was a classmate of Tai Ching and the other show. Could they consider themselves superior? Thinking of this, Wu Tian almost voiced his thoughts, but remembering his identity as an ancestor Wu, he merely chuckled inwardly. The more chaotic the affairs within the Xianmen, the more advantageous it would be for him. As the doors of Ziao Palace slowly closed, all eyes turned to Hongjun, filled with anticipation and an eager thirst for knowledge. Hongjun didn't keep them in suspense. After a brief introduction, he explained his reason for teaching in Ziao Palace. "I am a sage of the heavenly Tao. It is my duty to enlighten the beings of the great desolation and maintain the order of the Tao. Thus, I teach the Tao here in Ziao Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, Hongjun's aura changed, and the essence of the Tao spread throughout the palace. Countless mystical visions began to manifest in the air. Wu Tian quickly composed himself and focused on listening. A moment later, a gentle, ethereal voice rang out. "The Tao I teach is the path of immortal freedom." After becoming a sage, advancing further required not only personal cultivation and insight, but also the accumulation of fate and merit. Spreading the teachings was the most effective way to do this. By teaching in Zixiao Palace, Hongjun aimed to spread his immortal Tao as widely as possible. The more beings who practiced the immortal Tao, the greater the support Hongjun would receive as its founder. Every breakthrough made by a practitioner would expand the boundaries and strength of the immortal Tao itself. Put simply, it was much like a company. Employees work hard and climb the ranks, but their efforts ultimately strengthen the company and enrich the chairman unless someone creates their own business, forging a new path. Or, one could found a subsidiary within the company, gaining some independence while still contributing to the parent organization. Later, Taiching became a sage through the Golden Core path, Yuanshi through the way of talismans, and Tong Tian through the way of formations, all following this approach. According to Hongjun, the realms of cultivation in the Great Desolation were divided into celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, and Daoyuo golden immortal. Beyond these were Hunyuan golden immortal and Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal. These became the standard ranks for the immortal Tao. A quasi-sage corresponded to a Hunyuan golden immortal, while a sage was a Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal. There was an important distinction. All sages were Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortals, but not all Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortals were sages. Only by merging with the Tao and anchoring one's primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao could one become a sage, thereby gaining its blessings and achieving immortality. Upon hearing this, everyone in Zixiao Palace nodded in understanding. The concept of a sage was finally clear to them, and their eyes shone with longing. They could hardly wait to ask, how does one become a sage? On this occasion, Hongjun began his sermon from the realm of celestial immortals. As he expounded on the Tao of immortality, the Zixiao Palace gradually filled with visions of golden lotuses rising from the earth and celestial flowers cascading from above. Spiritual energy gathered from all directions, and the laws of the universe danced like ribbons through the air. Countless truths of the heavenly Tao surged forth like a tide, shaking the hearts of all present. Every word seemed to resonate with their very souls. Everyone was fully absorbed, including Wu Tian, who had originally intended to follow the path of the Wu tribe by cultivating strength. Even he was deeply captivated, listening with great interest. As other stones may serve to polish jade, the Taoist teachings echoed in their ears, sparking countless insights in their hearts. Under the influence of this profound Taoist aura, Wu Tian quietly began to test his own cultivation. His 9 revolutions primordial technique started to operate with a thunderous force, and his body was filled with an unprecedented hunger. At the same time, his primordial spirit radiated an indescribable brilliance. In that instant, the Hongmeng measuring ruler within his primordial spirit began to slowly turn, emitting a dazzling golden black light. A powerful force of absorption erupted, drawing the spiritual energy and laws within Zixiao Palace toward Wu Tian, transforming them into an endless source of power that continuously flowed into him. As this happened, a massive vortex formed above Wu Tian's head, resembling a funnel, while celestial flowers and golden lotuses rained down around him. He was not merely cultivating his primordial spirit. Under the blessing of the boundless Taoist aura, his body, soul, and spirit advanced together. The genius of the 9 revolutions primordial technique lay in the seamless integration of these 3 aspects, leaving no flaws. His body refined the spiritual energy, while the profound power of the laws deepened his understanding of them. Marks flickered atop his soul, and new insights were quickly etched into his heart, enhancing his comprehension and mastery of the Tao. At this moment, although Wu Tian's cultivation did not cause any great commotion, it quietly drew Hongjun's attention. The sermon paused for a split second, and Hongjun glanced over in surprise, his heart filled with doubt. How could this be? Isn't he from the Wu tribe? He sensed that this young Wu Tian, was shrouded in layers of mystery, making him difficult to see through even for a sage of the heavenly Tao. The Wu tribe was supposed to cultivate through heavy, turbid, and baleful energy, rejecting innate spiritual energy. Yet Wu Tian was able to cultivate so smoothly within the laws of the immortal Tao, which was entirely against reason. Hongjun's doubts only deepened. Although his voice did not falter, his interest in Wu Tian grew stronger. He instinctively glanced at Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other ancestral witches, noting their reactions. He immediately gained some understanding. The ancestral witches appeared restless and uneasy, their eyes betraying a desire to leave Zixiao Palace as soon as possible, but with the doors closed, escape was impossible. Hongjun nodded slightly to himself, thinking, this is the true nature of the Wu tribe. He then turned his gaze to Xianming and Hutu. As for Hutu, Hongjun was not particularly surprised. Although she had developed a primordial spirit earlier than expected, she had not strayed from the path of the heavenly Tao. Xianming, however, was different. As Wu Tian's cultivation triggered these changes, Xuanming's heavy baleful energy was gradually suppressed by the Taoist aura within Zixiao Palace. The cushion beneath his seat released a rich Taoist aura, which not only calmed the baleful energy, but also guided innate spiritual energy into Xuanming's body. no longer consumed by the baleful force as before. The spiritual energy began to circulate within Xianming according to the profound routes of cultivation, gradually forming the embryonic state of his primordial spirit. Hongjun sighed inwardly. I wonder if this is a change in the heavenly Tao, or if things were always meant to be this way. Hongjun slowly closed his eyes and continued to explain his path of carefree immortality. Time flowed like water, and 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing his discourse on cultivating to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, he spoke in a calm voice. Those who reach the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal, having perfected their own laws and gained insight into their true path, may ascend to the quasi-saint realm. His words abruptly stopped. The Tao aura and primordial energy that had filled Ziao Palace began to ebb away like a receding tide. The assembled cultivators awoke from their enlightenment as if waking from a dream, lifting their heads to look at Hongjun, their eyes filled with confusion. Is it over already? What about the quasi-saint realm? How do we break through to quasi-saint before anyone could voice their questions? Hongjun's voice sounded again. The allotted 10,000 years have passed. This concludes today's lecture. In 3,000 years, I will give a second sermon, and then I will explain how to achieve quasi-sainthood. As he finished speaking, his gaze swept over the crowd, and his figure slowly faded away like mist. Though restless and eager for more, no one dared to question him further. All they could do was bow respectfully in the direction where Hongjun had vanished, their voices rising in unison. Thank you, Hongjun, for your teachings. The two young attendants stood up, and the grand doors of Ziao Palace slowly opened. Phew, finally, it's over. Zhu Rong, the ancestral Wu, couldn't help but stand and stretch. The others, still seated, cast unfriendly looks at the ancestral Wus, annoyance simmering in their hearts. We wish Hongjun would teach us even more, and yet you act like this? If you weren't so intimidating, someone would have taught you a lesson by now. Zhu Rong's gaze swept the room, a look of disdain on his face. What are you staring at? Is there a problem? Everyone here is an innate being, each with their own path. Why bother listening to these teachings of carefree immortality and risk losing your foundation of? Wu Tian, still settling his internal energy, looked up in surprise at Zhu Rong's words. Huh, Zhu Rong actually thought of that? Usually the most hot-headed among the ancestral Wus, Zhu Rong was often the one Di Jiang disciplined the most. While his words were blunt as always, they weren't without merit. It seems I don't know my brothers as well as I thought, Wu Tian mused. In the grand scheme of things, the ancestral Wus weren't without intelligence, but their power couldn't overcome fate. Under the machinations of heaven and the saints, even if they wanted to resist, what difference would it make? Di Jun, Fuxi, and the others renowned for their wisdom and talent had all suffered setbacks as well. Just then, Zhu Rong suddenly shouted, wait. Those two from the west have slipped away. Wu Tian's thoughts were interrupted. He quickly turned to where Jin and Junti had been sitting, only to find the spots empty. Glancing at the palace doors, he saw two streaks of golden light shooting into the chaos outside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Oh, they really ran fast. The other cultivators still present frowned at the sight. Any irritation they'd felt toward Zhu Rong's outburst vanished, with even Jane and Junti eager to avoid the ancestral Wus, who among them would dare provoke them now. Wu Tian stood in the Ziao Palace, his gaze thoughtful. He had no intention of dealing with Jin and Junti right away. After all, confronting them immediately after the sermon would seem rather petty. Besides, both of them were protected by great fortune, and even if the ancestral witches acted now, it would be difficult to eliminate them. Rather than acting impulsively, it was better to remember this grievance and wait until the consequences had accumulated. Then, he would teach them a proper lesson. Suddenly, Di Jiang's voice echoed through the hall as he stared at the palace doors. Trying to run? Where could they possibly go? If we want to deal with them, we can simply head west and find them ourselves. He raised an eyebrow at Wu Tian. Should we go settle this right now? Di Jiang's words were loud enough for all the cultivators remaining in the palace to hear. Their expressions instantly changed. Some of the more timid ones lowered their heads and hurried out, afraid that these vengeful and domineering ancestral witches would target them next. Wu Tian gave a helpless smile. Let's just keep this in mind for now and settle everything later. What matters most is heading back to see how our people are doing. As soon as he said this, the ancestral witches immediately remembered their clans and grew anxious. After all, they had set out 3,000 years before the sermon began and had stayed in Ziao Palace for 10,000 years. Even though they had made arrangements before leaving, they couldn't help but worry. Just as everyone was about to leave, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun hurried over, smiling warmly at Wu Tian. Thank you, Wu Tian, for your help just now, Jin Yuanzi said. I don't have much to offer in return, but would you be willing to visit Wuzhuang Temple and try some ginseng fruit? Ginseng fruit was one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. It bloomed every 3,000 years, bore fruit every 3,000 years, and took another 3,000 years to ripen, with only 30 fruits produced each cycle, truly rare and precious. Seeing how eager the ancestral witches were to return home, Wu Tian politely declined. Perhaps next time. He'll definitely visit. Jin Yuanzi nodded understandingly. Of course. You all have important matters to attend to. My brother and I will remember your kindness. Next time we meet for a sermon, if you have the time, you'll always be welcome at Wuzhuang Temple. With that, he respectfully bid farewell to Wu Tian and the ancestral witches. Although the ancestral witches could be hot-tempered, they weren't unreasonable. They accepted Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun's goodwill with smiles and nods. After the two left, a flicker of approval flashed in Daijang's eyes. He chuckled and said, "Those two aren't bad other than being a bit too soft. There's nothing really wrong with them." Wu Tian nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. As for the ancestral witches looking down on the two for their supposed weakness, the truth was, they just hadn't been pushed to their limits yet. When the time came, they would realize these two were anything but weak. In the Great Calamity, Hong Yun had self-destructed his soul in a desperate attempt to take Kunpeng and the others down with him, even shattering the Hongmeng purple Kazurli that counted as having a strong character. And Jin Yuanzi had connected the Earth Book's barrier to the very land of the wilderness. So it was really just that the two were still naive, not yet aware of the true workings of the primordial world. Social ties mattered, but only when you had the power to back them up. Wu Tian glanced around at the others. At this point, the three pure ones, Fuxi and Nuwa, had also stood up. When Wu Tian looked their way, Yuanshi snorted and turned his head away in arrogance, while Fuxi and Nuwa smiled and nodded, curiosity flickering in their eyes. After nodding back at Fuxi and Nuwa, Wu Tian turned to the ancestral witches. "Brothers, let's go." He then followed them toward the main gate of Ziao Palace. As they passed by Haoyan Tongzi, Wu Tian deliberately paused and looked him over. Haoyan was a bit surprised, but still bowed respectfully. "Safe travels, fellow Taoist." Wu Tian smiled and nodded, a mischievous thought popping into his head. He reached out and ruffled Haoshan's hair, messing it up, and teased, "Little guy, do your best, I have high hopes for you." Haoyan puffed out his cheeks, clearly annoyed, and was about to scold Wu Tian for his disrespect. But before he could say anything, a flash of blood-red light appeared, and 2 drops of beast essence blood materialized in front of him. Huh, essence blood from a Deluo golden immortal level beast? Haoyan quickly looked up, only to catch a glimpse of Wu Tian's figure turning into a stream of light shooting off into the chaos. This Wu of the Witch Clan is really odd, Haoyan muttered to himself, then looked deeper into Zixiao Palace. Seeing that Hongjun didn't object, he grinned, tucked the 2 drops of essence blood away, and even gestured to Yaoqi across from him. "Don't worry, we'll each get 1 drop." In the chaos, Daijang and Zhu Juyin were still maintaining the barrier as they sped through the void, heading back to the wilderness. Daijang and Zhu Juyin looked at everyone eagerly. "There were too many people earlier, so we held back now. How did you all benefit from this lecture? Any breakthroughs?" The ancestral witches first looked at Wu Tian, then at Xianming and Hutu. Wu Tian smiled. "He'll go first." Although Hongjun's lecture on the immortal path was different from our own ways, it was still extremely valuable for cultivation. He paused. Every path has its mysteries, but at the core, they're the same. Through Hongjun's explanation of the immortal path, Wu Tian once again confirmed this truth. First, refine your energy, absorb the primordial qi of heaven and earth as your own power. Then comprehend and engrave the laws. When the laws are perfected and interwoven, they become the Tao itself. It's all about seizing the opportunities of heaven and earth to shape oneself. Wu Tian's cultivation method was different from the immortal path, but there was much to learn from it. Plus, with the power of the heavenly Tao present during the lecture, he gained a lot. After refining the ancestral dragon's blood and receiving the help of the ancestral witches in the chaos, Wu Tian had managed to engrave about 20% of the laws. After this lecture, that progress doubled to 40%. His physical strength had reached the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, and his primordial spirit had reached the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. After listening, Daijang appeared thoughtful, quietly estimating Wu Tian's current strength. Zhu Rong, however, was impatient. He frowned and asked bluntly, "Enough with the theory. Realm alone doesn't mean everything, just tell us, with the Pangu true Bodhi's blessing, how long can you hold out now?" Upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but smile. In the world of the Great Desolation, battles were never just about who had the higher cultivation level. True strength depended on a combination of factors: physical body, divine abilities, magical power, and spiritual treasures, all of which could turn the tide. What the ancestor witches care about most is, of course, the true form of Pangu, Wu Tian realized, immediately understanding the deeper meaning behind Zhu Rong's words. Facing everyone's eager gazes, Wu Tian calculated carefully before saying, "I can probably maintain it for about a quarter of an hour." As soon as he spoke, the ancestor witch's eyes lit up. From being able to unleash only a single punch with Pangu's true form at first, to now sustaining it for a whole quarter of an hour with proper support, this was an incredible leap, and their joy was unmistakable. Wu Tian, however, was well aware that what he could manifest now was merely a shadow of Pangu's true form, still a long way from truly transforming into Pangu himself. They'll probably have to reach the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian before I can actually use my physical body to become Pangu, he thought to himself. But there's no rush. He'll just keep cultivating steadily. As the strategist of the Wu tribe, he still had an entire culpa to advance his cultivation. There were also 2 more opportunities to attend Dao lectures, each time allowing him to engrave another 20% of the loss. By that calculation, after 3 lectures, he would at least reach the late stage of De Luo Jingxian. Di Jiang beamed with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly, having already left the hardships of the Zixiao Palace far behind. Everyone's attention then shifted to Xianming, and Ho Tuesday Ho Tu smiled as she revealed her primordial spirit, its power now at the mid-stage of De Luo Jingxian. She looked gratefully at Wu Tian and said, "You were right. That seat truly did hold a hidden fortune." During the lecture, the power of the heavenly Tao suppressed the baleful energy and helped my primordial spirit grow. With those words, all eyes turned to Xianming. If that was the case, had Xianming also cultivated a primordial spirit? Xianming nodded in confirmation. Yes, I've also formed my primordial spirit. This news surprised Wu Tian as well. If that were true, the Wu tribe now had 3 members who had cultivated primordial spirits. This would have a profound impact on the tribe as a whole. Although the path of the primordial spirit was not necessarily superior to the body-tempering route of the ancestor witches, possessing a primordial spirit meant not only being able to sense the mysteries of heaven, but also having a means of escape even if the physical body perished. However, Xianming's expression was somewhat odd. She released her primordial spirit, about 3 inches tall, to float above her head. This miniature figure, which looked exactly like her, carried a certain ethereal grace. But Wu Tian immediately noticed something was wrong. The primordial spirit was only at the golden immortal level. Though it carried the aura of Xianming's laws, it was constantly being eroded by heavy, baleful energy, leaving it dim and lackluster. At that moment, Wu Tian immediately understood the predicament Xianming was facing. Unlike Hutu, who had previously gained immense merit and transformed it into a golden wheel that hovered outside her primordial spirit, shielding it from the corrosive effects of her own baleful energy, Xianming had no such protection. As soon as she left the cushion in the Zixiao Palace, the heavy, chilling energy within her surged forth like an uncontrollable beast, overwhelming her and relentlessly eroding her primordial spirit, which shouldn't have existed in the first place. Di Jiang frowned slightly, lost in thought as he mulled over the situation, but he couldn't come up with a solution. He was reluctant to see Xianming's hard-earned primordial spirit destroyed, so he turned to Wu Tian and asked gravely, "What should we do now?" Wu Tian's eyes flickered, and he felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Without saying much, a ray of golden light shot out from within him. With a thunderous sound, the Hongming measuring ruler descended precisely onto Xianming's primordial spirit. The ruler slowly rotated like the hand of a clock, releasing threads of mysterious yellow light that drove away the surrounding oppressive baleful energy like a receding tide. In an instant, the sinister energy around her primordial spirit was completely dispelled, and Xianming's spirit regained some vitality, no longer appearing on the verge of collapse. However, Xianming's expression suddenly changed. Staring at the familiar Hongming measuring ruler, she asked in a low voice, "But this is your life-bound treasure. If you give it to me, what will you use?" As she spoke, she raised her hand, intending to return the ruler to Wu Tian. But he quickly grasped her cold hand and said urgently, "Don't worry. I'm not giving you the treasure permanently, just lending it to you temporarily to suppress the baleful energy. You finally seized this opportunity and formed your primordial spirit. How could I just stand by and watch it be destroyed?" Xianming's arm struggled lightly. Although she was physically stronger than Wu Tian, she didn't use force to break free. Instead, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she paused for a brief moment. Seeing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly and added, "Relax, it's a simple problem. Later, he'll find you a suitable treasure that matches your original laws and can stabilize your primordial spirit. When that time comes, you can return the Hongming measuring ruler to me." Since the ancestral witches were willing to give him their blood, lending out a treasure for a while didn't trouble Wu Tian at all. Acted without hesitation. After a moment of silence, Xianming finally nodded gently. "All right." Then, she quietly pulled her hand away from Wu Tian's grasp, focused her mind, and gradually reintegrated her primordial spirit back into her body. The Hongming measuring ruler followed, vanishing from sight. After completing all this, she glanced at Wu Tian with a complicated look, her eyes betraying an emotion that was hard to describe. At that moment, Hoda's eyes sparkled as she glanced back and forth between Wu Tian and Xianming, then said with a playful smile, "Sister Xianming really made the right choice. All the worry you've had for him over the years wasn't in vain after all." Xianming immediately shot her a fierce glare, her eyes tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. The other ancestral witches burst out laughing at the scene. Wu Tian, however, didn't notice these subtle interactions. Lost in thought, he mused to himself, which innate treasure would be the most suitable. The Wu tribe had very few treasures, not because the ancestral witches were poor, but because they always disdained relying on such items and had never bothered to collect them. Still, that wasn't a problem. As long as he found a suitable lead, Di Jiang and the others would have no hesitation in acquiring it by force if necessary. As he pondered, inspiration struck Wu Tian. He suddenly remembered the titles given to Xian Ming in later generations. Because of her own laws, she was revered as the water goddess, the goddess of winter, and the deity of the north. With that thought, his eyes lit up. Water, the north, wouldn't the northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner be perfect? That was a supreme innate treasure, capable of commanding all the waters of the world and offering immense defensive power, an ideal match for Xian Ming's original laws. There could be no better choice. According to what Wu Tian knew, the northern Xianyuan water control banner should be in Kunpeng's possession, though he wasn't sure if Kunpeng had obtained it at this point in time. There was another thing. Kunpeng didn't own many magical treasures himself, so he valued them highly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a famous move in later times when the final battle between the Wu and Demon clans looked grim. He grabbed the Hichu and Luoshu maps and fled. No matter. Kunpeng owes me a favor anyway. Wu Tian calculated inwardly. If he's willing to talk things through, then great, we can use the northern Xianyuan water control banner to settle our karma. If not, then there's nothing I can do. Wu Tian considered himself someone who always stood by his friends, right or wrong. Since Xianming had treated him so well, he naturally sided with her. Even if it came down to confronting Kunpeng, he'd find a way to get that treasure. But Wu Tian never expected that, after barely mentioning Kunpeng's name, the man would appear right before him. As Wu Tian was lost in thought, Di Jiang and Zhu Jian's expressions suddenly changed, and the barrier around them came to an abrupt halt. Who's ahead of us? How dare you block the Wu clan's path? Di Jiang shouted angrily, ready to charge into the chaos and strike the figure before them. Startled, Wu Tian quickly looked ahead and grabbed Di Jiang's arm to stop him. Kunpeng? Wu Tian exclaimed in surprise. The solitary figure in black robes up ahead could only be Kunpeng. Could it really be such a coincidence? Wu Tian couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Back in Zixiao Palace, he hadn't paid any attention to Kunpeng when he left. Assuming he'd slipped away after the teachings ended, who would have thought he'd be waiting here in the chaos? Wu Tian's mind raced as he whispered to Di Jiang, "Brother, don't rush. Let me check things out." Di Jiang frowned, concern written in his eyes. Wu Tian had always grown up under their protection and had rarely faced any real danger. If Kunpeng made a move. Seeing his concern, Wu Tian reassured him, "Don't worry. Kunpeng still owes us a debt. He's not here to cause trouble." He glanced at Xianming, his smile growing wider. "Sister Xianming, you really have amazing luck. It's like a pillow delivered right when your sleepy fortune just can't be stopped." With that, Wu Tian walked out of the barrier, leaving the other ancestral witches exchanging puzzled looks. Xianming was especially confused, blinking a few times. "Me? Lucky? What does Kunpeng have to do with me?" Wu Tian hadn't had time to explain his thoughts to the others before Kunpeng appeared, so naturally, the ancestral witches were full of questions. But there was no time to dwell on it. They all turned to watch Wu Tian. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were on high alert, thinking to themselves, if Kunpeng shows any sign of hostility, we'll strike immediately. Chaos itself will be his grave. At this point, Wu Tian had already stepped out of the barrier, walking calmly into the chaos. A subtle aura radiated from him, his body bathed in a gentle glow. The chaotic energy around him parted, forming a clear space. Wu Tian smiled and called out, "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, are you here to see me about something?" Kunpeng's face was unreadable. Once Wu Tian appeared, he spoke quietly. "About that matter with the seats earlier, I owe you a debt. How would you like to settle it?" Wu Tian was a bit puzzled. Wasn't Kunpeng supposed to be reclusive, vengeful, and greedy for magical treasures? Why was he coming after him to settle a debt? Seeing Wu Tian's surprised expression, Kunpeng spoke calmly. "I, Kunpeng, do not wish to owe anyone a favor. It's always best to keep things clear and straightforward." Wu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile, a glint flickering in his eyes. He didn't mention the northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner directly. Instead, he chuckled and asked, "Then how would you like to settle this? Or perhaps there's something you can offer us, or something you could do for our Wu tribe." Kunpeng opened his mouth, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. His gaze drifted through the chaos, silently weighing his options. In terms of strength, he was no match for the 12 ancestor witches. As for treasures, he was notoriously poor among the denizens of the Great Desolation, even worse off than the two perpetually complaining Western sages. Yet, he truly didn't want to owe a karmic debt. Remembering how arrogant the ancestor witches had been earlier, he grew even more wary, feeling that it was best to resolve this matter quickly. Otherwise, the trouble he'd face might be even greater than offending Jian and Zhundi. After much deliberation, he had intended to simply wait in the chaos. But Wu Tian's question left him in an awkward position. "Yes, what do I have to repay this karma?" Kunpeng sighed inwardly, his brow furrowing. Seeing this, Wu Tian stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Very well, it'll be direct. Do you have the Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner, one of the 5 and 8 banners? If you do, I'd like to use that treasure to settle our karma. Kunpeng's eyes sharpened instantly, a cold gleam flashing as he stared at Wu Tian. The ancestor witches around them immediately sprang to their feet, glaring menacingly at Kunpeng. Kunpeng, however, ignored them, his expression shifting as he struggled internally. After a moment, he finally clenched his teeth and nodded, regret written all over his face. Though clearly reluctant, he waved his hand, releasing a beam of black light. Whoosh! A small, jet-black triangular banner materialized between them, radiating a profound Taoist aura and instantly pushing back the surrounding chaotic energy. Take it, Kunpeng said through gritted teeth, his voice full of reluctance. The Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner was one of his few treasures aside from the Kunpeng Hall. He had little else. Handing over this banner was like cutting out a piece of his own heart. But what choice did he have? He didn't want to owe the Wu tribe, and since he had come to them himself, he couldn't lie or refuse. Strangely, though he still felt reluctant as he let go of the banner, Kunpeng also sensed an unexpected sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted and his fortune had subtly shifted. Huh, what's going on? Kunpeng quietly breathed out, puzzled, but eventually attributed it to the resolution of karma and the resulting clarity of mind. He had no idea that Wu Tian had long set his sights on the banner, intending to claim it for Xianming. If Kunpeng hadn't handed it over, the ancestor witches would have simply taken it by force. In truth, Kunpeng had just avoided a disaster with his decision. Wu Tian watched as the Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner floated toward Hema 1-foot-long triangular flag, its surface inscribed with mysterious runes. He caught the treasure and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, fellow Taoist. From this day on, all debts between us are settled. Seeing Kunpeng's lingering regret, Wu Tian smiled again. After a moment's thought, he added, since you've been so forthright, let me tell you keeping your seat is far more valuable than that banner. Of course that depends on what the one above decides. With that, he pointed upward. A seat represented a strand of Hongming purple Chia chance at sainthood. Now that Kunpeng had kept his place, he should, in theory, receive one. Still, Wu Tian couldn't be sure. Who knew if Hongjun might change his mind? Kunpeng's eyes lit up at these words, and a surge of joy welled up inside him. The Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner was already a supreme, innate treasure. What could be more precious than that? He was about to ask, but Wu Tian just shook his head with a smile. Can't say with that. He turned and walked back toward the ancestor witches. Kunpeng stood in silence for a moment, then gave a slight bow to Wu Tian's departing figure before turning and vanishing into the chaos. Once Kunpeng had departed, Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin immediately joined forces, using the power of the laws to lead the other ancestral witches through the chaos, heading toward the primordial world. Wu Tian handed the Northern Xianyuan water control banner to Xianming, a smile on his lips. Xianming, you're really in luck. I just thought of the perfect treasure for you, and Kunpeng delivered it right to our door. He was quietly surprised. Kunpeng's behavior was nothing like he remembered, unexpectedly generous. But then again, who's to say the tales from his previous life are always accurate? Even Hongjun's demeanor outside Ziao Palace had caught him off guard, far less composed and far more impatient than had expected. Xianming accepted the triangular banner, a rare hint of confusion flickering across her usually cool and aloof face. This unfamiliar look made Wu Tian pause for a moment. Noticing the sharp gazes from those around them, he quickly explained, this innate supreme spiritual treasure suits you perfectly. If you can refine it and anchor it within your soul, it will resolve the problem of the invading evil energy. At these words, all the ancestral witches broke into smiles. Gonggong let out his trademark booming laugh. What's so strange about that? We're Pangus, true heirs, children of the Father God himself. Of course, the fortune of the primordial world is with us. The other witches nodded in agreement. Wu Tian saw their confidence and didn't feel the need to say anything else. In fact, during this tribulation, the ancestral witches were indeed blessed with great fortune, at least, until the great war between the witches and demons. After thinking for a moment, Xianming was about to return the Hongming measuring ruler to Wu Tian, but he stopped her quickly. No rush. Wait until you've fully refined the Northern Xianyuan water control banner. Only when you've truly mastered it can you properly protect your newly formed soul. Hutu smiled from the side. Just listen to him. He's clever. Whatever he suggests, you should follow. Wu Tian immediately put on an exaggeratedly grateful expression. Thank you for the compliment, Hutu. With everyone's encouragement, Xianming gave up on returning the Hongming measuring ruler and focused on refining her new treasure. Just then, Zhurong suddenly asked, Wu Tian, do you have any more treasures like this? If we could get a few more, could we also cultivate our own souls? Before Wu Tian could respond, Daijang shot Zhurong a glare and scolded. What are you thinking? You have to cultivate your soul first. These innate treasures only work for those who've already done so. You can't just get a treasure and instantly form a soul. Then, After a pause, he added, but if we could find one for Hutu, that would be even better. Merit will eventually be exhausted, so it's safer to prepare a primordial spiritual treasure. A sharp gleam flashed in Di Jiang's eyes as he glanced at Wu Tian. Wu Tian composed himself, smiled, and said, as for treasures, there's the Northern Xian Yuan water banner, one of the 5 primordial flags. Besides that, there's also the Eastern Azure Lotus banner, the Western Cloud Realm banner, the Southern Flaming Light banner, and the Central Yellow banner. Of all these, the Central Yellow banner would be the best fit. It's perfectly suited for Sister Hutu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong's eyes lit up and he raised his eyebrows excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Do you know who has it? If you do, let's go get it right now. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. According to how things originally played out, the other 4 primordial flags are probably all with Hongjun. After his first sermon at Ziao Palace, he bestowed these flags upon others. Eventually, they ended up with Taiqing and the others. He paused for a moment, then continued. Taiqing received the Southern Flaming Light banner. Yuanshi Tianzuan got the Central Yellow banner. Zhuanti took the Eastern Azure Lotus banner, and the Queen Mother of the West received the Western Cloud Realm banner. So, they should all be in the hands of the sage Hongjun. Zhu Rong's confident expression froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? The other ancestral witches burst into laughter, and the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. Di Jiang smiled and waved his hand. No rush. So what if it's a sage? Once we're stronger, who says we need to fear them? The ancestral witches didn't hold much off for Hongjun or the heavenly Tao. Proud and upright, their respect was reserved only for Pangu. At the mention of Hongjun, they merely laughed it off. However, after meeting Hongjun, Hutu felt a rare sense of hesitation. Looking around at everything, she finally realized how powerful and unfathomable Hongjun truly was, and a hint of worry crept in. Maybe we should let it go after the second sermon at Ziao Palace. Once our souls ascend to the Quasi Saint level, the invasion of baleful energy will no longer be a problem. Why bother fighting over that banner? Wu Tian nodded slightly, though he had other thoughts in mind. He wasn't ready to give up. In fact, a new plan was forming. It's hard to take it from Hongjun, but if it ends up with Yuanshi Tianzuan, it might not be so difficult. He recalled how, during the first sermon at Ziao Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan had nearly come to blows with the ancestral witches. Wu Tian felt no qualms about dealing with Yuanshi Tianzuan. As for Hutu, Wu Tian had another idea. The Northern Xian Yuan water banner is already a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure. If the 5 elemental flags could be brought together, their combined power would surely rival that of a supreme primordial treasure. If we could gather all 5 flags and have Xian Ming, Zhu Rong, Hutu, Rushou, and Zhu Meng form a grand formation, wouldn't that create a top-level array? Even if the 12 heavenly deities formation was broken, the remaining ancestral witches could still form a new one, maybe even an array within an array. Still, he knew this wouldn't be easy. No hurry. We'll take it step by step, Wu Tian thought to himself. He smiled at Hutu, dispelling any doubts among the ancestral witches, and said in a relaxed tone, now isn't the time. There's no need for us to confront Hongjun Heiden. With that, Wu Tian sat down cross-legged, continuing his study of Di Jiang's spatial laws and Zhu Jian's laws of time. Time passed, and the world gradually revealed new sights. The ancestral witches suddenly shot out of the chaos like meteors, quickly entering the chaotic membrane and returning to the prehistoric world. Wu Tian finally lifted his head from the long, monotonous chaos, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Looking at the world before him, he felt a sense of warmth and appreciation, couldn't help but glance eagerly in the direction of Bujo Mountain. A new hope stirred in his heart. Have Jiofeng and the others found the primordial gourd vine yet? As the group was falling behind, before they even entered the hall of Pangu, Jiofeng hurriedly rushed over to meet them, her face unable to hide her excitement. Greetings, honored ancestral witches, she said respectfully, then immediately turned her eager gaze toward Wu Tian. Seeing her so thrilled, Wu Tian's anticipation soared. His eyes widened, and he asked urgently, did you find it? Jiofeng nodded emphatically, her smile radiant. Just as you predicted, we discovered the innate gourd vine at the foot of Bujo Mountain. Ho-E and the others are guarding it now. As soon as I saw you return, I rushed over to report. Wu Tian was overjoyed at the news, his eyes shining with excitement. Jiofeng quickly summarized how they found the vine. After the ancestral witches went to Ziao Palace, she and Ho-E immediately began their search. However, Bujo Mountain was vast, and after searching for thousands of years, they still found nothing. When the other great witches noticed their actions and asked why, Jiofeng, recalling that Wu Tian hadn't ordered secrecy, told them about the mission to find the innate gourd vine. Whatever concerns Wu Tian concerns all of us. Of course, we'll help, the great witches declared in unison. Soon, all of them joined in, launching a thorough search at the foot of Bujo Mountain. In the end, it was Kwafu who accidentally discovered a valley concealed by a powerful innate formation. Jiofeng continued with a smile. We worked together to break through part of the barrier, and there we found the innate gourd vine. Quafu. Wu Tian was surprised it was him who found it. In later legends, Quafu's pursuit of the sun and his duel with the 10 golden crows became the famous story of Quafu chasing the sun. He ultimately perished, turning into a peach forest, which later set the stage for Ho-E shooting down the suns and the final war between the witches and demons. Thinking of Quafu's fate, Wu Tian made a mental note that since Quafu had made such a great contribution this time, he must not let him meet the same tragic end. Yes, Quafu has done a great service, and all of you have worked hard for so long. I will remember your efforts, Wu Tian said with a smile. He wanted to reward them immediately, but aside from the Hongming measuring ruler, he had nothing else to give. He sighed inwardly, still too poor. He'll make sure to reward you all properly later, Wu Tian added, a bit embarrassed. Thank you, honored ancestral witch. Jiao Feng was delighted. Wu Tian's recognition and praise meant everything to her. Innate gourd vine? Di Jiang asked curiously. Xian Ming and Ho Tu were already aware of it, but Di Jiang and the others were not. Seeing Wu Tian so happy, their curiosity was piqued. Wu Tian briefly explained the origin of the innate gourd vine. When the ancestral witches learned it was one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, their interest was immediately aroused, and they clamored, let's go together. Wu Tian gladly agreed and asked Jiao Feng to lead the way. Each of them used their divine powers, harnessing the laws of nature as they sped toward the valley where the innate gourd vine was hidden. Before they even landed, the ancestral witches looked down over the mountains as Jiao Feng slowly descended. At the seemingly ordinary foot of the mountain, an inconspicuous valley was hidden from view. Hou-E, Quafu, Xing Tian, and Xiang Lu hurried forward to greet the ancestral witches. Greetings, honored ancestral witches. Wu Tian smiled and gestured for them to rise, giving Hou-E and Quafu a hearty pat on the shoulder. You've all worked hard. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the seemingly unremarkable valley. Quafu quickly stepped forward and kicked into the air, turning back with a grin. Honored ancestral witches, take another look. In an instant, a brilliant rainbow light flashed, and an invisible primordial formation appeared. Within the formation, beside a misty, spirit-infused lake, a gourd vine shimmering with 7-colored light clung to the cliff. Hanging from it were 7 small gourds, each a different color. The ancestral witches gasped in surprise. Zhu Rong was about to rush forward to break the formation, but Di Jiang pulled him back. Can't you be a bit more careful? He shot Zhu Rong a glare, then carefully studied the primordial gourd vine. This vine isn't fully mature yet. Only the first 2 gourds are ripe. If we break the formation now, it might disrupt the growth of the others. Wu Tian considered this. In the original course of events, even by the 3rd sermon, 2 gourds still hadn't matured, let alone now, when they'd found the vine ahead of time. He turned to Di Jiang and asked, Brother, is it possible to move the entire valley and the formation to the Pangu Hall? Di Jiang released a wave of killing intent, letting the power of spatial law spread outward. After a moment, he shook his head. I'm afraid not. This is Bujo Mountain, where space is extremely stable. Besides, the primordial gourd vine likely needs the spiritual energy here to mature. Moving it recklessly could do more harm than good. Gong Gong spoke up loudly. Then we'll leave it here and assign 2 great witches to guard it. No one dares touch the treasures of the Wu tribe. Hou-E and the others immediately volunteered. We are willing to stay and guard it. Wu Tian nodded in agreement. He wanted to seize this opportunity, but not at the cost of damaging the world. Still, to prevent anything unexpected from happening in the future, it would be best to leave a mark or establish ownership over the gourd vine. With the 12 ancestral witches here, they had no fear of confronting the 3 pure ones, but caution was wise. He looked at Di Jiang. Brother, is it possible to send me inside without damaging the formation? Di Jiang burst into laughter and said, Of course, I have no objections. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his spatial laws, sending a surge of overwhelming power toward Wu Tian. In an instant, Wu Tian felt a mysterious force envelop him. With a flash of light before his eyes, he suddenly found himself inside a valley, just a few steps away from the primordial gourd vine. From a distance, Wu Tian hadn't realized how enormous the gourd vine was, but as he drew closer, he was struck with awe. Countless thick vines coiled around the cliff like powerful dragons, nearly covering the entire rock face. Each leaf was a vibrant green, gleaming like finely carved jade. As the breeze passed by, the leaves swayed gently, sparkling with radiant light and producing a crisp, melodious sound like the chiming of jade pieces. 7 gourds hung from the vine, each radiating its own unique glow and spiritual aura. The first 2 gourds were fully ripe. The first shimmered with a purple light, brimming with innate yang energy. This gourd originally belonged to Taiqing, who later extracted its yang energy. The second was black, filled with innate yin energy. It once belonged to Tongtian, who also drew out its yin energy to merge with Taiking's Tao of yin and yang. Later, Tongtian refined the empty shell into the water and fire gourd, a powerful magical artifact. Wu Tian then turned his gaze to the remaining 5 gourds. Although not yet fully mature, each emitted the essence of one of the 5 elements. Jin Yuanzi had once obtained the blue-green wood gourd and later gifted it to Shinno, who refined it into the 5 grains gourd. Hong Yun acquired the red fire gourd and turned it into the 99 soul-scattering gourd. The yellow earth gourd was claimed by Nuwa, who refined it into the demon summoning banner, capable of rallying countless demons. The white metal gourd went to Emperor Jun, who used it during the Great War between the Wu and Demon clans to collect the spirits of fallen Wu warriors and forge the immortal slaying flying blade, which was later passed to Luya and became legendary. The last one, the blue water gourd, was obtained by Yuan Shi, who used it to gather the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, refining it into the 3 lights divine water, a treasure of immense power. Wu Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This primordial gourd vine was more than just a vine. It truly deserved to be called the primordial yin-yang 5 elements gourd vine. The fate of each gourd was significant, and even those yet to mature would one day become renowned treasures in the world of the Great Desolation. Its value was beyond measure. A faint smile appeared in Wu Tian's eyes. Now, all these gourds belonged to him. In the future, even those vines that contributed greatly to the creation of humankind would become part of his legacy. Suddenly, Wu Tian remembered the 9 heavens breathing earth. The thought of creating humans flashed through his mind, and he quickly looked toward the base of the vine. Legend had it that the 9 heavens breathing earth used by Nuwa in the creation of mankind came from the very place where the primordial gourd vine grew. Focusing his gaze, he indeed spotted a clump of earth at the vine's roots, shining with 9-colored light and exuding a powerful earth energy, which the vine was constantly absorbing. Wu Tian's heart stirred. He released his magic power, gently touching the breathing earth. Instantly, it returned to its original size, growing rapidly in his hands just as the legends described. Delight filled Wu Tian's heart. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had hoped. Wu Tian noticed that the growth of the Jiutian Shirong was not unconditional. It required absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, consuming the aura around it. Worried that this might interfere with the ripening of the gourd vine, he stopped harvesting after picking a small section and began to consider how to refine the innate gourd vine. At the very least, he needed to leave his own mark on it. After a brief moment of thought, Wu Tian decided to try sensing the gourd vine with the power of his soul. His consciousness quickly extended, reaching into the vine. The innate gourd vine seemed to possess its own intelligence. In an instant, the leaves rustled, and the 7 gourds glowed with light. Suddenly, a force of yin-yang and the 5 elements surged forth, strongly repelling Wu Tian's spiritual power. It's actually rejecting me? Wu Tian muttered helplessly, quickly withdrawing his power. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, not caring whether the gourd vine could truly understand him. Innate gourd vine. Do you realize that meeting me today is your great fortune? The world is governed by balance. How could it tolerate the existence of something like you, bearing both innate yin-yang and the 5 elements? Had we not met today, you would likely face the fate of being split apart in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the gourd vine seemed to respond. The leaves stilled, and the glow faded, a sense of sadness emanating from the entire vine. At that moment, Wu Tian recalled the 10 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. Though each possessed tremendous power, none had managed to attain enlightenment in their perfect form, whether it was Yangmei Daxian's hollow willow, Xinyuan's towering ginseng fruit tree, or the powerful yet unshaped fusang and laurel trees. The gourd vine seemed to understand the deeper meaning of his words, becoming aware of its own potential fate. Seeing this, Wu Tian smiled and continued, I am of Pangu's true lineage, blessed with great fortune. Our meeting today is destiny. If you are willing to recognize me as your master, I will do everything in my power to protect you in the future. As he spoke, Wu Tian unleashed the true form of Pangu. Without hesitation, a gray phantom appeared, overlapping with his physical body. The aura of Pangu immediately spread out, causing the very world around him to tremble. Even the distant ancestral witches atop Bujo mountain sensed it, turning their attention to Wu Tian in astonishment and confusion. He was just muttering to the gourd vine. Do you think it can understand him? One of the ancestral witches whispered, his gaze locked on Wu Tian. As the aura of Pangu's true form faded, Wu Tian returned to his usual self. He had only intended to prove his identity, not to subdue the gourd vine by force. What happened next took Wu Tian by surprise. Countless leaves on the vine began to sway gently, as if in response to his words. He sensed a wave of goodwill from the gourd vine, and then, a tender shoot at the tip of the vine shot out like a green dragon, darting toward his arm. Caught off guard, Wu Tian's 9-turn primordial art activated instinctively, his bodhi's power rebounding and knocking the shoot away. The gourd vine sent out a faint wave of grievance, making Wu Tian suddenly realize its intentions. He quickly suppressed his defensive power, extended his arm, and laughed, haha, let's try that again. This time, the the gourd vine pierced his arm. Wu Tian felt a surge of blood leave his body, and when he looked down, he saw that the green vine had absorbed a trace of his blood, which spread through it like growing veins. At the same time, a mysterious connection formed between him and the gourd vine, and Wu Tian clearly sensed a feeling of closeness. No wonder blood recognition is so effective. It truly has its unique power, Wu Tian thought to himself. He withdrew his arm, a smile on his face, his heart filled with joy and anticipation. As the crimson hue spread across the entire vine, a sudden flash of light burst forth. In the next moment, the vine vanished from sight in a strange and inexplicable way, as if it had been sucked into itself and sunk deep within the primordial gourd vine. The leaves and branches, previously streaked with blood-red veins, instantly returned to their vibrant green, as if what had just happened was nothing more than an illusion. Wu Tian's face went pale, and he staggered slightly, muttering under his breath, "Wow, all this just to form a bond? I didn't expect it to drain so much of my vitality. You're not just taking advantage of me, are you?" Though he grumbled, a gentle surge of spiritual energy suddenly welled up from deep within him, as if the vine itself was responding to his thoughts. It was the vine's nascent spirit, transmitting a sense of innocent yet genuine connection, tinged with a hint of protest. Seeing this, Wu Tian could only offer a helpless, wry smile. All right, I was just kidding." At this point, the primordial gourd vine possessed only the most basic form of spiritual awareness, much like a naive child. Its true intelligence had yet to fully awaken. Only when the 7 gourds on the vine reached full maturity would its spirit truly take shape, transforming into a sentient being. In the grand scheme of things, the primordial gourd vine originally had little chance of survival. As soon as it appeared, it was seized and uprooted by the likes of the 3 pure ones, then taken away by New Weight's fate already sealed. But now, Wu Tian had discovered it first and completed the bonding ritual. Under the protection of the Wu tribe, the vine was finally able to break free from the chains of destiny. Through this vine and the potential of the 7 gourds, Wu Tian now had the chance to seize even greater opportunities in the future. With the bond established, a torrent of information surged into Wu Tian's mind from the vine. It wasn't just profound insights into primordial yin-yang and the 5 elements, but also the fundamental mysteries behind the gourd vine's growth. The flood of knowledge left his mind buzzing, even making him a bit dizzy. At the same time, Wu Tian gained a clearer understanding of the grand formation that encompassed the entire valley. This formation, known as the primordial yin-yang 5 elements array, used the gourd vine as its core, evolving and strengthening as the vine grew. Now, with the vine recognizing Wu Tian as its master, the entire array naturally came under his control. With a single thought, whoosh, the array sprang to life, 7 colored lights surging like a tide, flowing endlessly along an invisible barrier. The purple and black lights shone brightest, while the rays representing the 5 elements were a bit subdued but still carried an undeniable aura of authority. After a few moments, the array slowly opened a passage. As the entrance appeared, the ancestral witches, who had been waiting outside, entered the valley and gathered before the extraordinary gourd vine. Seeing the spiritual glow enveloping the vine and the 7 immature gourds, they couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Wu Tian watched their reactions and said with a smile, "The gourd vine has recognized me as its master. No one can take it away now." The ancestral witches immediately broke into smiles. Even Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temper, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "It's already acknowledged you? All you did was mumble a few words, and the vine actually understood?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, countless leaves quivered slightly, as if expressing their own protest. Zhu Rong grinned, scratching his head and chuckling, saying nothing more. Wu Tian nodded gently and explained, "Everything has a spirit. When I approached it with sincerity, it naturally sensed my intentions and was willing to accept me as its master. Of course, that's not the only reason. The real key was the aura of Pangu within Wu Tian. The primordial gourd vine was born on Mount Bujo, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, while Wu Tian was the purest inheritor of Pangu's aura. To the vine, he was the most natural master, so it was only fitting that it would accept him willingly. At this moment, Di Jiang and the others turned their attention to the 7 immature gourds on the vine, their eyes filled with curiosity. Noticing this, Wu Tian smiled and said, "These 7 gourds, I plan to share them with all of you in the future. But for now, they still need time to fully mature." Di Jiang quickly waved his hand, politely declining. Without hesitation, he refused, but quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Di Jiang's face broke into a sincere smile. "I'm just amazed by the wonders of creation, how incredible it is that a primordial spiritual root exists, embodying both the innate yin and yang, and all 5 elements. You discovered and tamed this gourd vine yourself. How could we possibly take advantage of you?" Hearing this, Wu Tian's gaze fell on the vine, his expression resolute. Once the gourds ripen, they should be put to good use. They can't just hang here as decoration forever. I can't use all 7 on my own, so sharing them with you, the ancestral witches, to strengthen us all, is the right thing to do. The stronger you are, the more confident you'll be. He paused, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Besides, treasures only matter if they're actually used. And the stronger you all become, the better you can protect me. The ancestral witches were taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Dijiang laughed loudly. All right, since you put it that way, we won't refuse. Let's wait until the gourds are ripe. But even without them, would never let anyone push you around. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ho-Tu looked at Wu Tian with a playful smile, her eyes curving like crescents. She teased, exactly. Other than Xianming, no one's allowed to bully you. As soon as she said it, Xianming was instantly infuriated and lunged at Ho-Tu's. Wu Tian couldn't help but smile as he watched them bicker. He had always thought Ho-Tu was the most composed and gentle, but now she seemed so lively. Ho-Tu, look at this, Wu Tian said, raising the Jiutian Shirong in his hand to show her. The two stopped their squabble. Ho-Tu sensed it briefly, and her eyes widened. Such a strong power of the earth element. Wu Tian nodded with a smile, splitting the Jiutian Shirong in half and handing a portion to Ho-Tu, while carefully explaining its mysterious properties. You can engrave the laws of earth within this treasure to strengthen your soul. It will make your cultivation much more effective. Seeing how well the treasure suited her, and hearing that it possessed inexhaustible vitality, Ho-Tu accepted it happily. Xianming, seizing the moment, sneered, see? Wu Tian treats you just as well, brings you all the best things. Ho-Tu tucked away the Jiutian Shirong and replied with a soft laugh. Of course. After all, we both lead the Ho-Tu tribe together. Ignoring their banter, Wu Tian turned to Di Jiang and the others. Brother, I plan to cultivate here for a while and comprehend the yin-yang and 5-element laws within the primordial gourd vine. You all should return to the tribe first when the time comes. Come pick me up and we'll set out together. However, the ancestral witches exchanged awkward glances. Finally, Di Jiang scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Wu Tian, maybe we'll skip the next sermon? The immortal path that Hong Jun teaches just doesn't interest us. Zhu Rong quickly chimed in. Exactly. We cultivate with baleful energy, and the spiritual power in Zixiao Palace is so intense it makes us uncomfortable. As the leader of the ancestral witches, Di Jiang now wore an ingratiating smile and said cautiously, Wu Tian, how about we just don't go? You and Xianming and Ho-Tu can attend the sermon. Don't worry if anyone tries to give you trouble. We'll be waiting right outside the palace doors. Wu Tian gave a helpless, wry smile. Even Di Jiang, who always acted like the eldest brother, was showing this attitude. What more could he say? Thinking back to the formidable presence the ancestral witches had displayed earlier in Zixiao Palace, he doubted anyone would be foolish enough to provoke the three of them. Fine, if we're not going, then so be it, Wu Tian said softly. At his words, the ancestral witches visibly relaxed. Di Jiang quickly regained his usual authoritative demeanor, a confident smile appearing on his face. Don't worry. Even if we don't go to Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao, we won't neglect our cultivation. We'll keep strengthening our mastery of the laws and refining our bodies. Zhu Jiuyin, usually taciturn, also spoke up for once. With all the great powers of the world heading off to hear the Tao, it's the perfect time for us to focus on developing our tribe. And about that 12 heavenly deities formation you mentioned earlier, we should complete it as soon as possible. Seeing Wu Tian's calm, the ancestral witches took his suggestions even more seriously. Connecting Bujo Mountain with the 12 heavenly deities formation had become a top priority. Just then, another idea surfaced in Wu Tian's mind, something that could be handled alongside the formation. The formal establishment of the Wu tribe. When he brought it up, the ancestral witches all looked puzzled. Di Jiang frowned. Establish the tribe? Aren't we already the Wu tribe? Why the need to make it official? Wu Tian smiled as he explained, not exactly. While we call ourselves the Wu tribe and some may recognize us, that doesn't mean we have the acknowledgement of the whole world. Without a proper name, our words lack authority. He paused, then continued from another angle. Besides, with so many of our children and our tribe growing stronger every day, shouldn't we announce ourselves to Father Pangu, so his lingering will might take comfort in our achievements? His words struck a chord with the ancestral witches, who all nodded in agreement. Di Jiang was especially pleased. You're right. If we are to establish our tribe, we should certainly declare it to Father Pangu. In the original course of history, the Wu tribe had already grown powerful, but it wasn't until after Di Jun and others founded the demon tribe that the ancestral witches formally established the Wu tribe. Wu Tian's plan to act ahead of time could not only earn them tremendous merit, but might even awaken the lingering will of Pangu and gain his blessing. What's more, if they made a subtle change in their oath, like swearing by the great Tao instead of heaven, they might even attract the favor of the great Tao through Pangu's influence. For the ancestral witches, this would be an incredible opportunity. With this in place, Their other plans could unfold smoothly as well, such as appointing Xianming as the god of winter and Zhu Rong as the god of fire. Unlike the deities of later generations who relied on incense and prayers, these innate gods were truly born of heaven and earth. As for these details, Wu Tian decided to wait until after the second sermon to discuss them thoroughly with the ancestral witches and perfect their plans. Wu Tian smiled and said, "Then it's settled, you brothers can start preparing in advance. Once the second sermon at Zixiao Palace is over and I return with Xianming and Sister Hutu, we'll announce ourselves to Father Pangu and officially establish the Wu tribe." Di Jiang and the others all nodded in agreement before bidding farewell to Wu Tian. Xianming and Hutu also prepared to return to their tribe to check on the Wu warriors. Before leaving, Hutu smiled and said, "Once we've handled things in the tribe, we'll come join you. We can set out together from here then." After the ancestral witches left, Wu Tian closed the innate formation and began cultivating within it. He focused his mind on the primordial gourd vine, seeking to comprehend the laws of yin and yang and the 5 elements embedded within. Although these laws seemed to overlap with those Wu Tian carried as an ancestral witch, they were not entirely the same. In the Great Desolation, laws represent rules and characteristics, not simply tangible things. For example, the law of fire isn't just about flames, but about the principles of burning and releasing energy. Because of this distinction, the ancestral witches' laws are more intense and personalized, like Zhu Rong's fire, fierce and explosive, while the laws within the primordial gourd vine are purer and more orderly. As Wu Tian cultivated, he gradually absorbed these essences, deepening the imprint of the laws within his soul. To Wu Tian's surprise, faint new patterns began to appear around the 12 shadowy figures formed by the laws he had condensed. The primordial gourd vine wove these patterns into a circle, resembling a floral wreath, with 7 gourds clearly visible. While Wu Tian was immersed in cultivation, Xianming and Hutu finished their tasks and flew together to join him, beginning their own training alongside him. It's hard to say how much time passed before Hutu gently woke Wu Tian. He opened his eyes slowly to see Hutu smiling and saying, "It's about time. We should get going." Wu Tian nodded and calmed his power. Although his physical strength hadn't grown much during this session, his soul and spiritual power had advanced significantly, reaching the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Looking at the changes before him, he couldn't help but mutter, "Still, it's not quite enough." Hutu heard him and laughed softly. "You were the last of us ancestral witches to be born, and it was only with the blood of the ancestral witches that you could wield the power of the laws. To achieve so much in such a short time is already impressive. Aren't you satisfied?" Wu Tian wasn't truly dissatisfied, but with the next Zixiao Palace sermon approaching, the looming catastrophe between the Wu and demon tribes was drawing near. He longed to improve faster. After all, among the 3 pure ones, Taiqing might already be at the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal, waiting for Hongjun's teachings to comprehend his own Tao and become a quasi-saint. How could Wu Tian be content to fall behind? Still, he didn't argue, only smiled, turned to the 2 ancestral witches, and said, "Let's go. We can't miss the sermon." Xianming and Hutu nodded. Then Xianming took out the Hongming measuring ruler and handed it back to Wu Tian. The 2 ancestral witches joined forces, lifting Wu Tian as they sped out of the chaos, heading towards Zixiao Palace. The first time Wu Tian visited Zixiao Palace, it was Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin who did all the work, was just along for the ride, and it even turned out to be a great opportunity for him to practice cultivation. The second time was much the same. Xianming and Hutu stepped up without hesitation, taking responsibility for the journey to Zixiao Palace and letting Wu Tian continue enjoying the perks of being the youngest sibling. The benefits of being the youngest were obvious. His 10 older brothers and 2 older sisters all cared for him deeply. Whether it was facing obstacles or sharing rewards, they never forgot about Wu Tian. This time, instead of focusing on cultivation, Wu Tian put away the Hongming measuring ruler and chatted with Xianming and Hutu with a bright smile. "Sister Xianming, have you fully refined the Northern Xinyuan water controlling banner?" Wu Tian asked with concern in his eyes. Xianming gave a slight nod, then replied in a calm tone, "Not completely, but I can already use this innate treasure to block the evil energy." As she spoke, a trace of frustration appeared on her face. While the banner could shield her from the evil aura, the pressure from her powerful physical body made it extremely difficult for her primordial spirit to progress, which in turn affected her physical cultivation. Unlike Di Jiang and the others, she couldn't recklessly absorb evil energy to temper her body. The stronger her physical form, the greater the burden on her spirit. "Don't worry," Wu Tian quickly reassured her. "Look at Sister Hautish is not anxious at all. Once your primordial spirit grows stronger, your physical power will definitely catch up in time." He then reminded Xianming to take full advantage of the next 2 lectures, urging her to improve her spiritual strength as much as possible. Xianming rolled her eyes at him. "I know. Why do you sound more like the older sibling here? You've already said this on Sito. You really need to fuss over me so much?" Despite her words, Xianming was truly touched inside. It was just her nature. She wasn't good at expressing her feelings. Even when she cared about Wu Tian, she'd rather rough him up than show it openly. Wu Tian just chuckled and turned his attention to Hutu. Hutu smiled warmly and said, "The Jiotian resting soil you gave me has been a great help. The earth element laws within it have benefited me a lot. I really should thank you." Wu Tian waved her thanks away. At first, had approached the ancestral witches to strengthen their bonds, especially with Hutu, so he could rely on them and enjoy a carefree life in the wilderness. But as they spent more time together, his initial motives faded. Now, he genuinely hoped for a better outcome for the ancestral witches, to change their tragic destinies. Though the ancestral witches could be hot-tempered, they never showed any brutality toward their youngest brother. Instead, they revealed their straightforward and honest sides to Wu Tian. Feeling their sincerity, Wu Tian couldn't help but be moved. Thinking of the fate that originally awaited Xianming and Hutu, Wu Tian spoke from the heart. "Don't worry, sisters, I'll do everything I can to help you achieve enlightenment and live better lives." Xianming and Hutu were a bit surprised. They could sense the sincerity in Wu Tian's words, but didn't understand why he suddenly said this. After a moment's pause, Hutu smiled and replied, "Of course. Aren't you always asking us to look out for you? Once we achieve enlightenment, we'll make sure no one in the wilderness ever dares to bully you." Wu Tian burst into laughter, remembering their last experience together. The three of them quickly made their way through the boundless chaos, following the sense in their hearts to the Ziao palace. The grand palace gates stood open, with two young attendants waiting at the entrance. When they saw Wu Tian and his companions arrive, the attendants immediately broke into warm smiles and greeted Wu Tian with respectful bows, no doubt grateful for the fierce beast blood Wu Tian had given to Hao Yin, Yao Qi, and the others after the last lecture. As they entered the main hall, Wu Tian glanced around and realized they had indeed arrived a bit late. The seats at the front were already filled, except for those reserved for the ancestral witches. The crowd inside cast curious glances their way, clearly wondering where the other ancestral witches might be. No sooner had they taken their seats than Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun came over. Unable to contain his curiosity, Han Yun asked, "Where are Emperor Jiang and the others?" Wu Tian replied with a light laugh, "My brothers have other matters to attend to, so they won't be joining us for this lecture." Of course, he couldn't tell the truth that they simply didn't want to attend the class. That would be far too embarrassing. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun were visibly taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. To them, what could possibly be more important than attending a lecture on the cultivation of a quasi saint? Sensing that Wu Tian didn't want to discuss it further, Han Yun tactfully changed the subject. "That makes sense. You can always share what you learn with them afterwards." Just then, Kuan-Ping in the front row suddenly turned around, forcing a smile that looked even more awkward than his usual cold expression, and nodded at Wu Tian. This unusual behavior immediately caught the attention of Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun, who couldn't help but study Kuan-Ping curiously, each speculating about the reason behind it. Di Jun and Tai also noticed the exchange. Tai couldn't help but complain to Di Jun through a private message. "Brother, isn't Kuan-Ping being a bit too shameless? He was so indifferent when we invited him to join us in our plans, but now he's acting so friendly towards Wu Tian. It's as if we don't even matter to him." Di Jun replied calmly, "Calm yourself. This is Ziao Palace. Listening to the lecture is what matters now. We can discuss everything else afterwards." Despite his composed words, his gaze lingered thoughtfully on Fuxi and Nuwa. Before long, the great doors of Ziao Palace slowly closed. At some point, the figure of the Taoist patriarch Hanjun had appeared before everyone. His eyes swept across the hall, pausing briefly as he noticed the absence of the ancestral witches. He felt a quiet sense of relief. According to his own calculations, Emperor Jiang and the others were never meant to attend after the first lecture. Although their absence came a bit later than expected, everything had ultimately returned to its destined course. Nevertheless, Hong Jun's expression remained calm and unreadable. After a brief, measured glance around the hall, he announced, "The second lecture begins now." As soon as the words fell, a profound and boundless aura once again filled Ziao Palace, surging with overwhelming force. It was as if celestial flowers were falling from the sky and golden lotuses sprang from the earth, the energy soaring straight into the clouds and spreading in all directions. Everyone held their breath and listened intently. During Hong Jun's previous sermon, he had paused at a critical juncture, leaving behind an unsolved mystery that stirred everyone present. They could hardly wait for 3,000 years to pass in the blink of an eye, so their questions could finally be answered. Sanqing, Fuxi, Nuwa, as well as Dijuan, Tai, and others, were all born with an innate understanding of their own paths of cultivation. Many of them had already reached the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal even before Hongjun's teachings. For these beings, who possessed great power from birth, the first sermon had been deeply enlightening. But what they truly yearned for was to discover the path to becoming a quasi-saint and to fully comprehend the Tao, ultimately attaining the status of a true sage. Hongjun began to speak slowly, revealing the secrets of cultivating the Tao and achieving sainthood. The expressions of those in Ziao Palace varied widely. Some looked as if they had suddenly seen the light, their eyes shining with joy and excitement. Others appeared utterly perplexed, as if listening to an incomprehensible language, their brows furrowed in confusion. Wu Tian was filled with emotion, thinking to himself, so it really is like this. He had already formed some suspicions, and now, as he listened to Hong Jun's words, many of his thoughts were gradually confirmed. He vaguely sensed that the ancestral witches were destined for a unique fate within the primordial world. Their greatness was preordained, but so too were their eventual failure and disappearance. The path of cultivation began with refining one's energy, absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth to build magical power and strengthen oneself. Only after reaching a certain level could one begin to comprehend the laws and inscribe the truths of the universe. The ancestral witches were no exception, but the difference was that they were born already possessing the power of a fundamental law, giving them an extraordinary starting point. However, once they reached the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage, the cultivation path of the Wu tribe diverged fundamentally from that of the immortals. The Tao of immortality relied on weaving together multiple laws, advancing step by step, while the Wu tribe pursued a single, profound path seeking to achieve enlightenment through mastery of the one law they controlled. Both approaches had their strengths and weaknesses. The Wu tribe's path could be even more powerful than the immortal way, but it was far more difficult, and almost no one succeeded. Under the heavenly Tao, the ancestral witches can never attain true perfection, Wu Tian mused. The more fundamental and powerful a law, the harder it was to fully master. Take Dijiang's law of space. For example, if he truly gained complete control over all aspects of space, then the very laws of space within the heavenly Tao would be subject to his will. How could that be allowed? Such power would threaten not only other cultivators, but even the heavenly Tao itself. This was part of the heavenly Tao's grand design if the ancestral witches were allowed to fully master a law, who would remain the ruler of heaven and earth. And when the masters of these laws perished, their authority would return to the heavenly Tao. If the ancestral witches succeeded, how would the sovereignty of the primordial world be divided? Wu Tian felt increasingly burdened by these thoughts, sighing inwardly. This is the scheme of the heavenly Tao. He began to recall legends from later ages, and new ideas started to form in his mind. No longer troubled, he calmed himself and continued to listen intently to the teachings. As Hong Jun continued, the atmosphere in Ziao Palace grew even more polarized. Those able to follow his train of thought wore expressions of sudden enlightenment, their faces lit with delight and excitement. The less powerful cultivators, however, felt mentally exhausted and deeply puzzled, their brows tightly knit. Each sentence seemed to hang in the air if they listened carefully. They could understand every word, but when strung together, the meaning became shrouded in mystery and impossible to grasp. Some refused to give up, trying desperately to memorize every word, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't capture the true essence within. The profundity and unfathomable nature of these teachings left them utterly bewildered. Back when he believed he would have plenty of time and strength in the future, Wu Tian thought he could gradually come to understand these principles. Yet, when he truly tried to engrave them in his heart, he realized the laws were as elusive as dreams gone in an instant, slipping away before he could grasp them. Though he felt a twinge of frustration, he also understood that this was inevitable. While Wu Tian cultivated the 9 revolutions primordial art, the power he wielded did not come solely from that technique. Instead, it stemmed from the divine abilities of Pangu's true form. The 12 laws of the ancestral witches intertwined, manifesting as the immense might of Pangu's true body. This path to the heavens seemed endless. As long as he continued to engrave those laws, Pangu's true form would only grow stronger. At this moment, Wu Tian had yet to fully reveal Pangu's true form. He could only summon its shadow around himself, using Pangu's will to enhance his cultivation. But if, one day, he could truly transform into Pangu's true body achieving perfect harmony and immortality, then the real path of immortality would quietly unfold within him. In the Ziao Palace, Wu Tian spared no effort in his cultivation. He listened carefully to Hong Jun's teachings about the cultivation methods of the Quasi-Saint realm, while also absorbing the rich primordial energy permeating the palace, accelerating the inscription of the heavenly laws. Time passed bit by bit, and the power of his physical body and primordial spirit grew rapidly, pushing him to ever greater heights. Just then, Hong Jun, who had appeared to be dozing, suddenly opened his eyes and slowly swept his gaze over the cultivators below. His deep, penetrating look inspired awe in all who met it. Although Hong Jun's words were as wondrous as celestial flowers, and everyone listened in rapt attention, few were truly determined to pursue the path of immortality, especially the innate deities, who already had their own unique paths and had no desire to join the ranks of immortals. Take the 3 pure ones, for example. As incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, each had already comprehended their own way. Tai's dust whisk representing the path of alchemy, Sanbao's jade scepter the path of talismans, and Qingping's sword the path of swordsmanship. With such individual insights, how could they easily abandon their own paths and enter the immortal way, handing over their fortune to Hongjun for his benefit? Even Tai Ching, the most powerful among them, was only contemplating the mysteries of the immortal path, with no intention of breaking through to the Quasi-Saint realm. As for Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu, they were even more focused on their own cultivation. Taking advantage of the unique environment of Zixiao Palace and the nourishment of the heavenly laws, they continued to strengthen themselves. The ancestral witches of the Wu clan, by nature strong and stubborn, were even less likely to be swayed by the immortal path. Hutu, in particular, was destined for her own unique fate. The immortal way was never meant for her. Observing all this, Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of displeasure flickering across his face. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, yet not a single soul had taken the bait. He felt a faint sense of disappointment if no one truly comprehended his teachings. What would be the point of his efforts? Still, he thought, if the immortal path could eventually rise as planned, he would surely reap boundless fortune, and the heavenly way would flourish. But for now, it seemed he would have to give things another push. Hongjun's gaze fell upon Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu. Both were powerful innate deities, deeply rooted in their own ways. Dongwang Gong was the embodiment of innate yang energy, while Shiwang Mu was grounded in innate yin. Though they cultivated on Panlai Island and in western Kunlun, they were both closely tied to the laws of heaven. With a thought, Hongjun sent out an invisible ripple that silently swept toward Dongwang Gong. As Dongwang Gong was pondering the immortal path, he suddenly sensed the difficulty and challenge of achieving enlightenment through the laws. The paths of the five elements and yin-yang were indeed powerful, but to truly attain the Tao was no easy feat. Struck by this realization, Dongwang Gong looked up at Hongjun, a clear thought rising in his mind. Since the immortal path was now within reach, why make things difficult for himself? The way forward was open. Hongjun's teachings were a clear sign. Why struggle? Perhaps it was time to let go and step onto the path of immortality. Once that thought took hold, Dongwang Gong could no longer contain himself. In an instant, primal energy surged through Zixiao Palace, and waves of spiritual energy gathered around him. Rooted in innate yang, his power began to circulate according to the methods of the immortal path, growing ever stronger. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to tremble within him, guiding him toward the Quasi-Saint realm. At the same time, Shiwang Mu's power was also drawn in. The innate yin within her began to move on its own, responding to the changes in Dongwang Gong. She sensed the force of the heavenly way, and despite cursing Dongwang Gong inwardly for his lack of foresight, she couldn't stop the transformation within herself. Quietly, she entered the state of cultivating the immortal path as well. Watching from the side, Hongjun allowed himself a faint smile, though his eyes hid a deeper meaning. He knew this was only the beginning. After a brief moment, Hongjun's profound voice echoed through the hall. His deep, unfathomable eyes calmly settled on Dongwang Gong and Ziao Mu. Instantly, everyone in the Zixiao Palace found their attention drawn to these two figures. Wu Tian also looked over, but because of his memories from a previous life, he was not surprised by the scene after all. Dongwang Gong and Ziao Mu were inherently beings of the immortal Tao. As time passed, the pair's cultivation advanced steadily. The Tao energy within them gradually transformed into pure immortal aura, and their power rose to the late Deluo golden immortal stage. Feeling the surge of strength within, Dongwang Gong realized he was not far from the quasi-saint realm, and a look of delight appeared on his face. In contrast, Ziao Mu's expression was tinged with reluctance. Being forced to follow the path of the immortal Tao meant she would have to walk a road paved by others, making future breakthroughs much more difficult. At that moment, Hongjun spoke. The two of you are born of the primordial yin and yang. Now that you have joined the immortal Tao, you shall be the leaders of all male and female immortals under heaven. As soon as his words fell, the power of heaven surged within Zixiao Palace. The positions of leader of male and female immortals carried immense fortune, further enhanced by the blessing of heaven's will. In an instant, their fortunes soared, and their cultivation nearly reached the peak of Deluo golden immortal. Hongjun then bestowed generous treasures upon them. Dongwang Gong received a dragon head staff, a relic Hongjun had used before attaining enlightenment, symbolizing his status as the head of all male immortals. Ziao Mu's rewards were even more lavish. She was granted the Western Plain Cloud Realm banner, a supreme innate spiritual treasure for protection, and a primordial Rin water peach tree to anchor her fortune. With such generous gifts, much of Ziao Mu's earlier resentment faded away. Both of them bowed respectfully to Hongjun and said in unison, "Thank you, Saint Hongjun." Dongwang Gong was overjoyed, realizing that he had not only gained the honor of leading all male immortals, but also held the dragon head staff, a symbol of the immortal Tao, making him the representative of immortals in this primordial era. After a moment's thought, he declared loudly, "Rest assured, Saint Hongjun, We will devote ourselves to cultivation and use the immortal Tao to enlighten all beings, ensuring its prosperity. His words sparked a variety of reactions among those present. Some were eager, regretting they hadn't spoken up sooner. Others frowned, lost in thought. Just as a few were about to follow suit, Dijun suddenly stood up and asked in a clear voice, "May I ask, Saint Hongjun, in this primordial world, is the immortal Tao the only path to enlightenment and sainthood?" This question caused a noticeable stir, and the expressions of those gathered changed, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Dijun's words voiced the doubts lingering in everyone's minds. Even if he hadn't asked, someone else would have raised the same question. Hongjun's deep gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke slowly. "No, that's not the case. All 3,000 great Daos can lead to sainthood. They are not limited to the immortal path alone." He paused, then continued, "I possess a treasure called the Creation Jade Disc. It contains records of countless great Daos that have existed since the dawn of time in the primordial world. Those of you with the affinity may comprehend them for yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the Creation Jade Disc above his head rose into the air, radiating boundless light. Strange visions appeared within the disc as myriad Daos cycled through birth and destruction. Suddenly, the disc trembled, and countless Tao imprints scattered like stars throughout Ziao Palace. The previously seated crowd sprang into action, each unleashing mystical light to probe the 3,000 Daos above them, using their spiritual power to seek out the path most aligned with their own nature. Wu Tian was no exception. He barely glanced at Queen Mother of the West, instead focusing his mind. His spirit quickly locked onto an imprint that shimmered with a gentle glow. The Tao of the physical body. Wu Tian nodded to himself, understanding his strong resonance with it. But what surprised him was that the Tao within this imprint was actually incomplete. He quickly comprehended it, and the imprint flew back into the void. That makes sense, Wu Tian thought. Even though the Creation Jade Disc is a supreme treasure, it's impossible for it to record all 3,000 Daos in their entirety. The fact that it even contains fragments is already remarkable. He continued his search and soon obtained the imprint of the Tao of worlds, a path similar to Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, but more focused on the gradual opening and perfection of worlds. Just as Wu Tian was about to continue his insights, Hongjun's voice rang out. "Time is up. The second sermon is now over. In 3,000 years, I will hold the final sermon, where I will explain the methods to attain the Tao and achieve sainthood." The Creation Jade Disc vibrated, and all the mystical Tao imprints instantly vanished, returning to Hongjun's side. At that moment, Dong Wanggong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He smiled and said, "Sage Hongjun has explained the immortal path to us and generously shared the 3,000 Daos today. From now on, all paths in the primordial world will trace back to the Sajif, shall be the ancestor of the Tao." He immediately bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your compassion in preaching at Ziao Palace and enlightening the beings of the primordial world." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Such flattery was a bit much. How could Hongjun deserve the title of Tao ancestor? The Daos within the Creation Jade Disc were incomplete, and besides, many of the innate gods present already had their own paths independent of Hongjun. But in that place and time, who dared to argue? After a brief silence, the crowd had no choice but to echo, "We thank Tao ancestor Hongjun." Wu Tian and his two companions remained silent, unwilling to draw attention at such a moment, simply watching the scene unfold with faint, knowing smiles. After all, the ancestor of the Wu clan inherited from Pangu himself. What did that have to do with Hongjun? Hongjun smiled, basking in the tremendous fortune brought by the crowd's praise. The Creation Jade Disc spun rapidly, strengthening his authority over the heavenly Tao. He replied softly, "No need for such courtesy. This is only my duty." With that, he nodded to Dong Wanggong, who was overjoyed by the gesture. Finally, Hongjun announced, "This sermon is concluded. In 3,000 years, Ziao Palace will reopen, and I will teach you the way to attain the Tao and become saints." Just like last time, Hongjun abruptly stopped his sermon, leaving everyone outside Ziao Palace restless and frustrated, before vanishing without a trace. The palace doors slowly opened again, but this time, things were different from before. With the title of Tao Ancestor and the fortune of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun's status and authority soared, and his power would soon advance by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, the Eastern King and the Queen Mother of the West were each granted official positions by the heavenly Tao, giving them authority over all immortals. Dijun narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the Eastern King. By now, many cultivators had gathered around, showering him with compliments. "Congratulations, Mu Gong. With the Tao ancestor's personal blessing, you are sure to lead the immortal path of the world. Truly a cause for celebration." The Eastern King, originally called Mu Gong for his connection with the sacred Jinmu tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, had not received a spiritual root from Hongjun. Instead, the Tao ancestor gifted the Queen Mother of the West an innate Rin water peach tree. Hearing the flattery, The Eastern King felt a surge of pride, but quickly suppressed it, maintaining a humble demeanor as he cupped his hands and smiled. My friends, you are too kind. Since the Tao ancestor has entrusted me with this duty, how could I neglect it? When I return to Penglai, I will follow his example and teach the immortal path. If you have time, you're all welcome to come and exchange insights. Many nodded in agreement. Of course, we'll be there. Would love to hear your wisdom, Mugong. The Eastern King felt even more pleased, a smile tugging at his lips. He glanced secretly at the Queen Mother of the West after all. They were now the leaders of all male and female immortals, and it wouldn't be right for him alone to steal the spotlight. But to his surprise, she had already disappeared. His heart tightened as he hurriedly looked toward the palace gates, just in time to see the Queen Mother's figure slipping out and vanishing into the chaos beyond. He quickly called out, "Golden Mother, wait." Realizing he had lost his composure, he excused himself from those nearby and rushed after her. Witnessing this, Jun let out a mocking laugh, making no effort to hide the disdain in his eyes. Leader of the Immortals? He's nothing more than a glorified doorman. He scoffed inwardly, then turned his gaze toward Fuxi and Yuhua. After a moment, he strolled over with a faint smile, as if about to start a conversation. Meanwhile, Wu Tian's attention shifted from the Queen Mother's departing figure to Yuhua, just as he met Zanming's gaze. For a brief instant, an unreadable emotion flickered across Xuanming's usually cold face. Then, in her usual frosty tone, she asked, "So, who do you think is more beautiful, the Queen Mother of the West or Yuhua?" Wu Tian was caught off guard. He hadn't expected such a question from her. Coming from someone as cold as Xianming, it was almost unbelievable. He looked back awkwardly, about to explain himself, when he saw a flash of panic in Xuanming's eyes before she forced herself to remain calm. "Did I say something wrong? Ever since the Tao ancestor started teaching, I've seen you staring at the Queen Mother of the West. Even after she left Zixiao Palace, you seemed reluctant to look away. And now you're staring at Yuhua." Wu Tian was stunned, feeling completely misunderstood. This is a huge mistake, he thought. Wu Tian's gaze fell on Xu Wangmu, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Seeing her receive the Western Cloud banner just now reminded him of his own long-standing plan to obtain the 5 and 8 banners. Although Xu Wangmu's regal bearing and subtle air of indolence were indeed captivating, his attention was currently focused elsewhere. Not far away, Jun was making his way toward Fuxi and Yuhua. According to the current tide of events, this was the pivotal moment when the demon race was about to be established, with Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Yuhua joining forces. Sensing Xianming's questioning glance, Wu Tian quietly explained the situation to her. "Really?" Xianming's expression relaxed, and she turned her gaze toward Jun and the others. "So what should we do?" In her eyes, a Yeto-beformed demon clan didn't seem to pose much of a threat. Wu Tian cast another meaningful look at the four, then said, "We need to head back immediately. The matters we discussed with our brothers earlier can't be delayed. We mustn't let others seize the initiative." With that, he stood up, ready to leave. Just then, Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun approached, clearly hoping to invite Wu Tian to Wuzhuang Temple for tea and a discussion on the Tao. Aware of the urgency, Wu Tian spoke first. "Friends Jin Yuan and Han Yun, the Wu tribe has a major event coming up soon. If you have time, why not come and witness it with us?" The two exchanged a glance, and Jin Yuanzi smiled. "Of course, would be happy to." Wu Tian's attention then shifted to Kunpeng, who was still immersed in comprehending the mysteries of the creation jade disc. Remembering the goodwill established earlier over the northern Xinyuan water banner, as well as his new understanding of Kunpeng's position, Wu Tian decided to try and win him over. However, Kunpeng politely declined, only promising to come and offer his congratulations when the time came. After Kunpeng left, Han Yun couldn't help but remark, "Kunpeng is usually so aloof, yet he treats you differently. I wonder why that is." Wu Tian chuckled and explained their past interactions, then called everyone to leave Zixiao Palace. Xianming and Huta stood to his left and right, with Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun following behind. The two exchanged worried glances, still troubled by how they hadn't yet repaid Wu Tian's kindness. After all, even Kunpeng had given him the northern Xinyuan water banner, while they, who had benefited directly, hadn't shown any gesture of gratitude yet. Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but feel awkward. Certainly couldn't just give away the Book of the Earth, could he? After leaving the Zixiao Palace, Xianming and Huta's auras suddenly surged, and a powerful force of laws swept around them, as if ready to tear through the chaos and carry the two of them far away. The two of them clearly intended to break open the chaos and bring Wu Tian back. However, Han Yun suddenly stepped forward with a playful smile, getting ahead of them. "Let me handle this. I'm much faster on the road besides. I owe someone a favor, so I shouldn't trouble you both again, right?" Han Yun said, his eyes glinting mischievously as he volunteered without hesitation. Xianming and Huta paused, exchanging a glance, curiosity flashing in their eyes. Wu Tian, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. Back during the first sermon at Zixiao Palace, Xinyuanzi and Han Yun had arrived ahead of everyone else, clearly showing their remarkable speed. At this moment, Xinyuanzi also nodded with a smile. That's right. To tell the truth, Brother Han Yun was the very first red cloud born when heaven and earth were created. When it comes to traveling, if he's not the fastest in the entire world, he's certainly among the best. As he spoke, Han Yun waved his hand, instantly conjuring a barrier glowing with red light, its aura incredibly mysterious. Wu Tian only had to sense it for a moment to understand why Han Yun was always so lucky. Of the four primordial elements earth, water, fire, and wind, Han Yun alone possessed three, lacking only earth. Xinyuanzi continued, let me give you a hand. As he spoke, he sent out a surge of power imbued with the innate energy of Wu Earth and the aura of Yi Wood. The two streams of power fused, creating a new vitality as if two elements were combining into something greater. As the two forces intertwined, the original power of the five elements transformed into the power of the four symbols. Han Yun's barrier changed as well. With a flash, the red light turned into a grayish, chaotic hue, as if a piece of the world had been carved out from within the chaos, completely isolating them from the chaotic energy outside. Wu Tian's eyes flickered with surprise, and he thought to himself, no wonder Han Yun really is blessed with luck. Such complementary powers can create such a powerful effect. With a slight smile, he stepped into the gray barrier. Xianming and Hutu, relieved, followed behind, and the five of them entered together, piercing through the chaos and heading toward the primordial world. Although Wu Tian, Xinyuanzi, and Han Yun had already set off, Wu Tian didn't close his eyes to rest. Instead, he casually chatted with the other two, while Xianming and Hutu quietly listened, occasionally joining in, clearly interested in what had happened after their time at Ziao Palace. Naturally, the conversation turned to Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu. Han Yun couldn't help but comment, it seems to me that Shiwang Mu isn't willing to switch to cultivating the immortal path. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left so abruptly. Ignoring Dongwang Gong completely, his words carried a hint of curiosity, and the others immediately perked up, eager for gossip. They soon became engrossed in discussing Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu, chatting animatedly. Suddenly, Xinyuanzi sighed. Actually, Dongwang Gong's choice isn't necessarily wrong. Achieving enlightenment through the laws is far too difficult. With the immortal path available, it's only natural to choose the easier way. The immortal path is founded on the laws of the five elements. Once one's inner energies are balanced and complete, forming a unified whole, one can transcend the power of the five elements. That's why immortals are sometimes called thieves of the five elements. For those like me, who possess the essence of innate Wu Earth and the aura of Yi Wood, the laws of the five elements are already familiar, making the immortal path a natural fit. But following someone else's path always means being bound by their limitations. That thought leaves a sense of dissatisfaction. It lacks a certain freedom that belongs to you alone. Xinyuanzi shook his head, filled with a sense of regret. This idea truly reflected the feelings of most listeners in Ziao Palace. So, it was no surprise that everyone reacted so strongly when Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu chose to pursue the path of immortality. Although Hongjun Daozu later revealed 3,000 Dao for people to comprehend, how many could actually find the one that suited them? Besides, the imprints of these Daos were incomplete to begin with. Hearing Xinyuanzi's lament, Wu Tian was struck by an idea. He knew that Xinyuanzi would one day become the ancestor of Earth Immortals, pioneering a unique path within the broader realm of immortality. Why trouble yourself, my friend? Wu Tian said with a smile. The Earth book in your hands is extraordinary in its mysteries and contains a path to the Tao within. If you can fully comprehend it, it could very well become your road to enlightenment. Just as the sages anchor their primordial spirits to the heavenly Tao, why not anchor yours to the Earth book? Xinyuanzi's eyes lit up at these words. Seeing this, Wu Tian decided to share his own insights into the Tao of worlds. A ball of mysterious light emerged from his spiritual platform. This is my understanding of the Tao of worlds, gained from the jade disk of creation. Perhaps it can help you on your journey. Xinyuanzi was both surprised and delighted, though a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Wu Tian explained, sharing insights into the Tao doesn't diminish one's own understanding. If you gain anything from this, you can always share your findings with me in the future. However, as a member of the Wu tribe, my grasp of the Tao may have its limitations, so you'll need to judge for yourself. Xinyuanzi's expression shifted several times, torn between his desire for these insights and his discomfort at receiving yet another favor. After a moment's thought, he bowed solemnly. Very well, I will accept your kindness, though I cannot repay you for now. I will remember this debt. If you ever need anything, just ask. Wu Tian nodded with a gentle smile. Xinyuanzi immediately began to meditate, his primordial spirit glowing and enveloping his entire body. In an instant, the earth book flew out from within him, hovering above his head and radiating a rich, earthy yellow light. The others, seeing this, tacitly kept silent. Han Yun focused his power even more, sending a small ball of light to break through the chaotic energy and head toward the primordial land. Once it penetrated the membrane of chaos and entered the world, the earth book above Zenyuanzi's head retracted its light and returned to his body. Moments later, Zenyuanzi opened his eyes, which now sparkled with joy. I understand now, I've found my path. As Wu Tian said, sages achieve immortality by anchoring their primordial spirits to the heavenly Tao. The earth book is tied to the land itself. As long as the land endures, the earth book will exist eternally. Isn't this another form of immortality? If this method could be spread, other cultivators could also anchor their spirits, improving their cultivation and achieving lasting existence. Though the finer details still needed refining, Zenyuanzi had found a clear direction. He bowed deeply to Wu Tian. Thank you for your guidance. In his heart, he sighed at the growing debt he owed, receiving both great favors and newfound clarity on his own path. He wondered how he would ever repay such kindness. As the saying goes, true gratitude goes beyond words. When it comes to a favor as great as helping someone achieve enlightenment, a few simple words of thanks seem insignificant. Jin Yuanzi understood this deeply, so he merely offered a calm response, though he engraved this kindness in his heart. His gratitude had already transformed into a firm resolve. He would do everything in his power to repay this debt. Seeing that Jin Yuanzi had achieved sudden enlightenment under Wu Tian's guidance, Hong Yun's demeanor changed noticeably. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, he couldn't hide his anticipation and looked at Wu Tian with hopeful eyes. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. What exactly did Hong Yun expect from him? Should he reveal the original destiny die first, reincarnate as Shinong, and thus attain the Tao? But Wu Tian's intervention had already altered the course of events in Ziao Palace, so Hong Yun's future was now uncertain. Still, Hong Yun had already mastered 3 of the 4 symbols, giving him a strong foundation. If he could obtain the final power, his own path to enlightenment would be within reach. After a brief pause, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Friend, perhaps you should consider how to complete your own laws. The way of the world I just bestowed upon Jin Yuanzi might offer some inspiration." Hong Yun nodded eagerly, barely able to contain his excitement despite his calm exterior. With Wu Tian's guidance, he set out for the foot of Bujo Mountain, heading toward the Wu tribe. Suddenly, an intense and ominous aura swept across the sky, bringing with it a powerful sense of oppression. 2 figures appeared in midair with thunderous force. It was Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. With a shout, they blocked Hong Yun's path, their presence overwhelming. Who dares to cause trouble here? Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi quickly withdrew their powers, and the aura of the 4 symbols dissipated, revealing Wu Tian and the others. Seeing this, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin paused, a hint of confusion in their eyes. Huh, it's you? Di Jiang, recognizing the newcomers, broke into a surprised smile. He gave Hong Yun a searching look and said quietly, "I never expected someone as gentle as you to master the 4 symbols. That's truly unexpected." The interplay of the 4 symbols not only reflected Hong Yun's strength, but had also cleverly concealed the presence of Wu Tian and his companions. That was why Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin hadn't recognized them immediately. Hong Yun was left speechless by Di Jiang's remark. He wasn't amused or offended, just resigned. After all, the straightforwardness of the ancestral witches was well known, so this was hardly surprising. Sensing the situation, Wu Tian quickly stepped forward and said, "Brothers, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun are friends I've invited to visit." He then turned to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, briefly explaining their purpose. In the past, much had been left unsaid in Ziao Palace for various reasons, but now that they had come to the land of the Wu tribe, Wu Tian saw no need to hide anything. He stated their intentions openly. "We plan to announce ourselves to Pangu and establish the Wu tribe, incorporating Bujo Mountain into the 12 heavenly deities' grand array." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were taken aback for a moment, then exchanged knowing glances. Jin Yuanzi quickly caught on and couldn't help but smile, sharing a look of mutual understanding that only those on the same path could share. The 2 exchanged a meaningful smile. Jin Yuanzi wasn't surprised, in fact, he seemed relieved. The original reason for setting up the Great Virtue Array was to guard against future enemies. Though both he and Hong Yun were well known and never sought trouble, their lack of strength and gentle natures made them easy targets for bullies. That was why he had always been cautious. Still, the Wu tribe's might and the overwhelming strength of the ancestral witches made Jin Yuanzi wonder just what kind of preparations did they have in mind. Zenyuanzi pondered for a while, but couldn't figure things out, so he decided to let it go. Smiling, he said, "Perfect timing. I've gained some insights into the Earthbook formation. Why don't I share my experience in setting up formations with everyone? Perhaps my fellow Taoists would like to hear it?" Remembering the kindness Wu Tian and the Wu tribe had shown to him and Hong Yun, Zenyuanzi made up his mind. He thought to himself that this could count as repaying part of that debt. Wu Tian was both surprised and delighted. He knew the Earthbook formation was Zenyuanzi's trump card and extremely important secret. Yet Zenyuanzi was willing to share this precious knowledge. Wu Tian's emotions surged, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally accepted and said solemnly, "Thank you, Taoist Zenyuanzi." Yuanzi nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his face. He felt much more at ease after helping Yushin after all. Carrying such a debt of gratitude might even affect his Dao heart. Seeing this, the others Di Jiang and the rest couldn't hide the joy in their eyes. Their looks toward Yuanzi and Han Yun grew even friendlier. Di Jiang, in particular, stepped forward, warmly patted Han Yun on the shoulder, and laughed, "Huh. From now on, you're friends of the Wu tribe. If anyone tries to bully you, just say our name." Han Yun was a bit taken aback by Di Jiang's enthusiasm. Although he wasn't used to it, he understood that both he and Yuanzi had now earned the approval of the ancestor witches. The thought filled him with excitement, and a smile of genuine happiness spread across his face. Soon, everyone headed together to the Pangu Hall, where the other ancestor witches, hearing the news, quickly gathered. Before Yuanzi or Han Yun could say a word, Di Jiang announced loudly, "These two are friends of the Wu tribe. Make sure to treat them well." Wu Tian was about to invite his two friends to rest first and make further arrangements, but Yuanzi waved his hand with a smile and said simply, "Let's get to the important matters." Without further ado, he began his explanation. With a flash of earth and yellow light, the Earth Book appeared before Yuanzi. Its intricate network of lines and nodes was clearly visible, like an invisible map revealing the paths of the land's spiritual veins. Each glowing point marked a land blessed with abundant spiritual energy. Yuanzi's voice was steady and calm as he began. "This is the foundation of the Earth Book formation. It covers the entire land's spiritual energy network. Every light represents a hidden treasure. If you follow this map, you'll easily find the best places to set up a formation." He explained the meaning of each line in detail and offered his own suggestions. While he didn't fully understand the specifics of the 12 Heavenly Gods formation, Yuanzi used his knowledge and experience to propose several workable plans. The ancestor witches listened intently, their attention completely focused, far more engaged than when listening to Dao teachings in the Ziao Palace. Wu Tian stood by, carefully absorbing every bit of knowledge. The 12 laws within his mind resonated, sparking new insights. Suddenly, Huta nudged him and sent a message in a low voice. "I was always curious why you treated these two so well. Turns out you had this all planned. The Earth Book formation really is extraordinary." Wu Tian quickly waved his hands in protest. "Sister Hutu, you've got it wrong. I wasn't after the Earth Book formation at all. At first, I just wanted to disrupt Hongjun's seating arrangement and see if I could shake up some of the less reasonable fates. Yuanzi and Han Yun are truly loyal and sincere, which is why I've acted this way." Though Huta didn't fully believe him, she looked at him with a hint of relief and satisfaction, surprised and impressed by Wushin's careful and far-sighted approach. Seeing the look in Huta's eyes, Wu Tian didn't explain further. He just thought to himself, "As long as I achieve my goal, let them think what they want. As long as the formation is improved and Bujo Mountain is secured, everything will go smoothly." With that, everything became much clearer. Everyone devoted themselves wholeheartedly to arranging the grand formation, hopeful that the power it would unleash across the land would bring them even greater support. After Yuanzi finished speaking, the ancestral witches fell silent, each deep in thought, clearly having gained a great deal from his words. Daijang, in particular, was visibly moved and couldn't help but exclaim, "I understand now. The 12 Heavenly Gods formation is a legacy carried in their very blood, inherited from Pangu's ultimate formation. It's no simple task to alter it." During this time, the ancestral witches hadn't been idle. They continued to search for solutions to their challenges. After drawing inspiration from the Earth Book formation, the doubts that once lingered in their minds were suddenly resolved. The ancestral witches all looked at Yuanzi with newfound warmth, which left both Yuanzi and Han Yun momentarily stunned. Yuanzi asked cautiously, "Fellow Taoist Daijang, is there something wrong?" But Daijang suddenly burst out laughing. "There's no need to call me fellow Taoist anymore. We're brothers now. Brother Yuanzi, brother Han Yun." The unexpected familiarity left both of them speechless for a moment, before they broke into joyful laughter, surprise and happiness mingling in their hearts. Yuanzi and Han Yun exchanged a glance, both responding with a smile, "Brother Daijang." Then they turned to Wu Tian, "Brother Wu Tian." Seeing this, Wu Tian felt a wave of emotion. Who says the ancestral witches aren't clever? Brother Daijang's approach is truly impressive. Calling them brother made Yuanzi and Han Yun so happy, they are clearly honored by it. In truth, Yuanzi and Han Yun didn't care much for the ancestral witches' status, as their own backgrounds were equally impressive. They weren't bothered by such distinctions. But given the ancestral witches' reputation for pride and stubbornness, hearing Daijang call them brother was a genuine surprise. After all, the ancestral witches were notorious for their fiery tempers. Even when they met Hongjun Daozu in Zixiao Palace, they showed little respect and were fiercely protective and exclusive. So to be addressed as brother was truly rare. Seeing how pleased they were, Daijang dropped all formalities and began discussing the 12 Heavenly Gods formation and the future of the Wu tribe directly with Yuanzi and Han Yun. The ancestral witches also set aside any reserve, and the atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful. However, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun knew the situation well, and quickly said to Wu Tian, "Brother Wu Tian, matters of the Wu tribe are best left to you. You've already given us plenty of guidance, and we've learned a lot. We're planning to focus on cultivation for a while. Perhaps it's time we go into seclusion?" With their repeated insistence, Wu Tian nodded with a smile. "If that's the case, I know just the place for your cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, he led them toward a valley near Bujo Mountain. This was the valley where the innate gourd vine grew. While Pengahal had its own cultivation space, the energy there was too intense and didn't suit Xinyuanzi and Hanyuan's temperament. This valley, however, was filled with abundant spiritual energy and perfectly balanced laws of nature, and the roots of the gourd vine would help them gain enlightenment. It was an ideal place to cultivate. When the three arrived at the valley, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were surprised. The spiritual energy was indeed rich, but the place itself seemed empty and unremarkable. At that moment, Tian appeared from the side and greeted them respectfully. "Greetings, ancestral witches." Hearing this, surprise flashed in Xinyuanzi and Hongyun's eyes as they realized ancestral witches. So Wu Tian was actually so closely connected to them. Wu Tian really is one of the ancestral witches. Otherwise, how could he be so close with Di Jiang and the others? However, the next moment, the two found themselves even more confused. There were supposed to be 12 ancestral witches. So who exactly was Wu Tian? Their questions remained unanswered, but Wu Tian didn't care at all that his identity had been revealed. Looking at Tian, he smiled and said, "You've worked hard, Tian. There's no need for you to trouble yourself with what comes next. Go back to the tribe for now." He patted Tian's shoulder in a relaxed, encouraging manner. A gesture had learned from Di Jiang. Even though he had nothing to give as a token, he could at least offer some spiritual support to these great witches. Although Tian was puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions. Everyone said that Wu Tian, among all the ancestral witches, was the wisest, so his actions naturally had their reasons. Tian smiled and said, "As you command, my lord." Then he turned to leave, quietly adding, "If you need anything, he'll be ready at any time." After sending Tian off, Wu Tian turned to Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, who both looked surprised. Wu Tian pointed lightly, and the air replete a rainbow-hued light flashed as the barrier around the valley gradually appeared, silently opening a gap to reveal an entrance. "Brother Xinyuan, Brother Hongyun, please," Wu Tian said with a smile, making a welcoming gesture. The two exchanged a glance and then stepped into the formation. As soon as they entered, they were stunned by what they saw. What had seemed like an ordinary valley was actually overflowing with spiritual energy, so dense it pooled like a lake. The surroundings pulsed with life and vitality. This wasn't unusual in the prehistoric world after all. Blessed lands weren't rare. But when their eyes fell on the primordial gourd vine, they were utterly captivated and couldn't look away. "A primordial spiritual root," Jin Yuanzi exclaimed. He was familiar with such roots in the prehistoric world, but he hadn't expected to see one that embodied the harmony of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. "How is this possible?" he muttered. Wu Tian just smiled and replied, "Brother Xinyuan, don't you have your own ginseng fruit tree? That's one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots too. There's no need to explain the rarity and power of the primordial gourd vine. Even though it's not fully mature, it already possesses remarkable abilities. It's no surprise it could become a legendary treasure of the world." Jin Yuanzi gave a wry smile and shook his head, lost in thought, his eyes dimming for a moment. But he said nothing more. Some matters in the prehistoric world were not easily discussed. Suddenly, he sighed softly, a trace of pity in his gaze as he looked at the gourd vine. "This primordial gourd vine is truly extraordinary, but you should be careful. Under the laws of heaven, nothing perfect lasts forever. This vine is destined to face calamity. If it can't survive." He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The primordial gourd vine seemed to sense Zhan Yuanzi's emotions. Its leaves rustled, and the vines reached toward Wu Tian, as if responding to his concern. Wu Tian paused, thoughtful. What Jin Yuanzi said was true. The vine had already faced tribulations, even being torn apart before it was fully grown. But things were different now. His expression hardened, and his voice grew resolute. "Thank you for the warning, Brother Xinyuan. I know well that heaven and earth rarely tolerate a primordial spiritual root like this one. But since it has chosen me as its master, I will do everything in my power to protect it. Anyone who wants to harm it will have to face the Wu tribe first." His tone was commanding and full of determination. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged another look, their expressions shifting. Just a moment ago, Wu Tian's gentle demeanor had almost made them forget his identity as a member of the Wu tribe. Now, his presence reminded them of it unmistakably. After a brief silence, Jin Yuanzi suddenly laughed. "I take back what I said earlier. It's not you who's lucky to have found this primordial gourd vine, it's the vine that's lucky to have found you, Wu Tian." Being praised like this by Jin Yuanzi, Wu Tian felt a bit embarrassed. After all, his strength didn't come from himself alone, but from the 12 ancestral witches known for their fearless fighting spirit. "Want to get your hands on my innate gourd vine? You'll have to get past my brothers and sisters first." Even the gourd vine, a spiritual treasure, seemed to sense the praise, its leaves fluttering as if in joy. Wu Tian smiled and said, Brother Jin Yuanzi, you know quite a bit about innate spiritual roots. When you have time, could you take a look at my gourd vine and see if there's a way to help it grow faster and stronger? Jin Yuanzi smiled gently and nodded. Of course, I'd be happy to. Wu Tian then briefly taught them the method to control the grand formation, leaving them there to cultivate, before turning to head back toward the Wu tribe. When he returned to the hall of Pangu, Wu Tian was just about to sit down when Di Jiang greeted him with a laugh. Wu Tian, you never fail to impress. I'd been wondering why you stepped in to help Xin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Turns out, you had this planned all along. Wu Tian could only smile wryly. Brother, it really wasn't about that. Before he could finish, Di Jiang waved him off with a cheerful smile. It's all right. I know you did it for the good of the Wu tribe. Those two have excellent character, and we're truly friends with them. At that moment, Zhu Rong chimed in with a hearty laugh. We forgot to tell them earlier there's no need to be so cautious in the wilderness now. With our Wu tribe around, what is there to fear? The ancestral witches all burst into laughter. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. They didn't realize even the most honest people can be terrifying when angered. Still, violence was never Wu Tian's intention. Just then, Di Jiang patted Zhu Rong on the shoulder to quiet everyone down, his expression turning serious as he turned to Wu Tian. With the reference from the Earth Book formation, the modifications to the 12 Heavenly Gods Grand Formation are almost settled. Wu Tian, when should we start making those changes? Before we inform Father, or should we wait? As he spoke, a blood-red mystical light danced between Di Jiang's fingers, sending the latest version of the formation to Wu Tian. After briefly examining it, Wu Tian understood the changes and said softly, let's wait until we announce it to Father. Maybe we'll even awaken the will Father left behind in Bujo Mountain, which could help us perfect the formation. The ancestral witches all nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, Wu Tian spoke again. Brothers, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. Everyone looked at him curiously. Di Jiang smiled. Oh, whatever it is, just say it. Do you think we wouldn't trust you? Wu Tian smiled slightly, his tone turning more serious. We are the blood descendants of Father Pangu, the innate beings who govern this world. I believe we should take responsibility for this land. There was a moment of silence before Di Jiang spoke, a hint of confusion in his voice. You mean to become gods? To maintain the laws of the world? Wu Tian nodded. Exactly. In the coming era, the Wu tribe should prosper. Our cultivation relies on purifying the world's evil qi, making the land clearer and brighter. But one day, that evil qi will run out. Before he finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances, realizing the weight behind Wu Tian's words. By then, would the vast world of Honghuang still need us? Wu Tian knew very well that if he wanted to secure a place for himself in this boundless land, he had to become indispensable. The universe was immense, and simply waiting in silence would only lead to being forgotten. Therefore, he resolved to give himself a deeper purpose, to make the world of Honghuang require their existence. However, Wu Tian was also aware that this couldn't be achieved overnight. During Hongjun's second sermon, Wu Tian had already sensed an underlying crisis. The ancestral witch's mastery over the laws had caught the attention of the Heavenly Tao. What the Heavenly Tao desired was to strip away these powers in order to perfect the world's laws. But what if the ancestral witches could willingly become the deities of certain laws, assisting the Heavenly Tao in maintaining balance? This way, not only could the world become more complete, but the existence of the ancestral witches might also become more secure, perhaps even avoiding the fate of being devoured by the Heavenly Tao. On a deeper level, Wu Tian harbored a secret thought. Aside from Xian Ming, Ho Tu, and himself, the other 10 ancestral witches had not cultivated their primordial spirits. Their souls were firmly bound to their physical bodies. Once their bodies perished, their souls would dissolve into the world, disappearing without a trace. Wu Tian didn't want to see such an end. He hoped to find a way to leave a mark of the ancestral witches within the world. Even in the worst-case scenario, he wanted to keep the possibility of reviving them alive. Wu Tian kept these thoughts to himself. To avoid arousing suspicion, he buried these secret intentions deep in his heart. That was why, although Wu Tian's words just now sparked much debate and drew varied reactions from the ancestral witches, Zhu Rong shouted excitedly, "Impossible! We are Father Pangu's bloodline. This world was founded by Father Pangu. Could it not have room for us?" Before he could finish, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly cut him off with a stern voice. Enough. Zhu Jiuyin was always reserved, usually letting Di Jiang speak when discussing important matters. Yet this time, Wu Tian's words had struck a chord with him. Deep down, he knew that Wu Tian had repeatedly shown a strong sense of crisis. Could it be true that the Wu tribe might face such a fate? Zhu Jiuyin pondered silently, instinctively wanting to use the power of the laws to peer into the river of time and glimpse the Wu tribe's future. But at this point, he hadn't yet reached the Hunyuan golden immortal level and couldn't see what was to come. He could only suppress his worries for now. making up his mind that once he achieved Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he would investigate thoroughly with Di Jiang to resolve his doubts. The other ancestral witches looked at Zhu Juyin, not understanding why he had suddenly lost his temper. Zhu Rong's expression grew complicated, a mix of grievance and fear. But Zhu Juyin quickly composed himself, swept his gaze over the others, and exchanged a meaningful look with Di Jiang. Di Jiang then cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. All right, Wu Tian, don't worry. We trust you. We'll do as you say. He immediately addressed the other ancestral witches in a commanding voice. What are you all waiting for? Get ready. With the two leaders having spoken, the other ancestral witches said no more and responded in unison. Zhu Rong muttered under his breath. It's not like I refused to listen, though his tone still betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. With the decision made, the ancestral witches sprang into action. Knowing that Wu Tian, Xian Ming, and Ho Tu would soon depart for Zixiao Palace to attend the third sermon, time was short. The ancestral witches devoted themselves fully to the affairs of the Wu tribe, wasting no time. During this period, Wu Tian didn't focus on cultivation. Instead, he returned to Ho Tu's tribe with her to handle internal matters. At the same time, he continued to discuss details and plan for the Wu tribe's future with Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin. Days and nights passed swiftly, and at last, the awaited day arrived. Wu Tian and the other ancestral witches invited no outsiders, allowing only Zhang Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kun Pingho had been invited beforehand to gather at the foot of Bujo Mountain to witness this moment together. The ancestral witches assembled before the hall of Pangu, facing Bujo Mountain, with countless Wu tribe members standing behind them. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted from the 12 ancestral witches, transforming into 12 towering pillars of murderous energy that shook the heavens and the earth. The 12 heavenly god-killing formation unleashed its might, instantly enveloping the entire world in its formidable power. Wu Tian stood at the center of the formation, holding the Hongming measuring ruler, his own aura growing increasingly vast, as if boundless primordial power surged around him. Between the 12 heavenly god-killing formation, the Hongming measuring ruler, the Hall of Pangu, and Bujo Mountain, a mysterious resonance began to form. The aura of Pangu awakened on Bujo Mountain, surging forth in a tidal wave. The world of Hongwang seemed to tremble in response. All the gods and cultivators throughout the land sensed the upheaval, looked up toward this mysterious place, and were filled with shock and doubt. At that moment, Di Jiang's voice thundered across the sky, before the great Tao, before Father Pangu, with all of Hongwang as witness, and the heavenly Tao as proof. Today, as the bloodline of Father Pangu, we vow to inherit his will. Hearing Di Jiang's words, shock rippled through the hearts of everyone in the prehistoric world like a tidal wave. The cultivators exchanged glances, whispering among themselves, what exactly are the Wu tribe planning? Invoking the Tao itself? Who do they think they are, to call upon the Tao so directly? Many of the powerful beings present showed a hint of disdain in their eyes, a faint smirk curling at their lips. They noticed that in this grand proclamation, the Wu tribe made no mention of Hongjun Daozu, and even the heavenly Tao was only acknowledged as a witness. Quite a few of the strong frowned, thinking to themselves, it's well known the Wu tribe only honors Father Pangu, but to act like this, are they really going to disregard Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly Tao so openly? In an instant, countless cultivators soared from their respective abodes, hovering in the sky. Their gazes pierced through layers of clouds, all fixed on the base of Bujo Mountain, where the 12 heavenly gods' fiend formation was rising. Even Hongjun Daozu, who usually remained secluded in the highest heavens, appeared, seated above the clouds. He looked calmly in the direction of Bujo Mountain, an endless aura of the heavenly Tao swirling behind him, radiating immense pressure. Di Jiang's powerful voice continued to echo between heaven and earth. Today, recognizing the imperfections of the heavenly Tao, we vow to uphold the laws and perfect the primordial world. We take it as our duty to guard Bujo Mountain and govern the land. Therefore, on this day, we establish the Wu tribe, rooted in the primordial earth, claiming Bujo Mountain as our ancestral ground. With the Pango Hall and the Hongming measuring ruler to anchor our fate, the Wu tribe is founded. As Di Jiang finished speaking, the entire prehistoric world shook violently. Countless streams of primordial energy surged like tides, while fiendish energy swept in from all directions, pouring into the 12 heavenly gods' fiend formation. The pressure around Bujo Mountain grew even more intense, with gray mist condensing around the mountain, forming thick clouds in the sky. At the same time, an ethereal river of destiny began to take shape in the void, with the fortune of the ancestral witches and the ordinary Wu tribesmen rising like smoke and swiftly merging into this river. The surge in power caused the river to tremble violently, showing signs of instability. At this critical moment, the Pango Hall suddenly rose into the air and plunged directly into the river of destiny. With a thunderous boom, the river of destiny instantly stabilized. Immediately after, The Hongmeng measuring ruler in Wu Tian's hand transformed into a beam of golden light, flying onto the Pangu hall and showering it with a golden glow tinged with the colors of heaven and earth. The appearance of the Hongmeng measuring ruler suppressed and dispelled much of the fiendish energy within the river of destiny. Just then, Wu Tian was struck by a sudden intuition. Urgently, he transmitted his thoughts to the other ancestral witches. Activate the formation with all your might. Connect with Bujo Mountain and summon Pangu's true form. Without hesitation, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches did as instructed. At the same time, Wu Tian poured all his power into unleashing his Pangu true form technique. Boom! The 12 heavenly gods' fiend formation shook violently, drawing in countless streams of fiendish energy as if by a mighty force, collapsing them toward the center of the formation. Empowered by the 12 laws, these streams of energy condensed into a colossal gray figure, the true form of Pangu. Pangu's true form. Cries of astonishment echoed throughout the world as the masses gazed upon the immense gray figure and felt the overwhelming aura of Pangu. They couldn't help but cry out in shock. At that moment, they finally understood why the Wu tribe was so bold. Even dismissive of Hong Junthi, could summon the true form of Pangu through their formation. Even Hong Jun Daozu, who had remained indifferent until now, couldn't help but frown slightly, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, the 12 heavenly gods' fiend formation continued to expand, its edges spreading like a living thing toward Bujo Mountain. The accumulated aura of Pangu on the mountain was instantly activated, pouring into the gray figure like a swirling tornado. Huh! Di Jiang suddenly exclaimed, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Summoning the true form of Pangu was never an easy feat for them. Just moments ago, the ancestral witches had felt an unprecedented, overwhelming pressure. However, as they attuned themselves to Bujo Mountain, they suddenly noticed that the pressure on their bodies eased significantly, leaving them feeling much lighter. Di Jiang immediately realized that this change must be due to Bujo Mountain. He felt a wave of relief. What would have only allowed them to summon Pangu's true form for 15 minutes could now last twice as long, and with much less backlash. Amazed, he turned his gaze to the center of the formation, looking in Wu Tian's direction, his face full of joy. Di Jiang was about to call out, "Your method really works," when he suddenly realized Wu Tian had vanished. Startled, Di Jiang was about to cry out when Wu Tian's voice came to his ear. "Brother, I'm right here," looking toward the sound. Di Jiang saw that Wu Tian was now standing within the shadowy form of Pangu, his eyes closed, appearing completely unconscious. But Wu Tian had not lost consciousness. On the contrary, he found himself utterly unable to control his own body. The true form of Pangu, summoned by the ancestral witches, resonated with the Pangu essence within Wu Tian, engulfing him completely. It was as if the Pangu form was being channeled into Wu Tian, and with the flow of Pangu's aura from Bujo Mountain, the power became so immense that Wu Tian simply couldn't contain it. At that moment, Wu Tian felt a strange force as the aura of Pangu continually flowed into his body. The laws of the divine soul were rapidly being etched onto Hima, vast what was merging with his own. Wu Tian understood clearly. This was the lingering will of the great Pangu, summoned by the ancestral witches from Bujo Mountain and the world itself. As the giant shadow lifted its arm, Pangu's true form tapped its finger lightly. Instantly, a mysterious rune shot out from his fingertip, brimming with Pangu's power, and flew straight into the river of destiny belonging to the Wu tribe. The rune's brilliance illuminated the hearts of the Wu people, and in that moment, it was as if all their souls were awakened. They all understood this was Pangu's blessing. The moment the rune fell, the Wu tribe's river of destiny trembled, surging and expanding rapidly. Before the ancestral witches could even voice their thanks, another beam of white light shot out from deep within Bujo Mountain, dazzling like jade marrow, and plunged straight into Pangu Palace, landing in the blood pool. Instantly, the blood pool that nurtured the Wu tribe swelled with tremendous energy. A thought flashed through Wu Tian's mind. Pangu Jade Marrow? Bujo Mountain was the transformation of Pangu's spine, harboring the deity's bone marrow, originally used to create divine blood. Even now, though it could no longer produce Pangu's blood, the Jade Marrow would continue to provide the Wu tribe with endless strength and heritage. This was Pangu's second gift. As everyone wondered if there would be a third gift, the colossal form of Pangu spanning heaven and earth began to collapse, swiftly falling toward the center of the 12 heavenly fiend formation before finally dissipating. People across the vast wilderness couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, silently murmuring, "It's finally over." Wu Tian's figure reappeared within the formation, but he felt as though his body was about to explode, his soul and flesh on the verge of being torn apart. The blood energy around him surged wildly, and his cultivation technique spun at full speed, but it couldn't ease the crushing pressure. In that brief moment, the power summoned by the 12 heavenly fiend formation and the resonance from Bujo Mountain hadn't simply faded away. Instead, It had forcibly entered Wu Tian's body, becoming Pangu's third gift, deeply embedded within him. At that very instant, far away in the void, the laws of heaven seemed to freeze under a mighty force, and the flow of time and space abruptly halted. Even the consciousness of Hongjun Daozu, a being above the power of heaven itself, was enveloped by a supreme pressure. Suddenly, wisps of azure energy rose, and a new space came into being. Hongjun Daozu felt the overwhelming pressure at once, enough to halt even the laws of heaven. He shot to his feet in shock. The Tao itself has descended? How is this possible? Could the mere summoning of the Wu tribe truly draw out the Tao? Other great beings also rose in astonishment, disbelief in their eyes. Even when the azure energy descended from the sky before them, they still struggled to accept the reality of what they were witnessing. Because Pangu is the son of the Tao, the ancestral witches are his blood descendants, and the Wu tribe only honors Pangu. By using the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation, they can summon Pangu's lingering will from the primordial world. Naturally, the Tao itself must show some respect. That's why, at this moment, the Tao's merit descends. After successfully borrowing the Tao's authority, Wu Tian was so excited that he trembled all over. Standing at the center of the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation, he looked up at the slowly descending light of Tao merit. Though the formation's barrier of lethal energy was incredibly dense, it posed no obstacle to the Tao's merit, almost as if the two existed on different planes of reality. The golden light of merit drifted down gracefully, splitting into several streams midair and landing on the heads of each ancestral witch. Even the Pangu Hall and the Hongming measuring ruler, which had been used to announce the Wu tribe's dominance and anchor their fate, each received their share of merit. Wu Tian didn't have time to think, immediately focusing all his attention on the portion of Tao merit coming his way. As the light entered his body, he felt his soul melting and merging even more deeply with his physical form. His spirit flickered, its undying brilliance growing even more dazzling. The power of the 12 ancestral witches' laws that originally hovered above his spirit fused into the shadow of Pangu's true form and, surrounded by marks of innate yin-yang and the 5 elements, now merged into a single mass. It condensed into a gray imprint, like a ball of primordial chaos, with flashes of light sparking within. Boom! The flashes were the heavenly thunder, seemingly a natural part of Pangu's true form. With a thunderous clap, Wu Tian's entire being shuddered, his perception shifting instantly as his thoughts splintered into countless fragments. At that moment, his flesh seemed to split apart, forming countless seed-sized spaces, each reflecting the chaotic imprint. In an instant, every fiber of Wu Tian's flesh and every drop of his blood became deeply imprinted with that gray mark, mirroring his very soul as if a deity were seated within each atom of his being. Waves of divine light began to radiate from his body. Is this rebirth from a single drop of blood? Or? Wu Tian murmured unconsciously. He quickly realized what had changed. Now, every part of his flesh and blood contained his spirit. Even if he suffered devastating injuries in the future, as long as a single piece of flesh or drop of blood remained, he could rebuild himself. This is incredible. Wu Tian was ecstatic. For someone as cautious as he was, this ability was tailor-made. The Tao's intervention truly was extraordinary. He immediately decided that after establishing his clan, he would hide a few drops of his essence blood in the Pangu Hall, Bujo Mountain, and the Hongming measuring ruler as insurance. The next moment, countless stray thoughts left Wu Tian's mind, and his primordial spirit re-emerged, now perfectly aligned with his physical strength. Both had reached the peak of the Deluo golden immortal realm, and he could even sense the faint stirrings of a breakthrough. Just then, the Hongming measuring ruler descended from above, passing effortlessly through the formation's barrier and landing steadily in Wu Tian's hand. His face lit up with joy once more. After refining the treasure for some time, he had already unlocked 36 of the 14 innate seals within it. What surprised and delighted him most was that deep within the layers of innate restriction, where the Tao's merit was stored, countless runes were twisting and growing new seals were being born. With this Tao merit, could the Hongming measuring ruler be on the verge of ascending as well? The current Hongming measuring ruler is now an innate treasure of merit, leaning toward the path of offense, able to kill without incurring karmic consequences. If it advances further, what level might it reach? It's different from the Pangu Hall, which belongs to all the ancestral witches. The Hongming measuring ruler, however, is unique to Wu Tian alone. Innate restrictions shimmered across the surface of the Hongming measuring ruler, golden light flickering as its transformation continued. As a treasure of merit, its ability to suppress fate had leapt forward under the blessing of the Tao's merit. Wu Tian recalled how, during the sermon at Ziao Palace, he used this very treasure to block Hongjun Dao's probing. Now, after this evolution, the ruler concealed Wu Tian's fate even more thoroughly. Even if Hongjun tried to force a divination, he'd likely find nothing. When the ancestral witches proclaimed their existence and founded the Wu tribe, Wu Tian's contribution was unmatched. If not for him, by the original course of events, the ancestral witches would only have established the Wu tribe in reaction to Di Jun founding the demon tribe. Yet, up to this point, Wu Tian had barely spoken or shown himself, but the benefits he received surpassed even those of the ancestral witches. He hid within the 12 heavenly fiend formation, almost as if he had vanished entirely. Except for those in the know, all eyes in the wilderness were fixed on Daijang and the other 11 ancestral witches, watching their every move intently. With the return of the Hongming measuring ruler, Wu Tian's fate became even more obscure and unfathomable. Wu Tian quickly sensed the changes in himself and his treasure, but had no time to dwell on it, and immediately turned his attention to the ancestral witches. At this moment, wondrous phenomena began to manifest around them as well. The ancestral witches, such as Daijang, did possess souls, but could not develop primordial spirits. Their bodies were simply too powerful, binding their souls tightly within their flesh, impossible to separate. Without the soul leaving the body, how could one cultivate a primordial spirit? However, as the Daos merit descended, the unbreakable shackles of their flesh were suddenly shattered. Soul power began to be extracted from their bodies. Strands of fiendish energy were stripped away and rose into the air, dispersing into the world along with the ancestral witches' own laws. Witnessing this, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Are the ancestral witches about to cultivate primordial spirits?" Wu Tian felt the same anticipation rise in his heart. Yet the power of the Tao did not break the fundamental rules of the ancestral witches' existence. Instead, it responded to their earlier vows, extracting a wisp of their soul power, marked with their laws, and merging it into the world itself. Hongjun Daeus' expression suddenly changed as he sensed the force of heaven surge forth, countless laws and primordial energy pouring into the 12 heavenly fiend formation. In the next moment, 12 colossal phantoms appeared, each centered on the mark of an ancestral witch, their forms becoming more solid as the power of heaven filled them. These phantoms mirrored the true forms of the ancestral witches, but their auras were distinctly different. When the ancestral witches revealed their true forms, the air was usually thick with murderous intent and oppressive energy. Now, however, their presence was heavy with the force of law, yet carried a sense of lightness. As the crowd watched in astonishment, the figure of Daijang at the forefront suddenly opened his eyes, which shone a pure silver, devoid of emotion and filled only with reason. He proclaimed coldly, "I am Daijang, god of space. I command the laws of space to regulate and uphold the world." As his words faded, his figure slowly dissolved, merging into the wilderness itself. High above, seated atop the Tao, Hongjun Daozu felt a sudden surge in the power of heaven, growing more complete than ever. Yet this power was entirely beyond his control. Just as he frowned, Zhu Jiuyin also spoke. "I am Zhu Jiuyin, god of time. I command the laws of time to regulate and uphold the world." One by one, the remaining ancestral witches declared their divine roles and merged into the world. Instantly, the entire wilderness felt far more stable. Besides Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin, Jumong, Zhurong, Ruxiao, and Xianming not only embodied their own laws, but also became the gods of the four directions east, south, west, and north, with Hutu at the center. Due to the flourishing of wood, the fervor of fire, the severity of metal, and the chill of Xianming, these four ancestral witches, who held the roles of gods of wood, fire, metal, and ice and snow, also became the gods of the four seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Others, such as Gonggong, became the god of water. Xiangliang and Shizi became the gods of thunder and lightning. Tianwu became the god of wind. Shibishi became the god of weather. With the ancestral witches now in place as the gods of the laws, the power of heaven multiplied countless times, and no one felt this more keenly than Hongjun Daozu. The great powers watching from afar looked on with grave expressions. Remembering what Hongjun Daozu had once said about saints operating the laws of heaven, a new thought arose in their minds. Are the ancestral witches seizing the authority of heaven itself? No wonder they pay no heed to Hongjun Daozu. In fact, they were completely mistaken. The ancestral witches never had such intentions. In their minds, this vast world was created by Pangu. Their father god. It rightfully belonged to the Wu tribe. What was there to fight over? By nature, the ancestral witches were impatient. They had even worried before, will we have to spend our days tending to the laws of this world? That, to them, would be nothing but endless trouble and boredom. But that wasn't the case. The kind of deities the ancestral witches had become were fundamentally different from the gods who would later rely on incense and worship. They didn't need to answer the prayers of countless beings, nor did they depend on faith for power. The ancestral witches were part of the world itself, operating according to its rules, without letting personal feelings interfere with the order of heaven and earth. It was like the changing of the seasons. If the ancestral witches were to intervene, they would only complicate things and entangle themselves in unnecessary karma. By returning the rules to the world itself, they felt truly at ease, letting go of all concerns and happily agreeing to Wu Tian's proposal. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, was different. He longed to merge with the Tao itself. The more authority over the Tao he could grasp, the deeper his union with it, and the further he could advance to higher realms. As all this unfolded, a tremendous surge of fortune appeared from nowhere, flooding into the river of destiny belonging to the Wu tribe. Their good fortune swelled instantly, but remained steady and unshaken. Above, the shadowy forms of the Pangu Hall and the Hongmeng celestial ruler hovered, encircled by the 12 spectral figures of the ancestral witches, firmly stabilizing the surging flow of fortune. At that moment, the aura of the great Tao quietly faded away, as if it had never appeared. Yet everyone present knew that the overwhelming presence from before was real, leaving a lasting impression on their hearts. Hongjun quietly breathed a sigh of relief, gazing in the direction where the Tao had vanished, a look of envy flickering in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How favored Pangu is by the Tao. Even his descendants can receive its blessing. Just then, the power of heaven itself stirred, surging toward the 12 heavenly fiend formation near Bujo Mountain. Although the ancestral witches only allowed heaven the role of an observer, their actions had made the world more complete. With the Tao already bestowing its merit, how could heaven not respond? To do otherwise would be to defy the Tao itself. In an instant, another phenomenon appeared. From the thick clouds above the 9 heavens, countless rays of golden merit shone down. As the first sage, Hongjun could not prevent heaven from granting merit, though he could interfere. Yet, with a mere thought, he shook his head almost imperceptibly out of sight, out of mind. He quietly disappeared, returning to the Ziao palace. With a thunderous roar, a massive pillar of golden merit descended from the sky, falling straight onto the Wu tribe. Wu Tian and the ancestral witches each received a large share of merit, while the Pangu Hall and the Hongmeng celestial ruler also gained a significant portion. Even the ordinary members of the Wu tribe were blessed with drops of golden light. Moreover, Zinyuanzi, Hongyun, and Kunpingho had been invited by Wu Tian to witness the event also received their share of merit. Hongyun sighed. What a pity. It's not merit from the great Tao itself. Zinyuanzi patted him with a laugh. You should be grateful for merit from heaven. Wanting merit from the Tao as well? That's wishful thinking. Besides, we owe Wu Tian for inviting you, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten anything at all. Hongyun quickly laughed and said, I was just sighing with emotion. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Kunping. Ever since Kunping had given the Northern Xinyuan water control banner to Wu Tian, his view of this usually solitary and aloof powerhouse had completely changed. Now, realizing that not only did he owe a huge karmic debt, but he had also gained a share of heavenly Tao merit, a wry smile appeared on Hongyun's face. Moments later, the vast heavenly Tao merit finally finished descending, and the strange phenomena in heaven and earth gradually faded away. Seeing this, the ancestral witches tacitly withdrew the 12 capital divine fiend formation. As the overwhelming fiendish aura dissipated, the river of the Wu clan's fate also vanished, and peace returned to the world. However, the Wu tribe's settlement was now in an uproar. While Wu Tian was still pondering how to use this newly gained heavenly Tao merit, Daijang had already appeared at his side. Smack! Daijang slapped Wu Tian on the shoulder in excitement and burst out laughing. Wu Tian, you really pulled it off. With Father God's blessing, even the great Tao manifested itself, huh? From now on, whatever you say, he'll follow your lead. The other ancestral witches quickly gathered around, their excited shouts ringing out one after another, making Wu Tian's ears buzz. Once everyone had calmed down a bit, Daijang added, there's more good news. With our clan's fortune soaring, I've found an opportunity to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. It won't be long before I make the breakthrough. This news caught everyone by surprise. Dividing a part of his spirit and power hadn't weakened Daijang at all. Instead, it had actually deepened his understanding of the laws of space. Zhu Jiuyin nodded with a smile. Me too. Wu Tian was overjoyed to hear this. The stronger the ancestral witches became, the more confident he felt. He quickly looked at the others, especially Zhu Rong, who had been the most vocal just now. Zhu Rong scratched his head sheepishly and said, I'm still a little short, just a tiny bit. Everyone burst out laughing. At that moment, no one noticed the determined look exchanged between Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin. Soon, everyone returned to the tribe to prepare for the grand founding ceremony. The Wu clansmen had already lit bonfires and set out plenty of fierce beast meat. Wu Tian welcomed Zinyuanzi and Hongyun, while the reserved Kunping simply offered his congratulations before quietly leaving. At the same time, in the Taoist abodes of Fuxi and Yuhua, Emperor Jun and Tai were discussing the founding of the demon clan and the creation of the demon path with them. The commotion from the Wu tribe's ceremony caught their attention, and the 4 of them flew into the sky to observe. Seeing the Wu tribe gain so many benefits and merit, Emperor Jun couldn't help but feel that someone else had seized the advantage. After the phenomena faded, the 4 returned to their abode, each deep in thought. As soon as they sat down, Emperor Jun spoke seriously, No, we must act quickly. We have to establish the demon clan before the third sermon. The others all nodded in agreement. Then Tai suddenly asked, Brother, do you think if we announce our founding to the great Tao like the Wu tribe, we could also gain its favor and receive merit? Fushi hesitated, glancing at his sister Nuwa, but said nothing. Emperor Jun sighed helplessly and replied in exasperation, Do you think you're an ancestral witch? Can you summon Pangu's true form? Fushi and Dijuan, both master strategists, immediately saw through the mystery behind the sudden appearance of the great Tao's merit. Across the entire primordial world, aside from the Wu tribe, only the three pure ones might be able to summon the lingering will of Pangu. After all, they were each formed from a third of Pangu's primordial spirit, and each possessed a third of the mark of creation. However, the chances of this happening were extremely slim. It would require the three Tao ancestors to unite their marks and jointly establish a great sect. In the current climate, even when the three pure ones achieved sainthood, they did not choose this path. Daijin's expression grew grave as he spoke to Tai in a low voice. Stop entertaining wild hopes. Our top priority now is to subdue the remnants of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as other tribes, and bring them all under the banner of our demon race. More importantly, the Tao ancestor is about to deliver his third sermon, teaching the path to sainthood and the mysteries of becoming one with the Tao. If we can use the fortune of founding our race to advance to quasi sainthood, we'll surely gain even deeper insights. Tai immediately rose and replied solemnly, Rest assured, brother, our demon race is destined to bring prosperity to all the tribes of the primordial world. By opening the path of demons and offering them our protection, they'll be grateful to join us. Would anyone refuse? As he spoke, he gently tapped the chaos bell, and a heavy, imposing aura spread through the hall, causing both Fushi and Nuwa to change expressions. Tai sneered, If there are any who refuse, my chaos bell will persuade them. Fushi frowned deeply. Although the demon race's affairs were managed by the Dijuan brothers, and he and his sister had only been invited to join, the real authority rested with Dijuan and Tai. Still, he couldn't help but advise, fellow Taoist Tai, gathering all tribes under the demon race and offering them guidance and protection is a meritorious act. I hope you'll proceed with caution. If there are those who are unwilling, don't force them, lest you incur karmic consequences. Tai was about to retort, but Dijuan smiled and interrupted. Fushi is right. Tai, what we need are allies who share our vision, not slaves subdued by force. Tai fell silent, cupped his hands in acknowledgement, and then left the hall. Dijuan remained with Fushi and Nuwa, and together they began discussing cultivation methods suitable for the demon race, hoping to establish a foundational technique for their people. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones watched as the celestial phenomena faded, then silently descended from the clouds and returned to their abode. In the past, they had always viewed the actions of the ancestral witches as reckless and overly violent, believing them ignorant of fate. But after witnessing Pangu's blessing, the Tao's favor, and the descent of immense merit from the heavens, even the three pure ones could not help but feel a tinge of envy and remain unsettled for a long time. Yuanshi Tianzuan, deep in thought, suddenly asked, Eldest brother, do you think we have any chance of receiving such great merit from the Tao? The supreme purity was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and looked at Yuanshi and Tian. Don't even think about it. The Tao only manifests because of Pangu. How could we possibly summon Pangu? In other words, the three of us were originally formed from the division of a single primordial spirit. Should we really merge back together just for the sake of gaining merit on the great Tao? Tai Ching remained calm, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. He spoke lightly, Don't overthink it. Now that the heavenly Tao has manifested and Hongjun Daozu has already attained sainthood, the heavenly Tao is becoming ever more complete. In this vast wilderness, the heavenly Tao will ultimately govern all. Let's focus on our cultivation and strive to attain sainthood ourselves after the third sermon. That is the true path. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded slightly in agreement, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Tian, standing to the side, also responded instinctively. Although he too envied the great merit of the Tao, his attention was already caught by something else, and he wondered to himself, where is Wu Tian? Establishing a tribe is such a momentous event, yet he's nowhere to be seen? Back in Ziao Palace, Tian had already grown curious about Wu Tian. This figure clearly held a high status among the Wu clan. Even the ancestral witches seemed to heed his advice. Yet his aura was subdued, lacking the fierce energy typical of the others. Such a unique presence, absent at such a crucial occasion, was truly puzzling. Still, Tian was tactful by nature, and since Yuanshi Tianzuan was already displeased with Wu Tian and the ancestral witches due to earlier events, he kept his questions to himself. The three of them then sat in meditation and began to cultivate. Unlike other cultivators who struggled to pursue the great Tao, they were innately connected to it, blessed with extraordinary conditions. At this moment, it was even more important for them to focus on improving their cultivation and seize the opportunity to listen to the third sermon in Ziao Palace. On Penglai Island, Dongwang Gong stood in a daze as the celestial phenomena gradually faded from the sky. After a long pause, he finally turned to the many beings gathered below and said softly, "Let's continue." While the land was still reeling from the Wu clan's declaration of nationhood, Dongwang Gong was following the example of Hongjun Daozu, explaining the methods of immortal cultivation to countless beings. He had originally intended to give this sermon together with Shuang Mu, but she had firmly refused. With no other choice, Dongwang Gong announced on his own that any solitary cultivators from Penglai and the surrounding East Sea who wished to learn the path of immortality could come and listen. Cultivation methods were scarce in the wilderness, and not all beings had inherited bloodlines, so countless cultivators flocked to hear him. Just as he reached a crucial point in his teachings, the celestial phenomena interrupted him. After resuming, Dongwang Gong suppressed the turmoil in his heart and continued to explain the immortal path he had developed. Immediately, Penglai Island was filled with wondrous sights, radiant clouds, and auspicious mists swirling everywhere. However, when he reached the stage of the profound immortal, Dongwang Gong could no longer contain his restlessness. He paused and announced to the respectful audience below, "That's all for now. After I have attended the next sermon in Ziao Palace, they'll teach you the cultivation methods above the golden, immortal realm." Though reluctant, the assembled beings dared not complain. They all bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude for his teachings. As the first to publicly preach after Hongjun Daozu, especially with Hongjun's support, the power of the heavenly Tao surged, manifesting brilliant golden light and bestowing him with a measure of merit. Dongwang Gong collected this merit, but couldn't help recalling the moment when the ancestral witches announced their nationhood, the sudden favor shown by the great Tao, and the vast sea of merit that followed. Compared to that, the merit in his hands seemed pale and insignificant. Lost in thought, an idea suddenly struck him. Should I try something similar? He didn't intend to found a tribe, but considered forming his own power, gathering immortal cultivators on Penglai Island. As soon as the thought arose, inspiration struck, and he murmured to himself, "Immortal court?" Wu Tian, caught up in the celebrations of the Wu tribe, was completely unaware of the shockwaves their early establishment had sent through the world of Hongwang. On the surface, everything appeared calm and prosperous, but beneath it all, undercurrents of change were quietly brewing. Standing on a high platform, Wu Tian watched as the Wu warriors joyfully hunted and slaughtered demon beasts, blood splattering and cheers echoing all around. Yet, this bloody scene left him deep in thought, his brow furrowed as he pondered the future path of the Wu tribe. "The Wu rely on demon beasts for sustenance, and no one intervenes for now," he muttered, fingers unconsciously tapping the jade pendant at his waist. "But once Di Jun establishes the demon clan, he'll have to stand up for the demon beasts, or risk instability within his own ranks. It seems inevitable that conflict will erupt between the Wu and the demon clans." A possible solution flashed through his mind. Should the Wu start herding demon beasts, raising them like livestock? Wu Tian shook his head with a wry smile. Just look at those burly, fierce warriors. How could such meticulous work ever suit them? Besides, the vastness of Hongwang meant there was no shortage of prey. Why would they bother with such a thankless task? His gaze shifted to the distant ancestral witches. At their level, as well as among the great witches, cultivation no longer depended on blood now. They could simply absorb the world's baleful energies. Take Di Jiang, for example. Ordinary demon beasts couldn't even serve as a snack for him. It was much more efficient to absorb the dense, turbulent energies of heaven and earth. But for the weaker Wu, blood is still essential. Wu Tian's frown deepened. During the tribe's founding, Pangus Lingering Will had extracted a piece of Pangus jade marrow from Bujo Mountain and placed it in the Pangu Hall, temporarily easing the blood pool shortage. However, this also meant the tribe's numbers would grow, intensifying future conflicts. Maybe the foundation of the Wu shouldn't be about numbers, but about the strength of the ancestral witches. Perhaps focusing on quality over quantity is the way forward, Wu Tian mused. A path of elite warriors might serve us better. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Wu Tian, my friend." Jin Yuanzi approached with a warm smile. "Thanks to you, I've gained some merit from heaven this time. Honestly, I feel a bit embarrassed." Wu Tian set aside his concerns for the tribe's future and turned to greet Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, a sincere smile on his face. "You're too kind. You both spent so much time attending our ceremony. I should be the one thanking you." Jin Yuanzi chuckled and shook his head. He didn't say it aloud, but he understood. Wu Tian had invited them for a reason. It was a sign of respect. He didn't dwell on it, though. "We've been cultivating around the Xiantian gourd vine," Jin Yuanzi continued, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. "You asked me for suggestions. I can't speed up the vine's growth, but I do have another idea." Wu Tian's eyes widened with curiosity. "Oh, this Xiantian gourd vine contains the primal yin yang and 5 elements. Even among the primordial spiritual roots, it's one of the finest, truly rare," Zhen Yuanzi said, lowering his voice with a touch of mystery. "Have you ever considered merging the primal yin-yang and 5 elements into one. Wu Tian was struck as if by lightning. He immediately focused inward, probing the depths of his soul. There, within his spirit, the image of the Xiantian gourd vine had already transformed into a swirling mass of chaotic energy, faint and elusive. You mean? Wu Tian's voice trembled, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. If I merge the primal yin-yang and 5 elements, combining the 7 gourds, I could create a chaos gourd? Wu Tian felt a bit strange. The merging of the 7 gourds reminded him of the legend of the Calabash brothers. Was he supposed to be the old man in that story? Zhen Yunzi noticed his confusion and slowly shook his head, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Not at all. Each of these 7 gourds holds its own wonders. It would be a shame to simply let them disappear. But what if we could nurture them once more, make them blossom and bear fruit again? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? After hearing this, Wu Tian's heart began to race and his eyes lit up. If it was as Zhen Yunzi said, wouldn't that mean he could create another chaos gourd out of thin air? Of course, he was more than eager for such an opportunity. Still, he hesitated, frowning slightly. Is that really possible? Aren't there supposed to be only 7 gourds? At that moment, Hong Yun suddenly burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the hall. Huh, if someone else said this, it might not work. But have you forgotten who my brother Zhen Yuanzi is? If he says it's possible, then it's possible. Zhen Yuanzi turned around at these words, shooting an annoyed glare at Hong Yun, clearly reproachful. You talk too much. If you keep shouting, you'll give away all your secrets. Then he turned back to Wu Tian, his face softening into a friendly smile. Let's give it a try. Although Zhen Yuanzi hadn't given a definite promise, there was a reassuring certainty in his tone. He felt indebted to Wu Tian, and since he had no treasures like the Northern Xianyuan water control banner to repay him, he was determined to help in any way he could. A sudden realization struck Zhen Yuanzi. No wonder Kuanpeng, who was always so stingy, was willing to part with an innate spiritual treasure. Owing someone a favor really is uncomfortable. But thinking further, Zhen Yuanzi knew it was his own soft-hearted nature and thin skin that made him feel this way. If it were Jean or Zhuani, they would never be bothered by such things. Wu Tian could no longer sit still. He immediately got up and strode over to Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the others to inform them of his plan, intending to head straight to the place where the primal gourd vine was located. Seeing Wu Tian approach, Di Jiang greeted him with a hearty smile. Of course, it's no problem. Your second brother and I are about to enter seclusion ourselves, hoping to break through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. As he spoke, he clapped Wu Tian on the shoulder, the gesture firm and full of strength. Huh, once we're stronger, if anyone dares to bully you, we'll just go settle the score with them directly. At this moment, Zhu Rong suddenly interrupted, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Big brother, we still haven't dealt with Jane and Zhuanti from the west. Are we just going to let what happened before slide? Di Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing, a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Of course not. Once I finish my seclusion, we'll head to the Western world and pay them a visit ourselves. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at these words, exchanging glances. Both of them thought to themselves, the ancestral witches really know how to hold a grudge. After all, in the Ziao Palace, it was Jane and Zhuanti who ended up embarrassed, while the Wu tribe suffered no real loss. But remembering that the two had first targeted Hong Yun, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun felt a surge of satisfaction, and their smiles grew even brighter. Zhen Yuanzi thought to himself, sometimes it takes one villain to deal with another. Meanwhile, in the distant Western world, Jane and Zhuanti were deep in cultivation when a sudden sense of unease jolted them from their meditative state. Though they couldn't pinpoint the reason, they instinctively attributed it to the Wu tribe. When the ancestral witches established their tribe, Jane and Zhuanti had seen their overwhelming power and, recalling the grudges between them and the Wu tribe, couldn't help but feel increasingly anxious. After a moment, Zhuanti tried to sound casual. Don't worry, we just need to be careful. If you think about it, it was the Wu tribe who bullied us first. If not for them, we wouldn't have lost our seats in the Ziao Palace. Things are already like this, surely they won't hold a grudge forever, right? That would be unreasonable. Those words really hit home. Even Jane couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, how did those seats suddenly become ours? We haven't even secured them yet. But the thought only lasted a moment before Jane regained his composure, a look of sorrow and helplessness appearing on his face. We'd better keep our distance from them, Jane whispered. These ancestral witches don't even respect heaven or the Tao ancestor. How could we expect them to be reasonable? Now that they've established the Wu tribe, blessed by Pangu and favored by the great Tao, their momentum is unstoppable. The West is already barren, and the two of us are weak and alone. Provoking them now would be unwise. Zhuanti snorted at this, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, but he couldn't help letting out a long sigh. The world has truly treated us brothers harshly. We don't have the fortune of the three pure ones or the ancestral witches, and even the Western world we were born into is shattered in the war between Tao and demon. The two from the west truly were impoverished. All they had to their names were Jiayin's treasured banner and Zundi's seven treasures tree, which Xuanyi had crafted from his own body after his birth. As for any other odds and ends, they were hardly worth mentioning. At this point, Zunti's eyes suddenly lit up as if inspiration had struck. He looked up and said eagerly to Jane, "Brother, do you think the Tao ancestor might compensate us?" Before achieving the Tao, he fought a great battle with the demon ancestor Lu and shattered the earth veins of the West. Surely he can't just ignore that cause and effect? Jane was taken aback, thoughts churning in his eyes, but in the end he shook his head. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. For now, we should focus on cultivation. The Tao ancestor is about to explain the path to enlightenment, and becoming a saint. There's a great opportunity ahead. But if we're not strong enough, how can we seize it? Xuanyi nodded quickly. The two of them suppressed their distracting thoughts and returned to cultivation, their surroundings immediately filled with Taoist energy and radiant light. Meanwhile, Wu Tian hadn't set out right away, as a minor incident had occurred. Earlier, following Wu Tian's suggestion, the ancestral witches had given all the merit they gained from slaying fierce beasts and cleansing the world's evil energy to Hutu, helping her develop her primordial spirit ahead of time. This had become a habit, and now, having just received even greater Tao merit, they hardly cared about the merit of heaven. Zhu Rong immediately took out his share of merit and, as usual, wanted to give it to Hutu. Hutu smiled and refused. "Thank you, brother, but when we founded the Wu tribe just now, the Taoist merit was enough. My primordial spirit is already complete, so I don't need heaven's merit for protection. Please keep it for yourself." Zhu Rong shrugged indifferently. "I don't cultivate a primordial spirit anyway. Heaven's merit is useless to me." Hutu glanced at Xianming with a smile and said, "Why not give it to Xianming?" At that moment, the other ancestral witches also turned to look at Xianming. Before she could refuse, Zhu Jiuyin laughed and suggested, "How about this? Everyone keeps half of their merit, and the other half goes to Xianming and Hutu. For the two of you, being able to cultivate a primordial spirit is extremely rare. Having more of heaven's merit for protection can only be a good thing." After a brief pause, Zhu Jiuyin added, "My brother and I will keep ours for now. We have other plans at the moment." He already had something in mind. Once he and Di Jiang reached the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, they planned to look into the Wu tribe's future destiny. Having extra protection from heaven's merit might come in handy at a critical moment. Who knows, it might just make a difference. The ancestral witches didn't think too much about it. They laughed and joked as they divided up their merit. 4 of them bestowed their merit upon Xianming, while the other 4 gave theirs to Hutu. Xianming and Hutu were deeply grateful for this kindness, quickly rising to bow and thank them. At that moment, a mischievous glint flashed in Zhu Rong's eyes. He glanced playfully between Xianming and Hutu, then grinned and looked over at Wu Tian, asking with a chuckle, "So, little brother, who are you planning to give yours to?" Hearing this, Xianming and Hutu immediately tensed up, both turning their gaze toward Wu Tian. The other ancestral witches also looked on with great interest, each wearing a knowing smile, as if waiting to see how Wu Tian would handle the situation. Seeing this, Wu Tian raised an eyebrow and shot Zhu Rong an exasperated look, thinking to himself, "Trying to trip me up, are you?" Without further hesitation, Wu Tian gathered all his heavenly Tao merit, split it in two with a wave of his hand, and sent each share to Xianming and Hutu. This unexpected move took everyone by surprise, leaving the ancestral witches momentarily stunned. With a complicated expression, Xianming couldn't help but ask, "You're giving it all to us? What about yourself?" They all knew that Wu Tian had already cultivated his primordial spirit. With the protection of heavenly Tao merit, he would be much safer. But Wu Tian didn't seem concerned in the slightest. Instead, he confidently summoned the aura of the Hongmeng measuring ruler. The power of this supreme treasure flashed in the air, landing steadily before everyone, radiating a profound and weighty presence. Wu Tian smiled and said, "With this treasure to protect me, what is there to worry about?" Heavenly Tao merit was indeed valuable, not only the purest source power, easy to refine, but also a sign of the Tao's favor. Still, Wushan's situation was far from ordinary. Whether it was spiritual energy or heavy, turbid qi, he could absorb and refine it with ease, encountering almost no obstacles. More importantly, he was already considering refining an even higher form of chaotic energy. He had no intention of becoming a sage or relying on the power of the heavenly Tao. What he truly depended on were the ancestral witches standing before him. So, he had never planned to use the merit for his own cultivation. Even if he didn't give it to Xianming and Hutu, he would have used it to empower the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Di Jiang watched Wushan's actions with a satisfied smile, nodding approvingly. "All right, let's leave it at that." With that, he turned to greet Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun. Then, together with Zhu Junin, soared into the air, heading straight for the deepest part of the Pangu Hall. Wu Tian didn't linger either. After a brief farewell to the ancestral witches, he led Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun toward the valley where the innate gourd vine was hidden. Within the valley, the great innate formation lay still and silent, guarding the gourd vine. As soon as the trio stepped into the formation, the vine seemed to rejoice, its tendrils quivering excitedly like a child eager for attention, reaching toward Wu Tian as if asking for a hug. Wu Tian chuckled softly and released a calming aura, gentle and soothing, instantly settling the restless vine. He then turned to Xinyuanzi with a hopeful smile. Brother Xinyuan, what should we do next? How can we encourage the vine to bloom again and produce gourds infused with the power of innate yin-yang and the five elements? Xinyuanzi smiled back, steady and composed. No rush. Let me cast a spell first. With that, he focused his attention on the gourd vine. His aura surged, flooding the entire valley with rich innate wood and earth essence, like the earth awakening and life flourishing. The vine's leaves shook even more vigorously, clearly loving the energy and greedily absorbing every bit. At the same time, Xinyuanzi's most precious treasure, the earth book, appeared above his head, radiating countless earthen yellow rays of light, blessing the land like the earth's mother. Within the earth book, a vision faintly emerged, a towering, ethereal tree rooted in the book, standing tall in the void, its crown trembling with boundless vitality. Then, with a wave of his hand, Xinyuanzi unleashed a torrent of divine power from the earth book, pouring it over the gourd vine like a waterfall of light, filling it with life and hope. Hong Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Wow, Brother Xinyuan is really going all out this time." As Xinyuanzi took action, the power of the earth book and the ginseng fruit tree was greedily absorbed by the primal gourd vine. The thick vine grew even more lush and vibrant after taking in this energy. Since they were atop Bujo mountain, Xinyuanzi couldn't easily draw upon the earth's ley lines, so he used the earth book to cast a barrier, channeling the spiritual energy from the land directly into the vine. After a long period of infusion, the roots of the primal gourd vine had noticeably thickened, but there were still no new flowers or fruits. Instead, the existing gourds on the vine began to glow with a radiant light, and their ripening process clearly accelerated. Noticing Wuxian's puzzled look, Xinyuanzi explained, "For the primal gourd vine to produce 7 gourds is already remarkable. If we want to grow another, we must first strengthen its original essence, making thorough preparations for new life." Xinyuanzi sensed carefully for a moment, then said to Wu Tian, "Brother, it's your turn now. The gourd vine has already acknowledged you as its master. You need to use your soul power to guide the innate forces of yin, yang, and the 5 elements within the spiritual root, and try to merge them." Wu Tian immediately stepped forward, his aura erupting with tremendous force, enveloping the gourd vine. His soul power surged into the vine like a tide, soon perceiving 7 distinct streams of power within the main stem, each continuously drawing energy from the heavens and earth and channeling it into the 7 gourds. With a thought, Wu Tian guided a strand of these elemental forces toward the tip of the branch. Just as he was pondering how to fuse them, the undying liming light within his soul suddenly flickered. A gray mark shot out, branding itself onto the gourd vine. This mark resembled both a seed and a vortex, ravenously devouring the converging forces of innate yin, yang, and the 5 elements. So that's how it is, Wu Tian realized inwardly. However, Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun were stunned, staring in disbelief at the point where the 7 elemental forces converged. How could it be this easy? They muttered. In truth, it wasn't easy at all. The gourd vine imprint on Wuxian's soul had already fused when he established his clan, and now it simply acted as a catalyst. As the mark appeared, the gourd vine began wildly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and elemental power. The level of the spiritual liquid lake in the valley dropped rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Xinyuanzi was alarmed and quickly activated the earth book's formation, channeling even more energy into the vine. Moments later, a change appeared at the tip of the branch. A gray flower bud slowly emerged, radiating a mysterious glow as it began to bloom. The 3 of them held their breath, watching intently. The sound of the flower opening was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet to their ears it was thunderous. In an instant, the power of the heavenly Tao surged violently around Bujo mountain. Something's wrong. The 7 gourds had long been established as a fixed decree of the heavenly Tao. Now, if an 8th gourd were to appear, it would undoubtedly break the order set by the heavens, provoking a response and bringing down divine punishment. Xinyuanzi's expression grew grave, and he called out urgently, "Wu Tian, deal with it quickly." Without hesitation, Wu Tian summoned the Hongming measuring ruler, pressing it down on the primordial gourd vine. Instantly, its powerful aura was suppressed, as if the changes of heaven and earth had been completely locked away. However, even the ripening of 7 gourds was already intolerable to the heavenly Tao, which was why the vine had been discovered and divided by the 3 pure ones and others at Bujo mountain. Before this, the primordial gourd vine had never appeared in the world, hidden deep within a great formation that concealed its presence. The aura of Bujo mountain further shielded it, allowing it to remain undisturbed for a time. But with the appearance of the 8th gourd, the heavenly Tao began to sense the anomaly and prepared to unleash retribution to prevent this from happening. The emergence of the Hongming measuring ruler instantly concealed the aura of the gourd vine. Yet, high above, thick tribulation clouds still swirled, as if searching for the source of this disruption to fate. Jin Yuanzi spoke anxiously, Wu Tian. Right now it's only the blooming of the gourd flower, so it can still be hidden. But once the chaos gourd appears, the heavenly Tao will surely investigate by force. The consequences will be unimaginable. Wu Tian felt a heavy weight in his heart. Even though the Hongming measuring ruler could temporarily suppress the aura, he couldn't stay here forever, constantly using its power. He still had a sermon to deliver and couldn't afford to be delayed for long. Just as worry engulfed Wu Tian, a sudden change occurred. The vibrant green tendrils of the primordial gourd vine trembled violently, then turned a chaotic gray and began to grow rapidly, lunging at Wu Tian like a spear. With a sharp sound, a gray light wrapped around the vine, piercing Wu Tian's sturdy body and heading straight for his dantian. In that instant, a thunderous boom erupted from within his core, as heavenly thunder raged and carved out a void-like space. The gourd vine's branch thrust inside, drawing the small gray gourd along with it. Wu Tian's 9 transformations origin technique activated instantly, and the power within him surged toward the 8th gourd, then flowed back out from it. The two streams of energy intertwined, growing more and more turbulent with chaotic force. Wu Tian's heart trembled as he suddenly understood. The chaos gourd was complete. He hadn't expected the primordial gourd vine to be so clever as to hide the gourd within his own body. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh and curse, "You little trickster." As the auras merged, the world within Wu Tian's dantian expanded in an instant. The primordial gourd vine continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, channeling it into his core. Even more strangely, the aura of laws began to faintly emerge, and the principles Wu Tian had once comprehended surfaced in his mind. At this moment, Wu Tian sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation akin to enlightenment. Jin Yuanzi murmured in confusion, What's happening?" The 8th gourd, poised to be born, was still visible at the tip of the vine, but any attempt to sense it only revealed a void-like fluctuation. The true chaos gourd had vanished along with its aura, merging with Wu Tian's body. Meanwhile, near Bujo Mountain, the once surging power of the heavenly Tao began to dissipate, as if it had lost its target. Hong Yun's eyes flickered as he glanced between the gourd vine and Wu Tian, then looked up at the sky, whispering to himself, "Is that really possible?" In the depths of the heavenly Tao, within Ziao Palace, the Tao ancestor Hongjun sat upon his throne, radiant lights swirling behind him. The creation jade butterfly above his head gently fluttered, sending endless Tao rhythms swirling around him. As the aura of the heavenly Tao surged, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, gazed in the direction of Bujo Mountain, and frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "What are the Wu clan up to this time?" Mount Bujo had been forcibly claimed as territory by the Wu tribe. Any unusual occurrences in this mysterious land were naturally tied to them. This was self-evident. Hongjun, the Taoist patriarch, frowned slightly and immediately extended his divine sense to investigate. Yet the disturbance vanished as quickly as it appeared, like a fleeting glimpse of a startled bird. The world soon returned to calm, and the gathered forces receded like the tide, leaving Hongjun empty-handed. The workings of fate had been deliberately disrupted. In the end, the Taoist patriarch withdrew his divine sense, giving up his search. He gazed deeply toward Mount Bujo, a sigh escaping his heart. Still, it's just a little out of reach. At this time, the order of heaven had yet to be perfected, and Hongjun himself had not fully merged with the Tao. His control over the power of heaven was far less refined than it would be in later ages, so he could not pierce through the secrets veiled by the Hongming measuring ruler. After pondering for a long while, his resolve to merge with the Tao only grew stronger and more urgent. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had been cultivating for quite some time. Yuanzi and Hong Yun stood guard by his side, showing no sign of resting. The primordial gourd vine required an immense amount of energy to nurture the chaos gourd, so Yuanzi was constantly drawing power from the earth book, working tirelessly. Only when the chaos gourd finally took shape and its demand for the world's essence returned to normal did Yuanzi breathe a sigh of relief. Even then, he didn't stop. He continued channeling earth energy through the earth book, filling the valley's lake until it overflowed and even expanded several times over. When all was done, he finally exhaled deeply. At last, it's finished. Yuanzi felt somewhat drained of spiritual power. Not only had he drawn massive amounts of earth energy, but he had also tapped into the essence of the ginseng fruit tree. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Still, he was filled with satisfaction. Not only had he witnessed the birth of the chaos gourd, but his efforts had also repaid much of the karmic debt he owed Wu Tian, leaving him feeling much lighter. People are indeed different. Some, after borrowing money, act as if they own the world. Others, weighed down by favors owed, feel restless as if crawling with ants. longing to repay their debts and feel truly free. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were clearly the latter. At this moment, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state. After steadying his spiritual power, he immediately rose to his feet and turned to Zhen Yuanzi. With a single glance, he saw the other's exhaustion and depleted power. Wu Tian quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, his voice resonant. Thank you, Brother Zhen Yuan. Breaking through fate and achieving the Chaos Gourd was only possible with your help. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand with a light laugh. You give me too much credit, Brother Wu Tian. I only provided some brute force. The true accomplishment is yours. He spoke from the heart. Earlier, the most challenging step should have been the unification of the innate laws of yin, yang, and the five elements. Zhen Yuanzi had been prepared to step in if Wu Tian struggled. To his surprise, what he thought would be most difficult, Wu Tian accomplished in an instant, as if it were effortless. Anyone else witnessing this would have been shocked. How could it be so easy? But Zhen Yuanzi didn't press for answers. After all, everyone has their secrets, just as people believed he was the incarnation of the ginseng fruit tree, when in truth, there was more to his origins. Seeing Wu Tian about to continue his thanks, Zhen Yuanzi quickly interrupted, Brother Wu Tian. Now that the Chaos Gourd was complete, and there was still some time before the next sermon, Wu Tian thought for a moment and decided to return to Wuzhuang Temple for a visit. After all, he had been away from home for quite a while, and couldn't help but feel a bit homesick. In truth, Zhen Yuanzi also wanted to go back, not just for a visit, but because he had expended so much energy this time and needed to rest and recover. Wu Tian cupped his hands respectfully and said, That's only right. He'll always remember your help, Brother Zhen Yuanzi. There's no need to say more today, but he'll be sure to repay you in the future. Zhen Yuanzi listened and shook his head with a wry smile. He understood perfectly well that his efforts this time were to settle a karmic debt. If Wu Tian insisted on talking about returning the favor, wouldn't that just create another obligation? But that's how relationships work. Through these exchanges, bonds only grow deeper. As they were about to part, Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but glance at the primal gourd vine, especially at the faint, translucent shadow of the chaos gourd that emitted no aura whatsoever. Once again, a look of amazement crossed his face, tinged with a hint of regret. After a long pause, he finally couldn't resist speaking up. Wu Tian, treasures like the primal gourd vine might not be safe just sitting here. I know it's not mature yet and can't be moved for now, but if you're willing, Hong Yun and I could stay a while longer and help figure out how to relocate it to the Wu tribe's territory. Hong Yun quickly nodded in agreement, saying urgently, Exactly. If someone else discovers it, it could spell trouble. Even though the vine has already recognized you as its master, other cultivators won't care about that once they set their minds on it. Wu Tian simply smiled, understanding that the two of them wanted to avoid getting further entangled in cause and effect, which was why they made the suggestion. But Wu Tian wasn't the least bit worried. In fact, he almost hoped for a challenge. Even though there had once been Wu tribe warriors posted here to guard the vine, he had already sent them away, and even Xing Tian had been told that there was no need for anyone to keep watch anymore. Earlier, when Xian Ming obtained the Xian Yuan water control banner from the north, Wu Tian had come up with a plan. If he could gather all 5 of the primal banners, perhaps he could ask the ancestral witches to set up a formation within a formation. However, the remaining banners were all in the hands of Taoist Hongjun. The Western Cloud Realm banner had already been given to Queen Mother of the West, while the other 3, the Eastern Azure Lotus banner, the Southern Flame banner, and the Central Apricot Yellow banner, would be awarded during the 3rd sermon to Zhuan Ti, Tai Qing, and Yuan Shi, respectively. Getting them would require some clever maneuvering or even a little force. Wu Tian shook his head with a laugh. Thank you both for your concern, but there's no need. His tone shifted as he straightened up, exuding the pride of the Wu tribe. Rest assured, in this vast primordial world, is there really anyone foolish enough to try and steal from the Wu tribe? Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged a glance. Seeing Wu Tian's confidence, they realized there was little point in arguing further. They put their worries aside for now, and with a respectful bow, took their leave. After seeing Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun off, Wu Tian remained in the valley, his gaze lingering on the winding, innate gourd vine. A sense of contentment welled up inside him. The connection between the vine's aura and his own soul had grown even closer, as if the plant was now a part of him, warm and familiar. Even though he was now one of the Wu tribe, his deep love for farming was something he could never quite erase. He had mentioned this to the Wu tribe before, but just like when he once brought up breeding fierce beasts, the topic was quickly brushed aside. The Wu were a people born for battle. How could they be expected to suddenly take up farming or herding? For them, strength was their true means of production, and fighting was in their blood. There was no need to toil in the fields. In a way, it made sense. After all, in this vast and untamed world, resources were abundant and food could be found everywhere. Who would bother to farm when everything they needed was already within reach? Wu Tian let out a soft sigh and shook his head. His thoughts returned to the innate gourd vine. and the scene before him made him pause in surprise. With the appearance of the eighth chaotic gourd, the vine had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was now even thicker, its leaves a deeper shade of green, and the flow of spiritual energy around it had intensified. The vine's original rainbow glow was now tinged with a grayish aura, making it seem even more profound and mysterious. Wu Tian focused his mind and sent a gentle wave of energy toward the vine. Instantly, the shadowy images of the chaotic gourds hanging from the vine vanished without a trace, hidden completely from the world. The vine had concealed its trump card. If he wanted to use it as bait, it was best not to let others discover it so easily. Wu Tian could trust Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, given their kind natures, but he couldn't be so sure about everyone else. Once everything was ready, Wu Tian left the valley and made his way directly to the hall of Pangu. When he entered, the hall was empty. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were clearly in seclusion, hidden deep within as they meditated on the laws of heaven and earth, preparing for a breakthrough to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Wu Tian wasn't surprised. He made his way straight toward the blood pool. As he approached, he immediately noticed the changes. What was once a still pool had become a vast, surging sea of blood. The Wu tribe and their ancestors had all been born from this pool, which meant its energy had been heavily depleted. Before the ancestors established their tribe, the pool's level had dropped significantly, but now, its vitality had returned. The blood was richer and more vibrant than ever, brimming with new life. Wu Tian quickly realized the cause of this transformation: the addition of the Pangu jade marrow. When the Wu tribe was founded, Father Pangu had bestowed 3 blessings, one of which was giving Wu Tian the Pangu jade marrow. This essence was a source of vital blood energy, and once it merged with the pool, it not only replenished the pool's strength, but, more importantly, provided a continuous source of life force. After a moment of reflection, Wu Tian stepped into the blood pool. As soon as he set foot inside, the world around him turned a deep crimson. Waves of potent blood energy surged toward him, enveloping his body. Instinctively, his 9 transformation primordial power activated, causing his flesh and blood to tremble as if countless sources of strength were awakening within him. But Wu Tian wasn't here to cultivate. He had come to the blood pool to conceal a drop of his own vital blood. He quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart and descended to the deepest part of the pool. The blood-red water flowed warmly and thickly around him. A glint flashed in Wu Tian's eyes as he recalled the moment when Father Pangu had bestowed his blessing upon him. At that time, his soul and body had merged once again, and every fiber of his being, every drop of his blood, was imprinted with mysterious laws and endless possibilities. He had gained a powerful ability, the art of rebirth, from a single drop of blood. Because of this, Wu Tian had already made a plan to hide a drop of his vital blood in several safe locations as a backup for himself. The Hall of Pangu was his first choice, as it was shielded from all divination and prying eyes. More importantly, even in the future, when the Wu tribe's power waned, the Hall of Pangu would remain unshakable, eventually being brought into the Underworld by Hutu and transformed into the 6 Paths reincarnation hall of Lady Pingxin. Could there be any place more secure? Once he reached the bottom of the pool, Wu Tian quickly found a hidden corner. With a surge of magic, he formed a blood-red barrier. Carefully, he placed a drop of his vital blood within it. In a flash of red light, the barrier vanished, and the drop of blood blended seamlessly into the pool, like a drop of water into the sea, completely undetectable. With the first step complete, Wu Tian immediately summoned the Hongmeng heaven-measuring ruler. A low hum sounded as the ruler vibrated gently, releasing a brilliant golden light of merit that formed a yellowish barrier. The blood around him was pushed aside, revealing an empty space. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the center, channeling his magic as a second drop of vital blood slowly condensed at his heart. Moments later, the drop flew from his chest straight into the Hongmeng heaven-measuring ruler. Under Wu Tian's precise control, it settled deep within the 49th innate restriction, where the power of great merit was nurturing a new restriction. The blood hovered there, merging its aura with the restriction until they became one. Having completed all this, Wu Tian opened his eyes, a smile of delight on his face. He murmured softly, "That's the second drop done. As for the third, just as planned, I'll ask Sister Hutu." Placing a drop with Hutu would be just as safe. After all, in the future, Hutu would be the most powerful ally he could have. Naturally, he needed to entrust 1 drop to her as well. Though condensing 2 drops of vital blood in such a short time left him feeling a bit depleted, Wu Tian didn't waste any time. He quickly put away the Hongmeng heaven-measuring ruler to nourish it within his body, and then left the blood pool, flying out of the Hall of Pangu and heading straight for Hutu's tribe. At this time, Hutu was cultivating in the central temple of the tribe. Sensing Wu Tian's arrival, she opened her eyes and smiled. "You finally decided to come back." Wu Tian looked a bit embarrassed. Although he culled Hutu's tribe with her, he rarely returned, either listening to the Tao at Ziao Palace or cultivating in the Hall of Pangu. Before he could explain, Hutu laughed and said, Aren't you always eager to hear the sermons at Ziao Palace? We'll be leaving soon, so don't run off anywhere else for now. Focus on your cultivation here. Wu Tian nodded eagerly, grinning, of course. I won't go anywhere. He'll stay here with you, Sister Hutu. Huta chuckled and gave him a sidelong glance. If you're not holed up cultivating in the hall of Pangu, you must want something from me. So what is it? Wu Tian felt a bit awkward, as if she had seen right through him, but he still tried to argue. Sister Hutu, what do you mean? Can't I just spend more time with you? After all, Huta's tribe is my tribe too. Huta said nothing, just looked at him with a half smile, as if to say, go on, keep pretending. Wu Tian's smile froze on his face, and he finally admitted, all right, there is something important. Out of the entire Wu tribe, I trust you the most, Sister Hutu, so I wanted to ask for your help. Huta's expression suddenly turned odd. Really? Wu Tian's instincts immediately went on high alert. Following Huta's gaze, he noticed Xianming had quietly stepped out from the side, standing there with a cold expression and staring at him intently. Wu Tian was at a complete loss, almost on the verge of tears. Sister Huta, how could you set me up like this? Aren't you supposed to be as generous and steady as the earth itself? Not like this at all. And then there's Xianming. What exactly are you doing at Huta's tribe? You never stay with your own people, you always sneak over, hiding your presence every time. Countless thoughts flashed through Wu Tian's mind in an instant, but he quickly made his choice. If he offended Hutu, she'd probably forgive him, but if he upset Xianming, she'd actually beat him up. Fine, I admit it. You're just like Sister Xianming, you're both the ones I trust the most. After saying this, Wu Tian immediately put on a cheerful smile, as if nothing had happened. He grinned at Xianming and said, Sister Xianming, you've come at the perfect time. I was planning to ask Sister Hutu for help first, and then come to you, but now you've saved me the trouble. Hardly had he finished speaking before he hurried on, explaining his plan to hide a drop of blood essence, one for each of them. The two ancestral witches immediately turned their attention toward him, their eyes lighting up. Even the usually composed and expressionless Xianming looked genuinely surprised. Really? You mean with this divine power bestowed by Father God, as long as we leave behind a drop of blood essence, we can be reborn even if we die? The two exchanged glances, as if they still couldn't quite believe it. Seeing their reaction, Wu Tian gave a wry smile and said, you both know I'm different from my brothers. Even if I wanted to pass this divine power on to them, I probably couldn't. Huta nodded gently, her brows furrowing as she sighed. Yes, I understand. Her tone was a little downcast, but she quickly forced a smile. She knew all too well that the greatest problem for the ancestral witches was that, once body and spirit became one, death meant total annihilation. Without the chance for reincarnation, their existence could be wiped out forever. Hutu and Xianming had cultivated to the point where they could escape death with their primordial souls and rebuild themselves if disaster struck, but the other ancestral witches weren't so lucky. Noticing Huta's expression, Wu Tian felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed softly and said, I know you feel disappointed. But right now, the ancestral witches don't believe they'll face a great calamity. Most won't even prepare a way out for themselves. He paused, then continued, but this divine power really could give us a chance. Huta nodded and once again smiled, her voice gentle but firm. Leave your blood essence with me. Don't worry, you'll keep it safe. Her eyes were full of resolve. Xianming said nothing more. She simply reached out her hand and said coolly, if anything happens to me, your blood essence will remain unharmed. Her tone was still cold, but there was a reassuring strength in her words. Seeing how much his two sisters were willing to help him, Wu Tian was filled with gratitude. He bowed deeply to thank them, then sat down cross-legged and began channeling his power to condense his blood essence. Blood essence was different from ordinary blood. The ancestral witch's blood essence contained powerful laws, and the essence Wu Tian was forging now not only bore the mark of his own laws, but also reflected his divine soul. The process was extremely taxing, both mentally and physically. Had already felt a hint of emptiness when condensing just 2 drops before, but now, forging 4 drops, he found his vitality growing thin. Even though Head reached the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal, he felt a surge of energy that seemed about to break through, yet at this moment, it stalled. But Wu Tian was in no hurry to ascend further. He knew he hadn't planned on advancing quickly. Instead, he intended to wait until after the 3rd great sermon, take time to consolidate his foundations, and then consider whether to break through to the next realm. Since he wasn't planning to attain sainthood through merit, nor to achieve the Tao by severing his 3 corpses, he had to lay an even stronger foundation. Only then would he have a chance to prove the Tao by his own power. Besides, with the Wu clan's fortune at its peak, the ancestral witches could easily handle anything that came their way. Wu Tian had his own plans. He wasn't in a rush, nor was he anxious. After forcing out 2 drops of his essence blood, he became noticeably weaker. His life force waned, his face turned pale, and he looked drained. Almost immediately, he handed the essence blood to Xianming and Hutu. Xianming took the blood with a grave expression, pressing it directly to her chest. The essence blood quickly merged into her heart. She moved with great caution, clearly having thought it through. This is the safest place. Unless something happens to me, nothing will go wrong with this drop of blood. If someone wants to harm me, they'd have to get to my heart first. With that, she began nurturing the blood with her own energy. Seeing Xianming's approach, Ho-Tu was momentarily taken aback. Although she knew the risks involved with essence blood, she quickly decided to store hers within her primordial spirit. That way, even if something unexpected happened, she could protect herself. She couldn't help but tease, "Sister Xianming, you really do spoil him." Xianming's face instantly turned red with embarrassment and annoyance. She stood up, pretending to lunge at Ho-Tu. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, and Zhu Rong's voice rang out clearly. "That Di Jun is shameless. He actually wants to imitate us and establish a demon clan, and he even has the nerve to invite us to the ceremony. Outrageous." Before he finished speaking, several ancestral witches barged into Ho-Tu's temple. Clearly, knocking wasn't a concern for the Wu clan, especially since the temple didn't even have doors. As the group entered, the atmosphere grew quiet, punctuated only by Zhu Rong's booming laughter. "I knew you'd all be here. Even if Di Jun's actions don't openly involve the Wu clan, we can all sense something's off." Though still young, Wu Tian was already recognized as a wise figure. After the ancestral witches had searched the entire valley and the Pangu hall, without finding him or the others, they all gathered here, exchanging glances, clearly aware that something unusual was going on. Zhu Rong's eyes darted between Wu Tian, Xianming, and Ho-Tu, his gaze growing more and more suspicious. Xianming and Ho-Tu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, while Wu Tian, his energy depleted, looked utterly drained, his pallor only highlighting his weakness. Even these usually straightforward ancestral witches couldn't help but jump to their own conclusions. The atmosphere in the temple became awkward. Everyone lowered their heads and exchanged glances in silence. Even Xianming and Ho-Tu felt something was off. Sensing the tension, Zhu Rong leaned over and whispered to Wu Tian, "Little brother, you're looking too weak. That won't do. If you told me, I could have fetched you some ancestral dragon essence blood." Clearly, he didn't realize that Ho-Tu had already provided Wu Tian with some. Before he could finish, an ice spike suddenly shot out from the hall, flying straight at Zhu Rong. A wave of frigid air swept through as he was sent flying with a loud crash. Xianming's face frosted over as she coldly snapped, "You're always talking nonsense. Big brother's hit him countless times, but he never learns humph." She shot a chilly glance at the other ancestral witches. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement, especially Gong Gong, who smiled and said, "Exactly. Well done, Xianming. He really does have the loosest tongue." Wu Tian could only sigh helplessly, at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly explain that he had just been hiding his essence blood. If word got out, especially with these ancestral witches' loose lips, it would be a disaster. Seeing the atmosphere tense up again, Jumong quickly interjected, "Let's not get sidetracked, let's talk business first." He looked sharply at Wu Tian. "Little brother, what's your take on Di Jun's plan to establish the demon clan?" "What do I think?" Wu Tian wondered to himself, suddenly feeling as if he had become Yuan Fong. Still, he was quite pleased. The fact that the ancestral witches came to consult him rather than confront him directly was a significant step forward. His subtle influence was clearly paying off. He began to ponder the situation with the demon clan. In the original history, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Nu Hua founded the demon clan together, which soon led to fierce conflict with the ancestral witches. The 12 heavenly killing array surged straight toward the heavenly court. But this time, thanks to Wu Tian's involvement, the witch clan had established themselves earlier. Still, the rise of the demon clan was inevitable, and nothing could stop it from coming as destined. However, Di Jun and the others didn't have the confidence of the witch clan, nor did they revere Pangu alone. So, when it came to founding their own clan, they invited many powerful beings to witness the event. Even the witch clan received an invitation. Di Jun had no desire to provoke the ancestral witches. If he excluded them, who knew how they would react? If they felt slighted and came looking for trouble, it would be a real headache. After some discussion, Di Jun, Fu Shi, and the others became even more convinced that the ancestral witches were capable of such things. So they reluctantly sent out invitations. Fu Shi even delivered theirs personally. Wu Tian asked curiously, "Where's Fu Shi?" Zhu Wu Jumong quickly replied, "He left right after delivering the invitation." Fu Shi was quite courteous, but honestly, Di Jun and the others forming the demon clan was clearly meant to oppose them. The witch clan hunted and ate beasts, while the demon clan would welcome those very creatures and offer them protection. In fact, Tai was only able to gather enough members for the demon clan so quickly thanks to the actions of the witch clan. The beasts, having suffered too much at the hands of the witches, had no choice but to seek refuge with the demon clan under Di Jun and Tai's protection if they wanted to survive. Fortunately, the demon clan hadn't been established yet, and with the ancestral witches' overwhelming presence, Di Jun and the others were careful to avoid conflict at such a crucial moment, doing their best to restrain themselves. While Wu Tian was still lost in thought, Zhu Rong the ancestral, which who had just been sent flying by Xianming came back covered in dust. As he entered the Earth God Hall, he muttered, "What did I even say? Is this really how I get treated?" He shot a fierce glare at Gong Gong. "I knew it out of all of us brothers. You're the worst. You just love seeing me make a fool of myself." Gong Gong sneered. "How you don't dare mess with Xianming? So you're taking it out on me? You really think you can beat me?" His expression only made Zhu Rong angrier, and he raised his fist, ready to take Gong Gong on and teach him a lesson. Wu Tian watched the two of them, both itching for a fight, and could only sigh helplessly. As expected, the clash of their natures always led to another brawl. The other ancestral witches, meanwhile, were laughing heartily, clearly enjoying the spectacle. To them, with their tough bodies, a little roughhousing was no thing so long as no one died. It was all just fun and games. At that moment, Xianming noticed Wu Tian's expression, her eyes sharp as she spoke coldly. "Enough. Weren't we supposed to be discussing business? If you two keep arguing, take it outside. He'll make sure to tell Big Brother about this, and then you can settle it in front of him." Wu Tian's words carried a clear threat. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong immediately fell silent, exchanging a glance before turning away from each other with cold indifference. Wu Tian gave Xianming a discreet thumbs up, silently impressed. Usually icy and aloof, Xianming was feared even among the other ancestral witches. As soon as she spoke, the conflict stopped at once. Xianming shot Wu Tian a frosty glare, a hint of disdain curling her lips. "Let's not waste time. Just tell us, are we supposed to deal with Di Jun and his demon clan?" Her tone was cold and brooked no delay. Not to be outdone, Zhu Rong jumped in. "If you ask me, we should just go disrupt the demon clan's plans. It's obvious they only exist to oppose us. Just give the word, and well, I'll follow you into battle." Wu Tian could only smile wryly. As expected, the ancestral witch's combative nature was hard to hide. Zhu Rong's attitude represented most of the group, but before Wu Tian could try to talk them down, Gong Gong sneered, "No one asked for your opinion. Just shut up." The two looked ready to clash again. Xianming's expression grew even colder, and a chilling aura swept through the Buddha shrine, making even the ancestral witches shiver. The atmosphere grew tense until Wu Tian broke the silence with a light laugh. "If you ask me, since they've invited us, we should go. We can't have people saying the Wu clan doesn't know etiquette, can we? As for what the demon clan is planning, or what Di Jun intends," he looked around at the others with a meaningful smile. "Are you all really afraid of them?" The ancestral witches shook their heads at once. It was clear they didn't fear the demon clan at all. Wu Tian chuckled to himself. Once you understood their personalities, leading them wasn't that difficult. After all, as long as Bujo Mountain remained untouched, no matter what the demon clan schemed, what could they really do to the Wu clan? Their emergence was part of heaven's will. There was no stopping it. Rather than resisting, it made more sense to attend the ceremony, earn some merit, and maybe even trick Di Jun into giving up something valuable. He remembered his original plan. He had never intended for the Wu clan to clash head-in with the demon clan. Instead, once both sides reached their peak, he would lead the Wu clan into the underworld, leaving the demons to face the sages. He was genuinely curious. If that day ever came, what would Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly sages do? Would they destroy Di Jun and his followers, or would they wipe out the entire demon clan? With this thought, Wu Tian's lips curved into a faint smile. Xianming and Hutu exchanged a puzzled glance, both wondering, what's Wu Tian thinking? Why is he smiling like that? Wu Tian continued, "But we can't all go to this ceremony. Big brother and second brother are in seclusion. If we all show up, it'll look suspicious. Hey race, what will do? 7 of us will attend, me, Sister Xianming, and Sister Hutu. That makes 3. As for the other 4," he let his gaze sweep across the group. Zhu Rong immediately perked up, blinking eagerly as if to say, pick me, pick me. But Wu Tian had already ruled him out. "Zhu Rong, you're staying behind to watch the house." Zhu Rong jumped up in protest. "Come on, little brother, this is just payback. All I did was spill a little secret of yours. Do you really have to do this? I was even planning to get some ancestral dragon blood for you to help you recover." Gong Gong's mocking voice shattered the silence in the hall. "Give me a break. With that mouth of yours, there's no way a fight wouldn't break out if you went. Of course we can't let you go." No sooner had he finished speaking than another argument threatened to erupt. Xianming looked on, her face full of helplessness. Although the ancestral witches sometimes listened to her advice, it was more out of brotherly affection than respect for her authority. She simply didn't have the commanding presence of Di Jiang or Zhu Juing. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian quickly tried to smooth things over. "Gong Gong, you're staying to guard the home too." His words had an immediate effect. The anger vanished from Zhu Rong's face, replaced by a teasing grin aimed at Gong Gong, as if to say, "You're not any better." With those two troublemakers out of the discussion, the rest of the meeting went smoothly. Wu Tian and the other ancestral witches quickly came to an agreement. Besides the 3 who had already developed primordial spirits, Jumong, Rushu, Xiangliang, and Shizi would join them, making 7 in total to attend the ceremony. Once the meeting ended, the ancestral witches went their separate ways to return to their tribes and instruct their subordinates to handle their affairs. Just as Zhu Rong was about to leave, Wu Tian grabbed his arm, pulling him outside the hooded temple. Brother Zhu Rong, Wu Tian whispered, where do you plan to find the ancestral dragon's blood? The ancestral dragon has already merged with the world. His spirit has become one with the earth veins, and his body turned into the yellow river. Before he could finish, Zhu Rong gave him a knowing smile. Don't worry, I've got my ways. Even though the ancestral dragon is gone, the dragon clan remains. There's no way the old dragon didn't leave something behind for them. He patted Wu Tian's arm. Leave it to me. If the dragons don't cooperate, he'll just boil the four seas and drag them all out as blood sacrifices. Wu Tian's expression changed at these words. Maybe we shouldn't. The dragons already bear heavy karma, and it was only through the ancestral dragon sacrifice that they managed to keep a bit of fortune. Why provoke them now? But Zhu Rong just laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. With that, he transformed into a streak of crimson-black light and disappeared. Wu Tian could only sigh silently. Forget it. Let the dragon clan suffer a bit. Anyway, any backlash will fall on Zhu Rong, and if the dragons are sensible and have the ancestral blood, Zhu Rong won't go too far. Once the 7 ancestral witches had gathered, Xianming and Hutu combined their powers. The weighty force of the laws condensed into a barrier of mystical light, carrying everyone straight to the heavens. Their destination was the desolate starry sky. Dijun and the others hadn't chosen the Sun Star, the domains of Fuxi and Nuwa, nor Bujo Mountain, now occupied by the Wu clan. Instead, they'd picked the endless expanse of space. Piercing through the howling winds of the 9 heavens, the group flew toward the Sun Star. The closer they got, the more overwhelming the pressure of the blazing sun became. The searing solar fire even drove away the chill of the primordial starry sky. Wu Tian gazed at the sun, his eyes sparkling with divine light. Even from afar, he could clearly see the towering Fusang divine tree, its branches reaching into the clouds. The blazing flames of the true sun fire burning atop the tree lit up the entire sky. Dijun and Tai Yi, the 2 golden crows, perched atop the Fusang tree, quietly nurturing their divine power. Witnessing this scene, Wu Tian couldn't help but marvel at their strength. As one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, the Fusang tree exuded a majestic presence. The true sun fire it harbored was unimaginably intense, radiating an overwhelming pressure that seemed to make even the starry sky tremble. He pondered for a moment, confusion flickering in his heart. Why has such a powerful Fusang tree never taken on a humanoid form? Could it be that its immense power actually makes it more difficult to transform? Wu Tian recalled that for all primordial beings, an excessively powerful physical body could hinder spiritual transformation. It was like the Xingui of the North Sea, whose limbs were severed. Its body was so formidable that its spirit couldn't bear the strain, and it never fully transformed. Perhaps the Fusang tree faced the same dilemma. As this thought crossed his mind, another idea quietly surfaced. How wonderful it would be to obtain a branch from the Fusang tree. Then, he could try planting it himself. Once this idea took hold, Wu Tian could no longer suppress his desire. He began to wonder how he might persuade Dijun to part with a branch of the Fusang tree. At this point, Dijun and the Wu clan were not yet in open conflict, and had little enmity between them. Perhaps there was a real chance. Just as he was lost in thought, a surge of mystical light suddenly appeared ahead. An imposing golden palace materialized in the starry expanse, backed by the sun and supported by the river diagram and Luo book, radiating boundless brilliance. Inside the palace, countless beings of all races gathered, with those skilled in magic sitting cross-legged. Above the palace, the light of laws intertwined and the aura of the Tao lingered. Dijun, Tai Yi, Fuxi, and Nuwa, 4 great divine beings sat together atop the palace, with Tai Yi's chaos seed suspended overhead, stabilizing the surrounding space. The 4 of them were calculating the time and preparing to set out when a sudden surge of energy swept through. Everyone looked ahead, surprise flashing in their eyes. The other powerful beings who had arrived earlier, originally resting with closed eyes, now opened them and turned their gazes toward the incoming beam of law-infused light. Only Zheng Yuanzi and Hong Yun, upon seeing who was approaching, couldn't help but smile with delight. Hong Yun sent a quiet message. Haha, Brother Zhen Yuan, I told you your worries were unnecessary. See, Brother Wu Tian has arrived. Zhen Yuanzi smiled and nodded. It seems I was overthinking after all. When Dijun had invited them to the ceremony, he had been wary, concerned the Wu clan might cause trouble. But seeing Wu Tian and the others arrive safely, he felt relieved. Dijun had shown no fear in inviting them, perhaps even some anticipation. Still, the arrival of the Wu clan left him with a faint, inexplicable sense of unease. As everyone focused on Wu Tian's group, Tai Yi suddenly stood up, his expression serious. Before he could speak, a gentle force stopped him. Dijun's voice sounded in his ear, just sit tight. Then he turned to Fuxi with a light smile. Fellow Taoist Fuxi, since the Wu clan has come to witness the ceremony, would you mind greeting them yourself? We wouldn't want anyone to say we lack courtesy. Fushi nodded without a word and flew outside to greet Wu Tian's group. As he approached, his smile was warm and inviting. Fellow Taoists, please forgive us for not welcoming you sooner. As he spoke, he landed before the ancestral witches, and the surrounding laws of power dissipated. Since we've been invited, the Wu clan would not dream of being discourteous. Hutu, the ancestral witch, replied with a gentle smile, her tone friendly and sincere. No need for formalities, Taoist friend. Go ahead and take care of your duties, lest you miss the appointed time. Fushi quickly clasped his hands in salute, inwardly sighing with relief. There truly were good people among the Wu clan, and Hutu was clearly one of them. Confirming that the ancestral witches were only here to observe, Fushi thanked them again before hurrying back. After a while, Jun and the other three suddenly rose, surrounded by the aura of the Tao, their innate spiritual treasures floating beside them. Jun spoke in a loud voice, with the great Tao as witness, under the eyes of heaven and earth. Wedi Jun, Tai Yi, Fushi, and Nuer moved by the suffering of all beings in the primordial world. As soon as he finished, Wu Tian's eyes widened in shock, cursing inwardly. What's going on? Do you really dare to stand alongside the great Tao? Is the descent of the Tao truly your destiny? Jun, of course, understood the implications of his words and knew that others would question them. He had even warned Tai Yi not to become too obsessed with this idea. But after much discussion, they had decided not to give up. Even if their chances were slim, it was still worth a try. Wu Tian's lips twitched as he glanced at the ancestral witches beside him. Even Hutu, the gentlest among them, had a hint of disdain in her eyes, as if silently mocking. You think you're up to this? The sight made Wu Tian smile knowingly. He then turned his attention to the other mighty beings. Suddenly, he noticed the three pure ones and their peers looking visibly shaken, their eyes shining with anticipation. In that instant, Wu Tian understood the reason. If Jun and his allies succeeded, wouldn't it mean that anyone who wished to announce something monumental to the world might also be favored by the great Tao in the future? No wonder they were so eager. Just as the manifestation of the great Tao stirred the heavens, Wu Tian sensed another oddity. The Tao ancestor himself had not appeared. Could this be another precedent set by the Wu tribe? If the demon race was backed by Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, it would seem less impressive by comparison. Besides, Jun was known for his ambition and pride. He would never be content to serve beneath another. This was clear from the way he had directly questioned Hongjun in the Ziao palace, asking if only the immortal path could lead to enlightenment and sainthood. Had he been willing to bow his head to the immortal path like Dong Wang Gong, perhaps his fate would have been different. But in the end, you are not the Wu tribe, Wu Tian thought to himself, his gaze fixed on Jun and the others. At that moment, Jun was reciting his oath. Though he failed to summon the power of the great Tao, the force of heaven surged around him. Countless energies and laws intertwined in the starry wilderness, casting brilliant light across the cosmos. It had to be said, the demon race was far more ceremonious than the Wu tribe. Jun's words were flawless, speaking at length of seeking the welfare of all beings in the wilderness, and opening the path for all living creatures, before finally revealing his true intent. Therefore, today we seek to unite the myriad races and establish the demon race, to bring peace to the chaos. Among all beings, any with spiritual awareness may become a demon, and we vow to open the demon path and guide all under its teachings. With the Hichu Luoshu and the Chaos Bell to anchor the demon race's fortune, I, Jun, proclaim myself the demon emperor. Tai immediately followed, his voice filled with excitement. I, Tai, am the Eastern Emperor of the demon race. Then came Fushi and Nuwa's declarations. I, Fushi, am the Shi Emperor of the demon race. I, Nuwa, am the Wa Empress of the demon race. The four exchanged glances, their auras merging as they surged toward the dense power of heaven, shouting in unison, the demon race is founded. The gathered demons erupted in triumphant howls, their faces alight with joy and excitement. The force of heaven grew even stronger, and an intricate symbol the character for demon appeared in the void. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jun and the others' eyes. Even now, the great Tao remained silent. Only heaven responded. Their attempt to invoke the Tao's favor had failed. Though he had prepared himself for this outcome, Jun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the end, they still fell short of the Wu tribe, who not only received the great Tao's blessing, but even had the Wu symbol personally bestowed by Pangu himself. The others' expressions briefly darkened as hope faded, and they couldn't help but glance enviously at Wu Tian and the ancestral witches. But Jun quickly regained his composure. They had taken their shot. It didn't matter if the great Tao didn't respond. At least heaven itself had acknowledged them. Yet Wu Tian was puzzled. Why was heaven so calm, showing no displeasure at Jun and the others' actions? No, it's not the so-called impartiality of the heavenly Dao, it's actually Hongjun, the Tao ancestor. After all, he's currently the only sage of the heavenly Tao, and yet he hasn't intervened at all. It seems Hongjun has grown accustomed to this. Wu Tian thought silently to himself. As the source runes of the demon race appeared, they rained down like droplets, scattering across the void. Every demon being, even Dijuan, Tai, and the others, felt a sudden flash in their souls as the runes were imprinted upon them. From this moment on, these various beings shared a single name, the demon race. The demon race's fate began to rise like mist, and under the power of the heavenly Tao, it gathered into a long river of destiny, vast and mighty, stretching across the prehistoric starry sky. As this river formed, their fortune soared rapidly. At the same time, the Hichu Luoshu and the Chaos Bell flew out and landed on the illusory river, casting down mysterious light and suppressing the chaos and turbulence within. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire prehistoric sky like endless peals of thunder. Where the power of the heavenly Tao gathered, the golden light grew even brighter. Just as everyone thought it was all coming to an end, and that the heavenly Tao would soon bestow its merit, the prehistoric void suddenly trembled. Everyone looked in shock toward the source of the disturbance. It felt as if some colossal being was awakening, breaking through layers of space, tearing the void apart, and struggling to emerge. Surprise flashed across everyone's faces, but Wu Tian was already expecting this. Staring at the widening rift in the void, he murmured to himself, as expected, the heavenly court is about to be born. At the same time, Dijuan was first startled, then suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if he was connected to this emerging presence. Huh, what's going on? Dijuan wondered, eyes fixed on the ruptured void, brows furrowed, thinking anxiously, at such a critical moment, please let nothing go wrong. A moment later, a corner of the heavenly court broke through the void, revealing countless palaces and towers, and an immense world unfolded before everyone, drawing gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light shot out, heading straight for Dijuan's spiritual platform, merging with him in an instant. Dijuan's expression relaxed, his surprise turning to realization as he murmured, the heavenly court, the 33 heavens. Once Dijuan fully understood the existence and origin of the heavenly court, he could no longer contain his joy. He threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, the demon race is established, and the heavenly court appears. So what if the great Tao shows me no favor? When I, Dijuan, founded the demon race, the heavenly court emerged for me to command. What greater fortune could there be? Flames burned in Dijuan's eyes, his gaze blazing with excitement. From the message he received through the heavenly court, he now knew it was born of the heavenly Tao itself, serving as the center of its rules and order. Dijuan grew even more. Elitida was destined by fate. With that, his figure flashed as he flew straight into the heavenly court. As Dijuan took control, the 33 heavens fully manifested, gradually stabilizing, standing high above the 9 heavens, merging with the primordial world. Once the heavenly court was completely established, Dijuan returned to Tai, Fushi, and Yuwa's side, looking up confidently at the gathering power of the heavenly Tao, his smile brimming with self-assurance. Boom. Finally, the merit of the heavenly Tao descended. As the 4 emperors of the demon race, they naturally received the greatest share, while the other guests also gained their portion and quietly stored it away, then turned their attention back to Dijuan. It was clear to all that, although the 4 emperors had founded the demon race together, the true leader was Dijuan. As the demon emperor, Dijuan received the greatest benefit. With the heavenly Tao's merit descending and the powerful fortune of the demon race supporting him, Dijuan's aura surged rapidly, was on the verge of breaking through. A flash of mysterious light shone from Dijuan, and in an instant, his aura was completely restrained. He chose not to rush his breakthrough here, as his ambitions were far greater. Instead, he decided to take his time to contemplate and comprehend. Once the celestial phenomenon faded and the river of the demon clan's fortune dissipated, the Hichu and Luoshu diagrams flew back into Dijuan's body. At that moment, he smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude to the assembly. Thank you, fellow Taoists. I am truly grateful for your presence at today's ceremony. Everyone nodded in response, some even voicing their congratulations, and the atmosphere quickly became warm and harmonious. Dijuan then extended another invitation, planning to host a banquet for everyone, where they could sit together, discuss the Tao, and celebrate. However, he had no intention of heading to the newly established heavenly court. Instead, he invited everyone back to the Golden Palace from before. After all, the heavenly court had only just come into being, and Dijuan had yet to gain complete control over it. Inviting so many powerful beings there now would only give them the chance to probe its strengths and weaknesses, a risk he wasn't willing to take. Those mighty figures who had initially been eager and curious about the heavenly court lost interest immediately upon hearing the gathering would be held in the palace forged from the essence of the sun. One after another, they excused themselves. Taiching was the first to speak. The 3rd sermon of the Tao ancestor is approaching. We should return and prepare. There will be opportunities in the future to discuss the Tao with you, my friend. He clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Yuanshi naturally followed, while Tongxin's gaze flickered. As he caught up, he glanced back at Wu Tian, curiosity clearly shining in his eyes. Wu Tian noticed and met Tongxin's gaze. Seeing no malice there, he smiled and nodded. Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then returned the nod with a light smile. Soon after, the three of them vanished, streaks of mystical light shooting out across the vast land, and the rest of the guests departed as well. At this moment, Jumong, one of the ancestral witches, asked, "Brother, should we head back as well?" Before Wu Tian could reply, he muttered discontentedly, "The demon clan really talks big. They claim that anyone with a spirit can be a demon. Looks to me like Dijuan wants to bring all the tribes of the world under his control." Zhu Rong was right. Dijuan clearly has ulterior motives. Wu Tian shook his head calmly. "No rush. He'll have a quick word with Dijuan. See what he's really up to. Besides, I have some business with him." He worried that Jumong and the other ancestral witches might stir up trouble and disrupt his plans, so he quickly added, "When it comes to establishing a tribe's grand ambition, of course you have to aim high to gain the recognition of heaven. Brothers, please don't cause any trouble later on. I still need to discuss a few things with Dijuan." Jumong and the others were momentarily puzzled, but after a brief hesitation, they nodded firmly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the primordial starry sky, Dong Wang Gong approached Shi Wang Mu with a beaming smile. Watching the rise of the demon clan, the surge of their fortune, the immense merit, and the emergence of the 33 heavens of the heavenly court, Dong Wang Gong was practically green with envy. His own desire to establish an immortal court grew stronger than ever. So, even though Shi Wang Mu looked utterly impatient and clearly annoyed by his presence, Dong Wang Gong endured and continued to move closer. There was no helping if two of them were the foremost immortals among all men and women. Without Shi Wang Mu, Dong Wang Gong simply couldn't found the immortal court. After all, Yin alone cannot give birth, and Yang alone cannot grow. Before she even got close, Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow, and her aura shifted instantly, as if she were about to leave. Seeing this, King Father of the East grew anxious and quickly sent her a message. "Wait, Golden Mother. The demon race has just been established to date. Don't you have any thoughts about this? If the two of us join forces to create the celestial court, we'll surely gain endless fortune and immense merit, and our cultivation will soar." But Queen Mother of the West remained silent, prompting King Father of the East to step forward again, his tone even more sincere. "Now that we have been granted positions in the heavenly order by the Tao ancestor, isn't it our destiny to establish the celestial court? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What concerns could you possibly have?" Finally, Queen Mother of the West lifted her eyes to look at him, a flicker of disdain in her gaze. Although she was the foremost female immortal in the world and enjoyed countless privileges, she could never forget that she had been forced to switch to the path of immortality because of King Father of the East, which filled her with resentment. Seeing that he still persisted with his earnest persuasion, Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but sneer. "Establish the celestial court? Are you hoping to compete with the witches and demons, and repeat the tragedy of the three clans fighting during the Dragonhan calamity?" King Father of the East was caught off guard, raising his eyebrows. "How could that be? We simply want to spread the Tao ancestors' teachings and promote the immortal way in peace. Why would there be conflict with the witches or demons? Even if the celestial court is founded, they'll surely respect the Tao ancestor." Inwardly, Queen Mother of the West confirmed her judgment. This man was ambitious but lacked real ability, and not worth aligning with. Standing on the opposite side of the witch and demon clans and joining forces with someone like him would only bring danger. "Respect the Tao ancestor?" She replied coldly. Did those two clans show any respect to Hongjun when they declared themselves to the world? Did they invite him to witness their rise? King Father of the East still refused to give up, continuing to list the benefits of establishing the celestial court, even bringing up Hongjun Tao ancestor again. Queen Mother of the West grew increasingly impatient, thinking that even if she refused, this man would probably chase her all the way to West Kunlun and never give her peace. Just as her irritation peaked, her gaze swept across the crowd and happened to meet Wu Tian's wandering eyes. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and her eyes lit up. "I have no intention of getting involved with the celestial court," she said abruptly, cutting off King Father of the East before he could continue. Her tone was relaxed, but there was a hint of finality. "I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Wu Tian. Excuse me." With that, she ignored King Father of the East's angry expression and flew straight toward Wu Tian. Queen Mother of the West thought to herself, "If he's not afraid of the witches, let him try to chase me." Wu Tian blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her sudden approach. He had noticed earlier that her exchange with King Father of the East seemed tense, and now his curiosity was piqued. As he glanced her way, their eyes met, and he offered a polite smile, never expecting her to come directly toward him. What puzzled Wu Tian even more was the resentful, angry look King Father of the East shot his way, as if someone had stolen something from him. Wu Tian frowned, feeling confused. At that moment, several of the ancestral witches nearby noticed the scene. In an instant, Jumong, Rushu, and two others unleashed a menacing aura that swept toward King Father of the East, radiating overwhelming pressure. What are you staring at? How dare you glare at my brother Wu Tian? Jumong shouted, his aura fierce as he lunged toward King Father of the East. King Father of the East's expression hardened, and he turned to leave at once. Seeing Jumong and the others ready to give chase, Wu Tian quickly called out, "Let it go. Didn't we agree not to fight this time?" Jumong seemed to take the advice, nodding before withdrawing his aura and flashing a smile. "All right, well let it go for now. King Father of the East is nothing but a minor character, yet he dares to compete with my brother Wu Tian." But suddenly, Wu Tian felt a chill run down his spine, as if four sharp swords were pressing against his back. It dawned on him that Queen Mother of the West had achieved her goal. Tired of King Father of the East's pestering, she had come straight to him, using the opportunity to provoke the ancestral witches and force King Father of the East to give up. And now, he himself had been dragged into the mess for no reason. Wu Tian blinked rapidly, signaling to Queen Mother of the West with his eyes, "Don't come any closer." She paused, then a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes as she looked at him. Wu Tian was speechless. "Come on, Queen Mother of the West is dragging me into this. We haven't even spoken a word to each other. Why is she looking at me like that? She's going to get me in trouble." The presence behind him grew sharper and more intense. Wu Tian could clearly feel that gaze, like a sword piercing his back. If he weren't so tough-skinned, he would have been riddled like a porcupine by now. Meanwhile, Jumong and the other ancestral witches wore amused smiles, a mischievous glint in their eyes. They thought to themselves, "Who says the Wu tribe is only good at causing trouble? Sure, we're known for being rough around the edges, but it's not so surprising that we occasionally have a handsome youngster who catches the eye of a primordial goddess." At that moment, Hotu smiled gently and said softly to Wu Tian, "Wu Tian, you couldn't take your eyes off her back in the Ziao Palace. Now that she's here in person, aren't you going to greet her?" Wu Tian shuddered, thinking to himself, "She's clearly teasing me." He shook his head helplessly, wondering, isn't Hotu always praised for her kindness and tolerance? Back in the Ziao Palace, had only glanced at Queen Mother of the West a few extra times, curious about what had changed after she received Hongjun's favor. Was that really worth holding on to until now? Elsewhere, Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun had just finished exchanging farewells with Di Jun and his companions and were flying toward Wu Tian with great enthusiasm. But halfway there, Jin Yuanzi suddenly stopped and pulled Han Yun back. "What's wrong, brother Jin Yuan?" Han Yun asked in confusion. "Weren't we going to say hello to brother Wu Tian?" Jin Yuanzi's mouth twitched. "Of course we are, but look at the situation now. I get involved in this mess. Let's wait a bit." Han Yun quickly understood, and the two of them hovered in the starry wilderness, watching Wu Tian's side like spectators at a play. Even Di Jun and the others paused, glancing over with curiosity and wondering, since when did Queen Mother of the West have dealings with the Wu tribe? By now, Queen Mother of the West had arrived. She moved with grace and poise, every gesture exuding charm. Her form, shaped from innate Yin energy, was truly breathtaking. She cupped her hands in greeting to Wu Tian and the others. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Jimu pays her respects. Wu Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder emperors of later generations were so enchanted by the idea of traveling with the Queen Mother of the West. Her allure was undeniable. But he quickly put on a stern face and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Jinmu, using me as your shield like this is rather inconsiderate. Dong Wanggong probably already resents me now. You've dragged the Wu tribe into all this. How do you plan to explain that?" For a moment, Queen Mother of the West's elegant composure faltered, and her voice softened. "Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. I was truly at my wit's end. Seeing how generously you helped others back in the Ziao Palace, I took the liberty of borrowing the Wu tribe's reputation." She had a point. The Wu tribe's fierce reputation was indeed intimidating, which explained why Dong Wanggong had left so quickly. Still, Wu Tian snorted coldly, his expression unyielding. "So you want to just play the damsel, say sorry, and be done with it? Do you really think the Wu tribe is that easy to fool?" His words left Queen Mother of the West momentarily speechless. "What? But when you helped Han Yun before, you didn't even ask for a reason." Shi Wangmu had initially assumed that the ancestral witches were all straightforward and careless, unlikely to care much about such matters. She thought a few casual words would be enough to get by. However, Wu Tian responded in a completely unexpected way, leaving Shi Wangmu deep in thought. Just then, Wu Tian's expression suddenly changed. A bright, cheerful smile spread across his face as he said loudly, "Helping you isn't out of the question. As for Dong Wanggong, our Wu tribe has nothing to fear from him. But if we're going to get involved in such a big karmic entanglement, shouldn't you offer some compensation? How about giving me the Western Su Se Yunjia banner?" Shi Wangmu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing in exasperation. Was this really something a member of the Wu tribe would say? She had only wanted to borrow their influence to rid herself of Dong Wanggong, but now Wu Tian was asking directly for her Western Su Se Yunjia banner? Instantly, Shi Wangmu dropped her polite demeanor and coldly rebuked Wu Tian. Behind Wu Tian, Xianming and Ho Tu were also taken aback, exchanging glances. They realized, with some embarrassment, that Wu Tian hadn't been interested in Shi Wangmu herself, but rather in her innate treasure. Clearly, they had misjudged him. Meanwhile, several other ancestral witches, including Zhu Meng, looked at Wu Tian speechlessly, wishing they could scold him. Brother, this isn't right. We drove Dong Wanggong away to help. Not so you could snatch Shi Wangmu's treasure, don't you get it? Once you have her, the treasure will come too. At this moment, Shi Wangmu said coolly, this treasure was bestowed by the Dao ancestor. I cannot simply give it away. I hope you can understand. She was clearly displeased. After all, this hadn't truly solved her problem at best. It had only forced Dong Wanggong to retreat for now. And yet Wu Tian was already asking for the Western Su Se Yunjia banner, an exceptional innate treasure that could anchor fortune itself. Despite Shi Wangmu's annoyance, Wu Tian wasn't upset. He continued to smile, knowing that his request alone wouldn't be enough for her to hand over the treasure. He turned and whispered quietly to Xianming and Ho Tuesday instantly. The two ancestral witches acted, unleashing their powers to carve out a small realm in the void, shielding their conversation from prying eyes. Then, Wu Tian continued with a smile. I understand this bit of karma isn't enough for you to hand over the Western Su Se Yunjia banner. But what if I could help you resolve your troubles once and for all? Shi Wangmu frowned, looking at Wu Tian in surprise, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Sure enough, Wu Tian grinned and said, how about this? You give me the Western Su Se Yunjia banner, and it'll take care of Dong Wanggong for you. Everything will be settled, and you'll never have to worry again. What do you think? Shi Wangmu was shocked, staring at Wu Tian in disbelief. She blurted out, but he's the Dao ancestor's personally appointed leader of all male immortals in the world. Wu Tian just shrugged, unconcerned. So what? Shi Wangmu fell silent. That was the way of the Wu tribe. They recognized only their father, Pangu, and had no regard for Hongjun, the Dao ancestor. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Wangmu finally gave a bitter smile and shook her head. No, I may dislike Dong Wanggong, but I have no intention of killing him. Besides, if I give you the Western Su Se Yunjia banner and Dong Wanggong dies right after, how could I possibly avoid being implicated? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian let out a faint chuckle in his heart. He thought to himself, you really have no intention of killing Dong Wanggong. But if I can't trick you out of the Western Su Color Cloud Realm banner, how will I achieve my plan? Wu Tian had already made up his mind to collect all 5 innate flags and hand them over to the ancestral witches, forming a powerful 5 elements grand array within the 12 heavenly gods, Sha format Iona formation within a formation. To this end, he had even left the innate gourd vine in the valley, waiting for the 3 pure ones and the others to make a move, so he could use that as an excuse to seize their flags. However, the one thing missing from his plan was the Western Su Color Cloud Realm banner in the hands of Shi Wangmu. He couldn't just take it by force, so he sighed inwardly. There's nothing I can do after all. I can't bring myself to act against Shi Wangmu directly. He'll just have to use Dong Wanggong as a scapegoat. With that, he began to persuade Shi Wangmu. Wu Tian smiled warmly, but his expression was extremely serious as he said, my friend, you're mistaken. You and Dong Wanggong were both born from the primordial yin and yang energies. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been influenced by him in the Ziao Palace. What's more, you were both granted the position of leader over all male and female immortals by Hongjun, which means your fates are deeply entwined. As long as Dong Wanggong lives, how can you ever be truly free? After a brief pause, Wu Tian continued, think about it. If Dong Wanggong tries to establish the celestial court, can you stop him? If not, do you think you can stay out of it? Even if my Wu tribe doesn't cause you trouble, do you really think the demon clan will let you off the hook? Shi Wangmu's brows furrowed, her eyes narrowing sharply before she raised her head to meet Wu Tian's gaze, exclaiming, the celestial court? How do you know Dong Wanggong is planning to establish the celestial court? Wu Tian simply chuckled, knowing that his understanding of the greater trend allowed him to deduce Dong Wanggong's intentions. But when Shi Wangmu saw him only smiling in response, her mind raced. She assumed that Dong Wanggong, unable to keep his mouth shut, had already spread word of his plans for the celestial court, so much so that even Wu Tian knew about it. She felt increasingly speechless, thinking, carelessness leads to failure. Dong Wanggong is completely unreliable. What a disappointment. Besides, I haven't even agreed yet. Publicizing this across the wilderness, is he trying to force me into this? Remembering how, back in the Ziao Palace, she was pressured into cultivating the immortal path, and would later be dragged into this catastrophe, Shi Wangmu grew even more furious, and actually began to consider getting rid of Dong Wanggong herself. Noticing the change in Shi Wangmu's expression, Wu Tian chuckled softly, and said sincerely, how about this? I have a suggestion for you. If Dong Wanggong comes to discuss the celestial court again, just agree to it. Take the merit and fortune you're due, but once the celestial court is established, step away and focus on your cultivation in Western Kunlun. It'll guarantee your safety. When Dong Wanggong is gone, You can hand over the Western Sioux Color Cloud Realm banner to me. This way, no one will be able to link Dong Wanggong's death to you, right? At his words, Shi Wangmu frowned deeply, lost in thought. But Wu Tian didn't stop there. He reached out his hand toward her and added, by the way, since we've talked so much, shouldn't I get something in return first? Could you give me a branch from the innate Ren water peach tree? I'm very curious about it. Shi Wangmu stared at him in confusion and asked, what do you want with its branch? Wu Tian smiled and said, I'd like to see if I can cultivate it. I'm not expecting to get an innate flat peach, but if I can grow some acquired ones for the Wu clan to taste, that would be nice enough. Shi Wangmu pondered for a moment, then slipped her slender hand into her sleeve, as if there was a vast space hidden within. After a short while, she actually produced a branch, its tip still bearing pink flower buds, radiating a strong aura of innate Ren water. To Wu Tian's surprise, Shi Wangmu also took out 10 innate flat peaches with purple markings and handed them to him. Noticing the look of astonishment on Wu Tian's face, Shi Wangmu couldn't help but laugh. She said, weren't you curious about the innate flat peaches? I happen to have a few left, please try them. Consider it my thanks for your help earlier. Wu Tian accepted the peaches without hesitation, grinning as he said, all right, I've received the down payment, don't worry. Dong Wanggong is as good as dead. With that, he gestured for Hutu and the others to remove the barrier. Then, turning to Shi Wangmu once more, he cupped his hands and said with a hearty laugh, just wait for the good news. He strode off into the void, heading toward Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, who had been watching the scene unfold like idle onlookers, something Wu Tian had noticed from the start. As Wu Tian walked away, Shi Wangmu suddenly shook her head, her eyes widening as she seemed to realize something. Wait, that's not right. I never wanted Dong Wanggong dead. How did Wu Tian make it sound as if I won't be at peace unless he's gone? Recalling the so-called down payment, Shi Wangmu murmured to herself, would the Wu clan really make a move? She felt conflicted. In the one hand, it seemed inappropriate, but on the other, she couldn't help feeling a secret sense of satisfaction. Her expression grew increasingly complicated. She considered calling out to Wu Tian, but in the end, she held back, simply standing there and watching Wu Tian and the others walk away, her gaze filled with confusion. How could the Wu clan have someone like him? He completely caught me off guard. Are they really the Wu clan? What's more, when Wu Tian was speaking, the other ancestral witches all fell silent, as if he was their leader. Who exactly was Wu Tian within the Wu clan? Shi Wangmu was filled with questions. He seemed like an ancestral witch, but she hadn't seen him when the 12 ancestral witches established their clans, and none of the 12 tribes were named after him either. After a long moment of contemplation, Shi Wangmu finally turned and left. At that moment, Xianming quietly sent a message, realizing that Wu Tian's real target was not Dong Wanggong, but the cloud banner in Shi Wangmu's possession. Feeling a little embarrassed for having misunderstood, his tone softened as he whispered, when are we making our move? Should we wait until Dong Wanggong establishes the celestial court? There was an unspoken implication that, at Wu Tian's command, they could storm Penglai Immortal Island in the East Sea and let Dong Wanggong taste the Wu clan's might. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback by the question, then chuckled and winked. Make a move? What move? In the grand scheme of things, Dong Wanggong was fated to die at the hands of the demon clan, so all Wu Tian needed to do was wait and seize the treasure from Western Kunlun afterward. He was worried that if the ancestral witches intervened, they might disrupt Dong Wanggong's destiny. With this in mind, he quickly sent a secret message, warning them earnestly, don't get involved. Dong Wanggong will meet his end soon and there's no need for us to waste our effort. All we need to do is wait and collect the treasure. The ancestral witches were left speechless. Though none of them doubted Wu Tian, since his predictions had never been wrong, something still felt off. Hutu parted her lips in disbelief, looking at Wu Tian with shining eyes, as if to say, is that really possible? Isn't this just getting something for nothing? On top of that, Wu Tian had even demanded a down payment from Shi Wangmu, and she had willingly given him 10 innate flat peaches. Seeing the stunned looks on the faces of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian sighed inwardly. Could it be that they're just too naive and think it's inappropriate to trick the Queen Mother of the West like this? But then again, she was the one who first tried to use him as a shield and provoke resentment from Dong Wanggong, almost getting him glared to death by Xianming and Ho Tuesday. Given all her scheming, it was only fair to set her up this once. What Wu Tian didn't expect was that the ancestral witches hadn't thought about it that way at all. Jamang's face was full of joy and admiration. Wu Tian, you're amazing. You really are clever. The other ancestral witches all nodded in agreement. Seeing their reactions, Wu Tian felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Indeed, the ancestral witches had always stood by his side and never blamed him for anything trivial. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun came over to Wu Tian with cheerful smiles, their eyes filled with barely concealed curiosity. Hong Yun couldn't wait to ask, Wu Tian, what just happened back there? Before Wu Tian could answer, Hong Yun was already imagining things. He and Jin Yuanzi had clearly seen Dong Wanggong's frustrated and resentful expression, And now with the Queen Mother of the West, and Wu Tian, the smile on Hong Yun's face grew even more knowing. Wu Tian saw right through him and shot him a helpless glare, chuckling softly. You're overthinking it. I just asked the Queen Mother of the West for a branch from the innate Rin Shui peach tree to bring back to the Wu tribe so our people can try planting it. He deliberately left out the details about tricking the Queen Mother of the West, knowing these too. Some things were best left unsaid. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were both shocked. She really gave it to you? Wu Tian took out the branch, and a strong aura of innate Rin Shui instantly filled the air. This was a branch from the original innate peach tree, far superior to the 9,000 peach trees of later generations. Hong Yun glanced back and forth between Wu Tian and the branch, clearly skeptical that it was so simple. Seeing Wu Tian's nonchalant expression, he sighed and explained, Wu Tian, this isn't just an ordinary branch, it's a treasure infused with the spiritual energy of the innate peach tree and the power of the innate Rin Shui law. When Wu Tian still looked unconcerned, Hong Yun turned to Jumong. Let me put it this way, just like the blood of the ancestral witches contains the power of the law, would the Wu tribe ever let it fall into the hands of outsiders? Of course not. Jumong answered without hesitation. Hong Yun gave Wu Tian a meaningful look and winked. There you have it. The fact that she gave this to you says a lot about your relationship. Wu Tian frowned slightly after hearing this, falling into deep thought. Thinking back to how the Queen Mother of the West had seemed to be fooled by him earlier, he realized she probably wasn't really taken and it was more like she was just going along with the situation. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. He had almost been tricked by her act, actually believing himself to be that persuasive. Looking back, her conflicted and aggrieved expression was likely all a part of her performance. Among cultivators, nothing breeds more hatred than having one's path blocked. Ever since that moment in Ziao Palace, the Queen Mother of the West had no choice but to follow the path of the immortals, with no other options left. Even though the immortal path suited her, Dong Wang Gong had robbed her of her right to choose. With such a cause and effect, how could she not hate him to the core? As expected, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deception. Wu Tian sighed to himself. Except for Xianming and Hutu, the other primordial goddesses are all too complicated. The ancestral witches may be violent, but at least they speak their minds. There's no need to worry about being tricked. He let out a quiet sigh, then smiled. No matter what the Queen Mother of the West is planning, I won't lose out. No matter how deep her schemes, how could she outplay me when I know the bigger picture and can gain something for nothing? Turning to Zheng Yuanzi and Hong Yun, he said, I really didn't think of that. Sigh. If that's the case, things are a bit tricky. I was hoping to ask Dijun for a branch from the Fusang tree. Hong Yun shook his head without hesitation. That would be tough. Dijun isn't like the Queen Mother of the West. There's no way he'd let you glimpse the secrets of the Fusang tree. He might even risk revealing his own destiny or spiritual secrets. At this, Jin Yuanzi asked curiously, the Fusang tree doesn't even bear fruit, what do you want it for? Wu Tian laughed. I'm just curious about primordial spiritual roots. If I get the chance, I'd love to see and collect them for myself. It's like the Northern Xianyuan water control banner. Once you have one, you naturally want to collect the other four. I already have the primordial gourd vine, so it makes sense to want to gather all 10 primordial spiritual roots. Whether I succeed or not, I won't know until I try. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were taken aback, then shook their heads with a sigh. True treasures are valued for their essence, not their quantity. Brother, you already have the gourd vine, the rest aren't as important anymore. Seeing that Wu Tian was determined, Zheng Yunzi sighed softly, hesitated for a moment, then took out a piece of vibrant green spirit branch from his sleeve. A strong, innate earth energy radiated from it. It was clearly from the ginseng fruit tree. He handed the branch to Wu Tian with a smile. Forget about the Fusang tree. After all, things between you and Dijun. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone present understood. The demon clan had just been established, and there was bound to be tension between the two sides. There was no way Dijun would give it away so easily. Skipping over that, Jin Yuanzi continued, if you want a primordial spiritual root, why not take this instead? He didn't mind at all, already extracted much of the tree's essence to help Wu Tian refine the chaos gourd, so a branch was no big deal. Wu Tian was genuinely touched. Jin Yuanzi really lived up to his reputation as the kindest person in the great wilderness, so generous and sincere. Jin Yuanzi even joked, but remember, this branch won't bear ginseng fruits, so don't come looking for me later. Wu Tian looked a bit embarrassed, but nodded and accepted the branch, softly expressing his thanks. In his heart, he wondered how he could repay this kindness. He could deal with the Queen Mother of the West without a second thought, but in front of someone as honest as Zheng Yuanzi, he couldn't bear to take advantage. Sigh, why do you all have to be so sincere? It makes it hard for me to act shamelessly. Even after receiving the ginseng fruit tree branch, Wu Tian's desire for the Fusang tree branch didn't fade. It wasn't like he was asking for it for free, and besides, how would he know if it was possible if he didn't try? So after putting away the branch, he smiled and said, I still want to give it a shot. What if Dijun actually agrees? Jin Yuanzi wasn't surprised by this. Those of the Wu clan were famously stubborn. He sighed inwardly, thinking had already said all he could. He just hoped Wu Tian wouldn't be too disappointed in the end. After all, had already obtained 2 kinds. A faint smile appeared on Wu Tian's face as he said to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, "Please wait here for a moment, my friends. I'm going to meet with Di Jun and we'll be back soon." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. They were eager to see for themselves whether Wu Tian could successfully obtain a branch from the Fusong tree. If anything went wrong, they would be close by to help. However, Wu Tian didn't leave right away. Instead, he turned to Hutu and communicated with her in secret, carefully instructing her on various matters. Hutu's eyes flickered as she listened, her expression gradually turning curious and a bit odd, as if she was questioning the feasibility of Wu Tian's plan. In the end, she gave a subtle nod of agreement. When it was time to meet Di Jun, Wu Tian intentionally made Hutu the center of attention. He kept his presence low, blending in like a humble follower among the 4 imposing ancestral witches. Xianming and Hutu walked at the front as their group made their way toward Di Jun's location. Meanwhile, Di Jun and his companions had already gathered together. After seeing off the other powerful guests, they kept a close watch on Wu Tian and his group, puzzled by their actions. At first, they assumed the Wu clan was waiting for Queen Mother of the West, but when she left, and they still didn't move then started heading their way instead it only deepened their confusion. Tai Yi turned to his older brother Di Jun and asked quietly, "Brother, what do you think the Wu clan is up to? I thought they wouldn't come, but not only did they show up, they even chose to stay behind." Though Di Jun was equally puzzled, he maintained a calm expression. "It's nothing to worry about. Let's see what they have in mind." With that, a smile appeared on his face as he led Tai Yi, Fushi, and Nuwa to greet them. Before they even got close, Di Jun called out with a hearty laugh, "Greetings, friends. I apologize for not welcoming the ancestral witch's personnel. So much has been happening. I'm truly grateful you've come to witness the ceremony." With those words, he cupped his hands in greeting. Hutu responded with a gentle smile. "You're too kind, Demon Emperor. We're the ones who arrived late, and besides, we were welcomed by Emperor Shi." She nodded and turned to Fushi, Tai Yi, and Nuwa. Seeing Hutu's warm demeanor, Di Jun and his companions relaxed a little and invited them to rest in the Golden Palace. But Hutu politely declined, saying, "To be honest, we only stayed behind to pay our respects. After this, we'll be returning to our clan." She paused thoughtfully, then looked at Di Jun and asked, "I sense the power of the stars surrounding you. Are you planning to refine the Zhoutian stars and set up a grand formation? If so, that would be wonderful. Not only would it secure a place for the demon clan to thrive, but it would also allow you to gather the power of the stars." A flicker of surprise flashed in Di Jun's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with a light laugh, "How did you know, Hutu? That is indeed my plan." He wished to forge the Zhoutian Star Do formation. The Wu tribe had the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Jin Yuanzi commanded the Earth Book formation, and Di Jun had been considering all of this long before establishing the demon tribe. Hutu sighed inwardly. She had planned to use Wu Tian's guidance to help Di Jun refine the Zhoutian Star Do formation, making him owe her a favor. After all, Di Jun was bound to take this path one way or another. She hadn't expected that Di Jun would already be making preparations. Wouldn't that make all her efforts pointless? A thought flickered through her mind, and Huda suddenly recalled Wu Tian's earlier advice. With a soft laugh, she said, "I wasn't aware of this at first, but seeing the Demon Emperor so inspired just now gave me some ideas. I didn't expect you'd already been considering this." She paused briefly, then continued with a smile. "Since that's the case, I do have a small suggestion. I wonder if the Demon Emperor would be interested in hearing it." Di Jun's expression shifted slightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Oh, Hutu, please speak your mind." Di Jun wasn't surprised by Huda's directness, but her offering advice to him took him off guard. At this point, while their 2 sides weren't enemies, they could hardly be considered close allies. Hutu gathered her thoughts and spoke softly. "Our Wu tribe bears the responsibility of dispelling the world's baleful energies and has accumulated vast merit. If the Demon Emperor can use the Zhoutian Star Do formation to refine the chaotic energies and restore the world's spiritual essence, making up for what's been consumed, it would be a tremendous contribution to the Great Wilderness." With the teachings from the Ziao Palace spreading, cultivation methods had become more abundant, and the number of cultivators continued to grow. However, aside from the Wu tribe, most other races relied on innate spiritual energy, which was gradually being depleted. Although the effects weren't obvious yet, over time, this depletion would only worsen, and a great calamity was already beginning to take shape. Wu Tian had always believed that the recurring disasters in the Great Wilderness were likely caused by cultivators' excessive consumption of the world's resources, triggering calamities that forced all beings to return to the earth and restore balance. Only then could these disasters be resolved. So, through Hutu, Wu Tian offered Di Jun a suggestion. If the Demon Emperor could use the Zhou Tian Star Do formation to refine chaotic energies and replenish the world's spiritual essence, it might ease the looming calamity between the Wu and Demon tribes, or at the very least, delay its outbreak. Of course, if Di Jun adopted this plan, he would reap immense benefits, great merit, and boundless fortune. But as the one who proposed the idea, Hutu would also share in these rewards. This would greatly increase her chances of preserving her own existence when she eventually transformed into the cycle of reincarnation. In this way, Wu Tian's free ride plan could continue whether Di Jun succeeded or failed. He would owe a favor. And once he agreed, if Hutu brought up the matter of the Fusong tree, it would be hard for Di Jun to refuse. The four demon emperors exchanged glances, clearly surprised that Hutu would take the initiative to offer the demon emperor advice. Hutu continued softly. As descendants of the Father God, if we have the ability to help manage this world and make it flourish, who wouldn't wish to see such a future? Though the other ancestral witches might not agree in their hearts, under Wu Tian's influence, Hutu spoke these words calmly and sincerely. In fact, as she continued, she found herself increasingly convinced by her own argument, her tone unconsciously taking on a note of genuine sincerity. The four demon emperors finally understood, a look of comprehension dawning in their eyes. Di Jun frowned slightly, a wry smile in his heart. So, they already see the great wilderness as their own domain? This sense of ownership is rather surprising. After pondering for a moment, he kept his thoughts hidden and instead focused on the feasibility of Hutu's suggestion. As his thoughts crystallized, his eyes began to shine with growing brilliance. It seemed this proposal truly had merit. The more he considered it, the more sense it made. Even someone as composed as Di Jun couldn't help but show a hint of delight. Di Jun gazed into the distance, his thoughts gradually unfolding. The idea for the Zhou Tian star array had first been inspired by the Wu tribe and Xinyuanzi. If they could command the earth's veins and the pillars that held up the sky, such powerful relics of the primordial world, why couldn't he harness the power of the stars for himself? If he truly succeeded, the mere threat of shattering the stars would be enough to instill fear in anyone. Originally, Di Jun had not intended to use this to benefit the world, nor had he thought of seeking merit or fortune from it. But Hutu's words had suddenly opened his eyes. Not only could he control the stars, but he could also spread their power across the land, awakening the wisdom of all living beings and imprinting the mark of the demon race upon them. As soon as this thought emerged, Di Jun became cautious. His eyes flickered as he wondered, did the Wu tribe have similar intentions? If life flourished across the land, wouldn't that conveniently solve their food shortage? Though Di Jun continued to search for logical explanations for Hutu's suggestion, he couldn't calm the unease in his heart. No matter what, he truly owed her a favor. After their initial surprise, Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa also began to seriously consider the feasibility of the proposal. Given their cultivation and insight, they understood just how valuable this idea was. Yet like Di Jun, they were puzzled by the sudden change in attitude from the ancestral sorcerers. Zhumong and the other ancestral sorcerers were not particularly moved by Hutu's words at first, but when they saw how overjoyed Di Jun was, they immediately realized its significance. They couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Wasn't the plan to get something for nothing from Di Jun in exchange for a Fusong branch? How did it turn into giving such a brilliant strategy to the demon race? If this plan was so effective, why not let the Wu tribe implement it themselves? All the ancestral sorcerers glanced at Wu Tian, their doubts unspoken but clear. If the impatient Zhu Rong had been there, he would probably have already demanded answers. Wu Tian gave a subtle signal that he would explain everything later, which eased their concerns. Just then, Wu Tian sensed a burning gaze. He turned to see Nuwa watching him intently, her bright eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Wu Tian felt a ripple in his heart, then smiled gently and nodded at her. Nuwa seemed to realize her stare was a bit inappropriate, and after a slightly embarrassed response, she looked away. Watching Nuwa's retreating figure, Wu Tian felt a mix of emotions. As the future Holy Mother of humanity, she would create the human race, yet at crucial moments, she would choose not to intervene, leaving humanity to suffer countless tribulations. As both the Empress of the demon race and the Holy Mother of humanity, she possessed boundless fortune and merit, as well as her brother's protection, but failed to make good use of these advantages. In the end, humanity would lose respect for her, the demon race would resent her, Fushi would fall during the great war between demons and sorcerers, and she would be left alone in the Hua Palace, powerless against the tides of fate. At this thought, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But this time, things were different. Both the Jotian Shirong and the innate gourd vine were in his hands, and even the creation of mankind couldn't happen without him. When the time came, he was determined to claim his share of the merit for creating humanity. If the fate of the human race could no longer be left to others, then he would take charge himself, and he would never let humanity suffer as it once had. At that moment, Di Jun bowed respectfully and said, "Many thanks for your guidance, Ancestor Hutu. I will always remember this favor and will surely repay you in the future." Hotu smiled softly and replied, "You're too kind, Demon Emperor. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask. Would it be possible to request a spiritual branch from the Fusang tree?" Dijun and Tai were both taken aback. The Fusang tree was one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, brimming with pure solar true fire. And it was also where the two brothers had been born. Giving a branch to an outsider was not something they wanted to agree to. But Dijun could only smile. Riley had just spoken about repaying a favor, and now that a request was made, he was about to refuse. Wouldn't that make him look insincere? Seeing Dijun hesitate, Tai hurriedly said, "Brother," but before he could finish, Dijun interrupted him. With a hearty smile, Dijun waved his hand and said, "Compared to the guidance from Ancestor Hutu, what's a single branch of the Fusang tree? Tai, go fetch it at once." Tai wanted to say more, but when he saw Dijun's expression, he swallowed his words and bowed to Hutu and the others. "Please wait a moment." With that, he transformed into golden light and shot off toward the sun star. Before long, Tai returned, holding a radiant golden Fusang branch, its invisible solar true fire blazing with intense heat. After landing, Dijun took it from him, then handed it over to Hutu with both hands, still smiling. "Ancestor Hutu, please accept this." Hutu nodded and waved her hand, sending out a mysterious light that wrapped around the branch and drew it into her body, where it vanished. With her goal accomplished, Hutu took her leave. Before departing, she smiled and said, "Now that the demon race is newly established, many believe we are destined to be enemies. But I think the world is vast enough. With the heavenly court and the endless stars, there's plenty of room for our two races to coexist in peace." Dijun responded with a cheerful laugh, "Ancestor Hutu, you're absolutely right. That's my hope as well." As someone who had personally worked to unite the demon clans, Tai had witnessed the struggles between the two races and couldn't help but think to himself, peaceful coexistence? Maybe start by not treating demons as your food supply. Hutu and the other ancestral witches departed gracefully. When she returned to Zheng Yuanzi and Han Yun, they had already sensed the burning solar energy from the Fusang branch and exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? You actually got it." Han Yun grabbed Wuxian's arm, unable to contain his curiosity. "Brother Wutian, tell us, did you do it? How did you get Dijun to willingly give you a branch of the Fusang tree?" Wuqian chuckled. "I wouldn't say he was entirely willing, but after things got to that point, he had no choice but to keep up appearances and hand it over." Seeing how eager they were, he continued, "It's really not that hard. Hey, race a tip. Before you ask someone for a favor, try helping them out first or make them owe you a favor. Then, when you make your request, it'll be much harder for them to refuse." Seeing the two of them deep in thought, Wu Tian added with a smile, "Of course, it only works if the other person cares about their reputation. If they don't, this trick won't work at all, like that one from the West, for example." Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. Everyone present felt that surely there couldn't be anyone in the world quite so shameless. As they spoke, the group descended onto the vast land of the primordial world. Huta took a branch of the Fusang tree from her sleeve and handed it to Wu Tian. At this moment, Jumong could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked, "Brother, why did you give such an idea to the demon clan? Judging by how delighted Dijuan looked just now, this plan must be extremely useful, right?" Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun also looked over with curiosity. After listening to Wuxian's explanation, Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment and said, "If Dijuan really follows this plan, he'll indeed gain a great deal of merit and fortune. No wonder he was willing to give you a branch of the Fusang tree." Facing the ancestral witches, Wu Tian naturally couldn't reveal his true thoughts. Since the grand course of the heavenly Tao could not be changed, he had always planned to make his escape eventually, so he didn't care much about these matters. Besides, if he truly led the ancestral witches to the underworld, the more fortune Dijuan gathered, the more trouble it would cause for Hongjun Daozu and the sages. Wu Tian patiently explained in a way the ancestral witches could understand. "Think about it, brothers. The primordial land was created by our Father God. If Dijuan can make the world more prosperous and complete, it's a good thing for us as well. With richer spiritual energy, there will be more beasts, so our Wu clan won't have to worry about food. And if there are more beasts, eating a few won't bother the demon clan too much." He paused, then added with a smile, "Also, if Daijin's Zhoutian star array focuses on refining chaotic energy, its offensive power will naturally be weaker. After all, you can't have everything. There's no such thing as perfection in this world." Hearing this, Jumong and the other ancestral witches suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. After all, the Wu clan's cultivation was based on fiendish energy, and the 12 capital divine fiend array gathered such energy, making it unsuitable for this purpose. Only Zhen Yuanzi still had some doubts in his heart, feeling that things weren't quite so simple. On the other side, after the ancestral witches left, Tai finally couldn't hold back his concern and spoke to Dijuan. "Brother, do you really believe the demons and witches can coexist peacefully? When I went to subdue the various clans before, if it weren't for the oppression from the Wu clan, it wouldn't have been so easy. Even if they become part of the demon clan, I doubt those old grudges will be easily resolved. Diju sighed softly. No matter what, we do owe Hutu a favor this time. I just said we should repay her, so we can't go back on our word immediately. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. At least for now, we need to maintain peace with the Wu clan and avoid conflict as much as possible. Because the Wu clan had established themselves earlier, Dijuan and his group were a bit rushed in their preparations and had not yet gathered many demons, so their strength was not at its peak. Moreover, the four of them still needed to devote themselves to cultivation and couldn't let these disputes hinder their progress. With this in mind, Dijuan smiled and said, "Let's not worry too much for now. Now that the demon race is blessed with great fortune and the merit of founding their clan, all four secretly looked forward to the third sermon, eager to gain the path to enlightenment and sainthood." Dijun lifted his head, his gaze falling upon the newly born heavenly court, his joy growing even more evident. He declared loudly, "Let's head to the heavenly court. Tai Yi, take the demon clans to the 33 heavens, assign them their dwellings, and let them settle and cultivate there." Fushi and Yuhua exchanged a glance before Fushi smiled and politely declined. "Demon Emperor, my sister and I would prefer to return and focus on our cultivation for a while, to digest the benefits we gained from establishing the clan and prepare for the upcoming sermon." Although the four of them had jointly established the demon race, it was Di Jun and Tai Yi who truly led, with Di Jun especially dominant. The heavenly court had just emerged and was yet to be fully refined, and Fushi knew it was best not to go now, lest Di Jun suspect he was trying to compete for control. Di Jun paused for a moment, then replied with a broad smile, "Very well." Fushi and Yuhua bowed slightly and bid Di Jun and Tai Yi farewell. "Thank you both for your efforts." With that, the two transformed into mystical lights and flew toward their own abodes. Halfway there, Fushi suddenly asked with curiosity, "Sister, what was going on with you just now? I noticed you kept staring at Wu Tian of the Wu clan, looking distracted." Nuwa frowned, her voice tinged with confusion. "I'm not sure. I just felt a strange energy from Wu Tian, something that stirred my spirit, as if there was a destiny linking us. But he's from the Wu clan, what connection could I possibly have with him?" What Nuwa didn't know was that her future path to sainthood lay in creating humanity, and the essential artifacts for that nine heavens breathing earth and the primordial gourd vine were currently in Wu Tian's possession. Her spirit naturally sensed this connection. Fushi was puzzled as well. Though wise beyond measure, he couldn't figure it out and could only speculate. Perhaps Wu Tian carries some treasure that's destined for you? No rush after the third sermon. We can look into it. Nuwa grew concerned. "Brother, don't do anything reckless. The ancestor witches are fiercely protective of their own, especially Wu Tian." Earlier, when Jian and Zhuanti barely said a word, the ancestor witches were ready to confront them. Fushi laughed. "Relax. Don't you know your brother? I don't intend to cause trouble, just want to make friends with him. Wu Tian doesn't seem difficult to approach. If he can befriend Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, he can't be a bad person. After all, birds of a feather flock together." He continued, "Anyway, let's not worry about this for now. We should focus on absorbing what we've gained. This third sermon is crucial." Fux's expression grew more serious. "If there's a great opportunity, I'd risk everything to protect it for you." Yet Nuwa's worries lingered. Deep down, she sensed that her strange connection to Wu Tian was of great importance. If that was the case, things might not be as simple as her brother imagined, and Wu Tian might not be so easy to approach. Wu Tian had no idea that his reputation with Fushi had soared, all thanks to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. If he knew, he would probably be both amused and exasperated. By now, the group had returned to the prehistoric land, heading straight to the Huda tribe. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had not left either. Jin Yuanzi, who had previously been weakened from nurturing the chaos gourd, had fully recovered after resting at Wuzhuang Temple. Since it was almost time, the two decided to travel with Wu Tian and wait for Xianming and Hudu to finish their affairs with the Wu tribe before heading together to Zixiao Palace. As soon as they arrived, Jumong and the others could hardly wait to find an excuse to leave. On the surface, they claimed there were urgent matters in the tribe, but in reality, they were eager to brag to Gonggong and Zhu Rong. Even though they had only been spectators, Wu Tian's impressive display made them feel proud, and they couldn't wait to share the excitement. "Hold on," Wu Tian called out quickly. "We still haven't divided up the innate peaches. Everyone who saw them should get a share." Jumong just smiled and waved it off. "Forget it. These peaches aren't much use to us. Besides, if you give them to us, what about the rest of our brothers? You'd better keep them for yourself." Wu Tian looked at Jumong in surprise, not expecting him to be so considerate. Seeing his reaction, Jumong couldn't help but laugh, and left with Rushu and the others, heads held high. Since that was the case, Wu Tian distributed the peaches to the others who remained. Hong Yun accepted the peach floating before him with a cheerful grin. "Well, I won't say no then." He took a bite. The rich, spiritual energy instantly filled the air. The juice was plentiful, and the flavor was delicious, prompting him to praise it repeatedly. "Jin Yuanzi, old friend, Hong Yun said between bites. The spiritual energy in these innate peaches might not match your ginseng fruit, but the taste is far better. By the way, didn't you pick some ginseng fruit? Hurry up and let us try it. Jin Yuanzi shook his head helplessly. You glutton. I don't know how many of my ginseng fruits you've eaten already, and now you're picky? If you're so capable, spit out what you ate before. As he spoke, he took out a bundle wrapped in spiritual light from his sleeve, revealing 5 ginseng fruits. Wu Tian, my friend, Jin Yuanzi explained, my ginseng fruits can't compare to these innate peaches, and they're much rarer. Let's each have one to try, and when the next batch ripens, I'll invite you to Wuzhuang Temple for more. He shot Hong Yun a glare as if to say that if it weren't for this greedy fellow, he wouldn't be so short on supply. Wu Tian was well aware of the difference between the two. A ginseng fruit tree takes 3,000 years to flower, another 3,000 to bear fruit, and another 3,000 to ripen, with a maximum of 30 fruits per cycle. The innate peach tree, however, was different. Although Queen Mother of the West had yet to reveal the specifics of the innate Rin Shui peaches to everyone, in the original grand scheme, these peaches had already become innate spiritual roots that anchored the heavenly court's fortune. There were as many as 3,600 trees in the peach orchard. The first 1,200 peaches mature every 3,000 years. The next 1,200 take 6,000 years, and the final 1,200 require a full 9,000 years to bear fruit, with their potency increasing with each batch. Even so, the number of peaches from the innate Rin water peach trees far exceeds that of the ginseng fruit, as peach trees are naturally more fruitful. With a hearty laugh, Wu Tian said, Haha brother Jin Yuan, you're too polite. I'll wait for the next round, and when the time comes, I'll be sure to visit Wuzhuang Temple to sit and discuss the Tao with you. With that, the group began to enjoy the delicacies. Wu Tian tasted the innate Rin water peach first. The fruit melted in his mouth, bursting with freshness, and instantly transformed into pure spiritual energy that spread throughout his body, as if every pore was rejoicing. The essence of the Ren water surged directly to his kidneys, invigorating him with a surge of vitality and pleasure. Immersed in this spiritual energy, Wu Tian savored the feeling for a moment before turning his attention to the ginseng fruit. As he admired its lifelike form, he couldn't help but recall a saying from later generations. After Xinyuanzi became the founder of Earth Immortals, the fruits from the ginseng tree were said to be the Tao fruit for those Earth Immortals who cultivated with the Earth Book. Although that wasn't the case now, Wu Tian wondered if there might be a hint of darkness behind Xinyuanzi's dignified appearance. Shaking off these stray thoughts, Wu Tian focused on tasting the ginseng fruit. With just one bite, he dismissed Hong Yun's earlier claim. How could these fruits be considered equal when the ginseng fruit was clearly more delicious than the peach? Then he remembered how many years Hong Yun had spent at Wuzhuang Temple, likely eating countless ginseng fruits. It made sense. Anything, no matter how exquisite, could become bland if enjoyed too often. Still, the spiritual energy of the ginseng fruit was indeed superior, and the essence of innate Wu earth rushed straight to his spleen. Looking inward, Wu Tian saw his spleen glowing with earthen yellow light, growing stronger and more robust. His Buddhist strength increased with this transformation, and his ninefold origin technique quickly converted the power of these two spiritual fruits into abundant physical vitality. The reputation of the ginseng fruit was well-deserved. Its effects were truly remarkable. Wu Tian chuckled in admiration. Xinyuanzi smiled and said, Brother Wu Tian, you give me too much credit. These spiritual fruits are certainly wonderful, but for cultivators at our level, they're little more than a pleasant treat. While they can restore some power and add a trace of Ren water or Wu earth essence, their effects are truly limited. Before long, Wu Tian had fully absorbed the spiritual energy, and the power of his ninefold origin technique stabilized. After some thought, he sent a message outside the Buddhist shrine. Soon, a few figures arrived. It was Jufeng and the other 4 great Wu. They had worked tirelessly to find the innate gourd vine and had faithfully guarded it ever since. Wu Tian had wanted to reward them, but hadn't found anything suitable. Now, with 5 innate peaches left, he decided that, though they might not be of great use to them, these peaches would still make a fine reward. After all, good work deserves some recognition. When the 5 great Wu arrived, Wu Tian scanned the group and said with a smile, You've all worked hard. I don't have much to give, so we'll give each of you an innate peach. 1 peach may not be enough to repay your efforts, but I'll make it up to you when I have more in the future. Jufeng and the others were overwhelmed by the gesture and replied in unison, Lord Ancestor Wu, what are you saying? Serving you is our duty and our honor. We're already grateful. We couldn't possibly accept this before they could finish. Wu Tian waved his hand and said, Take it. When did our Wu tribe ever stand on ceremony like this? Jiufeng, Xingtian, Ho Yi, Qi Yu, and Quafu quickly accepted the peaches, bowing in thanks, their faces flushed with excitement. As they left, Wu Tian added, After you eat the peaches, try planting the pits. If you can grow peach trees, even if they're only ordinary peaches, the rest of our tribe can have a taste as well. Wu Tian paused, and looked at Quafu. According to legend, after Quafu's death, his body transformed into a peach grove, so perhaps he was destined to be connected with peach trees. Wu Tian handed him the leftover peach pits and said with a smile, Quafu, they'll leave this task to you. Xinyuanzi, Hongyun, and the others followed suit, giving their peach pits to Quafu as well. Overwhelmed, Quafu declared, rest assured, Lord Ancestor Wu. If I can't grow peaches, I'll answer for it with my life. Wu Tian was left speechless by the declaration and, glancing at Tian, felt relieved he hadn't asked him to take on the task. Wu Tian quickly waved his hand. All right, it's just planting a peach pit. Why make it sound so serious? Coming here ready to lose your head. Is that really necessary? Go on, just head back. The Wu tribe had this one drawback: they seemed to have no fear of death at all. At the slightest provocation, they'd threaten to lay down their lives, treating life and death as if they were nothing. Quafu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Once the great shamans had left, Hota looked at Wu Tian with curiosity, blinking her eyes and laughing softly. Earlier, when you asked for the spiritual branch of the innate Rin water flat peach and said all that, I thought you were planning to cultivate and plant it yourself. That had indeed been Wu Tian's original plan. But then Queen Mother of the West had given him the innate flat peach. So Wu Tian smiled and said, why not do both? It's well known that plants can be propagated either by cuttings or by seeds. I'll give the peach pit to Quafu and keep the spiritual branch for myself. Xinyuanzi immediately asked with interest, Brother Wu Tian, where do you plan to plant it? The laws governing these three innate spiritual roots are different, and so are their environmental requirements. If you really want all of them to thrive, you'll need to think carefully. Wu Tian grinned at his words and pointed to himself. Xinyuanzi was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned on his face. He murmured, so that's it. When Wu Tian had achieved the chaotic gourd, the power of the innate gourd vine had opened up a world within his dantian, where the chaotic gourd could hide from the constraints of fate. If the gourd vine could exist there, why couldn't the other three spiritual roots? But would it really work? Xinyuanzi couldn't help but feel doubtful. After all, each spiritual root followed different laws, and the newly created world within Wu Tian's dantian was still incomplete, filled with nothingness. Wu Tian just laughed and said, let's give it a try. The world created by the innate gourd vine naturally contains the powers of innate yin, yang, and the 5 elements. These 3 spiritual roots need those very forces, so nothing should be lacking. Who knows, maybe something unexpected will happen. It might even help the chaotic gourd mature faster. Xinyuanzi nodded, keeping his eyes fixed on Wu Tian, clearly eager to see if things would turn out as Wu Tian predicted. Without delay, Wu Tian took out the spiritual branch's head cut from the 3 innate spiritual roots. Instantly, in the Hotu shrine, the auras of the 3 innate powers resonated with one another. With a twist of his magic power, Wu Tian enveloped all 3 branches, sending them toward the world within his dantian. In a flash, the spiritual light vanished, and the branches fell into the world inside his dantian, each radiating its own distinct glow, illuminating the dim space. But just then, the chaotic gourd suddenly flashed with a gray light, releasing a powerful force of rejection aimed at the 3 branches, refusing to let them take root. What was going on? Was the chaotic gourd really so domineering? Wu Tian was speechless. Just as he was about to extend his divine sense and scold the little fellow, he saw the gourd suddenly emit 3 corresponding powers of law, which wrapped around the branches and guided them out of his dantian. The spiritual branch of the innate Rin water flat peach was taken to the area of his kidneys. There, the chaotic glow opened up a tiny space, and the branch transformed into a small peach tree, taking root and merging into his kidneys. Instantly, the power of his kidneys surged dramatically. It was also because the innate Rin water pan Tao spiritual branch had taken root that a continuous stream of power began to surge through his body. In the next moment, Wu Tian felt the branches of the 3 spiritual roots being drawn into his 5 internal organs. The spiritual branch of the ginseng fruit tree penetrated his spleen, the seed of earth energy among the 5 organs. The branch of the fusang tree embedded itself in his heart, the root of fire energy. These innate spiritual roots seemed to take root in the void, anchoring themselves deep within the newly opened spaces. Wu Tian had originally thought that these spiritual roots would consume his flesh and vitality, but to his surprise, they drew their respective elemental powers directly from the void. As this force poured in, his 3 organs radiated dazzling light, with power continuously welling up from within them. As these organs grew stronger, Wu Tian became aware of an unstable aura. Just as he grew alert and prepared to use the 9 revolutions primordial art to refine the excess power in his body, he suddenly saw the 3 newly formed void spaces connect to his dantian through gray channels. All the surplus power flowed into these spaces, where it was devoured by the chaos gourd. The small gray gourd flickered with light, seemingly rejoicing in response to Wu Tian's spirit. Seeing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh wryly. Originally, he had planned to use the 5 elemental power within the innate gourd vine to nourish the 3 spiritual roots, helping them grow and thus expanding the void world, gradually transforming it from emptiness into reality and perfecting his cultivation until he attained true enlightenment. But unexpectedly, the chaos gourd acted so domineeringly, doing the opposite and sending the 3 spiritual roots directly into his organs, allowing them to refine the power of the laws and achieve self-perfection. Even more wondrous, as this process unfolded, Wu Tian's physical body was growing ever stronger, while the growth of the innate roots in turn nourished his organs, and the strengthened organs further enhanced his physical strength. Feeling all these changes within, Wu Tian's mind raced, and a sudden thought struck him. If that's the case, I'm still missing the innate metal and with spiritual roots. Only with these will my 5 organs be truly complete. He muttered to himself. Among the 10 great innate spiritual roots, the metal attribute had long been seized by Zhuan, who had refined the Bodhi tree into the 7 treasures wonder tree. As for the wood attribute, it belonged to an old acquaintance Dong Wanggong's Tongtian Jinmu, the primordial Jiao wood. At this thought, Wu Tian's expression grew complicated. He suddenly realized that when the ancestral witches mentioned settling the score with Zhuan and Jiayin, he hadn't taken it seriously, but now the situation forced him to reconsider. To obtain the Bodhi branch, he would have to confront Zhuan Hidden, and more crucially, there was also the Eastern Treasure Azure Lotus Banner in Zhuan Ti's possess Iona treasure Wu Tian had been coveting. As for Dong Wanggong, Wu Tian believed he would inevitably fall to the demon clan. In the grand scheme of things, Dong Wanggong's presence seemed to be paving the way for him to take over the heavenly court after Di Jun's death and the demon clan's downfall. Once Di Jun realized this, he would surely eliminate Dong Wanggong without hesitation. I'm not even dead yet, and they're already preparing for the next heavenly emperor? Wu Tian sighed softly, but a hint of resolve welled up in his heart. He had planned to simply take advantage after Dong Wanggong's death, but now realized he must act himself. When Dong Wanggong falls, Wu Tian decided he would step in personally, determined to seize the Tongtian Jinmu from the demon clan's grasp. He opened his eyes, gaze settling on Xian Ming and Ho Tu, thinking to himself, no matter, it's fine. When the time comes, they'll bring all 12 ancestral witches. With the 12 heavenly fiend formation at our disposal, can't we reclaim a single Jinmu? Isn't this exactly what the ancestral witches are for? At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi saw Wu Tian open his eyes and couldn't wait to ask, Brother Wu Tian, well, how did it go? He was particularly interested in the changes and mysteries of the innate spiritual roots, especially because of his own background. Wu Tian didn't hide anything after all. One of the spiritual roots had been a gift from Zhen Yuanzi, and he also wanted his advice. Wu Tian then described everything in detail. With a turn of his mana, he revealed his new phenomenon to Zhen Yuanzi. Behind him, a wondrous scene appeared. Within a haze of mysterious light, 3 miniature versions of the innate spiritual roots stood tall, constantly drawing the power of laws from the void. As they stabilized, the unique characteristics of each root gradually became apparent. The tiny ginseng fruit tree stood as steady as a mountain. Beneath the peach tree, evolved from the innate Rin water peach branch, there seemed to be a vast ocean, and on the young fusong tree, the true solar fire blazed fiercely. Wu Tian faintly sensed that a new divine ability was slowly taking shape. Witnessing this, Zhen Yuanzi was stunned, staring in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding around Wu Tian. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is this even possible? After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled and said, perhaps this is even more suitable for you, Brother Wu Tian. As a member of the witch tribe, your body is your foundation. Using these 5-element spiritual roots to strengthen yourself, refining their innate powers into your own divine abilities, this is your path of cultivation. However, a hint of hesitation appeared on Zhen Yuanzi's face. But the other 2 types of 5-element spiritual roots won't be so easy to obtain, will they? He knew that the remaining roots were in the hands of Zhuan and the Eastern King, both of whom had clashed with Wu Tian before. The conflict with Zhuan, in particular, stemmed from his relationship with Hong Yun, which made Zhen Yuanzi a bit concerned. At that moment, Xian Ming and Ho Tu exchanged a glance, determination in their eyes, as if to say, what's there to be afraid of? Do they dare refuse us? Meanwhile, after the 4 ancestral witches, including Jumong, left, they immediately went to look for Zhu Rong. When they arrived at Zhu Rong's tribe, they learned that Zhu Rong had already gone to the dragon clan of the East Sea to demand the ancestral dragon's blood for Wu Tian. That guy really acts without hesitation. The ancestral witches grumbled to themselves, deciding not to intervene after all. The dragon clan had long since declined, and in their eyes, one ancestral witch was more than enough. Over the East Sea, Zhu Rong revealed his true ancestral witch form, his body towering hundreds of thousands of feet high, looking down at the trembling dragons below. The raging flames of Zhu Rong's divine fire nearly boiled the entire sea, turning the blue waters into a sea of fire in an instant. Countless sea creatures suffered disaster and perished. Zhu Rong's voice thundered across the sky. Hand over the ancestral dragon's blood. The four dragons at the forefront, who would become the future dragon kings of the four seas, now looked young and fearful in the face of Zhu Rong's power. Ancestral with Zhu Rong, we really don't have the ancestral dragon's blood. The dragon king of the East Sea forced himself to suppress his fear and explained anxiously. If we had the ancestral dragon's blood, we would have refined it ourselves long ago. How could we be so weak now? The other dragons chimed in. That's right. Back then, Lord Ancestral Dragon swore an oath to heaven and earth, merging his body into the world itself. He never had a chance to leave any blood for the dragon clan. But Zhu Rong had no intention of listening to their explanation. He was certain that the dragon clan was hiding the bloodline essence of the ancestral dragon. To him, the explanations from these young dragons were nothing but excuses. The divine flames surrounding Zhu Rong burned even hotter, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. I tried to reason with you, but you just don't appreciate my kindness, Zhu Rong said impatiently. If you don't hand over the ancestral dragon's blood, don't blame me for what happens next. His gaze grew colder, his tone threatening. The Wu clan carries Pangu's bloodline, and we can purify it through cultivation. I'm sure the dragon clan can do the same. If you keep playing games, they'll just capture a few dragons and refine the blood myself. The four dragon kings exchanged fearful glances, panic written all over their faces. Inwardly, they wailed. Why did we have to provoke the Wu clan? We really don't have the ancestral dragon's blood. But Zhu Rong won't listen to reason. Just as Zhu Rong gave a cold snort and prepared to act, a faint sigh drifted up from the depths of the sea. A powerful aura surged forth, blocking Zhu Rong's divine flames from spreading across the water's surface. A calm voice spoke. Please forgive us, Zhu Rong. These youngsters truly know nothing. The last of the ancestral dragon's bloodline essence is with me. I will hand it over now. I ask only that you show mercy and spare the dragon clan this time. Before the words had faded, a ball of blood-red light shot up from the sea and landed before Zhu Rong. He grabbed it, casting a cold glare at the depths below. Coward, hiding in the shadows. The voice replied helplessly, please understand, Zhu Rong. I am bound by the laws of heaven and gravely injured. I cannot show myself. Otherwise, I would apologize to you in person. Zhu Rong frowned slightly, but soon turned his attention to the orb in his hand. Seeing the 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood within, a satisfied smile crept across his face. I knew you had it. Did you really think you could fool me? Then his eyes narrowed. Could there be more? He peered suspiciously into the depths, trying to see the speaker's true form, but a cloud of dark mist blocked his sight. The ancient dragon, hidden within the mist, hurriedly swore, Zhu Rong, I swear to Pangu himself, the dragon clan has nothing left to hide. There isn't a single drop of ancestral dragon blood left. Hearing the oath sworn in Pangu's name, Zhu Rong finally nodded. Having achieved his goal, he saw no reason to linger. He dismissed his true form, turned, and swiftly left the East Sea, eager to return to the Wu clan. He was anxious that if he delayed any longer, he might miss Wu Tian's journey to the Ziao palace. When he returned to the Huta tribe and sensed Wu Tian's presence, Zhu Rong finally relaxed. Striding into the Huta temple, he laughed heartily. Huh? Brother, guess what I brought you? As Wu Tian stepped into the Huta shrine, he hadn't even had time to react before Zhu Rong, grinning from ear to ear, pulled out a small vial of ancestral dragon blood, clearly waiting for praise. Hearing the commotion, Wu Tian and the others turned to look, only to see a swirl of mystical light, the dense, blood-red glow radiating a powerful energy. It was the familiar ancestral dragon blood Wu Tian knew so well. Wu Tian's mouth fell open slightly, stunned by how quickly things had progressed. Had Zhu Rong really acted so fast? It hadn't been long since Wu Tian had merely mentioned wanting the ancestral dragon blood from the dragon clan. Had just attended a ceremony with the demon clan and wandered about for a bit, and now Zhu Rong had already brought it back. Wu Tian exchanged silent glances with Xian Ming and Hutu. They had once forcibly taken 3 drops of this blood when the ancestral dragon transformed into the Yellow Rivera move that was already excessive. Yet Zhu Rong had gone a step further, snatching 3 more drops directly from the dragon clan. If the ancestral dragon's spirit knew about this, it would surely be furious and come straight for Zhu Rong. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were equally shocked. Noticing everyone's astonished expressions, especially Wu Tian's, Zhu Rong grew even more pleased with herself. She lifted her chin proudly and declared, well, didn't I say I'd get you some ancestral dragon blood to help you recover? I always keep my word. Wu Tian quickly cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, elder sister. At that moment, the other ancestral witches arrived, having heard the news. They rushed into the shrine, especially Zhu Mang and the others, who had just been about to discuss their earlier experiences with Zhu Rong. Seeing the blood, they couldn't help exclaiming, Zhu Rong, you really pulled it off. One of them, curious, asked, how did you manage to get it? The ancestral dragon blood must be incredibly valuable to the dragon clan. Were they really willing to give it up? To put it in perspective, ancestral dragon blood was as precious to the dragon clan as Pangu's blood was to the ancestral witches. It could not only boost their power, but even alter their very nature. Zhu Rong handed the vial to Wu Tian, urging him to put it away quickly, then boasted, "Of course, it wasn't easy. When I arrived, a few young dragons from the East Sea kept insisting they didn't have any ancestral dragon blood. Did they really think they could fool me?" She glanced around, seeing all the ancestral witches listening intently, and her pride swelled even further. "So I told them either hand over the blood themselves, or I'd round up the entire dragon clan and refine the blood myself with Zhu Rong's divine fire. That scared them enough to hand it over right away. Honestly, the dragon clan is so slippery. If I hadn't been sure they had the blood, I might have fallen for their tricks." The ancestral witches burst out in admiration, some even praising her. "Zhu Rong, you're amazing. You've really learned to be clever." Zhu Rong accepted the compliments without any modesty, then looked over at Gong Gong, teasing, "Of course. If Gong Gong had gone instead, the dragons probably would have tricked him in no time. They might be able to fool Gong Gong, but not Zhu Rong." Before she finished speaking, the two of them were already bickering again. Inside the Huta shrine, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged cautious glances after their initial amazement. Though Zhu Rong made it sound easy, the undercurrents of the whole affair left them deeply impressed. But beneath the surface, they could hear the helplessness of the dragon clan, as well as the arrogance and brutality of the ancestral witches. The two had no doubt that if the dragons refused to cooperate, Zhu Rong would stop at nothing, would use thousands, even tens of thousands of dragons to refine the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Thinking about their own relationship with the Wu tribe, and how they were treated as honored guests, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. At that moment, Xianming suddenly spoke, her tone cold and distant. "Is that all? The dragon clan was so uncooperative, and you didn't teach them a lesson? That's not like you." As soon as she finished, the hall fell silent. Even the bickering between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong came to a halt. Zhu Rong quickly replied, "Of course there's more." He began to describe the situation of the dragons hiding deep in the sea, adding, "I did investigate and sensed a decaying aura. It seemed like someone was burdened with karmic retribution and had little time left. Plus, he swore an oath to Father God, and I was in a hurry to get back, worried my brother would already be on his way to preach, so I didn't push further." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a wave of suspicion. He wondered to himself, does the dragon clan still have any top-tier fighters left? He glanced at the ancestral witches, only to find them looking equally puzzled. Wu Tian then turned to Zhen Yuanzi, seeking his opinion. After a moment's thought, Zhen Yuanzi said slowly, "That's not surprising. Of the three great tribes, the dragons are the only ones who managed to survive in large numbers after the catastrophe and still hold part of the four seas. It makes sense that a few old masters would be supporting them back then. Ancestral dragon was surrounded by powerful allies. Whether it's Zhulong or Tsanglong hiding in the deep sea, I can't say for sure." Wu Tian nodded slightly and turned to Zhu Rong. "Thank you, brother. But the dragon clan's situation is complicated. They're burdened with heavy karma, but with the ancestral dragon's reappearance, they've gained a bit of fortune. It's better not to provoke them any further." Zhu Rong nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Other than that decrepit old dragon who's barely alive, there's no one else worth worrying about. Besides, the Wu tribe is thriving on the land, while the dragons keep a low profile. If not for the ancestral dragon's blood essence, would never have crossed paths. The dragons have truly suffered a calamity for no reason." With a generous wave of his hand, Zhu Rong laughed and said, "Let's just let the dragon clan off the hook." At that moment, Gong Gong snorted and, with a hint of disdain, challenged Zhu Rong again. "So that's all the dragon clan has to offer? No wonder you managed to get the ancestral dragon's blood." Seeing Zhu Rong getting riled up, Gong Gong grinned and added, "If you're so capable, why don't you go get some Yuan Feng's blood essence, or even some from the primeval Tian?" Wu Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Zhu Rong. "Is that really possible?" Zhu Rong was momentarily stunned, feeling awkward under Wu Tian's gaze, and then snapped at Gong Gong. "You just can't stand to see me succeed. If you're so great, go find the primeval Tian yourself. If you can even locate him, he'll be impressed." Gong Gong chuckled. "Well, there's always Yuan Feng. If you can't find the Qilin, you can still try the undying volcano. After all, you're the ancestral witch of fire." Zhu Rong glared at him. "Do you really think I'm that stupid? If I accidentally set off the undying volcano and throw all of the great desolation into chaos, our eldest and second brother would kill me." Wu Tian, realizing what Zhu Rong meant, was about to stop him out of concern for his impulsiveness. But hearing Zhu Rong's reply, he was stunned and immediately gave Zhu Rong a thumbs up. "Brother Zhu Rong, you're truly wise. You know how to weigh the consequences. If our eldest and second brother came out of seclusion, I'm sure even they would praise you." Zhu Rong was visibly pleased. Praise from others was one thing, but this was Wu Tian, the most intelligent and resourceful among the Wu tribe. How could Zhu Rong not be delighted? At that moment, Huta shot Wu Tian a fierce glare, as if warning him, "Watch yourself." You're about to inflate Zhu Rong's ego if this keeps up and he actually believes it. What then? After Hota's reminder, Wu Tian immediately realized that Zhu Rong's personality was as bright as the sun. If he praised him too much, it could cause trouble later. The words had already been spoken, and it was too late to take them back. On top of that, with the constant bickering between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, as the youngest, Wu Tian found it even harder to speak up. Just as Wu Tian hesitated, the thoughtful Hotu had already sensed the situation and spoke with a gentle smile. As the youngest sister, her temperament was mild and she usually didn't say much, but whenever she did, her older brothers always paid special attention. Hotu said softly, "Brother Zhu Rong, you really have improved a lot lately, but your temper is still too quick. It would be even better if you could work on that." Zhu Rong nodded vigorously, clearly agreeing with her. Hotu then turned her gaze to Gong Gong. Her calm look made the usually imposing Gong Gong shrink back a little, feeling embarrassed. Before Hotu could say anything, Gong Gong hurriedly pleaded, "Sister, you don't have to say it. I know I was wrong. I won't tease Zhu Rong anymore, and I never really meant to send him to the undying volcano. Things just got out of hand." He gave a wry smile. Only then did Hotu nod in satisfaction and say gently, "As long as you know, isn't it better for us to get along? Why argue all the time?" Although Gong Gong's promise might not be entirely reliable, the fact that Hotu could get him to admit his mistake was already impressive. Wu Tian couldn't help but marvel. Hotu really was amazing. If it had been Di Jiang or Zhu Juyin, they would have just slapped him a few times. That might have kept things under control, but it would never have made Gong Gong admit he was wrong. Thinking of this, Wu Tian sighed inwardly. It seemed that getting the essence blood of the primeval Qilin and Yuan Feng would be out of reach for now. Among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, the leaders had all taken on much of their people's karmic burdens. Yet, their fates were very different. The Phoenix clan had fractured, its people scattered. Wu Tian knew of the Phoenix princes Kong Xian and Depeng, but at this point, he had no idea where they might be. Even if he found them, would he really be able to get their essence blood? Wu Tian doubted it. As for the Qilin clan, they had hidden themselves completely. The primeval Qilin guarded the land at the center of the world and had not appeared for ages. Even other Qilins were rarely seen, only showing up as omens of good fortune. Under these circumstances, the Dragon clan with a visible presence and significant numbers naturally became the best target. There was no helping it. Their prominence made them easy to find. Wu Tian sighed to himself. Zhu Rong's intimidation of the dragons was no secret. His massive ancestral form had appeared over the East Sea, alarming many. The demon clan was well aware of this. In the heavenly court, atop the Lingxiao Palace, Di Jun sat imposingly on his throne. After hearing Tai Yi's report, he frowned and fell into deep thought. "Are you saying Zhu Rong took the ancestral dragon's essence blood?" Tai Yi nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes, clearly already considering his next move. Then he said quietly, "Brother, it looks like the Dragon clan still has many treasures. Should I pay them a visit and take a few things myself? If the Wu clan can claim them, why can't we, the Demon clan? If the Dragon clan refuses, it's an insult to the Demon clan and a slight to our 4 demon emperors." Di Jun nodded slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Although the ancestral dragon's blood might have vanished after Zhu Rong's visit, the Dragon clan's vast treasures and heritage, accumulated during their dominance of the Great Desolation, must still be substantial. Now, with the newly established Demon clan in need of resources, these riches would prove invaluable. Hearing this, Tai immediately stood up, chaos bell in hand, ready to depart, but Di Jun reached out to stop him. Now that Di Jun commanded countless demons, his presence had grown even more imposing. He smiled calmly and said, "There's no need for you to go in person. Sending a demon god will be more than enough. Given the Dragon clan's current predicament, do you really think they would dare defy us?" Tai hesitated for a moment, then broke into a smile. "You're absolutely right. What takes the Wu clan's ancestral Wu to accomplish, our demon clan only needs a demon god for. Doesn't that just prove our strength far surpasses theirs?" Di Jun understood Tai Yi's desire to overshadow the Wu clan, but he still offered a word of caution. "Tai Yi, you need to restrain your temper. Our demon clan is still new and nowhere near strong enough to challenge the Wu clan. Don't create unnecessary enmity too soon." Tai Yi nodded in agreement, though it was hard to tell if he truly took the advice to heart. He then turned and left the Lingxiao Hall to find a demon god to handle the matter. Meanwhile, above the Eastern Sea, the Dragon clan was busy cleaning up the aftermath of Zhu Rong's visit. The intense, explosive Zhu Rong true fire had caused countless casualties. The 4 Dragon kings of the seas looked out over the devastation, then cast complicated glances toward the depths of the ocean, feeling both relief and sorrow. They were relieved because this incident confirmed that some of the Dragon clan's ancient powerhouses from the Great Dragonhan Calamity era still survived. With such an elder still present, the Dragon clan finally had some confidence. Yet, even so, faced with the aggressive Zhu Rong, they had no choice but to back down. Just as the 4 Dragon kings were brooding, a fiery streak suddenly tore through the sky. its searing heat causing the sea to steam. At first, the Dragon Kings thought Zhu Rong had returned, but upon sensing the aura, they realized it belonged to a different master of flames. A figure appeared, surrounded by flames that distorted the air. He stood proudly in midair. It was Bai Fong of the Demon Clan. Without wasting words, he announced, "I come on the order of the Eastern Emperor. Our newly established Demon Clan is in need of weapons and treasures. I hope the Dragon Clan can lend a hand." His crimson eyes fixed on Ao Guang. "Since you've already offered the ancestral dragon's blood to the Wu clan, surely you won't deny our Demon Clan this small favor, will you?" Ao Guang could only wail inwardly, "The demons again? When will these hard times end?" Though Bai Fong came alone, the Dragon Kings all knew he represented the 4 demon emperors and dared not offend him. After some reluctant excuses, the Dragon Clan's treasury was nearly emptied by Bai Fong. Wu Tian never imagined that his simple desire for a drop of ancestral dragon's blood would trigger a full-scale plundering of the Dragon Clan by the Demon Clan. In the end, it was the Dragon Clan that paid the price for it all. In truth, the fate of the Dragon Clan was almost inevitable. Once rulers of the primordial world, they had accumulated countless treasures scattered across the 4 seas. To all other beings, they were like children carrying gold into a bustling marketplace. How could they not attract envy? When Bai Fong was about to leave, he made yet another unreasonable demand of the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. He ordered them to offer up 14 true dragons to serve as chariot pullers for the Demon Emperor Dijuan. The Dragon Kings were seething with anger inside, but had no choice but to swallow their humiliation. Clearly, this was a ploy to use the former prestige of the dragons to showcase the current might of the demon race. But what could they do at this point? In the end, they had to suppress their rage and reluctantly agree. Only after Bai Fong left, satisfied and triumphant, did the 4 Dragon Kings finally let their frustration show. They gathered at the deepest part of the Eastern Sea, the true, sacred ground of the dragon race. With heavy hearts, they whispered their prayers into the ancient abyss. "Forebear, please show the Dragon Clan a path forward." Meanwhile, on the side of the Wu tribe, after Hudu personally disciplined Gonggong and Zhurong, Wu Tian finally felt at ease. He realized that the 2 ancestral witches, whose natures were inherently opposed, were bound for disaster. No wonder they would cause such catastrophe in the future. Gonggong, in particular, would one day crash into Bujo Mountain, bringing endless karmic consequences upon the Wu tribe. Now Bujo Mountain had been incorporated into the 12 Heavenly Fiend formation, making it far more stable than before, but still not completely secure. Wu Tian stood atop the mountain, his mind swirling with thoughts. After spending so much time with the ancestral witches, he had grown attached to them, and now hoped to find a way to preserve their lives without violating the will of heaven. As he was deep in thought, a strange fluctuation rose within him. His expression shifted, and he looked sharply toward the Pangu Hall, surprise flickering in his eyes. At the same time, the other ancestral witches also turned to look, their faces showing similar astonishment. Only Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun, not being of the ancestral witch bloodline, could not sense what was happening in the Pangu Hall. But seeing everyone else's reactions, they realized something was amiss. Han Yun quickly asked, "Brother Wu Tian, what's going on?" Wu Tian snapped out of his reverie, his face breaking into a joyful smile. "Haha, it's good news. There's been a clear surge of power from the Pangu Hall. Just now me 2 elder brothers must have broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm and are about to emerge." With that, he stood up and strode toward the Pangu Hall, the other ancestral witches following close behind. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun exchanged a hesitant glance. After all, the Pangu Hall was sacred ground for the Wu tribe, and with Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin at a critical point in their breakthroughs, was it really appropriate for them to go in uninvited? Before they could say anything, Zhurong came over with a hearty laugh, slinging an arm around Han Yun's shoulders and declaring warmly, "What are you hesitating for? This isn't your first time in the Pangu Hall. I've told you, you 2 are our brothers. You don't need to stand on ceremony." Han Yun's face flushed immediately, but inside he was filled with happiness. To be regarded as brothers by the Wu tribe only, he and Zhen Yuanzi could claim such honor in all the primordial world. Still, Zhurong's enthusiastic gesture left him a bit flustered. Wu Tian, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh as he reached out to rescue Han Yun from Zhurong's clutches. Amid laughter, they all made their way quickly toward the Pangu Hall. In front of the hall, waves of spatial energy rippled outward. Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin had already emerged from seclusion, their auras as fierce as ever, but now more restrained and profound, carrying an unfathomable sense of power. With sharp eyes and steady steps, a faint smile on their faces, they walked out from the hidden depths of the Pangu Hall. Just at that moment, Wu Tian and the others entered the hall. With a gentle ripple of spatial power, they found themselves face-to-face with Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Rong couldn't wait to ask, "Big brother, second brother, did you really break through?" Since the founding of the Wu tribe, the other ancestral witches had rapidly grown stronger under the blessing of their tribe's fortune, with the constant support from the gods of the laws fueling their power. However, Breaking through was never an easy feat. Di Jiang nodded with a faint smile and replied, "That's right. Your second brother and I have already broken through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, achieving the Tao through our own laws. Once we perfect this path, we will be able to fully attain the Hunyuan Tao." At this point, Di Jiang's expression subtly shifted. He knew all too well that the real challenge didn't lie in the present, but in how to perfect his path and ultimately reach the true Hunyuan state in the future. The other ancestral witches didn't notice Di Jiang's thoughts. They were still some way from the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm and hadn't truly grasped the insights that Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin had. Right now, they were simply overjoyed, cheering excitedly. "This is fantastic. Our Wu tribe is even stronger now." Each face was lit with enthusiasm, eager to begin cultivating and catch up with Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin, striving to break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal themselves. Seeing this, Di Jiang sighed inwardly, then turned his gaze to Wu Tian, studying him carefully and thinking to himself, "Perhaps Wu Tian is truly the hope of our Wu tribe. Only he can unite the powers of all 12 laws and truly inherit the legacy of our Father God." Afterward, Di Jiang smiled and asked Wu Tian, "Brother, your physical body and primordial spirit seem to have reached the peak of De Luo Golden Immortal. Do you have any thoughts on how to break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal?" Wu Tian replied with a smile, "There's no rush. Even at the peak of De Luo Golden Immortal, I feel my physical strength still has room for improvement. Rushing into a breakthrough might not be wise. If I regret it later and want to rebuild my foundation, I might not get another chance." At this moment, Xianming suddenly mentioned Wu Tian's cultivation of innate five-element spiritual roots within his body and organs, concluding calmly, "Wu Tian still lacks 2 spiritual roots. Once those are complete, his physical strength will rise further, and it won't be too late to break through then." Di Jiang's eyes widened. "He's missing 2 spiritual roots? Who has them?" Xianming answered directly. "The innate metal spiritual root is with Zhu and Ti. The innate with spiritual root is in the hands of the East King." Just then, Zhu Meng leaned in and whispered something to Di Jiang. Hearing this, Di Jiang's eyes grew round, and he shouted furiously, "What's with this East King? He dares to compete with our Wu tribe for a woman." With that, he waved his hand, ready to lead the ancestral witches straight to Penglai Immortal Island. Seeing this, Wu Tian hurried to stop him, looking helplessly at Zhu Meng. "Brother Zhu Meng, what exactly did you say to Big Brother? How did this turn into something about a woman? What's really going on?" Wu Tian also realized that while the ancestral witches weren't interested in finding a Dao companion for him, they were extremely concerned about their little brother's affairs. He almost wanted to announce on the spot, "I'm not interested in any innate goddess right now. I just want to focus on cultivation, strengthen the Wu tribe, and change our tribe's destiny." Wu Tian ultimately remained silent. He felt certain that the ancestral witches wouldn't believe him, and, besides, he wasn't entirely confident in himself. Hurriedly, he stepped forward to block Di Jiang and said, "Brother, wait. The third sermon is about to begin, and Dong Wenggong may have already gone deep into the chaos. If we search for him at Penglai now, wouldn't we just return empty-handed?" He paused, his eyes flickering, and shot Jumong a fierce glare. Seeing this, Jumong chuckled awkwardly, then quickly leaned in to whisper to Di Jiang, recounting in detail how Wu Tian had previously tried to take advantage of the situation. After listening, Di Jiang's expression softened a little. "I see. Then, for now, we'll let Dong Wenggong live," Di Jiang said in a low voice, clearly having made up his mind. He decided to trust Wu Tian's judgment and shifted his focus to the 2 Western sages. However, as Wu Tian had pointed out, there was no guarantee that Jane and Junyi were still alive, so any action would have to wait. Still, Di Jiang had already made up his mind. After the third sermon, he would lead his brothers to the west not only to compete for the innate spiritual root, the Bodhi tree, but also to seek revenge. He intended to personally teach Jane and Junyi a lesson for having crossed Wu Tian in the past. With this plan settled, Di Jiang turned to Zhu Juyin. Their eyes met, both filled with a deep and serious resolve, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Then Di Jiang said to Wu Tian, "Brother, there's something I'd like to speak to you about in private." Wu Tian was taken aback. Di Jiang wanted to discuss something with him alone, and from the look of it, it seemed rather mysterious. Filled with curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what is it?" Di Jiang turned to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, bowing apologetically. "Please excuse us for a moment. We'll continue our discussion soon," he said respectfully. Jin Yuanzi quickly smiled and replied, "Of course, please go ahead." Di Jiang nodded and motioned to Wu Tian. In an instant, the aura of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal erupted from him, and Wu Tian felt the space around him twist violently. When he regained his footing, he found himself in a completely different place. Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin had been transported to another part of the Pangu Hall. Both Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin looked grave. Wu Tian was about to speak when he saw the 2 exchange a glance, and then simultaneously strike their chests. A drop of their blood essence shot out like a meteor, radiating powerful energy. The force of the laws swirling around it was far greater than any ancestral which blood essence Wu Tian had received before. After all, this was no ordinary blood, it was the essence of Hunyuan golden immortals. Wu Tian hesitated, a look of confusion crossing his face. Huh, you're giving me more ancestral witch essence? That's not necessary. He paused, then added, brother, I've already mastered the power of 12 laws. I just need to cultivate steadily now. There's no need for more of this essence. Dijiang glanced at him and shook his head. You're being too optimistic. This essence isn't for your cultivation, it has another purpose. As he finished speaking, he and Zhu Juyin began inscribing marks onto the blood essence. After a moment, Dijiang let out a breath and his expression grew even more serious. He handed the blood essence to Wu Tian and said in a low voice, now that your second brother and I have achieved the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, we plan to enter the river of time together during the third sermon at Ziao Palace to investigate the destiny of the Wu tribe. Wu Tian's eyes widened in shock. He was about to ask more, but Dijiang cut him off. We've already made our decision. Just waiting to ascend to the rank of Hunyuan golden immortal. At first, I planned to keep it a secret and not tell anyone, but after thinking it over, I felt I had to let you know. Dijiang let out a soft sigh, a hint of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Wu Tian was different from the other ancestral witches. In fact, it was because of Wu Tian that they even considered such an idea. If it weren't for this youngest and most intelligent brother, who was always so worried about the future of the Wu tribe, they would never have made such a decision. More importantly, time and again, Wu Tian's judgment of the greater situation had proven to be incredibly accurate, almost uncannily so. Naturally, Dijiang and Zhu Juyin took this to heart, growing increasingly uneasy. Hearing these words, Wu Tian was shaken to his core, disbelief written all over his face. He kept repeating to himself, how could this happen? In the original course of events, did Dijiang and Zhu Juyin ever act like this? Or perhaps, did they know the fate of the Wu tribe, but were unable to act freely under the influence of the great calamity? Wu Tian was filled with doubts, but a sense of worry suddenly crept in. Even though Dijiang and Zhu Juyin had already become Hunyuan golden immortals, how easy could it be to peer into the future? Could there be some hidden danger? The Tao of Time was one of the most mysterious and perilous of all. And another thing, in the original timeline, there was no 13th ancestral which Wu Tian himself did not exist. So, in the future that Dijiang and Zhu Juyin could see, would there even be any trace of Wu Tian? At the same time, Wu Tian felt deeply moved. For Dijiang to share such a critical and secretive matter with him was a tremendous show of trust and recognition. Wu Tian's mind was in turmoil. He even wanted to blurt out, you really don't need to go through all this trouble. If you want to know something, just ask me. Wouldn't that be easier than risking so much? But if he said that, how could he possibly explain how he knew all this? And would Dijiang and Zhu Juyin really believe him? In the end, Wu Tian tried to say, big brother, I do have some insights into how things might unfold in the future. There's really no need for you to take such a risk. Seeing this, Dijiang and Zhu Juyin exchanged a knowing smile. Their expressions relaxed, and there was even a hint of relief and joy. Dijiang laughed and said, I knew you'd say that. But it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that some things you have to see with your own eyes to truly understand. Wu Tian could only nod. He understood what Dijiang meant. If it weren't so, Dijiang and Zhu Juyin wouldn't have come to him alone to share such a significant and secret plan. After all, he was the youngest among the ancestral witches. Noticing his lingering concern, Dijiang chuckled and added, don't worry. Your second brother and I have been preparing for this for a long time. Well, do it when Hongjun is giving his sermon, when the power of heaven is gathered at Ziao Palace. Interference will be at its lowest. Besides, we have the protection of the Hall of Pangu. Wu Tian nodded, his feelings mixed. He thought, perhaps after Dijiang and Zhu Juyin see the future catastrophe between the Wu and demon clans for themselves, the other ancestral witches would be more willing to listen to his suggestions in the days to come. Then Dijiang said again, take these 2 drops of ancestral witch blood. If your second brother and I get lost in the river of time, we'll need these as coordinates to find our way back. He then joked, but you mustn't refine them now. If you do want to, at least wait until we return. Wu Tian quickly replied, of course I want. No matter how greedy or impatient he might be, he would never refine the blood Dijiang and Zhu Juyin left behind at such a crucial moment. For them to entrust him with their ancestral, witch blood, and share this secret was already a huge sign of trust, perhaps even more than they had for the other ancestral witches. Wu Tian would never let them down. But from what Dijiang said, did that mean after they returned, the blood would truly belong to him? Wu Tian carefully put away the ancestral witch's blood, storing it solemnly within his body. After a moment's thought, he suddenly stretched out his palm, and with a single thought, the Hongmeng measuring ruler appeared before him. This primordial treasure radiated a heavy golden light, its mysterious aura spreading through the air. Wu Tian pushed the treasure forward, looking sincerely at Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin. Brothers, this Hongming measuring ruler has gained the merit of the great Tao and is on the verge of breaking through to an even higher level. If you carry it with you, it will surely offer you some protection. Unexpectedly, the two ancestral witches refused without hesitation. Di Jiang straightened up and said, how could an older brother take something from his younger brother? The Zixiao palace is already full of trouble, and those people have never treated our Wu tribe kindly. Even Hongjun probably bears us ill will. You should keep this treasure to protect yourself. As for Hongjun's attitude, it might still be open to debate, but his dissatisfaction with the Wu tribe was clear. The Wu tribe never respected the heavenly Tao and never acknowledged the Tao ancestor. If not for the rules of the heavenly Tao and the lingering power of Pangu, he would likely have acted against them long ago. Wu Tian understood that the pride of the Wu tribe came from their bloodline. How could they ever submit to the Tao ancestor? Just as he was about to persuade them again, Di Jiang glared at him, as if about to lose his temper. What? You don't trust us? Just keep our blood safe. That's the greatest help you can give. With us older brothers around, you have nothing to worry about. Helpless, Wu Tian put away the Hongming measuring ruler. As Di Jiang seemed ready to end the conversation, Zhu Juyin spoke up. We're about to go to the Zixiao palace. Is there anything else you want to tell us, or anything you need us to do? Clearly, he wanted to test Wu Tian's remarkable foresight once more. Feeling the sincerity of the two ancestral witches, all of Wu Tian's worries disappeared. He smiled and said, there is one more thing. After the third sermon, Hongjun will set up the treasure distribution cliff atop Bujo Mountain and bestow many treasures for everyone to compete over. Please, brothers, make sure to seize the cliff when the time comes. In the past, Wu Tian would never have spoken so directly. Interpreting the great calamity of the Dragon Han era could be explained as insight into the broader trends, but being able to predict even the Tao ancestor Hongjun's actions was astonishing. However, after this heartfelt conversation, he no longer felt the need to hide. After all, to the ancestral witches, as long as he was a trustworthy brother, what did a few secrets matter? The two ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Di Jiang then asked curiously, the treasure distribution cliff? Is it really that important? How should he answer that? In the grand scheme of things, the Fenbao Cliff was originally claimed by Yuanshi, and rumor had it that he combined it with half of Bujo Mountain to forge the Fantian seal. As an ancestral Wu Tian thought to himself that using Bujo Mountain to refine treasures was a bit too filial. But if he could combine Fenbao Cliff with other materials and infuse some of Pangu's aura, seizing the name of the Fantian seal wouldn't be impossible. After all, as an ancestral Wu, it just didn't feel right to go without a massive brick-like weapon. Wu Tian spoke sincerely. I want to use Fenbao Cliff to forge a powerful and unbreakable treasuria weapon that perfectly suits our Wu tribe's strength and resilience. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang immediately agreed, no problem. When the time comes for you to leave, they'll send Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to guard the summit of Bujo Mountain. When Fenbao Cliff appears, we'll call the others. Wu Tian was briefly taken aback, thinking, isn't that a bit too early? At this time, Bujo Mountain was still whole, filled with the dense aura of Father Pangu. The higher one climbed, the greater the pressure. Normally, the Wu tribe only lingered at the foot of the mountain. Having Zhu Rong and Gong Gong go up so soon would mean they'd constantly endure Pangu's oppressive presence. Zhu Rong had just obtained the blood of the ancestral dragon. There was no need to put him through such hardship. So, Wu Tian smiled and said, no need to rush, just head up a little before the sermon ends. Still, Di Jiang was determined to have Zhu Rong and the others stand guard, worried that Hongjun might act early and cause Wu Tian to miss his chance to forge the treasure. As for Father Pangu's pressure, Di Jiang saw it as a test. Perhaps it would even help them quickly reach the realm of the Golden Immortal. Then Di Jiang laughed and said, all right, leave this to us. You don't need to worry. It's getting late, let's head out. You should join Jin Yuanzi and the others on your way to Zixiao Palace. With that, he took Wu Tian and soared out. As the space shifted around them, Di Jiang reminded him, the main thing is, it doesn't matter if you learn anything from Hongjun, just don't let yourself be bullied at Zixiao Palace. If you can't beat someone, remember who it is. When you return, all your brothers will back you up. Hearing these words, Wu Tian felt both amused and touched. By the time they emerged from the depths of Pangu Hall, not much time had passed. The ancestral Wu, Jin Yuanzi, and Hong Yun had already returned to the Huda Hall. Wu Tian hurried over as well. When he arrived, everyone looked over curiously, and Zhu Rong exclaimed in surprise, how why so fast? Wu Tian replied with a light laugh, big brother just gave me a few reminders. How long could that take? He turned to Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, adding, big brother wants to see you both. The two of them were momentarily stunned, then quickly rushed out. Watching their departing figures, Wu Tian thought to himself, sorry for the trouble this time. He nodded to Xian Ming and Hutu, then smiled at Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, saying, shall we head out? Jin Yuanzi nodded with a gentle smile. Good idea. There's still some time, but since this is the third sermon, it's better to leave early. If anything delays us on the way, it would be troublesome. The group stood, bidding farewell to the remaining ancestral Wu. Hong Yun took the lead, channeling his power to envelop Wu Tian and the others, transforming into a streak of crimson light that shot toward the heavens. As the chaos drew nearer, Wu Tian's anticipation for the third sermon grew. In his heart, he wondered, Hongmeng Purple Chi? The path of severing 3 corpses? I really want to see what it's all about. Everything went smoothly along the way. After all, this wasn't their first time, and everyone was already familiar with the road to Zixiao Palace, making the journey even faster than before. Soon, they entered the palace. Wu Tian walked straight to his seat, nodding at Hao Yin and Yao Qi, the 2 young attendants. Although the 2 of them had arrived early, they were clearly not the earliest. The 3 pure ones were already seated cross-legged on their meditation cushions, eyes closed as if dozing, exuding an air of calm detachment. Only when Wu Tian and the others entered did they slowly open their eyes. Each gaze carried a different meaning, but to Wu Tian, their presence felt even deeper and more profound, as if they had broken through the peak of the Deluo golden immortal realm and reached the quasi-saint level. Wu Tian thought to himself, this just got a lot trickier. He had originally planned, after the third sermon, to use the opportunity presented by the innate gourds to surround the 3 pure ones and seize 2 of the innate 5 elements banners from Taiching and Yuanshi. But now, with the 3 pure ones' power greatly increased, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Still, Wu Tian quickly pulled himself together. No need to overthink it. No matter how strong they are, we have 13 on our side. Big brother and second brother have already broken through, and perhaps the others will follow soon. Once the 12 heavenly gods formation is activated, what can the 3 pure ones do? The more he thought about it, the more at ease he felt, and his confidence returned. The advantage is mine, victory is certain. Not long after, Kunping entered from outside, nodded at Wu Tian, and took his seat. His eyes were fixed on the space ahead, shining with anticipation. Wu Tian had already reminded him, and Kunping's hopes for a seat were stronger than ever. Clearly, he was already imagining the opportunities that might arise after the third sermon. Wu Tian couldn't help but reflect. In the original course of events, Kunping's seat had been taken by Jian and Juanti, causing him to lose the crucial Hongmeng Purple Chi needed for enlightenment. But now, with the intervention of the Wu tribe, Kunping had managed to keep his seat. Would he be able to obtain the Hongmeng Purple Chi this time? If so, wouldn't his chances of becoming a saint increase dramatically? Wu Tian took a deep breath. If Kunping truly achieved sainthood, the impact on the grand course of heaven would be immeasurable, and for Wu Tian himself, it would be even more significant. It would mean that fate wasn't set in stone, and he might have more room to maneuver. With hope rising in his heart, Wu Tian found himself wishing that Kunping would receive the Hongmeng Purple Chi. Xianming had also secured a seat. If Kunping could obtain the Hongmeng Purple Chi, couldn't Xianming as well? Regardless of the outcome, it was best to claim a spot first. As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Tian's eyes brightened, but then dimmed slightly as he sighed. If only Hongjun doesn't change the rules unexpectedly. At that moment, the 4 emperors of the demon clan entered the Zixiao Palace together. Fuxi and Nuwa hadn't changed much, though there was a strange look in Nuwa's eyes, something different about her. She quietly made her way to her seat and sat down. Dijuan and Tai, on the other hand, radiated confidence, a faint smile playing on their lips. The newly crowned demon emperor, Dijuan, seemed even more imposing, his confidence unmistakable. Despite not having a seat, he didn't mind at all. In his heart, he thought, I'm not inferior to any of you. With the fortune of the demon clan behind me, my time may well come. This was the third sermon. If fate allowed, with 4 demon emperors present, even the 3 pure ones might have a chance to compete. As time passed, more figures entered the grand hall, though fewer than in the previous 2 sermons. After the first 2 sessions, cultivation in the Great Desolation flourished more than ever, but conflicts increased as well, and many had perished as a result. Finally, the time arrived. Hongjun Daozu quietly appeared before the hall once again. Everyone looked forward in unison, their faces lighting up with joy as they respectfully welcomed the Dao ancestor. Some of the more perceptive individuals had already started to cheer. Hongjun gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the hall. In that instant, each person felt as if he was looking directly at them, their hearts surging with excitement, unable to hide their emotions. Yet, Hongjun's own feelings were far from calm. Since the second sermon, both the Wu and demon clans had been established. The behavior of the Wu was understandable. Their stubborn nature meant they never respected the heavenly Dao or Hongjun himself. But what surprised him was that the demon clan acted the same way. Hongjun's gaze shifted subtly toward Dijuan, noticing his air of confidence. He found himself pondering their plan to open a new path of cultivation for all sentient beings of the Great Desolation. This only made Hongjun's feelings more complicated. What worried him most, however, was the matter of the seats in the Zixiao Palace. As the third sermon approached, the issue became even more pressing. Did he really have to give the Hongmeng Purple Chi to Xianming and Kunpeng? If he did, what about Jane and Junie? Though he didn't particularly like those two, he owed a great karmic debt to the Western lands, having shattered them before attaining the Tao. If he didn't use this opportunity to settle that debt, how could he ever be free of attachments and advance to a higher realm? But if he didn't give the purple chi to Xianming and Kunping, how could he explain the 7 seats at the front with everyone watching? Xianming could claim the Wu clan had its own destiny and was not aligned with the heavenly Tao, but what about Kunping? With a sigh, Hongjun glanced at Wu Tian. This fellow was really causing him trouble. As soon as Hongjun's eyes fell on him, Wu Tian sensed it immediately. The Hongmeng measuring ruler in his soul glowed with golden light of merit, suppressing his fate and disrupting the flow of destiny. Wu Tian then looked up at Hongjun with an innocent smile, and the aura of the Wu clan instantly surged within him. Hongjun could only shake his head helplessly. Thinking back to the plan had prepared, he finally felt settled and stopped worrying. He spoke slowly. Children, close the doors. Hao Hian and Yao Qi hurried to their feet, struggling to push the massive doors of the Zixiao palace shut. Wu Tian couldn't help but complain to himself. Clearly, Hongjun could have closed the doors with a wave of his hand, or even with a single thought. Why make the two youngsters work so hard? Was it just for show? Or perhaps letting them participate would earn them a share of merit as well? Wu Tian mused over these possibilities. Soon, Hao Ian and Yao Qi finished closing the doors, and only then did Hongjun withdraw his gaze. With everyone watching expectantly, he began calmly. The third sermon begins now. In an instant, Hongjun's aura changed. The power of laws intertwined, myriad paths appeared, and countless visions manifested. The entire Zixiao palace transformed, the power of the heavenly Tao growing even stronger. Then, Hongjun declared, there are 3 paths to attaining the Tao. Happy New Year. The little author has 3 wishes for you. Good health. May all your wishes come true, and may you become rich in the new year. The power of the heavenly Tao grew ever more intense, as if the very breath of the world was gathering strength for some unseen force. The voice of Hongjun Daozu resonated through the Zixiao palace, melodious and far-reaching, echoing like the chime of a celestial bell that penetrated the hearts of all present. Suddenly, heavenly flowers began to fall from above, while radiant golden lotuses bloomed across the ground, each one shining with brilliant light. With these auspicious signs, countless laws and embryonic forms of the great Tao slowly surfaced within the palace, like newly born stars flickering with ancient brilliance. Hongjun Dao's voice followed, vast and overwhelming, striking directly at the spirits of every listener. How does one prove the Tao? How does one achieve the realm of Hunyuan? These were the questions that weighed most heavily on everyone's hearts, the answers they longed for more than anything else. Now, at last, they were being addressed. The highest path is to prove the Tao with strength. Hongjun Daozu spoke simply, yet his words carried immense power. He continued, Pangu Dazenren proved the Tao with strength. But this strength is not tied to any single Tao. Rather, it is the overwhelming power to break through all obstacles and force a path forward. His tone remained calm and serene, yet his words held deep meaning. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian nodded slightly and thought to himself, indeed, as long as one is strong enough, no matter how formidable the shackles of the Tao, they can be shattered with a single blow. No matter how great the difficulties ahead, they can all be overcome. This, then, was what it meant to prove the Tao with strength. Put simply, it was the idea that great power creates miracles. Yet Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Pangu Dazenren was a being of unparalleled greatness, with ambition and resolve unmatched by any other. He sought to ascend in a single leap, to open up heaven and earth and achieve the Tao, to attain Hunyuan in one stroke. But in the end, the oppressive force of chaos was too much. As heaven and earth merged, Pangu's strength was exhausted, and at the moment of his collapse, his body transformed into all things. Even with the most powerful method of proving the Tao through strength, Pangu Dazenren's attempt ultimately ended in failure. Wu Tian was even more curious about this method. Hongjun Dao's brief explanation did not provide a detailed path of cultivation, and instead left countless questions unanswered. Meanwhile, the other listeners reacted in various ways. Many wore troubled expressions. If even Pangu Dazenren could not succeed on this path, how could they hope to do so? They did not seek to open the heavens or achieve the Tao as Pangu did, but simply to attain the Hunyuan realm. Yet after countless years of cultivation, they understood all too well how difficult this path truly was. Some exchanged anxious glances. At that moment, Hongjun Daozu spoke again. The next method is the way of severing the 3 corpses. His voice remained steady, yet carried an unfathomable authority. This method was created by me. Sever the 3 corpses' goodness, evil, and obsession using innate spiritual treasures to manifest them. Once the 3 are united as one, the Tao is proven and Hunyuan is achieved. In essence, the way of severing the 3 corpses is also a form of proving the Tao with strength. Hongjun Dao's gaze swept over everyone present. By severing and cultivating the 3 corpses, one takes an alternative path to reach enlightenment. If oneself cannot attain it, then use 3. Through accumulation, quantity transforms into quality. He paused briefly and continued. Why must one use innate spiritual treasures? Because they contain the undying innate spiritual light, which can effectively carry the goodness, evil, and obsession, allowing for the completion of cultivating the 3 corpses. Once these distractions are removed, the heart of the Tao becomes calmer and closer to the essence of the heavenly Tao. This greatly enhances one's comprehension and progress in cultivation. As Hongjun Daozu explained, Wu Tian was lost in thought. This way of severing the 3 corpses was indeed similar to proving the Tao with strength, but it was more subtle and profound. Perhaps this was the true gateway to Hunyuan. Although he remained curious about Pangu Dazenran's path, the way of severing the 3 corpses seemed more suitable for his current cultivation. Before his words faded, Hongjun Daozu continued. The lowest path is to achieve the Tao through merit. This statement made the atmosphere in the palace even heavier. The path of achieving the Tao through merit does not arise out of nothing. It requires the accumulation of immense merit, relying on the protection and support of the heavenly Taoist laws to forcibly advance to the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. For a moment, everyone in Ziao Palace fell silent. They all understood that if even Pangu Dazenran could not succeed in proving the Tao with strength, there was little hope for them. Achieving the Tao through merit was even more uncertain, as it depended on luck and opportunity, which were impossible to predict or control. Despite their frustration and confusion, the way of severing the 3 corpses began to seem the most promising. After all, Hongjun Daozu himself had achieved the position of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian and become a sage by following this very method. Finally, someone could no longer hold back and asked, "May I ask, Daozu, how does one sever the 3 corpses?" Hongjun Daozu nodded slightly, a calm confidence showing in his expression. Hongjun Daozu was explaining in detail the method of severing the 3 corpses. His voice echoed through the Ziao Palace as he described how to cut off attachments to good and evil, how to entrust these attachments to innate spiritual treasures, and the profound mystery of merging the 3 corpses into one. He emphasized that the stronger the spiritual treasures used to anchor the 3 corpses, the greater the strength one would achieve as a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, but the more powerful the treasures, the harder it would be to merge the 3 corpses in the end. Wu Tian listened with a blank expression, though a trace of doubt flickered in his heart. As far as he knew, the innate treasures used to anchor the 3 corpses should be compatible with each other ideally, a matched set of innate magical artifacts. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to merge the 3 corpses. Yet Hongjun Daozu never mentioned this crucial point. Although he had his doubts, Wu Tian didn't ask any questions since neither he nor the Wu tribe intended to pursue the path of the 3 corpses. Instead, he quietly listened to the intricacies of the method. He understood well that, regardless of the approach, the ultimate goal was to strengthen oneself, to break through the shackles of enlightenment and the barriers of cultivation. He thought to himself, Pangu, being powerful enough, didn't need to sever the 3 corpses. Hongjun Daozu, being somewhat weaker, had to rely on this method to make up the difference. If he could obtain a complete set of innate treasures such as the Chaos Bell, the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, or the Heaven, Earth, and human books, then perhaps the method would be worth considering. But the chances of that happening were exceedingly slim. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Wu Tian's mind. Could he use the 5 innate banners to create 5 avatars and merge them? Or perhaps use the innate yin-yang 5 elements gourds? Or even sever his past, present, and future selves, as in stories from his previous life? But after some thought, he dismissed each possibility in turn. After much deliberation, Wu Tian became even more determined to prove the Tao through his own path. He had already fused the laws of the 12 ancestor witches and absorbed the innate yin-yang and 5 elements laws from the primordial gourd vine, finally reaching a state where all was united as one. If he were to split himself apart again, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? More importantly, he believed that cutting off one's own thoughts and emotions was not the true path. While it might bring one's essence closer to the heavenly Tao and make it easier to comprehend the great Tao, it would ultimately leave hidden dangers. Without emotions, could one still be considered truly oneself? What difference would there be between that and a hollow vessel of the Tao, or a powerful stone? As for the path of becoming a saint through merit, Wu Tian felt no interest at all. He looked up at Hongjun Daozu at the front of Ziao Palace, his gaze deep and unwavering. In his heart, he was convinced that his future lay in gathering countless powers into himself, merging them into one, and holding them under his own control. Why bother with the roundabout method of severing the 3 corpses? Sensing Wu Tian's intense gaze, Hongjun Daozu was about to look his way when Dongwang Gong suddenly spoke up. Daozu, earlier you said that a heavenly Tao saint is always a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, but not every Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal is a saint. Since the method of severing the 3 corpses can lead to enlightenment, how then does one become a heavenly Tao saint? Hong Jun Dais's attention was immediately drawn to the question, and he turned to face the speaker Dong Wang Gong, whom he had personally appointed as the chief of all male immortals. Among everyone present, only Dong Wang Gong, who considered himself closest to Daozu, would begin his question in such a manner. Hong Jun Dais's gaze was calm as he slowly turned to look at Dong Wang Gong. At that moment, Tai Ching, who occupied the first seat in the front row, was deeply absorbed in deducing the method of severing the three corpses. As he reached a critical point and was about to ask a question, he was interrupted by Dong Wang Gong. Though he felt a trace of annoyance, his attention was quickly drawn to Dong Wang Gong's inquiry. A sage's primordial spirit is anchored to the heavenly Tao, granting them immortality. Compared to an ordinary Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, a sage possesses the authority of the Tao, making them vastly superior within the Great Desolation. Who wouldn't desire such an achievement? This thought was shared by everyone present. Some were still contemplating the method of severing the three corpses, while others dared not ask rashly. Now, seeing Dong Wang Gong speak up, all eyes turned to Hong Jun Daozu, full of anticipation. Hong Jun Daozu said indifferently, to become a sage of the heavenly Tao, one must possess the opportunity for enlightenment, the Hongmeng purple qi. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. The Hongmeng purple qi? At that moment, a wisp of Hongmeng purple qi appeared in Hong Jun Daozu's hand, resembling a deep purple ribbon, swirling and floating in the air. It looked both mysterious and profound, existing somewhere between reality and illusion. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's heart leapt finally. The Hongmeng purple qi was mentioned. 7 strands of Hongmeng purple killets. See how you distribute them. Will it be according to the original seating arrangement, or based on the chosen ones of fate? Wu Tian pondered, his gaze fixed intently on Hong Jun Daozu. Hong Jun Daozu spoke again. There are 9 positions for the heavenly Tao sages. The last sage will not appear until the immeasurable calamity of heaven and earth. Therefore, I currently hold 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ziao palace erupted in commotion. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim, and all eyes turned to the 7 seats at the very front. I knew it, those 7 seats weren't so simple, someone said in frustration. Others looked fierce, already considering how to take the Hongmeng purple qi from the 7 in the front row. After sizing up their options, most of their attention landed on Kunping. The 3 pure ones were not to be trifled with. Nuwa was the empress of the demon race, backed by Fushi and the entire demon clan, so she was not an easy target. Xianming and Hutu were even more formidable. No one wanted to risk provoking the Wu tribe. Isolated and alone, Kunping instantly became the focus of everyone's ambition. Countless sharp gazes pierced Kunping, making him feel immense pressure and uneasy in his seat. Yet inside, he was overjoyed. So it was true, Wu Tian hadn't lied to him. He had felt reluctant to part with the innate northern Xianyuan water control banner, but now he had no regrets and was instead grateful to Wu Tian. Wu Tian hadn't spoken up earlier just to secure a seat, but to help him keep the Hongmeng purple qi and this rare chance to become a sage. Kunping couldn't help but want to turn around and give Wu Tian a grateful look, but with so many eyes on him, he stayed put and began to consider how to avoid others' covetous intentions once he obtained the Hongmeng purple qi. Meanwhile, in the back, Hong Yun, who had lost his seat, looked frustrated and sighed. Seeing this, Wu Tian quietly sent him a voice transmission. Haha, Hong Yun, are you regretting it now? Hong Yun quickly denied it. Wu Tian, don't be ridiculous. Hong Yun gazed at his lost seat, a swirl of emotions rising within him. The phrase, if I gain it, it's my fortune. If I lose it, it's my fate, echoed in his mind. Since he had already yielded the spot to Xianming, he could only accept reality. Yet, recalling his earlier hesitation, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only he had been more resolute. Would things have turned out differently? But soon, a sense of clarity washed over him. Even if the Wu tribe had managed to keep the seat, both he and Xinyuanzi might not have emerged unscathed. Understanding this, Hong Yun suddenly felt at ease. The frustration faded from his face, replaced by newfound determination. In his heart, he vowed, the Tao is for those who strive. I must never be so indecisive again. In stark contrast to Hong Yun's relief, Jane and Juanti were filled with bitterness. The same thought echoed in their minds. I knew there was a great opportunity tied to this seat. If not for the Wu tribe, how could my brother and I have missed out on the Hongmeng purple qi, losing our chance at sainthood? Originally wary of the Wu tribe, the two found their resentment growing after witnessing the Hongmeng purple qi. Juanti, in particular, was seething with anger, his gaze sharp as a blade as he glared at Wu Tian. Wu Tian, meanwhile, was observing the changing expressions in Ziao Palace with great interest, silently wondering how Hong Jun Daozu would handle the issue of the seats. Suddenly, he felt a hostile stare and turned to find it was Juanti. Instead of being angered, he found it absurd and almost laughable. Do these brothers really consider Hong Yun and Kunping's seats as rightfully theirs? Ridiculous. Wu Tian sneered inwardly. Disrespect me, will you? Just wait till I'll have my brothers teach you a lesson. If we don't make you regret that glare, my eldest brother isn't worthy of being the ancestor of space. When Juanti met Wu Tian's cold smile, a chill ran down his spine. Sensing trouble, he quickly averted his eyes and fell silent. At this moment, after a brief pause following his previous words, Daozu Hongjun took in everyone's reactions. He deliberately glanced at Xianming and Hutu, noticing their calm indifference toward the Hongmeng purple qi. A thoughtful look flickered in his deep eyes before he announced, "There are 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi. Among my disciples, there shall be 6 sages." The crowd's eyes widened in shock. 7 strands of purple qi, but only 6 sages? That didn't match the 7 seats in the front row. Instantly, all eyes turned to Xianming and Hutu, and realization dawned: the ancestor witches only revered Pangu. How could they accept Hongjun as their master? This meant that even those without a seat in the front row might receive a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. With this thought, hope reignited in the hearts of those in the back who had already resigned themselves to missing out. Dong Wenggong was so excited he trembled all over. With the Wu tribe excluded, there are still 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi left. Surely, they're meant for me. He felt secretly pleased, convinced that choosing to cultivate the immortal Tao had been the right move. As the foremost male immortal personally appointed by Hongjun, spreading the teachings of the immortal Tao, how could he not receive a Hongmeng purple qi? Even Zhuangmu was taken aback, casting a glance at the visibly excited Dong Wenggong and thinking to herself, was I wrong about him? Could I actually have a chance at the Hongmeng purple qi as well? Shi Wangmu quickly realized she had misjudged the situation. In the Zixiao Palace, the Taoist patriarch Hongjun completely ignored the eager gaze from Dong Wenggong, instead turning his attention to the 3 pure ones. With a voice full of authority and dignity, he declared, "The 3 pure ones and I share a bond as master and disciples. Are you willing to join the Tao and become my personal disciples?" Faced with such a tremendous opportunity, how could the 3 pure ones hesitate? To waver at this moment would not only show disrespect for the heavenly position, but also be an affront to the pursuit of enlightenment. The 3 of them immediately broke into joyful smiles, knelt down, and bowed deeply. "We greet our teacher," they said in unison. A smile finally appeared on Hongjun's face. After the 3 pure ones completed the formal rites and established their relationship as master and disciples, their destinies became intertwined. He then spoke gently, "There's no need for further ceremony." With a wave of his hand, 3 strands of primordial purple qi shot out, each entering the spiritual consciousness of one of the 3 pure ones, reaching deep into their souls. A surge of energy exploded within them, filling their bodies with purple qi and endless mysteries of the Tao. Their connection to the heavenly way grew even deeper. Yet this was only the beginning. As the others looked on enviously, Hongjun bestowed powerful treasures upon each of the 3. Taiching received the Taiji diagram. Yuanshi was given the Pangu banner, both treasures forged from the back and blade of the legendary Pangu axe, respectively. Along with the chaos bell held by Tai, these were renowned as the 3 greatest treasures from the beginning of the world. By rights, the chaos bell should have belonged to Tian, which would have completed the triad of Pangu's split soul. For some unknown reason, however, the chaos bell had ended up in Tai's hands. Seeing Taiching and Yuanshi each receive one of the supreme treasures, Tong Tian could not hide the anticipation in his eyes. At that moment, Hongjun produced a vast and mysterious formation, with 4 fierce immortal swords standing at the 4 corners and a grayish formation diagram suspended above them. The entire array looked like a world forged from sword energy. "This is the immortal slaying sword formation," announced Hongjun. "It was originally created by the demon ancestor Lihu, but after his defeat, it came into my possession. Tongtian, today I grant you this treasure." Before he finished, Hongjun added, "This formation can only be broken by 4 saints working together." At these words, surprise gave way to shock among those present. Only 4 saints together could break it? That meant if Tongtian fully mastered this formation, he would be second only to Hongjun himself. Tongtian could barely conceal the joy in his eyes. The disappointment of not obtaining the supreme treasure of creation was instantly swept away by the words, "Only the 4 saints can break it." All his frustration and doubts vanished like the wind. Tongshan's heart surged with excitement and joy. After all, he had always been exceptionally gifted, mastering both the way of the sword and the way of formations. In his early years atop Kunlun Mountain, he and the other 3 of the Sanqing encountered the 24-grade creation green lotus. After it split, the treasure that fell into his hands was the Qingping sword, which was perfectly attuned to his own Tao. What delighted Tongtian even more was that he possessed another treasure, a heavenly flower banner, a supreme artifact for controlling formations, renowned for its immense power. With both treasures in his grasp, the immortal slaying sword formation became the perfect union of his 2 great paths. Swordsmanship and formations complemented each other seamlessly. For him, this formation seemed tailor-made. How could he not rejoice? Overwhelmed with excitement, he promptly accepted the immortal slaying sword formation, personally bestowed by the Taoist patriarch Hongjun, and expressed his deep gratitude. Thank you, master. Hongjun smiled kindly and nodded. No need for such formality. After the Sanqing became Hongjun's personal disciples, not only did they receive the primordial purple qi, but also such powerful spiritual treasures. Instantly, countless envious gazes fell upon them. Everyone imagined how marvelous it would be to obtain such fortune. Even the proud and arrogant demon emperor Dijuan couldn't help but wonder to himself, should I also join the Taoist sect? But only Wuxian's state of mind was different. Knowing what the future held, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw Tian receive the immortal slaying sword formation. Alas, the seeds of the great calamity of the investiture of the gods have been sown. He understood that the origin of this formation was anything but simple. It was forged by the demon ancestor Lahu, and the four swords within the formation, along with the means to control it, were connected to the Western ley lines. This would inevitably create a deep karmic bond with the Western world. Using this formation to suppress luck would only invite disaster, leading to countless complications in the future calamity. He knew there was no escaping this karma. The 3,000 disciples of the Jie sect, taken away by Zhuandi, would eventually be converted to the Western world, repaying this very debt. Yet now, who could foresee this? Who would even consider it? Even if Tong Tian sensed the hidden dangers, there was no way he would give up such a powerful treasure. Hongjun's words, only the four saints can break, if had already left a deep impression on everyone's mind. Who would dare underestimate its power? Even Wu Tian himself had no reason to warn Tong Tian. Just as Wu Tian was lost in thought, feeling uneasy, Hongjun's gaze suddenly shifted to Nuwa. He smiled gently and spoke in a calm tone. Nuwa, you are destined for great fortune and will have the chance to become a saint. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? Without hesitation, Nuwa nodded eagerly. I am willing, master. Standing nearby, Fushi was overjoyed. He had given up his own opportunity and had steadfastly supported Nuwa. Now, the moment he had waited for had finally arrived, and all his efforts seemed worthwhile. After Nuwa became Hongjun's disciple, she immediately received the primordial purple qi and a host of innate treasures. Brilliant innate spiritual light shone, illuminating the Ziao palace so brightly that others could hardly look directly at her. Among all the treasures, the most powerful were the creation cauldron, the innate red silk ball, and the map of rivers and mountains, each possessing unique powers. Nuwa's acceptance as Hongjun's disciple was not just her personal good fortunite, was also a sign of the destiny that would shape the future of the Great Desolation. The one now occupying Hongyun's original seat was Xianming. As one of the ancestral witches, her expression remained calm, but inwardly she had already made up her mind. If the Taoist ancestor Hongjun spoke to her, she would refuse without hesitation. We are the blood descendants of the Father God, she thought. Our lineage has its own path, why should we acknowledge anyone else as our master? At that moment, Xianming felt a sense of dissatisfaction and disdain toward the three pure ones. After all, they were born from the Father God's split primordial spirit, sharing the same orthodox Pangu heritage as the witches. How could they lower themselves before Hongjun for the sake of the Hongmeng purple qi? That would be a disgrace to the Father God. However, Xianming never got the chance to refuse Hongjun. Everyone knows the most effective way to reject someone is to beat them to it. Hongjun employed the same tactic. His gaze shifted from Xianming to Hutu, and after a brief pause, he said calmly, you two have no connection to my Dao sect. In other words, they were not destined for the Hongmeng purple qi. With that, Hongjun looked deeply at Hutu and added, the ancestral witches have their own fate. Hongjun had chosen his words deliberately. Since he had no intention of granting the Hongmeng purple qi to Xianming and Hutu, he couldn't single out Hutu and claim she had some great destiny ahead, destined to attain the Dao. In his mind, Hongjun was focused on correcting the flaws in the course of the heavenly Dao, searching for excuses to steer fate back in his favor. Yet he overlooked one crucial detail. As a saint of the heavenly Dao, especially while preaching in the Ziao palace, his words and actions resonated with the Dao itself. As soon as he spoke, the heavenly Dao responded at once. As for Hutu, it was of little consequence. In the future, she would create the Underworld, become the embodiment of reincarnation, and take charge of the earthly Dao, without much direct connection to the heavenly Dao. But Xianming was different. With the surge of the heavenly Dao's power, her fate and destiny were thrown into turmoil in an instant. Xianming was filled with astonishment. She hadn't paid much attention to what Hongjun Daozu had just said. What was so special about the Hongmeng purple qi? After all, if she didn't get it, so be it. But to her surprise, as soon as his words fell, the meditation cushion beneath her began to stir. Countless streams of heavenly Dao power surged toward her like a tide. The laws most closely connected to Xianming swiftly imprinted themselves onto her primordial spirit. Outside the Ziao palace, across the vast wilderness, the divine manifestation of Xuanmingans established at the founding of her clan suddenly appeared. Towering and magnificent, it radiated endless divine light. The power within the manifestation surged, resonating intensely with Xianming herself. As the northern god, the deity of ice, snow, and winter, Xuanming's fortune was already at its peak, but now it soared even higher, and her divine manifestation became more solid than ever. At the same time, her primordial spirit grew rapidly in strength. In just a short time, her spirit advanced directly to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. With the blessing of the heavenly Tao, all previous barriers and physical limitations seemed to vanish completely. Once her aura stabilized at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, Xianming no longer needed to worry about the corrosive energy of her body, even without the protection of innate treasures. During this process, the innate restrictions within the Northern Xianyuan water control banner were also completely refined, merging seamlessly with her primordial spirit. With a thunderous surge, Xuanming's aura intensified, and behind her, a vision appeared in expanse as dark and profound as the deep night. Hongjun Daozu was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood the cause and effect. A sense of regret welled up in his heart. He had only intended to withhold the Hongmeng purple qi from Xianming, but to his surprise, the excuse head given had instead created a great opportunity for her. The workings of karma were indeed mysterious. Hongjun Daozu sighed inwardly, his gaze flickering as he looked toward Xianming, whose aura was still in flux. Inside the Zixiao Palace, exclamations of shock rang out one after another. At this moment, Xuanming's primordial spirit was fully revealed, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. How could this be? Weren't the Wu clan supposed to be incapable of cultivating a primordial spirit? How had Xianming managed to do so, and even directly advance to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm? Even after the third sermon, many within the palace were still stuck at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. How could they not be shocked and envious? Seeing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself that, even though Hong Jun had played his tricks and hadn't distributed the Hongmeng purple qi according to the seating order, this unexpected opportunity was more than enough. The seat hadn't gone to waste after all. After a moment, Xuanming's aura gradually subsided. Her expression was still cool and calm, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. She couldn't help but glance back at Wu Tian, her gaze filled with gratitude. Indeed, Xianming didn't thank Hong Jun at all. Instead, she felt that everything she had gained was thanks to Wu Tian. Without him, would she have been able to cultivate a primordial spirit? Would she have gotten this seat? Wu Tian responded with a gentle smile. Their subtle exchange didn't escape Hong Jun Daeus' notice, and he grew even more suspicious. However, he gave up trying to probe into Wu Tian's origins, knowing that with the Hongmeng ruler protecting him, Wu Tian's secrets would not be easily revealed. Hongjun Daozu turned his gaze to Hutu. Seeing that she showed no unusual changes, his brows relaxed slightly. This was within expectations. After all, Hutu's fortune did not come from the heavenly Tao. Although Hutu was surprised that she had not broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm like Xianming, she felt no disappointment at all. Next, Daeus' gaze shifted to the sixth seat, where Kunpeng sat. The slight hesitation on Daeus' face made Kunpeng's heart clench, and a sense of dread welled up inside him. Without waiting for Daozu to speak, Kunpeng quickly bowed low and pleaded, I, Kunpeng, am willing to join the Xianmen. Daozu let out a soft sigh. Kunpeng, you and I are not destined to have a master-disciple bond. This statement struck Kunpeng like a bolt from the blue. He looked up in disbelief at Daozu, his thoughts in turmoil. Why could everyone else who obtained a seat enter the Xianmen and receive the Hongmeng purple qi, yet he alone was denied? If that was the case, why was the seventh seat even set up? The Zixiao Palace immediately erupted in an uproar. Everyone had assumed that the seats were connected to the Hongmeng purple qi. It was understandable that the two ancestral witches did not receive it, but now even Kunpeng was personally denied by Daozu. Seizing the opportunity, Jane and Juanti exchanged glances and immediately knelt before Daozu. We beg Daozu to show mercy and accept us into the Xianmen. The other cultivators quickly followed suit, especially Dong Wanggong, whose eyes sparkled with hope. Even the usually proud Dijuan and Tai were moved by the prospect of the Hongmeng purple qi. As the situation unfolded, Kunpeng grew even more desperate, repeatedly bowing and begging. Daozu looked troubled, as if torn by an inner conflict. At that moment, Yuanshi suddenly turned his head and gave Kunpeng a cold stare. Since Master has already said you are not fated to be his disciple, why keep pestering him? Creatures like you, born from eggs and covered in scales, are in no position to be our fellow disciples. The moment these words were spoken, the Zixiao Palace fell silent. Those like Dijuan and Tai, who had been hesitating about seeking this opportunity, now looked at Yuanshi with icy expressions. Kunpeng's face went from pale to flushed with shame and anger, barely able to contain his fury towards Yuanshi. Standing to the side, Wu Tian was secretly astonished. He had thought his actions would change the course of the seating, but this classic scene was now playing out right before his eyes. Unfortunately, Kunpeng failed to show the courage one might expect. In this regard, he fell short even when compared to Hong Yun, who always appeared gentle and was often underestimated. Back when Hong Yun was ambushed and his Hongmeng purple chi was stolen, he still chose to self-destruct his primordial spirit without hesitation, allowing his true soul to be shattered. Yet at this moment, Kunpeng could not bring himself to make such a decisive move. His gaze shifted restlessly between the three pure ones, his expression constantly changing. The whispers and curious glances from others in the Ziao palace only deepened his sense of humiliation. Watching this unfold, Wu Tian could only sigh inwardly. Heaven helps those who help themselves. The strong only grow stronger through self-reliance. Even now, at such a critical juncture, Kunpeng was still hesitating, still dreaming about the Hongmeng purple chi, still afraid of offending Yuanshi or angering Hongjun. The Wu tribe had never feared the three pure ones, and Wu Tian, owing to his karmic ties with the northern Xinyuan water control banner, was willing to stand up for Kunpeng. But Kunpeng needed to speak up first. Under Wushan's intense gaze, Kunpeng seemed to sense something. Xianming and Hutu also turned to look at him, their eyes deep and unreadable. Feeling the expectation and support of those around him, Kunpeng finally, after much inner struggle, gritted his teeth and spoke. So what if I was born from an egg? So what if I have scales and horns? Yuanshi, you pride yourself on being the true heir of Pangu, but after Pangu opened the heavens, he became all things. In this vast wilderness, who among us does not benefit from Pangu's legacy? Whose true spirit does not bear the mark of Pangu? Though his words lacked some confidence, to rebuke Yuanshi face to face was already a considerable step forward. And he was right, though there were countless races and origins in the primordial world. Once anyone left the wilderness and ventured into chaos, all living beings were known by a single name, the Pangu clan. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuanshi's face. He hadn't expected Kunpeng to stand up to him and immediately grew cold. Seeing that Hongjun the Tao ancestor made no move to intervene, Yuanshi felt further emboldened, becoming even more arrogant. He was about to sneer you? Are you even worthy of mentioning Pangu's name? Before he could speak, Xuanming's cool and clear voice rang out in Ziao Palace. Yuanshi, upholding the legacy of Pangu is our duty to the primordial world. Our father's blessings are profound, but they are not for you to use as a pretext to claim the Hongmeng purple chi for yourself, nor as an excuse to throw your weight around and treat others as nothing. Yuanshi's expression froze, then darkened. He had not expected Xianming to speak up for Kunpeng at this moment. This act of support was partly due to the northern Xinyuan water control banner, but also because Xianming could no longer tolerate the actions of the three pure ones, especially their willingness to bow before Hongjun for the sake of the Hongmeng purple chi. Why would someone from the true Pangu lineage want to become a disciple of Hongjun? Yuanshi felt a wave of embarrassment. If anyone else had said this, he might have just felt a bit annoyed and silently endured it. But the one speaking now was a Zhu Wua being had always looked down upon. To make matters worse, what Xianming said actually made sense. Her words hit the nail on the head, and Yuanshi found himself unable to retort, his face darkening as anger and shame intertwined within him. As the old saying goes, a lie may fool people for a while, but the truth is a blade that cuts straight to the heart. The Wu tribe had always been proud and defiant, never bowing to the three pure ones. They acknowledged only Father Pangu. Even when the Hongmeng purple chi and the position of sage illuminated everything, the Zhu Wu remained unmoved, cold, and resolute. In contrast, when the three pure ones saw the arrival of the Hongmeng purple chi and the sage's seat, they worshipped without hesitation. Their genuine obedience stood in stark contrast to the Wu tribe's rebellious spirit. Yuanshi's mood sank even further, his shame and anger growing more obvious. At that moment, Kunpeng was briefly stunned, but then overjoyed. As expected, the Wu tribe had stepped in for him at a crucial moment. He had felt some regret about giving up the northern Xinyuan water control banner, but now he felt nothing but delight. Without that innate treasure, would Xianming have stepped in to help him? The Wu tribe had proven themselves capable of such a bold move, striking directly at Yuanshi's pride. Kunpeng seethed inside. Aren't you just relying on your numbers and strength? There are more of you three pure ones, so I can't afford to offend you. But let's see how you compare to the Wu tribe. With that, he looked at Xianming with sincere gratitude. Faced with the Zhu Wu who spoke so directly in front of everyone, Kunpeng's frustration and embarrassment vanished, replaced by a sense of relief. The other listeners within Ziao Palace were stunned, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before them. No one had expected Xianming, usually seen as blunt and impulsive, to say something that left Yuanshi utterly humiliated. No one had imagined the Wu tribe would so firmly stand up for Kunpeng at this moment. Although the Wu tribe was often feared and even ostracized by other groups, they had genuinely worked to bring stability to the world, dispelling evil energies and purifying the land was no empty slogan. Just then, Di Jun's eyes lit up. After a brief silence, he spoke up. The Zhu Wu Xianming speaks true. Are those born with scales, horns, feathers, or from eggs not living beings of this world? Are we doomed to be inferior, abandoned by the heavenly Tao? Di Jun's voice rang out powerfully, resonating with everyone present. Many within the demon race are such beings. Our ancestors founded the demon race to create a path for all living things in this world. Should we be despised and treated as lesser beings by the heavenly Tao? Jun's words struck a chord. As his voice faded, listeners previously silenced and resentful under Yuanxi's words began to show their discontent and started whispering among themselves. Many found themselves reconsidering, wondering if they should join the demon race. Jun glanced around at the crowd, noting their reactions with a satisfied nod. But soon, his gaze settled on Yuanshi, sharp and penetrating. The Wu tribe is not afraid of you, and neither is the demon race. Wu Tian, watching Jun from the side, couldn't help but feel impressed. So this is the demon emperor? At a critical moment, not only does he speak up for his own kind, but he also skillfully steers everyone's thoughts. Truly cunning and perceptive. Unexpectedly, the Wu and demon races joined forces in this moment, standing together against Yuanxi's oppression. Seeing the situation unfold, Wu Tian grew instantly excited. A war between the Wu and the demons against the three pure ones? The Wu and demon armies besieging Mount Kunlun? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, each one fueling his excitement and making his gaze burn even brighter. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, fixing his intense stare on Jun, sensing Wu Tian's fiery look, turned back in confusion. Their eyes met, and in that instant, a silent understanding passed between them. Words were unnecessary. Wu Tian's excitement was immediately clear to Jun. Joining forces to confront Yuan might be a path they had never considered before. Wu Tian, who had always seen through the great tides of fate, couldn't help but feel a rush of exhilaration at this new possibility. He was even curious as to why Jun was stepping forward at this moment. Wasn't he afraid of offending Hongjun? Wasn't he worried about losing his chance at the Chaos Purple Chi? In truth, Jun understood the situation well. Everyone had always believed that the 7 seats in front of Ziao Palace were destined for the recipients of the Chaos Purple Chi, but reality had proven otherwise. The Wu tribe had been denied the opportunity, and Kunping had failed to receive the Purple Chi as well. These changes clearly went against the will of Taoist Hongjun. So could Jun, the demon emperor, escape such a fate? Jun smiled bitterly to himself. If he had chosen the path of immortality, perhaps he could have joined the Xianmin and received the Chaos Purple Chi. But ever since he had established the demon path for all living beings in the primordial world, such an opportunity was no longer possible. But why was Niwa able to join the Xianmin? Did she truly have some unfathomable fortune? Jun pondered quietly, his heart a mix of confusion and anxiety. He didn't respond to Wu Tian's eager gaze. He knew that stepping forward now was not just about winning over the listeners in Ziao Palace, but also because Yuan's words had deeply offended him. It was a blatant insult to the demon clan. If he didn't stand up, where would the dignity of the demons be? What would become of the authority of the demon emperor? However, facing the 3 pure ones, who were about to become saints of heaven, he did not wish for open conflict. Of course, if Yuan kept pressing the issue, why should the demon clan fear him? Jun thought silently. At that moment, Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. The barrage of words from Kunpeng, Xianming, and Jun had gradually put him on the defensive. Where once he had been proud to join the Xianmin and receive the Chaos Purple Chi, he now faced unprecedented humiliation, and almost no one paid attention to his former authority. They're not afraid of me at all, Yuan cursed inwardly. Jun, do you want to become my enemy as well? Yuan spat out the words through clenched teeth, glaring coldly at Jun. Jun's face darkened instantly, his aura turning sharp as he locked eyes with Yuan. Meanwhile, Wu Tian watched the escalating tension with undisguised delight and anticipation, as if he could already see the coming conflict, his heart filled with satisfaction. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, Taoist Hongjun, seated in Ziao Palace, finally spoke. Enough. This matter ends here. A tremendous wave of energy swept through the palace, instantly suppressing the tension. The auras that Jun, Yuan and the others had just released vanished like bubbles, and the tense atmosphere dissolved completely. Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh to himself. What a pity. But almost immediately, he felt a renewed thrill at the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. In his heart, he mused that although the conflict in Ziao Palace had been suppressed, the seeds had been sown, and might spark even greater turmoil in the future. Who could say Yuan would let this go? He would surely not easily swallow this humiliation. Although Taoist Hongjun had forcibly quelled the conflict, everyone in Ziao Palace wore looks of resentment. Yet no one dared to start a new dispute at this moment. The overwhelming presence of Taoist Hongjun was still enough to keep everyone in check. Hongjun Daozu fixed his gaze on Kunpeng, his tone calm, yet resolute. Kunpeng, you truly have no connection with my Xianmen. Kunpeng nodded silently, no longer pleading as desperately as before. After the humiliation from Yuan he was unwilling to lower himself further. Yet beneath his calm exterior, his heart churned like stormy seas. Inside Zixiao Palace, suffocating silence spread as Hongjun Dais's decision echoed through the hall. Everyone's expressions shifted, their minds filled with conflicting thoughts. Yuanqi's words still lingered in the air, though some longed for the Hongmeng purple qi. None dared to step forward to beg the Daozu at this moment. Meanwhile, the eyes of Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu grew brighter. As the leaders of all male and female immortals, they had made great contributions to the spread of the immortal Dao and believed themselves closely tied to Xianmen. With 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi remaining, they secretly hoped for this opportunity. Others in the hall cast envious glances their way, making Dongwang Gong appear even more radiant. At that moment, the brothers Jane and Zhuanti suddenly knelt and bowed to Daozu again, tears streaming down his face. Zhuanti spoke of the hardships of the Western world: dense evil energy, broken earth veins, and sparse living beings. He solemnly promised that if he could attain the Tao and become a saint, he would devote himself to teaching and transforming all beings of the West, making up for its shortcomings. His words drew everyone's attention. Some secretly marveled at Zuni's wisdom, seeing that he understood the key point: the karmic connection between the Western world and Daozu. Hongjun Daozu was silent for a long time before finally nodding slightly. Very well. Your sincerity is commendable. Though the path you cultivate differs from Xianmen, I will accept you as registered disciples. With a wave of his hand, he released 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi, which drifted toward the overjoyed Jane and Zhuanti. This scene caused Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu's faces to darken. Wise figures like Dijuan immediately saw through the deeper meaning Dais's actions were in response to the karmic ties of the West. Watching it all unfold, Kunpeng sighed inwardly. Heaven's way may be impartial, but Daozu is not. Even so, they could still see through the intentions of Hongjun Daozu. They realized that the Hongmeng purple qi was his way of resolving his own karma. But what could they do about it? Could anyone really stand up and denounce him in anger? Aside from Kunpeng Ho had a seat, but failed to obtain the Hongmeng purple Kivan Dongwanggong, found it hard to accept. He could barely contain his frustration. Daozu, I was the first to convert to the path of immortality. I even planned to establish the celestial court, promote the teachings of the immortal Dao, and strengthen its destiny. Yet in the end, am not even considered a member of the Xianmen. So what does that make me? A joke? A clown? Dongwanggong's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Yet from beginning to end, Hongjun Daozu never spared him a glance, as if he had completely forgotten about the so-called leader of the male immortals. Jane and Zhuanti, on the other hand, were overjoyed as they put away their Hongmeng purple qi. Zhuanti's expression shifted, and once again he began to complain to Hongjun Daozu. The West is barren. There are so few spiritual treasures. If we want to achieve enlightenment and take the path of slaying the 3 corpses, we naturally need innate treasures, but the 2 of us from the West are truly lacking in this regard. Otherwise, Zhuanti wouldn't have reforged the Bodhi tree into the 7 treasures wonderful tree, a true waste of its potential. Once again, his tears had their effect. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun Daozu bestowed treasures upon them. The most eye-catching of these was the 12-ranked Merit Golden Lotus, which went to Jane. As for the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, one of the 5 innate flags, it was given to Zhuanti. The rest of the treasures were rather unremarkable. After all, registered disciples were not the same as personal disciples. Most people kept their eyes fixed on the 12-ranked Merit Golden Lotus, their gazes full of envy. But Wu Tian, Xinming, and Hotu all focused their attention on Zhuanti. At that moment, Zhuanti seemed to sense something. He turned his eyes toward Wu Tian, a faint smile and a trace of disdain on his lips, as if to say, so what if you Wu clan forced your way in and cost us our seats? In the end, didn't the Hongmeng purple qi still end up with us? What is this called? This is called the mandate of heaven. Zundi's expression grew even more smug. Wu Tian, however, simply smiled and let out a quiet chuckle, not at all angered by Zuni's attitude. Why should he be upset? After all, Zuni would have to use the innate 5-direction flag as compensation. With the disciples of Xianmen now chosen, and the 6 strands of Hongmeng purple qi distributed, only one remained. After bestowing treasures upon Jane and Zhuanti, Hongjun Daozu paused for a moment. With a gentle flip of his hand, he held the last strand of Hongmeng purple qi above his palm and spoke calmly to everyone. The final Hongmeng purple qi has no predetermined owner. It shall go to whoever is fated to receive it. With that, he flicked his wrist. In a flash, a brilliant purple light shot out, soaring toward the main hall of the Zixiao Palace. As previously mentioned, the Zixiao Palace contained its own space, and the area where everyone stood was itself a mysterious realm. The Hongmeng purple qi floated high above, like a purple star, bathing the Zixiao Palace in a shimmering violet glow and drawing everyone's attention. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of magical power erupting echoed through the hall as countless streams of mystical light shot toward the sky. After a brief moment of shock, everyone sprang into action without hesitation, fated to receive it, but no one here was a child. Everyone understood that in the primordial world, fate was determined by strength by one's own power. Inside the Zixiao Palace, the battle for the final strand of Hongmeng purple qi grew ever fiercer. Even those like the three purities, who had already obtained their share, joined in the struggle, each thinking that if they could seize another strand, it would be a valuable gift for their disciples in the future. Countless beams of mystical light intertwined and clashed in the palace's vast expanse, while powerful magic and profound laws surged, sending the Hongmeng purple qi drifting unpredictably through the air. Ancestor Hongjun watched it all with a calm expression, seemingly uninterested in intervening. Suddenly, Hongjun's expression changed dramatically, and his aura erupted in an instant. Everyone paused in surprise, turning to look at him in confusion. In the next moment, they too sensed something was wrong. The power of heaven within Zixiao Palace had become more chaotic than ever before, and the endless visions behind the Taoist ancestor trembled violently, growing increasingly blurred. Hongjun's eyes grew deep and distant as he stared into the place where heaven's power was most concentrated, a flicker of disbelief flashing across his gaze. At that moment, Wu Tian felt the 2 drops of ancestral witch blood within him suddenly turn scorching hot, pulsing violently as they released mysterious marks into the void. He instantly understood. His elder brothers, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, had taken action. After achieving the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, they had chosen this moment while the Taoist ancestor Lecturetto seeked the future of the witch tribe. Sensing that Hanjun was about to act, Wu Tian quickly called out to Xianming and Hudu, "Let's join in and fight for the Hongmeng Purple Qi too." Although the witch tribe had little interest in this treasure, the two responded without hesitation. The other cultivators quickly realized what was at stake. Whatever strange changes had occurred with heaven, the most urgent task was still to seize the final strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi. To create a greater distraction, Wu Tian summoned the Hongmeng measuring ruler and struck fiercely at the Purple Qi. The ruler's overwhelming power nearly tore apart the small world within Zixiao Palace, sending the Hongmeng Purple Qi flying in a particular direction. Frowning, Hongjun turned and, with a thought, mended the rifts in space. But in that brief moment, he lost his sense of the changes in heaven's order. At that time, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi were working together, channeling the power of the 4 symbols to capture the purple qi. To their surprise, after Wu Tian's strike, the qi shot directly toward Hongyun. Without hesitation, Hongyun absorbed it into his body, and after confirming it was safe, burst out laughing. "Huh. Thank you, brother Wu Tian." The others were stunned, glancing at the triumphant Hongyun and then at Wu Tian, unable to help but grumble inwardly. Wu Tian hadn't expected his casual attack to hand Hongyun such a great opportunity, but his mind was still on the strange sensations within his body. Hidden beneath the golden light of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the anomaly of the ancestral witch blood was now concealed. He wondered silently to himself. Had his brothers glimpsed the witch tribe's future, or discovered the truth behind the calamity of the witches and demons? At this moment, the chaos within the heavenly Tao grew even more intense. Yet, Hongjun Laozu had missed a rare opportunity. The surging ripple vanished in an instant. He could only suppress his shock and shift his gaze to Hongyun, who had just obtained the last wisp of the primal purple qi. Hongyun was overwhelmed with excitement, but as that feeling rose, hesitation gradually appeared on his face. His expression became increasingly conflicted, and his emotions began to surge. After Sanqing and Nuwa had claimed their share of the primal purple qi, Hongyun's regret only deepened. He chastised himself, thinking, if only I had persisted a bit longer, could I have received a wisp of the purple qi as well? But after witnessing Kunpeng's misfortune and Yuanqi's mocking words, a sense of relief unexpectedly welled up within him. Like everyone else, he gradually realized that the allocation of the primal purple qi was not simply based on one seat. Since the purple qi was in Hongjun's hands, it would naturally be given according to his wishes. The heavenly Tao might be impartial, but the sages who embodied it certainly were not. For the sake of their own fortune, or even to break through to higher realms, Hongjun would surely choose those most beneficial to himself. Hongyun couldn't help but wonder, am I someone Hongjun would favor? Hongyun pondered in silence for a while, then finally let out a bitter smile. People often said that he and Xinyuanzi were the nice guys of the primordial world, but deep down, he knew that this label was often used half-jokingly. Thinking of this, he became even more aware that, if it hadn't been for Wuxian's intervention, he probably never would have obtained this final wisp of primal purple qi. After a moment, embarrassment and hesitation appeared on Hongyun's face. He turned to Wu Tian, his gaze full of reluctance, yet firm resolve. Brother Wu Tian, this primal purple qi should be returned to you. With that, he prepared to hand the purple qi back. Lost in thought, Wu Tian was startled by this gesture. He quickly snapped back to reality and looked at Hongyun with a faint smile. Brother Hongyun, this isn't just any primal purple kite's the chance to become a saint. Are you really willing to give it up so easily? Hearing this, all hesitation vanished from Hongyun's face. His voice grew righteous. That's not right. If you hadn't used the primal measuring ruler to help me, how How could I have obtained the purple chi? Now, the purple chi should return to its rightful owner. Wu Tian couldn't help but show a look of surprise and admiration. To make such a decision in the face of such a rare and tempting opportunity spoke volumes about Hong Yun's character. Yet, he also knew that in the primordial world, someone with Hong Yun's disposition was at a disadvantage. According to the original trajectory of fate, Hong Yun had once lost his fortune for the purple chi by giving up his seat, and later missed another chance at the final wisp. In the end, having exhausted his luck, he lost what should have been his, and was ambushed by Kunping and Mingyi on his way back to Huiyun Cave, dying tragically on the road. A sudden thought flashed through Wushan's mind. Given the current circumstances, the ownership of the primal purple chi was no longer determined by seating order. So, could it be that Hong Yun's fortune had not yet been exhausted? If that's really the case, doesn't it mean Hong Yun's fate has already changed? He no longer has to die, have his Tao destroyed, or his true spirit shattered as he did in the original course of events. As this thought crossed Wu Tian's mind, his eyes lit up, though he still wasn't entirely sure. After a brief moment of contemplation, he didn't refuse Hong Yun's offer of the Hongmeng purple chi. Instead, he smiled and said, "Let's do this. You keep the Hongmeng purple chi for now. Think of it as something the few of us obtain together, a treasure we all share. Whether it's Brother Jin Yuan, my two sisters, or anyone else, we can all study it. Whoever can fully comprehend its mysteries, then the Hongmeng purple chi will belong to them." Since they were now friends with Hong Yun, Wu Tian naturally wanted to help change his tragic fate. With this arrangement, even if the symbolic meaning of the front row seat didn't change, sharing the Hongmeng purple chi among more people could help Hong Yun save some of his fortune and luck, possibly sparing him from ending up as little more than a shattered soul fragment in his next life. After making this suggestion, Wu Tian smiled and asked, "Brother Hong Yun, what do you think?" Hong Yun had no reason to refuse and immediately nodded, the smile in his eyes growing even brighter. Zhen Yuanzi, however, looked a bit embarrassed and said, "But I didn't really do anything earlier. How am I qualified to study the Hongmeng purple chi?" Wu Tian turned to look at Zhen Yuanzi and, seeing the hopeful yet bashful look on his face, couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Jin Yuan, you're not being fair to yourself. You and Hong Yun are as close as brothers. If he has the Hongmeng purple chi, shouldn't you study it together? How could you be left out?" Even in the original course of events, after Hong Yun received the Hongmeng purple chi, he hid away in Wuzhuang Temple to study it. Who would think that Hong Yun was keeping it from you? The two of them might not have been born from the same origin, but they were closer than most siblings, practically inseparable. As for Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu, although they didn't need the Hongmeng purple chi themselves, since they had already cultivated their primordial spirits, who knew if they might gain some insight from it. Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi stopped declining, looked at Wu Tian with gratitude, and nodded firmly. He sighed. "Everyone says Hong Yun is blessed with great fortune, but I only realized today what good fortune is that. He doesn't even have a decent innate treasure. But Brother Wu Tian, just since we met you, both of us have already gained so much." Hong Yun nodded in agreement, and even Xianming and Huta looked as if they wholeheartedly agreed, thinking Zhen Yuanzi had spoken the truth. The way the few of them were humbly sharing in the Ziao Palace left the other listeners shocked, and even Hong Jun Daozu seemed a bit surprised. This was the Hongmeng purple chi's chance to become a saint, an essential step to becoming a sage of heaven. And yet, they were still being so courteous with it. For those who longed for it, some even begging Hong Jun Daozu, how were they supposed to react? For a moment, countless eyes turned unfriendly. Hong Jun Daozu's gaze flickered slightly as his deep eyes settled on Hong Yun. Hong Yun's actions not only surprised him, but also made him acutely aware of something unusual. Hong Yun's fate was undergoing a violent upheaval, growing chaotic and unpredictable. Still, Daozu wasn't overly concerned. After all, it was expected that obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi would cause such changes. His attention then shifted to Wu Tian. Outwardly, Wu Tian appeared calm, but inside he was anxious. He knew that even Hong Jun, as a sage of heaven, would not act recklessly in the Ziao Palace in front of so many listeners. The power of the heavenly Tao was immense, but it was still bound by rules and couldn't be wielded arbitrarily. Now that the formal lecture was over and the Hongmeng purple chi had been distributed, Wu Tian wanted nothing more than to return to the Pangu Hall immediately. Deep within his heart, the 2 drops of ancestral Wu blood were growing hotter and more restless, pulsing as if guiding him towards something. "Dijiang, Zhu Jian, please. Nothing must happen to them," he worried silently. At that moment, a disturbance erupted deep within the Pangu Hall. Though the powerful aura of Pangu shielded the area from the heavenly Tao senses, a fleeting fluctuation was still detected by Hong Jun in the Ziao Palace. However, the struggle for the last wisp of Hongmeng purple chi and Wu Tian's sudden action diverted his attention. Inside Pangu Hall, the river of chaos spanning time and space had been drawn forth. The laws of time and space intertwined, forming a fragile balance that dissolved into a river of nothingness, shattering the surrounding world. Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin combined their power, forming a sphere of mysterious light as they struggled forward through the torrent of time and space. Their powerful bodies were battered and wounded, but they seemed oblivious, their eyes fixed intently on the void ahead. Go further. We must see it, the two ancestral was shouted in their hearts. After an unknown journey, a blurry vision finally appeared, a violent clash between the 12 heavenly deities' grand array and a towering pillar formed from countless stars, shaking the entire prehistoric land. The vision shattered abruptly, and the two exchanged shocked glances. The power of the stars. Could it be the demon clan? Is it Dijuan? Then, an even more terrifying scene emerged. Gong Gong, his face twisted in grief and rage, crashing into Bujo Mountain. The screeching pillar collapsed with a deafening roar, unleashing boundless karmic retribution upon the Wu clan. Impossible. The two ancestral Wus were shaken to their core, unable to believe what they saw. Bujo Mountain was formed from the spine of the Father God, and when the Wu clan was founded, they swore to protect the prehistoric land and guard Bujo Mountain. As members of the Wu clan, how could they possibly destroy Bujo Mountain and betray the very vow upon which their clan was established? Just as the two were struck with terror, a colossal figure burst from the shattered 12 heavenly deities formation, radiating a powerful aura reminiscent of Pangu, shaking the world. The figure reached out, its hand stretching purposefully toward Bujo Mountain. But at that very moment, it suddenly turned its head and fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Boom. In an instant, the entire scene shattered. A violent shock, like a thunderclap, hurled them out of the torrent of time and space. Their bodies tumbled wildly through the air, blood spraying from their wounds, which had no time to heal. Even the injuries inside their bodies couldn't be suppressed. The two exchanged stunned glances in midair, eyes locking in disbelief. Was that the true body of Pangu or Wu Tian? In that final instant, both felt an unprecedented shock. The figure seemed to possess self-awareness. It had actually sensed their presence. That momentary eye contact, transcending time and causality, was like a sledgehammer smashing the balance of the universe. Not only did they suffer a terrifying backlash, but they were instantly cast into the void, lost in the endless chaos of time and space. Boom. Previously, they had been deep within the Pangu Hall. Though they'd entered the current of time and space, the powerful aura of the hall had shielded them, keeping their bodies suspended between reality and illusion. But now, as the turbulence intensified, even the protection of Pangu Hall couldn't prevent the realm from shattering into nothingness. Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were swept into a hollow void, carried away by the chaotic flow of time to unknown destinations. This is bad. The two immediately gathered all their remaining power, activating the laws of space and time to form a shimmering barrier around them. As their bodies regained some balance, the sight before them left them even more shocked. Where were they? Jiang cried out, scanning his surroundings. Endless nothingness and deathly silence engulfed them. Even in the chaos, where all things churned, this place seemed sealed off by some mysterious force. There was nothing here, only the faintest glimmers of light flickering around them. Chaos Demon God. Jiang suddenly paled. Before them loomed a massive corpse, exuding a faint aura of a chaos demon god, resisting the erosion of the void. Its limbs were powerful, 8 arms like dragons, 4 legs like mountains, its whole body shining with a purple gold light. A huge wound split its chest, the mark of an axe nearly cleaving it in two. Its death was gruesome, yet an overwhelming pressure still radiated from it, dominating the space. Could it be? This is the chaos demon god that father killed? Doubt and shock flashed through Jiang's eyes. Zhu Jiuyin frowned, meeting Jiang's gaze. Impossible. Father would never have brought it here. This space we're in, I fear it's already severed from reality and logic. Besides the demon god's corpse, countless glowing motes floated in the void. Some looked like treasures, others resembled spiritual roots, all flickering with mysterious light, as if they held life. But they were too far away for the two to discern their secrets. Yet all these objects shared one trait: their vitality had completely vanished. It was as if some force had frozen them, suspended in the void like amber solidified by the power of time and space. Where have we ended up? Jiang's voice trembled with unease. Zhu Jiuyin took a deep breath, thinking for a moment before replying. Brother, I suspect we've been swept into a rift in time and space by that chaotic force. A time-space rift? Jiang's pupils contracted, barely believing what he heard. Doesn't that mean? Yes. Zhu Jiuyin sighed. Here, there is no past, present, or future. Time itself is broken into countless fragments. Our existence and actions are no longer governed by the laws of time. Jiang's heart tightened. Then what do we do? If we can't return? He immediately thought of the looming crisis. If the 12 heavenly deities formation couldn't be restored, the Wu tribe would face disaster. The two ancestors' hearts grew heavier, regret spreading through them. This time, they had truly gone too far. Meeting each other's gaze, Both Daijang and Zijin couldn't help but show a hint of bitter amusement in their eyes. They both knew that this risky decision was entirely influenced by their younger brother, Wuxinth, one who always worried about the future of the Wu tribe, and whose every prophecy had proved true. As the eldest and second eldest brothers, they were unwilling to let their little brother gain the upper hand. Although they couldn't match Wu Tian's wisdom or see through the grand design of fate, they could rely on their mastery of the laws of time and space to try and glimpse the future directly. But things didn't go as planned. Their attempts ultimately ended in failure. Fortunately, they had prepared for this possibility by leaving behind a drop of ancestral blood filled with profound mysteries within Wu Tian, as a safeguard for situations like this. Just as Daijang was about to activate his power, using the blood within Wu Tian as a marker to seek a way out of this void, Zijiuan suddenly spoke, his voice heavy with concern. Brother, did we make a mistake this time? Those who meddle with time are bound to be played by it. By recklessly peering into the future, are we disturbing the natural course of events? If Wu Tian was meant to stand up for the Wu tribe at the moment of its destruction, what if our interference changes that? As he spoke, Zhujiuyan coughed up blood, his face etched with worry. Daijang's expression shifted as well, but soon he lifted his head, his gaze resolute. No. Fate. Destiny. We are the blood descendants of the father god he never believed in such things. Even the demon god of fate would be crushed by our father's fist, he declared, gesturing dismissively toward the distant corpse of a chaotic demon god. Zhujiuyan gave a wry smile. Words were one thing, but they were not the father god, after all. In the end, when the gaze of the future met the present, all the visions they saw dissolved into chaos. Despite his unease, recalling the scene of the great war between the Wu and the Yao, countless Wu warriors falling, the ancestral gods returning to the earth refused to let himself lose hope. Almost as if reaffirming his own belief, Daijang, ignoring his wounds, fixed his sharp gaze ahead and declared, "The future of the Wu tribe is ours to create. If anyone wishes to destroy us, then let's fight them heathen. At worst, we'll return to our father's embrace." Besides, his eyes grew even brighter. We still have Wu Tian. He carries the power of 12 laws, the true heir to the father god. As long as he's here, the Wu tribe will be safe. Inspired by Daijang's conviction, the fear in Zhujiuyan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a renewed determination. After a moment's thought, he murmured, "From what we saw last, Wu Tian truly is our tribe's final trump card, our ultimate hope." But he still couldn't let go of his worries. "I just wonder if our attempt to glimpse the future might have affected him in some way. If it has, how can we make things right?" The more one masters the laws of time, the more one understands the immense power of the way of time. This is the very nature of the Tao. With just a sliver of this power, Daijang was able to rank second among the ancestral witches. However, if one were to suffer backlash from the way of time by forcefully peering into the future, who knows how the future might change? Such a shift could affect Wu Tian and even implicate the entire Wu tribe. Then regret would come too late. After a brief moment of contemplation, Daijang's eyes grew brighter and his confidence soared. He burst out laughing and said, "Don't worry. That won't happen. Did you forget? Before we took action, we already discussed this with our younger brother. If this would have any negative impact on him, would he have agreed to let us proceed?" Zhu Jiuyin was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Daijang explained with conviction, "If what we saw is true, if Wu Tian, after unleashing Pangu's true form, could look across the river of time and meet our gaze, then he is destined to attain the Tao in the future. He carries the power of 12 laws, the true heir to Father God's legacy. By all rights, he should achieve the great Tao, and once proven, it is forever proven. If what we do would interfere with Wu Tian, then his future self, having already attained the Tao, would have found a way to stop us through the past." Even Zhu Jiuyin, master of the laws of time and no less sharp than Daijang, felt a bit dizzy from this logic. "Big brother, you really trust Wu Tian that much? Are you so certain he'll reach the great Tao?" Zhu Jiuyin said helplessly. "Is it really so easy to prove the Tao? Even Father Pangu, born as a child of the Tao, who slew 3,000 chaos demons and created the world, ultimately fell just short. What makes you so sure Wu Tian will succeed?" In the world of Honglong, becoming a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal means merging one's own Tao into a unified whole, with an undying true spirit. Even in the chaos, where no other great Taos exist, such a being could create their own world and cycle, even refining chaotic energy to sustain themselves without fear of withering away. But to truly achieve eternal proof of the Deodo, transcend time and space, gather countless threads of karma and time into oneself requires an even higher realm. Is it really so easy to accomplish such a feat? Yet at this moment, Daijang's reasoning felt flawless. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that it was true. Otherwise, how could Wu Tian be so wise, so attuned to the workings of fate and heaven? Everything Wu Tian predicted had come to pass. If not for some mysterious method by which his future self had sent him these messages, How else could he be so clear and accurate? Yes, that's it. Daijang reaffirmed his belief. Seeing Daijang's optimism, Zhu Jiuyin no longer argued, instead silently praying that things would turn out as he hoped. If that were truly the case, then the Wu tribe's fate would be secure. Without further hesitation, Zhu Jiuyin said, "Big brother, if we keep delaying, our wounds may never heal. There's no time to lose, let's quickly sense the coordinates left in the blood essence." Daijang gave a slight nod. The two ancestral witches joined forces, their power and blood surging as they activated a profound, nearly Tao-level rhythm. Sitting cross-legged and facing each other with eyes closed, they focused intently on the coordinates imprinted within the 2 drops of blood essence. Inside Ziao Palace, Wu Tian was filled with anxiety. Suddenly, 2 drops of his essence blood began to surge violently within him, releasing a powerful, scorching energy. Alarmed, Wu Tian quickly used the Hongmeng measuring ruler to suppress this disturbance. He knew that within Ziao Palace, it was absolutely crucial not to let the Taoist ancestor Hongjun notice anything unusual. Just as he was on edge, Hongjun finally withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. "This is the way to attain enlightenment and become a saint. The 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi have also been distributed. With that, the teachings in Ziao Palace have come to an end." Sanqing and the others were overjoyed. Not only had they learned the method of attaining enlightenment and received the opportunity to do so, but they had also obtained many innate treasures necessary for severing their 3 corpses. Ecstatic, they repeatedly called out, "Thank you, Master." Although the other cultivators felt some regret, they could only follow the disciples of the Xuanmen in expressing their gratitude to Hongjun. "Thank you, Tao Ancestor." After everyone gave thanks, the power of the heavenly Tao that enveloped Ziao Palace suddenly shifted. Countless streams of primordial energy quickly condensed, mingling with dazzling golden light of merit. As celestial music echoed in the air, an immense waterfall of merit descended. Hongjun, as the host of the teachings, naturally received the largest share, while all those who had listened also gained their own portion. Hongjun accepted the merit with a casual gesture, as if such a great reward was of little consequence to him. In truth, his greatest gain was not the merit itself, but the boundless, enduring fortune and destiny he now possessed. This session not only solidified his status as the Tao ancestor, but also brought the most promising figures Sanqing and the others into the Xuanmen, and resolved his karmic ties with the Western world. Thinking of this, Hongjun couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Once everyone had collected their merit, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, the 2 young attendants, struggled to push open the doors of Ziao Palace, revealing the chaotic expanse outside. Unexpectedly, Hongjun did not disappear as he usually did. Instead, he remained seated, as if to see everyone off. However, no one moved to leave. After a brief silence, Hongjun asked in surprise, "The teachings are over. Why do you linger?" The cultivators looked at each other, hesitant to speak. Now that the teachings had ended and all 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi had been given out, Sanqing and the others had left with many innate treasures, while the rest of those who had listened since the beginning had gained nothing. How could they be content with this outcome? Sanqing and their peers had reaped great rewards, but the others could not leave empty-handed. According to what the Tao ancestor had said, proving the Tao through sheer power was extremely difficult. Even he himself had not succeeded by that path. Achieving enlightenment through merit depended too much on luck. For most of them, the only realistic method was to sever the 3 corpses, since there were already successful examples. However, this method required at least 3 innate treasures. Not everyone present was wealthy. Even Jane and Junie, who constantly complained about the poverty of the Western world, at least had the Jane banner and the 7 treasures tree, which already made them comparatively well off. Immediately, someone took the lead and began to imitate Jean and Jundi, crying out to ancestor Hongjun in complaint. In an instant, the Ziao Palace was filled with wails, echoing with the sorrows of all living beings. Wu Tian blinked as he watched the scene, feeling the ancestral blood in his veins stir with excitement. Quiet anticipation rose in his heart. It was finally time for the treasure distribution. He murmured to himself, "I hope my brothers are ready. Don't let me down. But as long as I can bring back the Finbao Cliff, they'll be satisfied." Sure enough, Ancestor Hongjun finally spoke. After listening to everyone's grievances, he frowned slightly, a barely noticeable sigh flickering in his eyes. "Very well. From today onward, I will merge with the Tao itself and will not appear again unless there are great upheavals in the world. During my travels across the land, I collected many treasures. They are of no further use to me, so I will grant them to you all." As soon as he finished speaking, Ancestor Hongjun waved his hand. In an instant, the prepared Finbao Cliff and countless spiritual treasures appeared in the air, flying toward the summit of Mount Bujo. But suddenly, a flash of surprise and suspicion crossed Hongjun's eyes. As his divine sense swept over Mount Bujo, he caught sight of several towering figures perched lazily at the mountaintop, their auras heavy and imposing. Judging by their build, who else could they be but the ancestral Wu? Hong Jun's gaze immediately sharpened as he looked at Xianming, Hutu, and Wu Tian, his eyes full of doubt. How could this be? Why are they here? Judging by the setup, they're clearly waiting in ambush. Although his emotions barely changed, and he concealed them well, the other listeners in Ziao Palace noticed nothing unusual. They all hurriedly thanked Ancestor Hongjun and rushed out of the palace. Everyone understood that, just like after the last sermon, the treasures would go to those with destiny, but in reality, it was first come, first served. Who would want to miss out? Sensing the subtle change in Hongjun's gaze, Wu Tian couldn't help but smile to himself and pretended nothing had happened. He quickly stood up and whispered to Zhang Yuanzi, Hongyun, Xianming, and Hutu, "Let's go. Grab the treasures." The four responded instantly, acting swiftly. Even Kunpeng glanced at Wu Tian instinctively. Xianming and Hutu turned to leave at almost the exact same moment, making Wu Tian sigh inwardly. What a waste of good fortune. He immediately sent them a reminder through divine sense. Take your meditation mats with you. Those are heavenly Tao mats, a chance for sainthood. Even though they've lost some of their power, they're still extraordinary. Don't let them go to waste. The two were momentarily stunned, then quickly understood and used their powers to put their mats away. Xuanming's eyes darted to the mats beneath the others. Kunpeng didn't seem interested, but her gaze landed directly on the mats of the three pure ones and Nuwa. As the three pure ones and Nuwa were about to get up, they noticed her stare and, not daring to hesitate, quickly retrieved their own mats as well. They all bowed to Ancestor Hongjun again, nodded to Wu Tian and the others, and then hurriedly flew out of Zixiao Palace. Wu Tian let out a long sigh and thought to himself, Xianming really is too straightforward. Her actions were so obvious, she was caught in seconds. Not wanting to delay any longer, he called out, "Let's move." The group transformed into streaks of dark light, quickly flying out of the palace and leaving Ancestor Hongjun alone, torn and conflicted. Should I really release the Funbao cliff or not? No one could guess the turmoil in Hongjun Deus's heart. As the grand doors of Zixiao Palace slowly closed, everyone unleashed their magical powers, transforming into streams of mystical light. Each radiated with dazzling colors and unique auras, carrying different Taoist energies as they broke through the chaos and headed toward the vast wilderness, their sights set on one destination, Bujo Mountain. Although the three purities and their companions set out a bit later, their speed in piercing through the chaos far surpassed the others. Sharp beams of light streaked across the sky like lightning, vanishing into the depths of chaos in an instant and quickly pulling far ahead. By the time Wu Tian stepped out of Zixiao Palace, the three purities were already out of sight. Hongyun, looking anxious, quickly spoke up, "Hurry. Wu Tian, let me take you this time. I'm faster, I won't let them beat us." Wu Tian nodded without saying much. Without delay, Hongyun summoned the power of the four symbols, wrapping Wu Tian inside and speeding through the boundless chaos. But as soon as Wu Tian was far from Zixiao Palace, deep within the chaotic void, he suddenly spoke, "Brother Hongyun, let me down." Startled, Hongyun quickly dispersed the power of the four symbols, and with a flash of red light, the group emerged from within. Wushan's gaze was resolute, his voice calm. "What's wrong? Aren't we here to seize treasures? If we're late, won't everything be taken?" Hongyun was still anxious, his eyes filled with doubt. "Why are you in such a hurry? Once the treasure distribution cliff appears atop Bujo Mountain, the ancestral witches will rush in right away. If anyone makes a move, the others will arrive instantly. What matters now isn't speed, but getting the treasures as soon as possible." But Wu Tian shook his head slightly, speaking in a low voice, "Why rush? Once the treasure distribution cliff appears, the ancestral witches will inevitably fight over it. No one will be able to take anything. You may not seem worried, but I have my concerns and can't afford to be careless. Right now, the most important thing is to find a hidden spot and examine the strange changes in the 2 drops of ancestral witch blood within me." Still confused, Hongyun pressed on anxiously, "You don't think something's happened to the others, do you?" Wushan's expression darkened as he replied quietly, "Zixiao Palace is too conspicuous, with the force of the heavenly Tao everywhere. Hongjun Daozu is surely watching closely. If I want to examine this blood, I must avoid being noticed." He took a deep breath, his eyes determined. The Hall of Pangu would be ideal, but there's no time now. It's best to do it here in the chaos, far from any interference. This place is cut off from all Taoist energies who don't have to worry about the heavenly Tao or being discovered by Hongjun Daozu. Though Hongyun was still anxious, he could see from Wushan's gaze that he must have his reasons, so he nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, go ahead. But make it quick, this is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it." Zenyuanzi smiled and reminded him, "Wu Tian, be careful. If you succeed, don't let the chance slip away." Wu Tian nodded with a smile, while Hongyun, a bit disappointed, muttered, "Well, if need be, we'll just try a few more times. If I manage to get a few more treasures, they'll share some with Woody and won't miss out." At that moment, Wu Tian suddenly waved his hand, sending out a beam of light about a foot long that shot into the chaos and vanished instantly. As the Hongming purple chi fell into Hongyun's hands, Gratitude radiated from his face. He was so moved that he even offered to split off a few clouds as a gift for Wu Tian to use for traveling. Xuanyuanzi looked at Hong Yun, who was completely won over, and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This really is the Hongmeng purple qi, the chance for ascension, Xuanyuanzi thought to himself. Anyone in his position would probably be just as dazzled. All right, enough with the mumbling, Xuanyuanzi reminded with a laugh. If we keep dawdling, all the treasures might be snatched up before we get there. At his words, Hong Yun immediately poured more power into his spell, and the two of them shot forward at a much greater speed. Although Xuanyuanzi hadn't asked Wu Tian directly, he couldn't shake the question lingering in his mind, just what could be so important to make Wu Tian take it so seriously? After Xuanyuanzi and Hong Yun departed, Xianming and Hutu continued to race through the chaos with Wu Tian. Only when they were certain that even a massive disturbance wouldn't alert the world of the Great Desolation did the three finally stop. Wu Tian, what is this all about? Xianming and Hutu couldn't contain their curiosity any longer. Wu Tian didn't answer right away. Instead, he gathered his power, and 2 drops of ancestral witch's blood, brimming with fierce energy and burning vitality, appeared before them. Countless mysterious patterns shimmered on the surface, filled with the laws of space and time. Driven by the power of the blood, these patterns danced like flames, sending out strange signals into the void. Big brother and second brother's blood? Xianming and Hutu exclaimed in shock. Why would they give you their blood again? There's something unusual about this. They could tell at a glance that this blood was no ordinary gift. It held a hidden purpose. As the power of the blood was consumed, the mysterious patterns continued to flash, clearly meant for something else. Our brothers entrusted me with their blood because they're about to attempt something extremely dangerous, yet crucial, Wu Tian explained. They're worried they might lose themselves in the river of time, so they left this blood as a marker. The river of time? Huda's eyes narrowed as if she had realized something, but Wu Tian cut her off before she could speak. No time to explain, Wu Tian said urgently. If the power of this blood runs out, our brothers will truly be in danger. We need to think of something fast. Hearing this, Xianming and Hutu immediately fell deep into thought. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones and others had already returned to the Great Desolation, arriving atop Bujo Mountain. They were surprised to find several ancestral witches there, looking bored. At that moment, the Taoist ancestor Hong Jun finally made up his mind. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he raised the orb of divine light in his hand, tore open the chaos, and hurled it toward the world of the Great Desolation and Bujo Mountain. Among the ancestral witches keeping watch, Zhulong was the first to sense its presence. He suddenly looked up into the distance, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Huh, I knew it would come. Finbao Cliff streaked through the chaos like a meteor, tearing through layers of space as it plummeted rapidly toward Mount Bujo. The dazzling light radiating from the cliff stood in stark contrast to its heavy, imposing aura, carving a brilliant trail across the sky. Zhu Rong threw his head back and laughed, then shot into the air, transforming into a blazing streak of red as he raced straight for Finbao Cliff. His sudden action immediately caused an uproar due to Hong Jun Dais's hesitation. Many who had attended his teachings had already returned to the primordial world. Among them were not only the 3 pure ones, the Western duo, and the 4 demon emperors, but also countless other cultivators. Yuanshi Tianzuan was the first to lose his composure. Already harboring resentment toward the Wu tribe and still simmering from previous conflicts, he couldn't tolerate Zhu Rong's audacity. He shouted sternly, "How dare you? How can you interfere in the Dais's distribution of treasures?" Before he could finish, Gong Gong, the ancestral Wu, let out a menacing laugh and, without another word, hurled a punch in Yuanshi's direction. Instantly, a massive fist shadow imbued with violent, destructive power appeared in midair, barreling forward with unstoppable force. Boom. The sudden assault left everyone present stunned. Before anyone could react, Yuanshi was forced into a grim silence, his face turning ashen as the punch drove his words back down his throat, leaving him not only angry but also deeply frustrated. Brute. Impossible to reason with. Yuanshi cursed, stomping his foot in fury as he unleashed his power. The jade Rui flew from above his head, swelling in size and radiating profound Tao energy as it met the fist shadow Hedon. The 2 forces collided, sending mystical light scattering and space trembling. The fist shadow shattered instantly. What infuriated Yuanshi even more was that, after launching his punch, Gong Gong appeared completely indifferent, as if it had been a casual move. He didn't even bother to check the outcome, instead turning with excitement to watch Zhu Rong's actions. Seeing this, Tai Qing and Tong Tian, who had been preparing their own attacks, held back their power for the moment. While they didn't fear the ancestral Wu, if given a choice, who would willingly tangle with such reckless warriors unafraid of pain or death, always ready to risk everything? By now, Zhu Rong was closing in on Finbao Cliff, and more cultivators who had listened at Zixiao Palace were returning to the primordial world. With such a rare opportunity before them, how could anyone hold back? After a brief moment of hesitation, they finally gave in and joined the fray. We worked so hard for this chance at Ziao Palace, why should the Wu tribe have it all to themselves? Swish, swish. One after another, beams of mystical light tore through the sky, all aimed directly at Funbao Cliff. Standing alone against the ancestral witches, they were still somewhat wary. But with so many people joining forces, and after the incident at Funbao Cliff, no one was willing to hold back any longer. How dare you? Zhu Rong shouted in fury, instantly revealing his colossal ancestral witch form. He stood between heaven and earth, towering over the primordial world, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Channeling power through both hands, he unleashed scorching divine flames to counter the many magical treasures flying toward him, while reaching fiercely for Funbao Cliff with his other hand. With a thunderous crash, the area around Bujo Mountain shook violently, and the spiritual energy was thrown into chaos. Though Zhu Rong managed to block most of the combined attacks, some still struck his massive form, making him stagger slightly. Yet he paid no mind to these wounds. Instead, his face was filled with shock as he stared at Funbao Cliff in disbelief. To his amazement, Funbao Cliff seemed almost like a phantom, slipping right through his giant hand and continuing to fall toward the summit of Bujo Mountain. The crowd was stunned for a moment, but soon their eyes lit up with excitement and smiles appeared on their faces. Haha, the treasures bestowed by the Tao ancestor are all about fate. How could mere brutes like you possibly understand? Someone couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this was a method personally set up by Hongjun Daozu. A layer of invisible Tao rhythm enveloped Funbao Cliff, saturated with the power of heaven, isolating it in another dimension. Although it appeared to be falling, it was entirely beyond Zhu Rong's reach. Zhu Rong was powerful, but compared to Hongjun Daozu, the gap was vast. Especially with the power of heaven at play, this outcome was to be expected. After all, if the ancestral witches could intercept Funbao Cliff midway, wouldn't that make the Tao ancestor lose face? Unwilling to accept this, Zhu Rong's massive form spun around and lunged at Funbao Cliff once more. Space shattered with a deafening roar, but he still couldn't touch it in the slightest. Seeing this, everyone relaxed completely, their smiles growing wider. At that moment, Gongong's furious voice suddenly rang out. How dare you attack my Wu clan? Though he didn't get along with Zhu Rong, seeing others gang up on a fellow clan member sent Gongong into a rage. Even before he finished speaking, he erupted with a surge of murderous energy, transforming into his own giant ancestral witch form, ready to strike at the many figures in the sky. The crowd was both angry and speechless. Weren't you just as decisive when you attacked Yuanshi? Now that we're fighting back because you interfered with Tao ancestors' plans, you suddenly want to talk reason? But Gongong ignored them completely. In his mind, bullying Zhu Rong was his privilege. If anyone else tried, he'd fight them to the end. At this moment, Ruxiu also let out a fierce roar, revealing his ancestral witch form and standing shoulder to shoulder with Gongong. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun gained an even deeper understanding of the Wu clan's fierce and reckless nature. Grateful for Wu Tian's great kindness, they felt conflicted. As kind-hearted people, they couldn't just stand by and watch the ancestral witches become enemies of so many powerful beings in the primordial world. Though it might sound exaggerated, it wasn't far from the truth. Aside from the ancestral witches, almost every great power in the world had attended the lecture at Ziao Palace and was now hoping for a chance at Funbao Cliff. What the ancestral witches were doing was tantamount to making enemies of everyone. Jin Yuanzi sighed softly and, without hesitation, unleashed his power. Earthy yellow light wrapped around Gongong's arm like a scroll, momentarily restraining him. Hong Yun, understanding his intent, also moved to block Ruxiu. Gongong roared in anger. When he turned and saw it was Jin Yuanzi, confusion flashed in his massive eyes. In a booming voice, he said, Jin Yuanzi, aren't we friends? Why are you stopping me? Gongong was filled with confusion, and anger began to rise within him. In his mind, the Wu tribe had always considered you a friend and brother. Even if you were unwilling to help us, at the very least, you shouldn't be standing in our way. Now that someone is targeting the Wu tribe, you simply stand by and watch. And on top of that, you even try to stop us from seizing the treasure? He thought to himself. Jin Yuanzi, seeing the situation escalate, quickly tried to calm things down. Please, Ancestor Wu, don't be hasty. Hear me out first, he pleaded, his voice anxious as he struggled to maintain order. This treasure cliff was granted by Taoist ancestor Hongjun as a fated opportunity. The spiritual treasures here are for those destined to obtain them. Everyone has a chance to try. If you block others, you'll surely anger all your fellow Taoists. Gong Gong paused for a moment at these words, then burst into thunderous laughter. Huh, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the treasures on Treasure Cliff are meant for the Wu tribe? Why else would they appear on Bujo Mountain, the very land we guard? Shouldn't they rightfully belong to us? As he spoke, his piercing gaze swept across the crowd. Jin Yuanzi was left speechless, unable to come up with a rebuttal. He looked around nervously as the other deities started murmuring among themselves. and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Forcing a strained smile, Jin Yuanzi continued explaining, "No, Ancestor Wu, what Taoist ancestor means is that everyone is welcome to try their loot kit, all depends on fate. It's not." His voice grew softer, clearly afraid of pushing the situation any further. Inwardly, Jin Yuanzi hurriedly sent a message to Gong Gong through divine sense. If Wu Tian were here, he would never allow the ancestor Wu to act this way. If you anger all the Taoists from Zixiao Palace, things could get out of hand. Gong Gong's expression changed subtly. Hearing the message, he couldn't help but let a strange smile curl at the corner of his mouth. He replied, "Don't you know this is exactly what Wu Tian instructed? He told us to stand guard here." Zhen Yuanzi was stunned, as if struck by lightning, his expression one of utter shock. What? Wu Tian gave the order? The revelation left him even more puzzled. Why would Wu Tian make such a reckless decision? The spiritual treasures on Treasure Cliff are certainly valuable, but making enemies of all the powerful figures in the land would only invite disaster. In that instant, Jin Yuanzi realized that Wu Tian's intentions were not solely about claiming the treasures. He wanted to use this opportunity to elevate the status of the Wu tribe, change their destiny, and prevent them from meeting a tragic end in the great calamity of the Wu and demon tribes. However, with the sudden appearance of Treasure Cliff, the situation had shifted in subtle ways, and the ancestor Wu misunderstood Wu Tian's plan, leading to this current standoff. While Zhen Yuanzi's mind was racing, the other deities seemed unable to hold back any longer. The situation was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, Zhu Rong shot toward the descending treasure cliff, worried that the power of the treasures would dissipate the moment they touched the ground. His figure blazed like fire, radiating intense heat that suppressed the temperature of the entire world. Seeing this, Yuanshi slammed the table in fury. "We can't let the Wu tribe ruin the opportunity granted by the Taoist ancestor. Everyone, act together." Before he finished speaking, he wielded his three treasures jade scepter, sending out a torrent of dazzling light as he struck at Gong Gong's true ancestral form with overwhelming force. Gong Gong, seeing the powerful attack coming his way, responded with a cold sneer, showing no intention of backing down. Yuanshi's attack was fueled by rage, while Taishang, standing beside him, sighed quietly. He then raised his Tai dust whisk, and with a flick, countless silvery threads shot out, forming a gleaming arc that swept toward Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong spun around, summoning divine fire to clash with the dust whisk. Sparks and silken threads intertwined in a brilliant display. Zhu Rong was forced to halt his advance, abandoning his attempt to seize the treasure cliff for the moment and focusing all his strength on fending off Taishang's assault. Amid the chaos, Tian let out a hearty laugh and turned to Zhen Yuanzi. "Don't worry, Zhen Yuanzi. With things as they are, how could we let the Wu tribe monopolize Treasure Cliff? With all the power gathered here in the wilderness, how could we remain silent and do nothing? I advise you not to get involved." Tian Jinren gripped the Qingping sword, its blade aimed straight at the Zhu Wu of Rushou. Sword light crisscrossed the sky like ribbons of white silk, illuminating the heavens. A calm smile played on Tongshan's face. "Zhu Wu of Rushou, let's see today whether your law of metal is sharper, or if my Qingping sword can cut deeper." In an instant, the three purities each unleashed their divine powers, launching into fierce battle against the three ancestral witches. Off to the side, Hanyan looked on in bewilderment and turned to Zhen Yuanzi. "Brother Zhen Yuan, what should we do?" Zhen Yuanzi's expression grew bitter. The situation left him in a dilemma. Should he side with the ancestral witches and turn against everyone else, or simply stand by as a spectator? Meanwhile, the four emperors of the demon clan had gathered together, their eyes fixed on the unfolding chaos. Taiyi's gaze was sharp as he lowered his voice. "Brother, should we make a move?" Schemes were already brewing in his mind. The witch clan would one day become their greatest enemy, and the 12 heavenly gods formation was the witch's ultimate trump card. If they could seize this opportunity to slay an ancestral witch and cripple the formation, would the witch clan still pose any real threat? Dijuan saw through Taiyi's intentions, but merely shook his head almost imperceptibly. The ancestral witches were not so easily slain. Besides, Zhen Yuanzi and Hanyan were right there. Though they remained hesitant, if anyone dared to strike a fatal blow against a witch, the weight of their karmic debts would force them to intervene at all costs. Just then, a surge of terrifying, murderous energy erupted, transforming into towering pillars that pierced the heavens. The remaining ancestral witches revealed their colossal forms, each spanning millions of feet, striding onto the battlefield. With every step, the land trembled as if the very heart of the primordial world was beating. Daijin's eyes flickered as a sly smile curled at his lips. "Why should we join the fight? The real prize is the spiritual treasures." Before he finished speaking, he had already turned into a streak of golden light, racing toward the Funbao cliff. Tai, Fushi, and Nuo followed close behind. Jane and Juanti exchanged a knowing glance and darted toward the cliff as well. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, each hoping to seize the treasures while the three purities were occupied with the ancestral witches. Zhundi was the fastest, and as he swung his seven treasures tree, golden light reached out for the Finbao cliff. But just then, Zhurong, having barely withstood an attack from Tai Ching, broke free and shattered the golden light with a roar. Stop him. Zunti's effort ended in vain, and he cursed Tai Ching for holding back. With taking strength, if he had gone all out, how could Zhurong have had any strength left to intervene? Clearly, he didn't want Zhuanti to take the treasure, but it was already too late. At Zhurong's shout, the ancestral witches all moved in unison. Jumong sent a message to his brothers. Anyone who dares approach the cliff gets targeted by us all. With a thunderous roar, waves of murderous energy swept across the battlefield. The ancestral witches had arrived, and the standoff had reached its peak. Unlike Tai Ching and Tong Tian, Yuanshi showed no mercy in his attacks. He relentlessly wielded the Sanbao Jade Rui, striking hard at Gonggong's massive true form. In an unknown fight, it was clear that Gonggong couldn't match Yuanshi's strength. After a fierce battle, the ancestral witch's true body had already taken several heavy blows. At this moment, seeing the remaining four ancestral witches unite to block the path before Finbao Cliff, Yuanshi's anger flared. He thought, useless. With so many of you, you still can't deal with just four ancestral witches? His gaze shifted to Dijuan. Dijuan immediately caught the disdain in Yuanshi's eyes, but simply smiled lightly, unfazed by his taunt. In fact, Dijuan was even holding Tai back, not allowing him to activate the chaos bell. Tai, confused, quickly sent a message. Brother, why aren't we going all out? Didn't you say we should seize the innate spiritual treasures first? If we don't give it our all, how can we get the opportunity? Dijuan replied calmly. What's the rush? The longer this stalemate lasts, the more resentment the others in the primordial world will feel toward the Wu tribe. That only benefits our demon clan. Besides, this isn't just our affair. Why should we be the ones to stand out? If we draw too much attention now, the ancestral witches, who are known to hold grudges, will remember us. Do you really want them to turn the 12 heavenly gods formation against our heavenly court afterward? There are others here who are even more impatient than we are. Just watch. Dijuan was extremely observant. It was obvious that others were more anxious than he was. Yuanshi, the two Western sages, even Dong Wenggong and the Blood Seas patriarch Mingi. So why not let them take the brunt of the Wu tribe's fury and bear their wrath? With this, Tai understood. After a brief exchange among the four demon emperors, their attacks began to lose force, as if they were only going through the motions. Yuanshi, seeing this, grew even angrier. At first, he had only been using the Sanbao Jade Rui, but after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to take out his newly acquired Pangu banner. The dark Pangu banner seemed to swallow all light, radiating a savage and destructive aura that instantly filled the battlefield. Everyone turned in shock, thinking, is Yuanshi finally getting serious? Seeing this, Tai Ching quickly stepped in to stop him. Second brother, don't. He flicked his Tai whisk, sending it flying back to Zhu Rong's side, the white arc of light sweeping toward Yuanshi's arm. Tai Ching was deeply anxious, thinking, second brother, why are you in such a hurry? Right now, the Wu tribe is at its peak, their fortune is strong, and they carry Pangu's legacy. Do you really think you can slay an ancestral witch? Even our master is holding back. If you can't kill them, striking too hard now will only draw the Wu tribe's fury. We still don't know why Daijang and the others haven't arrived. When they do, are you really prepared to face the full force of the 12 heavenly gods formation? But Yuanshi no longer had time to reconsider. With a single thought, he poured his power into the Pangu banner, causing it to shine with a brilliant light and tremble slightly. Suddenly, a beam of chaotic light shot out, seeming to ignore both time and space as it flew straight at Gonggong, like a faint gray crescent moon. Gonggong's heart skipped a beat as he sensed the impending danger. But instead of being afraid, he only grinned wider, his anger and excitement mingling together. With a thunderous shout, his colossal ancestral form surged forward. His massive fist seemed powerful enough to crush the heavens and the earth, smashing straight ahead. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi finally stopped hesitating. Even the Pangu banner had already been summoned. If he didn't act now, how could he live up to Wu Tian's trust? With a thought, the Book of the Earth appeared in his hand. This time, it wasn't just a phantom, but the true artifact itself, bursting forth with earthen yellow light that spread out instantly, shaking the land in every direction. Boom. The barrier from the Book of the Earth rippled outward like waves on a pond, quickly expanding. The thunderous roar left everyone stunned. They all stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to the dazzling center of the light. Wait, did Yuanshi really make a move? Cries of shock echoed through the air. In the next instant, the Book of the Earth flashed with lightning-like brilliance, activating the power of the earth veins. At last, it neutralized the force from the Pangu banner, but the impact made the entire primordial land tremble as if heaven and earth shuddered together. The shockwave caused Yuanshi's expression to change slightly. He could sense that some karmic burden was beginning to accumulate on him, as if the threads of fate were quietly winding around his body. Inwardly, he cursed, Jin Yuanzi, that old do-gooder. He's actually using the land's power against me? Unforgivable. Gong Gong's massive body was shaken by the blow, forcing him to stumble back a few steps until he finally steadied himself at the base of Bujo Mountain. Even the mountain itself trembled from the impact, and the primordial earth quaked once more. Looking back, Gong Gong felt a jolt of fear and patted his chest, muttering to himself, "Didn't Wu Tian say we should protect Bujo Mountain? This is driving me crazy." He glared fiercely, charging toward Yuanshi with unwavering determination in his eyes. Although Yuanshi felt a lingering dread, he wasn't about to back down. He gripped the Pangu banner tightly, his aura both alert and composed. At this moment, Taiqing sent a message to persuade him again. "Gong Gong, calm down." He had already summoned the Taiji diagram, and the Xianhuang Linglong pagoda was slowly appearing above his head, yet he remained worried that the situation would spiral out of control. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi grew anxious and quickly stepped in front of Gong Gong to persuade him. "Gong Gong, ancestral sorcerer. Don't be rash. This opportunity was bestowed by the Tao ancestor, and there are many eyes watching. I fear we can't handle what's coming." Gong Gong stopped, his expression softening a little, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He knew Jin Yuanzi's intervention had helped him just now, and he couldn't help but feel some goodwill toward him. "Jin Yuanzi, don't block me. If they dare to steal the treasures of the Wu tribe, they'll fight them to the end. We Wu fear neither life nor death." Gong Gong's deep voice was filled with anger and resolve. Yuanshi, though somewhat apprehensive, became even more vigilant at Gong Gong's words, clenching the Pangu banner tighter. Meanwhile, the Taiji diagram and pagoda glowed once again in Taking's hands, their aura pressing down on all sides, making the atmosphere even tenser. Seeing his words had no effect, Jin Yuanzi tried a new approach. "Gong Gong, ancestral sorcerer, if we can't win now, let's remember who acted against us. When all the ancestral sorcerers are gathered, we'll bring the 12 heavenly gods formation and settle the score with each of them. Wouldn't that be better?" As soon as he finished, the other ancestral sorcerer's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by the suggestion. Just then, the Funbao Cliff, which had been standing quietly atop Bujo Mountain, suddenly erupted with a burst of restless light. Countless beams of treasure shot outward in all directions. Everyone forgot about their standoff, immediately springing into action, each using their own methods to chase after the treasures. The ancestral sorcerers grew frantic, shouting, "My spirit treasures!" In fact, all of this was orchestrated by Hongjun Daozu. Though he sat quietly in the Zixiao Palace, his mind never truly left, keeping a close watch on the battle about to break out. With a slight frown, he thought to himself, how could I let the ancestor witches ruin this opportunity so easily? If they managed to take everything for themselves, how would he save face? So, during a lull in the fighting, Hongjun Daozu decisively activated the power of the Funbao Cliff. Streams of radiant treasure light burst forth, scattering in all directions. In an instant, the treasure light rained down like a shower of blossoms. Guided by fate, the treasures on Funbao Cliff drifted toward the listeners present. Everyone reacted at once, reaching out to snatch at the uncontrolled beams of light. Gong Gong quickly stopped exchanging words with Jin Yuanzi. With a flash, he soared into the air, unleashing his divine power, and striking out fiercely to block those trying to seize the treasures from him. The other ancestor witches followed suit, but the scope of the scattered treasure light was simply too vast. The weaker ones were knocked back before they could even get close, while the swiftest had already seized the chance to dart away with their spoils. The ancestor witches found themselves overwhelmed, frustration growing in their hearts. Moments later, more and more treasure light was swept away. Despite their best efforts, the ancestor witches could only intercept a portion of it. Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun gained even less, and Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but give a wry smile. He knew full well that, unlike the ancestor witches, he could see what was really happening. The unusual movement of the treasure light on Funbao Cliff could not be a coincidence, it had to be connected to Hongjun Daozu. Realizing this, he couldn't help but sigh, knowing that this time, Daozu would be truly angered. Yet Jin Yuanzi had no regrets. He watched as Yuanshi finally swept a cluster of treasure light into his hand. Sensing its power, Jin Yuanzi's lips curled into a faint smile. Opportunities granted by heaven could never be seized by brute force alone. He sneered inwardly. But then, his gaze shifted suddenly toward Funbao Cliff, and a thought struck him: the cliff itself, able to hold so many primordial treasures, must be extraordinary. Clearly, it shared some fate with him. Without hesitation, Yuanshi's figure flashed as he shot toward Funbao Cliff. Seeing this, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and the other ancestor witches immediately abandoned their other opponents and charged after Yuanshi, surrounding him. The 3 pure ones and the 7 ancestor witches were instantly locked in a chaotic melee, making the battlefield even more perilous. Witnessing the escalating conflict, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but send a message to Gong Gong. "Brother Gong Gong, didn't we agree to wait until Wu Tian and the others returned before making any moves? Now that the treasures are gone, we should keep Funbao Cliff must not be lost." While fending off attacks, Gong replied, no. If we lose these treasures and Funbao Cliff as well, how will we face Wu Tian? He specifically ordered us to secure the cliff at all costs. Even if it takes everything we've got, we must hold our ground. The ancestor witches' assault grew even fiercer, their determination clear as they trapped the three pure ones in place. Onlookers, seeing the situation, began to harbor their own thoughts, scheming to seize Funbao Cliff amid the chaos. Just then, more beams of treasure light shot out, and several streaks of mysterious colored light appeared clearly. Other cultivators were taking advantage of the confusion, hoping to snatch Funbao Cliff while the ancestor witches and the three pure ones were locked in battle. Xuanyuanzi and Han Yuan reacted instantly, unleashing a thunderous attack. The Book of the Earth's barrier appeared in a flash, blocking all incoming assaults. The two quickly positioned themselves in front of Funbao Cliff, their expressions alert as they watched the restless treasure seekers nearby. Among them was the ancestor of the River of Blood, Mingyi, whose eyes flashed with a covetous glint. After being blocked by Xuanyuanzi, Wu Tian's plan was immediately thwarted, and he could barely contain his anger. The opportunity had slipped away, and he hadn't gained any benefit from the innate spiritual treasures. How could he not be furious? He shouted angrily, Xuanyuanzi, you've always been the nice guy, but how dare you meddle in this matter? You'd better stay out of it, or I won't show any mercy. Xuanyuanzi was not to be outdone, and tried to persuade him, fellow Taoist Xuanyuanzi. The Wu clan's baleful aura is gathering, and fate is unpredictable. You are a person of peace and blessed fortune. Why get involved in such strife? However, Xuanyuanzi and Han Yuan continued to stand guard over Funbao Cliff, unwavering. Although their gentle natures and reputation for kindness were well known, they refused to give in to the pressure from the ancestral witches. Especially after receiving so many favors from the Wu clan and with the Hongmeng purple chi now in Han Yuan's possession, if they didn't defend Funbao Cliff now, how could they ever face Wu Tian again? They understood clearly that they had to hold their ground. The original form of the Earth Book suddenly appeared, unleashing a tidal wave of powerful visions. Its intricate patterns crisscrossed like the veins of the primordial land, dense and complex. This display awed everyone present, and only strengthened Xuanyuanzi's resolve to stand firm. Surveying the complicated situation around him, Xuanyuanzi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Was all his effort really for Wu Tian? Wu Tian, my brother, why haven't you come back yet? I've offended so many powerful beings for your sake. The karma is truly hard to resolve. Meanwhile, Xianming and Ho Tu, two of the ancestral witches, were also searching for a solution. After a moment's thought, they finally spoke. Channel your Pangu true form, and use Father God's aura to empower these 2 drops of blood. Give it a try. For the ancestral witches, when all else fails, invoking their Father God was always the safest bet. Wu Tian was silent for a moment, his gaze falling on the 2 drops of blood that were growing dim, his heart heavy. But he quickly made up his mind. All right. As soon as he spoke, his body swelled, shrouded in a gray light. The aura of the Pangu true form surged within him like a raging river, as if he had transformed into a chaos god. The surrounding chaos seemed to repel him, making his power even more formidable. A great devouring force wildly absorbed the chaotic energy, continuously fueling his 9-fold primordial art. As the chaotic energy poured into him, his power gradually stabilized, and he felt no burden at all. Wu Tian was slightly taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could it be that the true Pangu body is meant to cultivate within chaos? After all, Pangu originated from the chaos itself. He didn't dwell on it, and quickly focused on the task at hand, channeling Pangu's aura into the 2 drops of ancestral witch blood. In an instant, the blood glowed brilliantly, shining like stars. The original markings became even clearer, faintly wrapped in a gray barrier. The blood now contained an indescribable power, and with each subtle pulse, Wu Tian could sense the mysteries within, as if they were calling out in a certain direction. Suddenly, the laws of space and time around Wu Tian rapidly expanded, forming an independent domain. The strange sensation grew stronger. The drops of blood before him, his own body, and the distant Pangu Hall all became linked by a mysterious force. 2 familiar auras flashed through his mind, and he shouted, "Let's go. Take me back to the Great Desolation." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tian quickly concealed his aura, shrank his form, and grasped the blood. The power of the Pangu true form still surged within him, undiminished. Xianming and Ho Tu followed close behind, and the 3 of them vanished from the edge of the Great Desolation. Guided by the connection to Pangu Hall, the mysterious force within Wu Tian led them into an unknown space. Moments later, the 3 arrived at Pangu Hall, where they found Di Jiang and Zhu Juing. The 2 were battered and covered in wounds, but their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. As soon as Di Jiang saw Wu Tian, his 4 eyes lit up. "Huh, brother, I knew you'd come to rescue us. I knew you could do it." But their brief moment of joy was quickly interrupted by a sense of unease. As soon as the ancestral witches returned to the Great Desolation, They sensed the aura of an impending great battle. Ignoring his own injuries, Di Jiang bellowed. We'll settle these scores later. Take Pangu Hall, and let's reclaim our dignity. Anyone who dares bully the Wu clan is as good as dead. During the previous battle, the Pangu Hall had been firmly suppressing the Wu tribe. The other ancestral witches all believed that Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin were cultivating inside the hall, so they made sure not to disturb them at such a critical time. But now, with the return of Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin, the Pangu Hall also stirred to life. Wu Tian watched the two closely. Despite their energetic spirits, their bodies were covered in deep, crisscrossing wounds. Normally, as ancestral witches, any ordinary injuries would heal quickly once they returned to the Pangu Hall, but these wounds remained fierce and unhealed. A faint aura of the river of time lingered around the injuries, slowly eroding their flesh and clashing with their own powers. On top of that, their life force seemed thin and weak, prompting Wu Tian to say with concern, "There's no rush. Why don't we check things out first and let you two tend to your wounds? Our other brothers are safe for now, so there's no need to hurry. If your injuries drag on, it might harm your foundation." Daijang, however, burst out laughing as if his wounds didn't exist at all. Waving his hand, he replied, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Seeing this, Wu Tian said no more. Suddenly, the towering Pangu Hall shuddered, lifting off from the Wu tribe's territory like a massive mountain, heavy yet swift as it tore through the sky. With a thunderous boom, it crushed all the surrounding energy in its path. Daijang, Wu Tian, and the other ancestral witches flashed onto the hall's roof, gazing into the distance toward Bujo Mountain. The rest of the ancestral witches immediately sensed this change. Excitement filled the air, and their attacks grew even fiercer. Zhu Rong let out a hearty laugh. "Brothers, our eldest has returned." None of them knew that Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin had gone to explore the river of time. They simply thought the two had been consolidating their strength after breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. With Wu Tian and the others back as well, the ancestral witches were now all present, and the 12 Heavenly Gods formation could finally be deployed. Once the formation was complete, what did they have to fear from the three pure ones? Their excitement soared, and their fighting spirit burned even brighter. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, upon hearing the commotion, quickly turned to look in the direction of the approaching Pangu Hall. When they saw Wu Tian standing at the front, joy flashed in their eyes. Xinyuanzi was nearly moved to tears. "Wu Tian, my friend, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I'm not sure how much longer I could have held things together." The previous events had indeed put Xinyuanzi and Hongyun in a tough spot. Known as the good guys of the primordial world, they rarely clashed with others. But this time, swept up by the ancestral witches, they almost found themselves facing off against everyone who had attended Ziao Palace to hear the Tao. Naturally, they were anxious and uneasy. But before they could celebrate, Daijang's angry roar echoed from afar. "Surround them. Don't let a single one escape." Xinyuanzi was left speechless, thinking, "I thought someone sensible had arrived, but Daijang is still as aggressive as ever." He turned to Wu Tian, pleading, "Wu Tian, can't you say something to calm them down?" But at such a critical moment, Wu Tian knew he couldn't speak up. Doing so would only weaken their momentum and embolden the opposition. Whatever he was thinking, it was better to settle it after the fight. So he remained silent, joining Daijang and the other ancestral witches in unleashing their powers and driving the Pangu Hall forward. The massive hall moved even faster. With the ancestral witches about to gather, the situation became even more tense. Many of the powerful beings who had been watching the spectacle, coveting Funbao Cliff, or harboring resentment towards the Wu tribe, quietly withdrew from the scene. Surprisingly, the first to retreat was Ancestor Mingi. Known for his arrogance in the prehistoric world, Mingi was born from the blood sea of the netherworld, considered the filthiest place in existence, and was famous for the saying, "As long as the blood sea remains, Mingi cannot die." However, faced with the gathering of the ancestral witches, Mingi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If the ancestral witches decided to target him, even if he survived, his blood sea would be completely blocked off by them, something he definitely wanted to avoid. Without hesitation, he transformed into a flash of blood-red light and vanished into the distance. With Mingi gone, the other beams of mystical light also quickly retreated. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, silently thinking, "Maybe we should leave too? It seems there's no chance for us at Funbao." Cliff, Zhuanti muttered under his breath. "If we stay any longer, and the cause and effect between the three purities and the Wu tribe is settled, we'll probably get dragged into it as well." Zuni's intuition was spot on. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Originally, Wu Tian had planned to seek an alliance with the two of them from the west, but unexpectedly, the conflict over Funbao Cliff escalated into a direct confrontation between the three purities and the Wu tribe. Sensing the tension, the two western sages decisively turned and transformed into golden light, fleeing straight towards the western world. With these three leaving, the rest became even more reluctant to stay. Even if the ancestral witches didn't come after them, they could easily get caught in the crossfire. The crowd quickly dispersed, and the scene descended into chaos. Only the four emperors of the demon clan, Kuanpeng, Dijuan, and a few others remained calm and unshaken. They knew they hadn't been involved in the previous disputes, nor had they clashed with the ancestral witches, so there was nothing for them to worry about. Let's stay and watch the show. I really want to see, between the three purity esoteric disciples of Panguan, the bloodline descendants of Pangu, who is truly stronger. Kuanpeng felt a sense of gratitude, and although he hadn't stepped forward like Xinyuanzi, he wasn't ready to leave just yet. As the Pangu hall approached, the three purities frowned, exchanging glances before each unleashed their full power to momentarily push back the ancestral witches. In a flash, they regrouped. Taking's heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda hovered above, radiating an immense aura that enveloped and protected the trio. The Taiji diagram transformed into a golden bridge, its ends anchored in the void, suspended by the forces of yin and yang, forming a massive protective barrier. Yuanshi tightly gripped the Pangu banner, his expression grave, while Tong Tian summoned the newly acquired immortal slaying sword formation. Four multicolored giant swords circled the three purities, with the Qingping sword still in his hand. Boom! The Pangu hall tore through the air, descending with a heavy, overwhelming force aimed straight at the three purities. The will of Pangu resonated with the power of Bujo mountain, intensifying the pressure. In that instant, the aura of the descending Pangu hall felt like a mountain crashing down, turning the world pale. The first to bear the brunt was the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda, the most revered merit treasure of the primordial world. Its mystical light flickered, and waves of primordial energy surged in a desperate attempt to withstand the pressure. Though it seemed to struggle, the pagoda ultimately stood firm, unwavering. This sight made Daijin's eyes flash with admiration and a hint of envy. He couldn't help but sigh softly. No wonder it's the greatest merit treasure of heaven and earth. With it as a shield, one is nearly invincible. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned serious, and a trace of wariness appeared in his eyes. Taiching also felt a surge of fear. But just then, Wu Tian suddenly burst into wild laughter, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the radiant ruler of the primal chaos appeared, and he brought it down with a powerful slash. Both were treasures of merit, the ultimate defensive treasure and the ultimate offensive treasure. Which one was stronger? Wu Tian was more curious than ever to find out. With a sharp whoosh, the Hongmeng measuring ruler burst forth with dazzling mystical light. A phantom image shot through the air, carrying a purple aura even more profound than that of a merit-based treasure, heading straight for the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda. Although Taiching couldn't grasp the mysteries at play, he sensed danger the instant Wu Tian made his move. There was no time to weigh which treasure was stronger. Immediately activated the Taiji golden bridge beneath his feet. As the bridge extended, the forces of yin and yang swirled at one end, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Seeing this, Yuanshi and Tong Tian refused to be outdone. The Sambao Jade Rui glowed brilliantly, while the immortal slaying sword Qi surged forth, both aiming to block the assault of the Hongmeng measuring ruler. But it was already too late. The ruler's shadow seemed to command the very laws of time and space, like the primordial axe that split heaven and earth. It ignored all barriers, arriving in an instant. As the phantom ruler touched the Xianhuang energy, it solidified, one end firmly gripped in Wu Tian's hand. The ruler's shadow sliced through the dense Xianhuang energy and struck hard at the tip of the pagoda. A resonant clang echoed like the sound of a primordial bell. The surrounding space shattered inch by inch, and the rules of heaven revealed themselves amidst countless cracks as primal energy trembled violently. Taiching, who was spiritually connected to the pagoda, was shaken to his core by the impact. The moment the two merit treasures collided, a wild force erupted as if they were inherently opposed. Even though Wu Tian's muscles bulged and a gray divine radiance enveloped him as he gripped the Hongmeng measuring ruler, he was nearly thrown back by the backlash. At the crucial moment, Xianming and Huda stepped in. Their slender, fair hands pressed against Wu Tian's back, channeling their power to steady him. The Hongmeng measuring ruler quickly regained its form and settled safely in Wu Tian's grasp. Taiching, however, fared much worse. Already struggling under the suppressive force from the Pangu hall, the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda was shaken violently by the sudden blow. The pagoda plunged downward, sending the three pure ones hurtling through the void. Each of the three pure ones shone with radiant light as they worked together to stabilize the pagoda, barely managing to steady themselves after being flung a great distance. Without pausing to recover from the internal shock, Taiching immediately summoned the Taiji diagram, which unfurled into a grand white scroll to shield the trio in place of the pagoda. He even raised the newly acquired southern flaming banner above his head for extra protection. Seeing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian quickly followed suit. Taiching quickly summoned the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda back into his hand, examining it with a grave expression. When he noticed the deep mark on the tip of the pagoda, his face darkened instantly. How is that possible? Yuanshi exclaimed in shock. Taiching didn't continue his inspection. Instead, he put the pagoda away and looked thoughtfully in Wuxian's direction, his voice calm. Nothing is impossible. Even a supreme merit treasure, unmatched in defense, cannot remain eternal before the Tao. Besides, he paused. The Hongmeng measuring ruler in his hand is also a supreme merit treasure. One is for attack, the other for defense. They are two sides of the same coin. Yuanshi was clearly unwilling to accept this explanation. He glared fiercely at Wu Tian and the ancestral witches, his tone icy. Humph. If the pagoda hadn't already lost much of its power repelling Pangu Hall's earlier assault, and if that guy hadn't struck so suddenly, the outcome would still be uncertain. Even so, that ruler must have taken heavy damage as well. These words offered Taiching a small measure of comfort. But the truth was plain to see during this clash. The Hongmeng measuring ruler had the upper hand. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. Emperor Jun and the others were equally shocked. That's the #1 merit treasure in all of the Great Desolation. And even it couldn't withstand the blow? Their expressions grew serious. They had believed the 12 heavenly gods formation was the Wu tribe's ultimate trump card, but now it was clear that was far from the case. The sheer power of the Hongmeng measuring ruler alone was enough to inspire fear. Meanwhile, Wu Tian was examining the condition of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, a pained look on his face. I really shouldn't have been so reckless, he muttered to himself. There was a faint crack on the ruler, barely noticeable, yet it marred the artifact's original perfection. But as he probed deeper, a strange light suddenly flashed in Wuxian's eyes. He sent his divine sense into the ruler. After a moment, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. Deep within the forming 50th innate restriction of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, he discovered a mass of Xianhuang qi, wrapped around a bit of primal source power, whose aura was identical to that of the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda. When did this thing steal that? Wu Tian wondered to himself. Sensing its master's intent, the Hongmeng measuring ruler trembled lightly, as if a little shy but also somewhat proud. Stimulated by this unique energy, the long-brewing innate restriction began to change, with its runes slowly taking shape. Wu Tian quickly grasped the secret behind it. As the greatest defensive merit treasure in all of the Great Desolation, the Hongmeng measuring ruler needed more than just the blessing of the Tao to reach a higher level. Sheer force alone cannot last. Attack must be balanced by defense. Only by incorporating laws of protection could it achieve true harmony between offense and defense, allowing it to break through. Across the entire Great Desolation, aside from the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda, what other treasure could so perfectly complement the Hongmeng measuring ruler? A delighted smile appeared on Wu Tian's face. The Hongmeng measuring ruler trembled once more in his hand as he lowered his gaze to examine the primordial power within the Xianhuang qi, his brow furrowing subconsciously. Was this amount too little? Instinctively, he glanced at the 3 pure ones. When he saw Taiching put away the Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth, a wave of disappointment washed over him. But soon, the message from the Hongmeng measuring ruler set his mind at ease. This primordial power was mainly used as a catalyst. Although the quantity was small, it was sufficient. Still, Wu Tian couldn't help but think, it would be even better if there were a bit more. Just then, the ancestral witches flew toward the hall of Pangu. Ziao, in particular, shot straight to Wu Tian like an arrow, his face full of guilt as he cried out, "Wu Tian, we've let you down. All the treasures on Funbao Cliff have been taken by them." Wu Tian was just about to comfort him when the other ancestral witches began to complain all at once. In their account, Di Jun and the 3 pure ones had become nothing less than robbers, taking advantage of the witch's absence to snatch away the treasures. Listening to this twisted version of events, the expressions of Di Jun and the 3 pure ones grew increasingly strange. Di Jun gave a wry smile to himself. The rumors were true. The witches really did see things differently. They'd already explained what happened at Funbao Cliff, and even Xinyuanzi, who sided with the witches, had testified for them. Yet the ancestral witches still insisted the treasures had been stolen. Yuan Shi Tianzuan couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, "This is sheer nonsense. Funbao Cliff was a gift from our teacher at Zixiao Palace, and everyone obtained treasures by their own fortune. Xianming and Hutu were both present. You can ask them if that's not the case. How could it possibly belong to your witch tribe?" Zhu Yong glared, spinning around to retort, "It's on our territory. How could it not be ours?" This stubborn reasoning nearly made Yuan Shi faint with rage. He prided himself on his eloquence, but was at a loss before the ancestral witches. They simply refused to listen to reason, clinging only to the idea that it's ours. The feeling of helplessness, like a scholar facing a soldier, left Yuan Shi simmering in frustration. Just as Yuan Shi was about to speak again, Taiching raised a hand to stop him. Taiching calmly looked at the ancestral witches and said evenly, "Fellow Taoists, since the dispute centers on Funbao Cliff, why not let it go to you? Let this settle the karma between us. What do you think?" This proposal immediately drew objections from Yuan Shi, and even Tong Tian frowned. Yuan sure felt indignant. After all, they were the true heirs of Pangu's spirit, disciples of Hongjun, and destined to become saints of heaven. Why should they yield to the witch tribe? Taijing let out a quiet sigh in his heart, then sent a message to Yuanshi and Tian, saying, although we have obtained the Hongming purple qi, we have yet to attain the status of heavenly Dao saints. If the ancestral witches keep pestering us like this, when will we ever have the time or peace of mind to cultivate? Besides, even if we do become saints, what difference will it make? Have you ever seen the Wu tribe show any special respect to Daozu Hongjun? They don't even take him seriously. Even if we become saints, the ancestral witch's attitude toward us won't change at all. Yuanshi and Tian fell silent at his words, but it was clear they still felt indignant. Just then, the leader, Daijing, suddenly burst out laughing and strode forward with heavy steps. His whole body radiated a fierce aura, completely masking his injuries, and he made no effort to conceal his Hunyuan golden immortal presence. Hand over the treasure cliff to us? Daijing said loudly. It belonged to the Wu tribe in the first place. What's this talk of handing it over? As he spoke, he reached out toward the treasure cliff. Seeing this, Xinyuanzi, who was guarding the treasure cliff, quickly withdrew the earth book barrier. The treasure cliff immediately floated up and landed in Daijing's hand. Daijing then used the power of spatial laws to sweep Xinyuanzi and Hongyun over to Wushan's side. Daijing weighed the treasure cliff in his hand a few times, finding nothing special about this stone, nor understanding why Wu Tian wanted it so badly, so he simply tossed it to Wu Tian. Then he laughed heartily and said, let's set aside the treasure cliff for now. It's time to settle the score for stealing our spiritual treasures and bullying my brothers while I was away. With that, Daijing suddenly turned his head and shouted, brothers, form the array. At his command, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of each ancestral witch. They roared and scattered across the land and sky. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the primordial world, and 12 towering pillars of killing intent shot toward the heavens. The Pangu Hall flew to the center of the formation, connecting in a mysterious way with the ancestral witches, as the 12 heavenly fiend formation began to encircle the 3 pure ones. Seeing this, Taijing frowned, and was about to lead Yuanshi and Tian away, but Zhu Jian's cold voice rang out. Taijing, don't think you can just run away. Even if you escape, can Kunlun Mountain escape with you? The faces of the 3 pure ones changed dramatically at these words, a bitter smile spreading across them. In the brief moment of hesitation, they were already surrounded by the 12 heavenly fiend formation and instantly plunged into a world of murderous energy. This sudden turn of events shook the entire primordial world. Among the onlookers, Dijuan frowned, while Taiyi's eyes gleamed with excitement. He quietly messaged, brother, the Wu tribe may be unpleasant, but their power is truly impressive. If our demon tribe could one day command such strength, wouldn't that be something? Dijuan nodded slightly. At that moment, Fushi quietly asked, we've also obtained spiritual treasures. Do you think the Wu tribe will come after us later? Daijin's expression grew serious. Fushi wasn't the only one with such worries. Other listeners from Ziao Palace who had already left were also uneasy, quietly complaining that the Wu tribe was too domineering. Those who had previously fought the Wu tribe, like the two from the west and Ancestor Mingi, were even more anxious. Meanwhile, under the protection of the formation, Xinyuanzi looked worriedly at Wu Tian beside him. Brother Wu Tian, please try to persuade Ancestor Daijing to stop. I know you may not fear the 3 pure ones, but if this continues, the Wu tribe will become the target of many powerful beings. Now that you have the treasure cliff, is there really any need to go further? Xinyuanzi's advice, regardless of right or wrong, was clearly heartfelt and entirely for Wushan's sake. Hearing this, Wu Tian was moved. He could understand Xinyuanzi's concerns, and he could also sense just how much courage this good-natured elder had built up to get to this point. Wu Tian immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, brother Xinyuan. Once this matter is settled, let's have a proper chat. Xinyuanzi waved his hand and said urgently, it's nothing. The fact that you're willing to share the Hongmeng purple qi with us is already more than enough. Whatever else you ask, we're willing to do. It's not that I'm afraid of trouble. I just think that if this continues, it really won't be good for the Wu tribe. You should try to persuade the ancestral witches as soon as possible. Wu Tian nodded helplessly. After figuring out what had happened, he couldn't help but find it all a little absurd. His original plan was to join the others in seeking some good fortune, snatch a spiritual treasure or two, and then sweep up the rest from Funbao Cliff. He hadn't expected the ancestral witches to try to take everything, packing up all the treasures for the Wu tribe and bringing them to him. With Hongjun Daozu present, there was no way things would go so smoothly. That's why so many treasures flew out. Wu Tian immediately realized that Hongjun Daozu must have intervened. That itself wasn't a big deal, but he hadn't expected it to trigger such a major conflict, leading to a direct confrontation with the 3 pure ones. Even though Wu Tian was on the Wu tribe's side, he felt a bit embarrassed. The ancestral witch's reasons for acting felt weak, even somewhat unreasonable. Wu Tian wasn't afraid of the 3 pure ones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up the opportunity with the innate gourd vine in advance, all to trip them up. Thinking of this, Wu Tian sent a message to Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, explaining what had happened in the Zixiao palace, and said again, "Elder brothers, if this is our only reason, I'm afraid the Wu tribe will be criticized, and well look even more unreasonable. Why not find another excuse?" He had already prepared an alternative. If the will of heaven didn't change, those people would surely be drawn by the aura of the innate gourd vine, and that could serve as a new justification. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had grown to value Wu Tian's opinions more and more, but after hearing what he said, they fell silent for a moment. Then Di Jiang laughed and said, "Little brother, I know what's on your mind, but as you've said yourself, this tribulation belongs to the Wu tribe's era. No matter whether we rise or fall in the future, right now is when our tribe's fortune and momentum are at their peak. Since that's the case, what do we have to worry about? Should we wait until a crisis comes before we start to act boldly? Besides, haven't they always accused us of being unreasonable? Then let them see it for themselves again." Wu Tian was momentarily speechless. "Huh, is that really how you see it?" At this point, Zhu Jiuyin nodded with a smile, obviously agreeing with Di Jiang, thinking it wise to seize more benefits while their luck was on the rise. He chuckled and added, "Didn't you say you wanted to collect all 5 and 8 directional banners? Whether or not our reasons are sufficient now, if you don't seize this opportunity, it'll only get harder in the future." As Zhu Jiuyin spoke, his gaze shifted toward the southern Lady Flame banner and the central Wuxi apricot yellow banner above Taiching and Yuanqi's heads. Wu Tian was gradually convinced, thinking to himself, "All right, looks like the innate gourd vine might not even be needed." Seeing Wu Tian remain silent, Zhu Jiuyin smiled again and said, "As for your worries, are you afraid the Wu tribe will become the target of everyone's criticism in the Great Desolation? Don't worry, we're not that foolish." The two ancestral witches exchanged glances in midair, a hint of satisfaction appearing on their faces. It was as if they were silently communicating with their eyes. Then, Di Jiang stepped forward, suddenly appearing before the 3 pure ones. His arrival sent a ripple through the previously calm mystical light, and the atmosphere around the 3 pure ones grew tense and wary. Di Jiang spoke in an unhurried tone, his gaze deep as he looked at Taiching. "Taiching, how do you intend to resolve this karma?" Taiking's brows furrowed slightly, but before he could respond, Yuanshi interrupted, his voice filled with anger. "The fortune of the treasure cliff was bestowed by my master. It has nothing to do with your Wu tribe." His words were sharp, clearly provoked by Di Jiang. But Di Jiang remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on Taiching, his smile gentle yet meaningful. The two locked eyes, an unspoken tension building between them. "As for the treasures on the treasure cliff, we don't mind letting others have them. Our Wu tribe isn't petty. Those items can be considered gifts. However, the 3 pure ones have benefited the most thanks to your profound fortune. Do you really think it's that simple?" His words echoed across the entire land, heard by all the powerful beings. Many scoffed, thinking, "Is this yours to give? And you think you can just hand it out to us?" Yet a sense of relief quietly spread. It seemed Di Jiang's demands were aimed solely at the 3 pure ones, sparing everyone else. Earlier, when the ancestral witches set up the 12 heavenly fiends formation to surround the 3 pure ones, many powerful cultivators felt a sense of dread. After all, if the ancestral witches truly clashed with the 3 pure ones, the bystanders could easily get dragged into the conflict. Di Jiang's words, however, eased their worries like a breath of fresh air. Instantly, all eyes turned to the 3 pure ones. Di Jun, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. Who says the Wu tribe lacks intelligence? Di Jiang has deftly shifted the focus onto the 3 pure ones and resolved our crisis. How interesting. In the west, Jie'in and Zhuan also relaxed, exchanging glances before turning their attention back toward Bujo Mountain to see what would happen next. But Di Jiang wasn't finished. Lowering his voice, he continued, "Moreover, you once bullied Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. Those debts remain unsettled. Since we are all descendants of Pangu, he'll ask for 2 primordial treasures. That's not unreasonable, is it?" The faces of the 3 pure ones grew even more somber, their brows tightly knitted, and a heavy silence fell. Di Jiang's terms seemed final, yet he showed no impatience waiting for their response. He glanced around casually, his gaze settling on the flaming banner of the south and the apricot yellow banner of the center. With a faint smile, he said, "Those 2 banners will do. I believe both were gained from the treasure cliff. Return them, and well consider the matter settled." Taking's gaze sharpened clearly. Di Jiang had long since set his sights on these items. Yuanshi, even more incensed, shot back. "Who says they came from the treasure cliff? They were bestowed upon us by Hongjun Daozu himself in the Zixiao palace. How can you just take them?" But Di Jiang's smile didn't falter, his tone growing even more dismissive. "Why wouldn't I dare? I may not have attended the 3rd sermon, but I've heard about it. Hongjun Daozu has merged with the Dao itself and won't appear unless something truly momentous happens. A conflict between you and the 3 pure ones hardly counts as such. If it did, wouldn't that make Hongjun Daozu seem rather unimpressive?" As soon as he finished, Zhu Jiuyin spoke up as well. We are all of Pangu's lineage, so we won't take your lives. But if this karma isn't settled today, the 12 heavenly fiends formation will remain. Whether it's 10,000 years or 100,000, the Wu tribe will never let this go. These words sent a shock through everyone present. They were actually threatening to keep the formation in place unless the treasures were returned. Taking's expression darkened. This was exactly what he feared most. If the Wu tribe hounded them relentlessly, there would be no time to refine the Hongmeng purple qi, let alone deal with anything else. At the center of the formation, Wu Tian's expression grew increasingly strange. What exactly did they see? How did they suddenly get so clever? To think they dare say such things. Whether Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had been tempered by the river of time, weakened by backlash, or perhaps the ancestral witches were never mere brutes to begin with, it no longer mattered. What was important was that they had successfully gained the upper hand over the three pure ones. The 12 heavenly fiends formation erupted with a thunderous roar, its boundless, oppressive aura enclosing the three pure ones like an iron fortress. Taiqing, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged glances, each with a complex expression. Yuanshi Tianzuan, in particular, was visibly furious, his face flushed red with anger at this almost shameless tactic. How is this shameless? Di Jiang's hearty laughter echoed within the formation. We were nothing if not reasonable. If you don't want to negotiate, then we'll just fight until you do. Before he could finish, Yuanshi Tianzuan exploded in rage, brandishing the Pangu banner and unleashing waves of chaotic power that tore through the fiendish aura. Yet the formation spun rapidly, and every gap was instantly filled by new waves of deadly energy. The ancestral witches howled in excitement, their attacks coming from every direction, relentless and fierce. Fine, let's settle this with a fight first. Wu Tian, watching from the sidelines, could only shake his head helplessly at how eager the ancestral witches were for battle. But it made sense. These warlike beings only grew stronger the more ferocious the fight, deepening their mastery over the laws of the universe. Battle erupted in an instant. Taiqing and Tongtian had no choice but to join in, their treasures clashing with the formation's energy. The entire primordial world shook from the impact. Spiritual energy surged, the laws of nature were thrown into chaos, and the air was thick with deadly aura, as if heaven and earth were being turned upside down. The four royal demon emperors, Kuanpeng, and other onlookers quickly retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. In the distance, Tai couldn't help but ask Dijuan, "Brother, do you think the three pure ones will give in?" Dijuan pondered for a moment, his expression odd. "Maybe," he replied, having already noticed the confidence of the ancestral witches and the frustration of the three pure ones. After all, who in this world could endure the relentless harassment of these ancestral witches? Elsewhere, Zhuangmu watched the battle from afar. When she heard Di Jiang specifically demand the southern Lady Flame banner and the central Wuji apricot banner, her eyes narrowed. With so many innate treasures, why did they want these two banners? Could it be they were trying to gather all 5 of the primordial banners? The thought made Zhuangmu murmur to herself. According to their agreement, if Dong Wenggong died, she would have to hand over the western Su-color Cloud Realm banner as well. This meant the ancestral witches were very likely to make a move against Dong Wenggong. Shi Wangmi's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Recalling the scene in Zixiao Palace, when Hongjun Daozu distributed the Hongmeng purple qi, she had harbored a glimmer of hope. She even wondered if she had wrongly blamed Dong Wenggong. If she truly managed to obtain the Hongmeng purple qi, she would actually have to thank him. Yet, what she never expected was that Hongjun Daozu didn't even spare her a second glance, instead bestowing the last 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi directly to the 2 from the west, and taking them as registered disciples. This meant that not only were they pioneers in cultivating and spreading the Tao of immortality, but she herself wasn't even recognized as a registered disciple. Shi Wangmu was filled with resentment, and as she recalled the surprised looks from her fellow cultivators in Zixiao Palace, she wished she could simply vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, the 2 Westerners holding the innate 5 directions banners were also uneasy. Zhuanti gripped the Eastern Green Lotus banner tightly and asked nervously, "Senior brother, do you think the Wu clan will come after us? If they covet this Eastern Green Lotus banner, what should we do?" Jane was equally anxious, but quickly tried to reassure him. "No, they won't. Didn't Daijing just say that during this treasure division, they're only targeting the 3 pure ones and won't trouble anyone else?" Zhuanti forced a bitter smile, secretly thinking that the karma between them and the Wu clan went far beyond just what happened at the treasure cliff. At that moment, a scene from Zixiao Palace flashed through his mind. Wu Tian's half-smiling gaze left a deep impression on Zhuanti, as if it had been branded onto his soul. The fierce battle raged on, with the ancestral witches growing more excited, their roars echoing through the formation, while the 3 pure ones looked increasingly grave. If it came down to single combat, their cultivation might have given them an edge, but as things stood, the 3 pure ones simply couldn't break the 12 heavenly deities formation. With the Pangu Hall anchoring the formation, it grew even more stable. What's more, Wu Tian hadn't even made a move yet. Although the three pure ones didn't know what trump cards the ancestral witches might still have, they understood that, with their current strength, they couldn't do anything to the Wu clan. Taiching poured all his power into the Taiji diagram, the swirling yin and yang blocking the ancestral witches' attacks, then suddenly retreated and called out, "Second brother, third brother, stop." Tong Tian obediently withdrew, flashing to Taking's side, the surging sword light fading as he silently waited for Taking's decision. However, Yuanshi was unwilling and continued attacking. Taiching sighed helplessly, "Second brother, let it go." Without turning, Yuanshi sent a message to the other two, "Let it go? Are we just supposed to give in to their threats? Why should we?" Taiching shook his head slightly and explained, "Because the Wu clan plays by their own rules. Because they don't need time to refine the Hongmeng purple qi. Because they carry immense fortune. We may have obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, but that doesn't make us sages yet. We still need time to refine it and prove the Tao, right? Are we really going to keep clashing with the Wu clan here? Their aura is heavy and turbulent. They ignore the will of heaven and act without restraint. When the great calamity comes, they'll only bring more disaster. These innate treasures aren't worth getting tangled up with them over." As the true inheritors of Pangu, the three pure ones were blessed with great fortune. Not only had they acquired many innate treasures during their journeys, but they'd also been rewarded by Hongjun Daozu in Ziao Palace. At the treasure cliff, they'd gained more than anyone else. The two innate five directions banners, though precious, were not irreplaceable to them. Yuanshi simply couldn't swallow his pride. After a moment's thought, Tong Tian tried to persuade him, "Second brother, I think eldest brother is right. Why not let it go for now? We can settle this karma after we become sages." Yuanshi paused, irritation written on his face. "Easy for you to say it's not your treasure that's been taken," but at last, he put away the Pangu banner and retreated to stand beside Taiching and Tong Tian, unable to suppress his frustration. How humiliating. We are the true heirs of Pangu, personally taught by Daozu, destined to become sages of heaven, and yet we're being forced to back down by that rabble. It's just humiliating. Upon hearing this, Tongshin's expression darkened instantly. He was already displeased by what Yuanshi had said earlier, but seeing Yuanshi's current state, he managed to hold back his anger and thought to himself, "Forget it. It's not worth arguing with him." When Daijang demanded compensation, Taiching and Yuanshi were each required to hand over one of the innate five-direction flags. Tong Tian understood perfectly well that these flags were exactly what the ancestral witches were after. Still, being left out made him feel uneasy. Now, as Yuanshi brought up the matter again, Tong Tian was puzzled, wondering silently, what are the Wu clan up to this time? With the three pure ones withdrawing, Daijang waved his hand, signaling the other ancestral witches to stop. The Grand 12 Heavenly Deities formation came to an abrupt halt, and the ancestral witches returned to the Hall of Pangu, appearing before the three pure ones. Daijang let out a hearty laugh and asked, "Taiching, have you made up your minds?" Taiching gave a slight nod and was about to speak when Yuanshi interrupted once more. "Aren't you ashamed to be so unreasonable? Aren't you worried you'll tarnish the name of great god Pangu?" The ancestral witches revered Pangu as their father, but the three pure ones, while respectful, did not see him as such. Daijang shot Yuanshi a disdainful glance and said, "I'm talking to your elder brother, what's it got to do with you?" He then glanced at the other ancestral witches nearby, as if to say, "See, when I speak as the eldest, do any of you interrupt?" Yuanshi was fuming, while Taiching looked increasingly resigned. With a gentle wave of his tai whisk, Taiching blocked Yuanshi and quietly sent him a message, "Second brother, since our decision is made, there's no need to argue further and make a spectacle of ourselves. The Wu clan are unreasonable. Why bother debating with them and inviting more trouble?" Then, looking calmly at Daijang, he said softly, "Just as you said, once these two treasures are handed over, our grievances are settled, and we'll go our separate ways from now on." With that, he waved his hand, sending the Southern Flame banner out in a streak of red light toward Daijang. Seeing how reluctant Yuanshi was, Taiching sighed inwardly and, without hesitation, used his Tai whisk to send out the central yellow banner from Yuanshi's hand in a burst of white light. He understood Yuanshi's reluctance. After all, these two innate five-direction flags were top-grade treasures. Even though they possessed many treasures, these two were among the best and not easily parted with. But the situation left them no choice. It was better to settle the matter quickly and return to Kunlun to cultivate, comprehend the Tao, and refine the primordial purple qi. As the two flags flew over, the ancestral witches were instantly overjoyed, their faces beaming with delight. Wushan's lips curled in satisfaction, thinking, "It worked out just as I hoped." Standing beside him, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were both stunned, unable to believe their eyes. They murmured in disbelief, "Did that really just happen?" Xinyuanzi had been deeply worried before, fearing the ancestral witches would go too far and anger the three pure ones, which could have turned the entire world against them. He had tried to persuade them to be cautious, but he never expected the overbearing Wu clan to come out on top, forcing the three pure ones to back down and hand over their treasures. It wasn't just the mother great powers watching from afar were equally shocked, their faces grave with astonishment. Was the Wu clan really so domineering that even the three pure ones had to yield? This is a direct transmission from the Dao ancestor himself, and he has received the Hongmeng purple qi. He's destined to become a future sage of heaven. This scene filled everyone present with wariness. Regardless of the Wu clan's overall strength, just witnessing their terrifying methods was enough to make people wonder if the Wu clan ever turned their power against them. How could they possibly defend themselves? Many people remained silent for a long time, only able to shake their heads helplessly. After all, if the three pure ones don't back down now, what choice do they have? Keep fighting, Heaton? At that moment, Daijang suddenly reached out, and two innate five directions flags landed firmly in his palm. The two triangular flags radiated a powerful, innate spiritual light that sent chills down everyone's spine. Daijang nodded slightly. A flash of light passed through his hand, and the flags vanished without a trace. He didn't hand them over to Wu Tian in front of everyone, but put them away himself. With a low chuckle, he then declared loudly, "Huh? See, things didn't have to get this messy. The Wu clan isn't unreasonable. Brothers, let them go." At his command, the 12 heavenly deities formation activated instantly. The once still heavens and earth split open, and the primordial aura of the great desolation shone down like a beam of light. Taking's gaze grew profound as he glanced at the ancestral witches, but he said nothing, just offered a slight bow. Then he turned to Yuanshi and Tongtian, saying, "Let's go." Yuanshi shot Daijang a fierce glare, while Tongtian frowned deeply, his expression full of complicated emotions. The three pure ones immediately transformed into streaks of mystical light, heading straight for Kunlun Mountain, as if unwilling to linger a moment longer. However, before they had gone far, all three were suddenly struck by a strange sensation. They stopped in unison and turned back abruptly. Yuanshi spoke in a low voice, "Big brother, look over there. Isn't that the aura of an innate spiritual treasure? I feel a strange pull in my heart." Taiqing and Tongshan's expressions also shifted, as if they too sensed something unusual. They replied via spiritual transmission, "We feel it as well." Yuanshi's eyes lit up with a flash of hope. Could this be our opportunity? His gaze shifted toward the 12 heavenly deities formation, where the ancestral witches still stood in the distance. If they went over now, it would almost certainly lead to another confrontation with the Wu clan, and knowing the ancestral witches' temperaments, another conflict seemed inevitable. The three pure ones fell into deep thought, stuck at a crossroads. Meanwhile, the ancestral witches noticed their hesitation and called out in surprise, "Huh? Why are they stopping again? Are they planning to change their minds and fight us once more?" Wu Tian, having anticipated this turn of events, watched the three pure ones' indecision with amusement. After all this chaos, do they really think the opportunity with the innate gourd vine still exists? That it hasn't been disturbed? A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Heaven really is persistent, still trying to dismantle this gourd vine, which contains the essence of innate yin-yang and 5 elements, through the three pure ones and others? Then, a satisfied grin spread across his face. But what does it matter if they sense it? The gourd vine has already recognized me as its master. No matter how much the three pure ones covet it, it's just salt in their wounds now. Losing their treasures and missing out on this opportunity, their frustration must be unbearable. At this moment, the anomaly in the heavenly Tao caught the attention of many powerful beings across the great desolation. Beyond the three pure ones, even Emperor Jun and the other 4 emperors of the demon race felt a strong sense of unease. Their gazes all turned, as if by instinct, toward the spot on Mount Bujo where the primordial gourd vine grew. A tremor ran through Dijun's heart. He could clearly sense a sharp, elusive innate spiritual light flickering in and out of existence. This aura stirred something deep within him, prompting him to murmur under his breath, "Could this be our opportunity?" Yet, like the three pure ones, he remained rooted to the spot, hesitating. The ancestral witches had always been overbearing, treating Mount Bujo as forbidden ground. If he rushed in recklessly, it would surely provoke their intervention. Dijun frowned, recalling what had happened earlier at Funbao Cliff. Even when Grandmaster Hongjun bestowed opportunities, the ancestral witches interfered. How much more so now, when the opportunity lay right on Mount Bujo? Maybe I should wait. Dijun pondered. Wait until the ancestral witches leave, then investigate. But as soon as this thought arose, he glanced at the three pure ones and saw that they too were drawn to this opportunity. If he hesitated, wouldn't he be letting them seize the initiative? Meanwhile, the three pure ones were whispering among themselves. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked excited. "We just lost the 5 elemental flags, and now there's another sign from the heavens. This must be the will of heaven itself." But as they remembered the humiliation they had just suffered at the hands of the ancestral witches, all 3 couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. At the same time, within the 12 heavenly fiends formation, Daijang cheerfully handed the 2 innate 5 elemental flags to Wu Tian. "See? Didn't I tell you? We've got the treasures in our hands now." Dijang laughed heartily. "You hold on to them for now. This was your idea, so you get to decide how they're used. This trust felt different to Wu Tian than before. In the past, his advice was taken mainly because he was the youngest and had offered some successful suggestions. But now, the trust felt pure, and Wu Tian couldn't help but wonder what the two of them had been through together. Dijiang, however, said nothing more. Just then, Zhu Rong suddenly grumbled, "Huh, what are those guys up to? Are they really not planning to leave?" With that, he made as if to step outside the formation. At that moment, as Sanqing, Di Jun, and the others watched intently, the power of the heavenly Tao suddenly surged, and a dazzling mystical light shot up into the sky. With a thunderous boom, radiant treasure light burst forth, and spiritual energy erupted all at once. The hesitation among Sanqing and the four emperors vanished instantly as they sensed the aura leaking from the Xiantian gourd vine. Their eyes lit up in unisona, Xiantian's spiritual root. In the vast wilderness, the value and rarity of a Xiantian spiritual root far surpassed that of a Xiantian spiritual treasure, making it even more precious. With no more doubts, they transformed into beams of mystical light, racing toward the source of the spiritual energy. Jin Yuanzi cried out in alarm, "This is bad. Wu Tian, it's your Xiantian gourd vine. Stop them quickly, don't let them destroy it." The ancestral witches were startled. Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin didn't have time to activate the 12 heavenly gods formation. Instead, they forcefully unleashed their own laws and vanished on the spot. In a flash, they appeared before Sanqing and the four emperors, blocking their path. Daijang's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Stop! Don't you dare try to seize our Wu clan's treasure." At that moment, Wu Tian also took action. With another swing of the celestial measuring ruler, a razor-sharp blade of light descended, forming a barrier that separated the valley from the crowd. Sanqing and the others were forced to halt, their expressions growing tense. The ancestral witches flickered into position, with Wu Tian following close behind to stand at Daijang's side. Beneath their feet lay the valley where the Xiantian gourd vine grew, while Sanqing and the four emperors of the demon clan stood on either side. Sanqing frowned deeply, and Yuanshi glared at Daijang, his voice full of anger. "Daijang, your Wu clan is being far too domineering. Treasures belong to those fated to receive them. Since we felt a connection with the opportunity here, it should be ours. Do you plan to take it by force?" Daijang sneered. "So what if we do? What can you before the confrontation could escalate further?" And as Di Jun and the others' expressions grew darker, Wu Tian stepped forward to interrupt Daijang's aggressive words. "Fellow Taoists, please calm down. The treasure in this valley does indeed belong to our Wu clan." At this point, Tai spoke up with a mocking tone. "Yours? I know your clan regards Bujo Mountain as your territory, but Bujo Mountain is the pillar of the world, belonging to all living beings. The fortunes found here aren't exclusively yours." Wu Tian sensed Tai's displeasure and glanced at him before bursting out laughing. "You've misunderstood. The treasure in this valley is a Xiantian spiritual root that I've already refined. For some reason, its spiritual energy surged, and the protective formation broke, which attracted all of you here." As he spoke, seeing the skeptical looks from Sanqing and Di Jun, Wu Tian simply summoned the Xiantian gourd vine up from the valley. Now that he had already obtained the 5 elemental banners, there was no longer any need to use the gourd vine to entrap Sanqing. If not for the sudden disturbance, he hadn't even planned to reveal the vine. Perhaps it was fate. At this critical moment, Sanqing and the others sensed the opportunity, and with the collapse of the formation and spiritual energy depletion, the vine's aura was exposed. Since the situation had already unfolded, Wu Tian decided to act openly, avoiding further conflict. If the vine was damaged, it would at least escape another calamity. Instantly, the thick vine, shimmering with multicolored treasure light, like a primordial demon vine, stretched straight up into the air. 7 gourds of different colors, each radiating a unique aura, hung like a string of bells, swaying with the vine's movement and drawing everyone's gaze. In the next moment, everyone realized Wu Tian had spoken the truth. The Xiantian gourd vine wrapped itself affectionately around Wu Tian, climbing up his body in a display of complete harmony. Their auras blended seamlessly, making it clear to all that the vine had already been refined by Wu Tian. Di Jun's expression shifted instantly, breaking into a bright, envious smile. "Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, your fortune is truly remarkable. Such a spiritual root, embodying all elements of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, how enviable." Di Jun's reaction was mostly envy and regret. Sanqing, however, especially Yuanshi, felt even more unsettled as he gazed at the 7 mystical gourds, each more wondrous than the last. With a heavy snort, Yuanshi flicked his sleeve and turned away. In a flash of clear light, he vanished into the void without looking back. When Wu Tian saw Yuanshi's expression, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he secretly chuckled to himself. Strangely enough, seeing Yuanshi looking so frustrated actually gave him a sense of satisfaction. "Why did you stop in the first place? Wouldn't it have been better to just keep going?" "Now look what's happened." Ed could feel the opportunity was right before him. With 7 glowing gourds hanging in front of his eyes, only to discover that they were already innate spiritual roots refined by Wu Tian. That must have stung, didn't it? Taiqing and Tian quickly glanced at Yuanqi's retreating figure, but Taking's attention was soon drawn to the yin-yang gourds on the innate gourd vine. The two gourds radiated a pure and powerful innate yin-yang energy, stirring a sense of longing in Taking's heart. In the original course of events, after the treasure hunt at Finbao Cliff, everyone discovered the existence of the innate gourd vine. Before the 7 gourds had fully matured, they were already divided among the crowd. The gourd vine was destroyed. Taiqing obtained the first purple gourd with yang attributes, while Tian got the second black gourd with yin attributes. Both extracted the innate yin-yang energy from their gourds, which ultimately ended up in Taking's possession, enhancing his understanding of the Tao of yin and yang. The 2 gourds were left empty. The purple gourd was refined into a purple gold gourd for storing elixirs, capable of capturing and restraining people, while the black gourd was forged by Tian into his waterfire Qilan, becoming the waterfire gourd. But now, the situation had changed. Wu Tian had claimed the gourd vine early on. Although Taiqing deeply desired the innate yin-yang energy, all he could do was sigh in resignation. He let out a barely noticeable sigh and, in the end, said nothing, suppressing any thoughts of bartering for treasures. So be it, fate has its own plans, and the ancestral witches would never agree anyway. He signaled to Tian and set off in the direction Yuanshi had left. Tongshan's eyes, however, were filled with curiosity, his gaze fixed on Wu Tian as he thought, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the innate gourd vine. The ancestral witches favor him so much. What's really going on with this guy? Still, he didn't say much, just nodded slightly before following Taiqing. A moment later, the two caught up with Yuanshi. When they reached him, they saw he still looked extremely frustrated. At last, he blurted out angrily, "How is this possible? The Wu tribe acts so recklessly, disregarding fate, yet they managed to obtain such a precious innate spiritual root." He almost complained about the unfairness of heaven, but recalling the way these people behave, showing no respect for heaven or even Hongjun, the Tao ancestor swallowed his words. Taiqing said calmly, "Why not? The Wu tribe is also the true inheritor of Pangu's legacy, descendants of the great god Pangu. Right now, they're cleansing the world of evil energy, which brings them great merit and fortune." Yuanshi frowned, clearly dissatisfied, but he couldn't argue. Taiqing waved his hand slightly, making it clear he didn't want to discuss the Wu tribe any further. As frustrated as Yuanshi felt, Taiqing was no different, just hit it better. At that moment, Tian suddenly spoke up. "Big brother, second brother, did you notice something?" When the gourd vine appeared just now, Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin forcibly intervened, but their auras seemed off. Could they be seriously injured? Tian, ever observant, had noticed the changes in Daijang and Zhu Jiyin's energy and finally voiced his suspicion. As soon as he said this, Yuanqi's eyes lit up. In the void, Taiqing suddenly stopped, as if about to turn and leave, letting out a cold snort. "So it was all just a bluff. Let's go find them again." But Taiqing sighed softly and raised a hand to stop Yuanshi. Yuanshi looked at him, puzzled, his face full of confusion. Taiqing glanced back at him and spoke slowly. "Even if they're gravely injured and unable to fight, so what? The strength of the Wu tribe far exceeds our imagination, and there are many ancestral witches among them. If we act rashly, do you really think we'll gain the upper hand?" He sighed again, his voice low. "Without attaining sainthood, we're nothing more than ants. We should return and focus on our cultivation. Refining the Hongmeng purple qi is what truly matters." Though Yuanshi still felt reluctant, his expression gradually darkened. Despite his unwillingness, he finally nodded. Deep down, he swore to himself, "Once I become a saint, they'll make them all see who the true master is." The 3 brothers turned and headed back to Kunlun Mountain. On the way, Yuanshi remained unsettled, clenching his fists tightly, determined that one day he would make the world recognize him anew. Meanwhile, Dijuan and the others stood watching their figures disappear, a hint of a knowing smile on their faces. Wu Tian, in a cheerful mood, exchanged a few words with them, the atmosphere relaxing a little. Finally, Dijuan spoke up, his voice probing, "Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, there are many gourds on this innate gourd vine. You may not need them all. I'm quite interested. Would you consider trading one for a treasure?" Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he did have 7 gourds, but one, a chaos gourd, was already hidden in his dantian to avoid interference from the heavenly Tao. Realistically, the chaos gourd alone was enough for him. Once the others matured, they would be of little use. He had no intention of hanging on to more, lest he become known as the 8-gourd ancestral witch. Still, without hesitation, he directly refused Daijan's offer. "Sorry, I have my own plans for these gourds. I hope you'll understand." Dijuan had expected Wu Tian to refuse, so he wasn't surprised. Still, seeing how decisive Wu Tian was, he couldn't help but give an awkward smile. Tai, witnessing this, grew indignant. "It's just a single gourd. When you asked my brother for the Fusang spirit branch, we didn't turn you down." Dijuan immediately snapped at him, but deliberately let Tai finish, making sure everyone heard clearly. Only after Tai was done did Dijun speak. Enough. At those words, the expressions of many ancestral witches changed slightly. They all understood the deeper implications. Huta stepped forward, her tone cold and displeased. You're mistaken, Taoist. Why did the Demon Emperor offer us the Fusang spirit branch? Have you forgotten the cause and effect behind it? Dijun was momentarily stunned, his expression turning a bit awkward. He had hoped to gloss over the matter, but hadn't expected the ancestral witches to bring it up directly. Annoyed, he felt as if had lost face and appeared petty. You're misunderstanding me. Dijun quickly waved his hand. That wasn't my intention. He then cupped his hands to the ancestral witches, forcing a smile. Since fellow Taoist Wu Tian isn't interested in a trade, let's just leave it at that. Please pretend I never mentioned it. With that, Dijun turned to leave with Fushi and Yuhua. Seeing how fruitless this exchange had been, he felt a wave of irritation gained nothing and only ended up in an awkward position. Just as he was about to urge his companions along, Dijun suddenly stopped in his tracks. He noticed Nuwa was staring at the innate gourd vine and the gentle, mysterious light with a dazed, entranced expression. Tentatively, Dijun called out, Empress Nuwa, shall we go? Nuwa, however, showed no reaction, as if she hadn't heard him at all, her gaze still fixed on the mesmerizing sight before her. Dijun frowned, growing impatient, but didn't dare say more. He could only wait quietly for her to come back to herself. Unlike the others, when Nuwa first laid eyes on the primordial gourd vine, her heart trembled even more intensely, and even the Hongmeng purple chi deep within her soul began to surge violently. This sensation was not unfamiliar to her back in the Ziao Palace. She had already felt a strange pull, as if some mysterious fate or power was deeply connected to her. Now, standing before the Jotian Shirong at the root of the gourd vine, that sense of connection grew clearer and more undeniable. Her heart skipped a beat, and a sudden realization struck her. This was it. She could almost feel the Hongmeng purple chi within her guiding her toward an unknown destiny. Just then, Dijun's voice rang out, snapping her back to reality. Fushi, noticing her distraction, nudged her gently to bring her back to her senses. Sister, what's wrong? Fushi asked quietly, his brows furrowed in concern. Nuwa quickly looked up, meeting Dijun's gaze. She offered a small, apologetic smile, but her eyes shone with determination. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke frankly. There's a great opportunity for me with this gourd vine, she said calmly. Fushi gave a wry smile. He understood her meaning, but couldn't help frowning. Didn't you hear? The Wu tribe has already refused the Demon Emperor's offer to trade for the treasure. Even if you sense a fated chance, how could we possibly take it from them? Are you suggesting we seize it by force? He knew full well that, given their current strength compared to the Wu tribe, even if they fought desperately, they might not be able to shake the tribe's foundation. But Nuwa looked back at him, her gaze unwavering, and replied softly, It's not the gourd vine itself. Look at the light at its roots. The moment I saw it, my heart trembled, and even the Hongmeng purple chi within me became restless. Fux's eyes widened in shock. Hongmeng purple chi? Does this have something to do with your path to becoming a saint? He immediately followed Nuwa's gaze, focusing on the Jotian Shirong and its dazzling golden light. Dijun and Tai, too, stared in wide-eyed astonishment, clearly sensing the resolve and anxiety in Nuwa's eyes. Still, Fushi couldn't help but shake his head. But the Wu tribe won't be easily persuaded, he said with a trace of helplessness. Nuwa's eyes flashed as she made up her mind. She was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at Wu Tian and waved her hand. In an instant, beams of brilliant light burst forth, nearly engulfing her figure in radiance. She revealed the spiritual treasures she had acquired from the Ziao Palace, and Funbao, Cliff, even the Shana Sheiji map appeared among them. Her gaze burned with intensity as she stared directly at Wu Tian. Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, I won't ask you to part with the gourd. But if you're willing to give me that treasure, you may choose from these spiritual artifacts and exchange any that you wish. She pointed at the Jotian Shirong, her eyes growing more urgent. After a moment of silence, Fushi bowed deeply to Wu Tian, his tone sincere. If you grant this request, my sister and I will owe you a great favor, and we will surely repay you in the future. Dijun and Tai were completely stunned. They hadn't expected Nuwa to make such a bold decision, or to offer up nearly all their treasures for this exchange. Wu Tian and the other ancestral Wu were also taken aback. None of them had anticipated Nuwa's determination. Wu Tian could see at a glance how resolute Nuwa was. The brilliance of the treasures and the unwavering look in her eyes made her intentions clear. Jotian Shirong was indeed the key to Nuwa's ascension, even if she didn't yet fully understand its significance. The will of heaven had already created within her a powerful longing and dependence on it. Wu Tian studied her for a long moment, feeling conflicted. Under her gaze, he sensed an invisible pressure, but also saw the unshakable resolve in her eyes this time. Nuwa was determined to obtain the Jotian Shirong, no matter what the cost. Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flickered with calculation. He muttered under his breath, After all, the 9 heavens resting soil can regenerate. Even if I give half to Nuwa, it's not a big loss. Besides, the Shana Sheiji map is a powerful primordial treasure, quite a tempting offer for me. And with the innate gourd vine in my hands, I don't have to worry about missing the opportunity to create humans. Maybe I should try trading with Nuwa? Weighing his options, Wu Tian realized that the 9 heavens resting soil wasn't particularly useful to him except for seizing a share in the opportunity to create life. Across the entire wilderness, only Nuwa cultivated the Tao of creation. No matter how shrewd Wu Tian was, it was impossible for him to snatch that fortune outright. The best he could do was to step in at the right moment and claim some benefit for himself. As Wu Tian's expression softened, a spark of hope flashed in the eyes of Fushi and Nuwa, and a glimmer of joy appeared on their faces. Nuwa took a small step forward, bowing slightly as she said, "Fellow Taoist, I hope you'll agree to this exchange." As soon as she spoke, Dijuan and Tai exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't fathom why Nuwa would offer such a rare treasure as the Shana Sheiji map just to trade with Wu Tian. The two were completely confused, trying to guess the deeper meaning behind her actions. Just as Wu Tian was about to agree to the exchange, Xianming behind him let out a soft cough, a wave of cold air washing over Wu Tian. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. He turned instinctively to look at the ancestral witches behind him, only to find each of them wearing odd expressions. Zhen Yuanzi had a faint smile, while Hong Yun's eyes danced with mischief as he shot Wu Tian a knowing look. Dijuan and Tai stared in shock, unable to understand what was happening. Why had Wu Tian suddenly changed his mind? Had refused to trade with Dijuan before, but as soon as Nuwa made her offer, he seemed ready to agree. They began whispering among themselves, speculating about what was going through Wu Tian's mind. Even Zhu Rong couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, as expected, the ancestral dragon's blood is extraordinary. Wu Tian almost lost his composure at these remarks. He hadn't even refined the ancestral dragon's blood, yet how had he suddenly become so formidable? But overhearing the murmurs around him, Wu Tian's thoughts shifted again. Agreeing to Nuwa's offer now seemed unwise. It could easily cause misunderstandings with the ancestral witches, embarrass Dijuan, and even create unnecessary entanglements. Forget it, he sighed silently, deciding not to accept Nuwa's offer for now and to keep her waiting a little longer. After all, with the 9 heavens resting soil in his possession, Nuwa would eventually seek him out. Who knows, maybe he could get even more out of the deal then. Wu Tian shook his head gently and replied in a calm, steady voice. This item is still of great use to me. Let's discuss it another time. As soon as Wu Tian refused, the joy in Nuwa and Fux's eyes vanished, replaced by urgency and disappointment. They stepped forward anxiously, asking, "Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, why did you change your mind? If you're not interested in these treasures, just tell us. If there's anything Nuwa can do, they'll certainly agree." Wu Tian simply smiled and replied softly, "Let's talk about this another day." Despite Nuwa's repeated pleas, Wu Tian simply kept repeating the same words of refusal. Nuwa's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Xianming, a trace of displeasure flickering in her eyes. If it weren't for Xuanming's interference, Wu Tian might have agreed to the exchange by now. She had even brought out the Shana Sheiji map to sway him, and success was within reach only to see her efforts fall apart at the last moment, leaving her frustrated. Xianming, however, stood his ground, meeting Nuwa's eyes with a challenging look, as if daring her to make a move. Nuwa knew she couldn't act rashly after all. The ancestral witches were united, and any conflict with Xianming would not only ruin the current negotiations, but also close off any future opportunities. After weighing her options, Nuwa cupped her hands toward Wu Tian. "Very well, I hope you'll give it more thought. He'll visit again another day." With that, she exchanged glances with Dijun, Tai Yi, and Fu Shi, and the four of them took their leave. As soon as the four emperors of the demon clan departed, Zhu Rong teased, "Little brother, your resolve isn't looking too firm. You turned Dijun down without a second thought, but when Nuwa made her offer, you almost wavered." The ancestral witches burst into laughter at his words. But Wu Tian couldn't bring himself to laugh. He could feel four sharp gazes on his back, and quickly turned to look at Xianming and Hutu. Xuanming's expression remained cold and unreadable, while Hutu stood with her arms crossed, watching him with a half-smile that made Wu Tian uneasy. "Don't listen to Brother Zhu Rong's nonsense." Wu Tian hurried to explain. "Something this important I would never decide without discussing it with my brothers and sisters first." "Really?" Hutu asked with a smile. "Absolutely." Wu Tian nodded vigorously. The ancestral witches erupted in laughter again. Suddenly, Gong began to heckle. "Come on, little brother. You wield the power of 12 laws, are you really afraid of those too?" Wu Tian was about to retort when Daijang suddenly struck, sending Gong flying with a single slap. Gong crawled back, covered in dirt, and protested, "Big brother, what did I do wrong this time? I just felt like hitting you. Is that a problem?" Daijang replied coldly. Seeing Zhu Rong laughing at Gong's misfortune, Zhu Jiuyin wasted no time in knocking him over with a punch. The sight left the other ancestral witches in stunned silence, except for Wu Tian, who found himself deep in thought. Could it be that they already foresee the outcome of the final battle between the witches and demons? Just as Wu Tian suspected. The reason why Daijang attacked Gong was because of the scenes he had witnessed along the River of Time. This guy actually dared to crash headfirst into Bujo Mountain. At that time, Daijang had rushed over and confronted the three pure ones directly, barely having a chance to think things through. Now, as Gong stirred up trouble again, those broken images flashed before his eyes, instantly igniting his anger and making it hard for him to suppress his fury. Zhu Juyin felt the same way. If not for their current weakened state, both of them would have loved nothing more than to string Gong and Zhurong up and give them a good beating. When Zhurong finally flew back with a wronged look on his face, Daijang barked sternly, "I know your laws clash, and there's bound to be conflict between you. And a little squabbling is fine, but if you dare raise your hands again, don't think I'll let you off so easily." The other ancestral witches exchanged glances, mistakenly believing that Daijang and Zhu Juyin were simply fed up with these two making too much of a scene and had come to teach them a lesson. The atmosphere eased up a little, though the real reason was something else entirely. Gong and Zhurong, however, were far from convinced. What was wrong with a bit of brawling and sparring among the ancestral witches? Was it really such a big deal? Xuanming trained Wu Tian every day when had their eldest or second brother ever interfered. They were about to retort when suddenly, Daijang's face flushed red, murderous intent radiated from him, and the laws of space began to tremble. "Big brother!" The ancestral witches cried out in alarm. Wu Tian, startled, instantly appeared at Daijang's side, pressing his palm to his brother's back and channeling his own power to help stabilize the turbulent space laws within him. He glanced over at Zhu Juyin and saw that, though Zhu Juyin didn't look great, he was still in much better shape than Daijang after all. He was the ancestral witch of time. Zhu Juyin waved Wu Tian off, indicating that he was all right. After a moment, Daijang finally steadied himself. He looked up at Wu Tian, his eyes full of complicated emotions that made Wu Tian uneasy. "Brother, how are you feeling?" Wu Tian asked anxiously. Daijang waved him off, shook Wu Tian's hand away with a slight movement, and laughed boldly. "I'm fine. I could go another round right now if I had to." With that, he nodded to Zhu Juyin and declared, "Let's go. Bring the Pangu Hall with us to Mount Sumeru. It's time to settle the old score with those two in the west." Wu Tian was taken aback and quickly said, "Brother, you two are still recovering, why not head back and rest first? Mount Sumeru isn't going anywhere." But Daijang was adamant. "It's nothing. Since we're already out here, let's take advantage of the momentum and deal with those two in the west now. If we don't teach them a lesson and get back what you want, we won't be able to focus on healing anyway." He chuckled, then added, "Besides, with just those two, even if your second brother and I don't lift a finger, don't tell me you two can't handle them." Wu Tian couldn't help but nod. That's true. Even though Jian and Zhuanti have obtained the primordial purple qi, their strength is still far behind the three pure ones. With the ancestral witches storming their gates, we wouldn't even need to use the 12 heavenly fiends formation. Still, he hesitated. But do we really need to rush? Daijang shot Gong and Zhurong a withering look, his tone full of exasperation. "You two go first this time. The rest of us will back you up. If you can't even handle those two from the west, and force me to step in out." Gong and Zhurong could feel Daijang and Zhu Juyin's simmering anger. It was clear they were just looking for an excuse to give them a beating. Hearing Daijang's words, the two immediately nodded. "Don't worry, big brother. Well, smash Mount Sumeru to pieces." Before the words had even faded, the two of them shot off like lightning, heading straight for the west and towards Mount Sumeru. The moment Gong and Zhurong revealed their true ancestral forms, the world trembled. Their colossal figures raced toward the western lands, each step leaving deep imprints in the earth. "This is all your fault," they shouted at each other as they ran, quickly breaking into a heated argument. What frustrated them most wasn't the pain from the previous blows, but rather the unbearable laughter from their other brothers. Unwilling to dwell on the reasons, the two were now focused solely on finding Jian and Zhuanti to vent their anger. The commotion they caused was so great that even Di Jun and his companions, who had fled far away, had to stop and turn back. Looking toward Bujo Mountain, surprise filled their eyes. Have the Wu tribe gone mad? First, they challenged the three pure ones, and now they're provoking the Western saints? Di Jun glanced at Nuwa. In fact, the Wu tribe had now offended all 6 future saints, including Nuwa herself. Although Di Jun said nothing, ever since Nuwa obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, he had been pondering. The 4 of them had established the demon clan together, but now heaven was ruled by him and Dongwang Tai. Would this balance last once Nuwa became a saint? This thought made Di Jun crave power even more. If only we could complete the Zhou Tian stars formation and harness the power of the stars, perhaps we could stand against the saints as the Wu tribe does, he calculated silently. The 4 paused, watching with interest as the battle in the west was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones had just returned to Kunlun Mountain, still unsettled, when they sensed the disturbance caused by the ancestral witches. The Wu tribe really knows no bounds. Yuanshi Tianzuan said angrily. Taiqing and Tong Tian exchanged silent, troubled glances. Wait, Yuanshi suddenly recalled. Didn't third brother say that Daijang and Zhu Juyin were injured? How are they still causing so much trouble? Tong Tian gave a bitter laugh. Second brother, the Wu tribe has always been this way. A few injuries have never slowed them down. If they really cared, they wouldn't have used the 12 heavenly gods formation against us just now. The three pure ones fell silent, realizing that their earlier retreat had been a wise decision. Gazing toward the west, Yuanshi felt a trace of satisfaction. At least the Wu tribe weren't targeting only them this time. It was inevitable that he would lose face. But if even the two from the west were troubled by the Wu tribe, then the more arrogant and reckless the Wu became, the more likely it was that other powerful beings would intervene. In that case, his own humiliation wouldn't stand out as much. The stronger and more aggressive the Wu acted, the better. When the great calamity arrived, he would see how the Wu tribe could deal with the consequences of their actions. The others simply watched from the sidelines, their feelings complicated. Jane and Juanti, however, felt entirely different. Their expressions grew increasingly grave as they realized that Gonggong and Zhu Rong were coming straight for them. The immense Pangu hall loomed behind, following closely. Both bodhisattvas felt a heavy sinking in their hearts. Jane couldn't help but stand up, his face turning pale in an instant. This is bad. They're coming for us. Juanti looked shocked and incredulous. How can this be? Didn't Zhu Wu Daijang say before that they were only targeting the three pure ones? Why the sudden change? Jane gave a bitter smile and shook his head slightly. You actually trust the Wu tribe's promises? They always act as they please. Why would they care about some agreement? He paused for a moment, then sighed. Besides, our karma with the Wu tribe isn't limited to the Funbao Cliff incident. His tone was filled with helplessness and deep worry. A glint flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. Enough, brother. Let's not dwell on it. We need to act and face them now. We have to find a way to hold these Zhu Wu off for the time being. The Western world is already in ruin. Sui can't take any more damage. Juanti nodded, and the two exchanged a look. Almost simultaneously, they transformed into golden light, shooting from the peak of Mount Sumeru toward the western border, determined to stop Gonggong and Zhu Rong from advancing any further. However, the fury of the two Zhu Wu only intensified. As soon as they spotted Jane and Juanti ahead, they charged forward with overwhelming force, not pausing for a moment. Juanti was instantly enraged, brandishing his seven treasures tree to prepare for battle. Jane quickly intervened. Calm yourself, brother. These two Zhu Wu won't be easily intimidated. He knew that Jane and Juanti had obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, and despite bearing the karma of the Western world, their strength was formidable. Even if they were pawns of the Taoist patriarch Hongjun, they must possess great power to shoulder such heavy karma. Besides, even if they managed to defeat the two Zhu Wu, what then? There was an entire powerful faction behind them. What worried Jane even more was the might of the Pangu Hall. If the Zhu Wu activated the 12 heavenly deities formation, not even the three pure ones might be able to break through. Who could stand against that? After careful thought, Juanti understood and forced himself to suppress his anger, quickly dodging aside. They could only avoid direct confrontation and try not to clash head-on with the true forms of the Zhu Wu. Watching as Gonggong and Zhu Rong advanced toward Mount Sumeru in a rage, the western lands crumbled beneath their feet, and deadly energy poured from the cracks. Jane and Juanti were heartbroken as they saw the deep fissures spreading through the earth they had spent countless ages repairing, only to have it destroyed again under the footsteps of the Zhu Wu. Juanti quickly realized that facing the Zhu Wu head-on was hopeless, so he decided to try a different approach. Seeing Gonggong's attack incoming, he fought back the urge to retaliate and called out, "Wait! Gonggong Zhu Wu, isn't your tribe known for being reasonable? Didn't Zhu Wu Daijang already state that the Funbao Cliff matter was settled? Why are you still making things difficult for us?" Gonggong's attack missed its mark and slammed into the western lands, splitting the ground open and sending tremors throughout the earth. Even Gonggong himself seemed momentarily stunned, his lips twitching as a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Juanti breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed with sincerity. "Honored Zhu Wu, we have no enmity with your tribe. As for the Funbao Cliff, Zhu Wu Daijang has already said the past is forgiven. The Wu tribe is known for fairness. If you must act, shouldn't there be a reason?" Meanwhile, Daijang showed no interest in Juanti, his gaze full of disappointment. He muttered under his breath, "Fools. As if being reasonable matters. In the end, it's up to us anyway." Then, looking over at Gonggong and Zhu Rong, his eyes were filled with utter disgust and anger, as if he longed to teach these two Zhu Wu a harsh lesson. Just as Di Jiang was about to speak, preparing to scold Gonggong and Zhu Rong for wasting time arguing with Juanti, Wu Tian suddenly stepped forward with a cheerful smile and spoke softly. "Who said we came here? Because of the Funbao Cliff. My elder brother keeps his word. If he says he won't hold a grudge, he won't." Juanti was stunned, puzzled inside. Then what did my brother and I do to offend them? But Wu Tian had already turned to Di Jiang, pointing at Zhu Ti with a look of grievance. Big brother. Zhu Ti glared at me in the Zixiao Palace. He threatened me with his eyes. Di Jiang's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, what a great excuse. He immediately burst out laughing, looking at Wu Tian with even greater approval. As expected, Wu Tian was the cleverest of the ancestral witches. They were perfectly in sync. Huh, how dare you threaten my brother? Gong Gong. Zhurong, what are you two idiots waiting for? Get them. A flash of anger crossed Gong Gong and Zhurong's eyes. With a furious shout, they attacked again, charging at Jiayin and Zhu Ti with even fiercer momentum, their aura growing more violent. It's all Zhu Ti's fault now. We're getting yelled at by Big Brother again. Gong Gong roared. Zhu Ti hurriedly waved the 7-treasure tree in his hand, desperately fending off Gong Gong's attacks, feeling utterly miserable. Is this for real? All I did was glance at you, and now the 12 ancestral witches are storming the Western world. He felt completely wronged. Back in the Zixiao Palace, after receiving the Hongmeng purple chi, had gotten a bit smug and glanced at Wu Tian with a hint of attitude. But there was no real harm done. Can't even look at you? Are the witches really this petty and domineering? Both Jiayin and Zhu Ti felt increasingly aggrieved, even calling out to Daozu Hongjun in their hearts. Daozu, the witches are being so overbearing, bullying the Xianmen. Aren't you going to do something about it? But the power of heaven didn't budge at all, and as Hongjun himself had said, he had merged with the Dao and had no intention of showing up. Zhu Ti felt wronged, but Wu Tian didn't see it that way. He was already planning in his heart that once the sermon was over, he'd get his brothers together and teach Zhu Ti a lesson. So you got a piece of Hongmeng purple chi, and now you think you're something? Daring to glare at me? He'll gouge your eyes out. As the battle raged, the clash between Jiayin, Zhu Ti, Gong Gong, and Zhu Rong sent shockwaves through the Western world, shattering the earth, and even shaking Mount Sumeru. Watching the fight, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun's eyes gleamed with strange light. Wu Tian noticed their expressions and chuckled. Brothers, don't you feel a bit better now? Beating up Jiayin and Zhu Ti is really helping you get revenge for Hong Yun. If it weren't for those two, Hong Yun wouldn't have lost his seat in the Zixiao Palace. Hong Yun's eyes sparkled, and he nodded eagerly, almost cheering out loud. Zhen Yuanzi nodded instinctively as well. Even though they couldn't get involved, seeing those two in such a miserable state was incredibly satisfying, better than eating a ginseng fruit. However, Di Jiang couldn't stand it any longer. This is taking too long. At this rate, how long will this drag on? He had planned for a quick and decisive fight, still needed to get back and recover from his injuries. With that thought, he gave a signal. In an instant, figures darted forward. Except for Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin, all the other ancestral witches joined the fray. Even Xianming and Huta no longer hesitated, lunging fiercely at Jian and Zhuandi. Thunderous booms echoed as their attacks collided, shaking the very heavens and earth. Jian and Zhuandi immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, barely able to hold their ground as the relentless onslaught intensified. Soon, although the ancestral witches hadn't managed to activate the full power of the 12 heavenly gods formation, they had already surrounded Jian and Zhuandi tightly. The two's faces turned pale, nearly powerless to fight back. All they could do was summon their treasures, channeling every ounce of their strength to ward off attacks from every direction. Each blow left them more exhausted, with hardly any chance to retaliate. At that moment, Daijang's eyes suddenly lit up as he locked onto the treasure hovering above Zuni's head. Jian and Zhuandi possessed many powerful artifacts, but the most eye-catching was the newly obtained innate supreme spirit treasure, the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner. Gifted by Hongjun Daozu, and only recently refined, its power was still immense. The banner floated above Zunti's head, swelling to several meters as a gentle breeze passed. Its radiant light burst forth like sacred relics, forming a golden barrier that shielded them both. At the same time, beneath Jiayan's feet, the 12-petal merit golden lotus bloomed, manifesting golden lotuses in the void that absorbed and dissolved attacks from every direction. Bathed in golden light, the entire space seemed transformed into a world of gold. Yet as the ancestral witch's power grew, this golden world trembled violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Just then, Zhuandi cried out anxiously, "Wait. Ancestral witches, while we may have offended you, surely we do not deserve death? If you want something, just name it." Daijang smiled calmly and replied, "It's simple. The 3 pure ones already settled their karma by handing over 2 of the innate 5-direction banners. You too should surrender one as well, and well, let this go." Zhuandi felt a stab of pain. He knew that innate treasures in the West were already scarce, and this one had just been bestowed by Daozu, truly rare find. Now the Wu tribe had set their sights on it. Their situation was dire. Even the 3 pure ones had yielded, so how could they hope to resist? He looked at Jane, filled with helplessness and regret. Just as the world had begun to heal, it was fracturing once more. Sensing the urgency, Jane quickly sent a message. "Junior brother, we'd better agree. If we drag this out, everything we've worked for will be lost." Zhuandi sighed. nearly crushed by unwillingness and frustration. But faced with so many ancestral witches, what choice did he have? Even the three pure ones dared not resist. How could they stand alone? Jane glanced toward the west, his expression complicated. In a low voice, he said, once they leave, they'll give you the 12-petal merit golden lotus. But Juanti shook his head urgently. That's not necessary. He turned to Daijang, ready to agree, but Daijang wasn't finished. With a cold smile, he added, and you'll cut off a branch from your seven treasures tree. If you're willing, we'll withdraw immediately and let the past be. Fury flashed in the eyes of Jane and Juanti, and they shouted in unison, impossible. But seeing the ancestral witch's expressions grow even darker, they realized there was no way out. Zundi's eyes filled with struggle as he pleaded, Daijang, the seven treasures tree is my life-bound treasure. I truly can't part with it. Can't we negotiate another condition? Anything within my power. But Daijang left no room for compromise. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the ancestral witches to resume their attack, shouting, no? Then we'll take it ourselves. As Zhuan-Ti had said, the seven treasures wondrous tree meant everything to him. It wasn't just the foundation of his power, it had been refined into his personal spiritual treasure, the very thing he would rely on to achieve enlightenment in the future. For him, losing even a single branch was no different from losing an arm. But the ancestral witches didn't care in the slightest. At Di Jiang's command, they charged once more into the golden world, launching a fierce assault. Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin struggled desperately to hold them off, sweat beading on their foreheads. Meanwhile, Wu Tian watched from the sidelines, perfectly at ease. Seeing the intense battle unfold, he felt a secret satisfaction. Being the youngest in the group really had its perks. He didn't even need to fight himself, and it was thoroughly enjoyable. In his eyes, despite Jia-Yin and Zhuan-Ti's considerable strength, they were clearly faltering under the onslaught of so many ancestral witches. Their defeat was only a matter of time. Just then, Zhuan-Ti suddenly let out a furious roar, and golden light exploded from his body. A golden figure, over 3 meters tall, soared from within him. With 8 arms and 4 faces each displaying joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, it radiated a sacred, yet slightly unsettling aura, as if it were cast from pure gold. Clang! The golden arm collided with the fist of an ancestral witch, producing a metallic boom. Seeing this, Jia-Yin summoned his own golden Avatara divine power. The two had only recently mastered. Though not yet perfected, they had no choice but to use it now. With their avatars sharing the burden, the pressure on them eased significantly. Zhuan-Ti quickly called out, Di Jiang, let's discuss this again. Aside from a branch of the seven treasures wondrous tree, name any other terms you want, and I will not refuse. He truly meant it. For the two of them, usually so stingido be willing to offer even the Eastern Treasure. Azure Lotus Banner showed just how powerless they felt against the ancestral witches. But Di Jiang paid him no mind. The ancestral witches had never cared much for innate spiritual treasures. If not for Wu Tian's request, they wouldn't have bothered with even the 5 elemental banners. But since their little brother wanted it, they had to get it. Suddenly, Xianming, one of the ancestral witches, brought forth a pitch-black banner that instantly unfurled into a sky-darkening curtain, enveloping Zhuan-Ti's golden avatar. In an instant, the world turned upside down, and Zhuan-Ti's connection to his avatar was forcibly severed. Seizing the moment, Xianming gathered the power of the laws, and from the void, a spray of gleaming white bones shot forth, carrying the chilling force of Xianming's power, aimed straight at the golden figure. Bang! The bone spikes struck the angry face of the golden avatar with pinpoint accuracy, shattering and spreading like snowflakes, embedding themselves everywhere. With a sharp crack, the golden head fractured piece by piece. Zhuan-Ti's soul trembled, his power thrown into chaos, and he let out a cry of anguish. Even so, Di Jiang's frown only deepened. To him, though the two were barely hanging on, they were falling far too slowly. Wu Tian, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The sudden fluctuation of the laws of space immediately caught his attention. He whipped his head around to look at Di Jian, but before he could speak, he was interrupted. Brother you. Di Jian gave a hearty laugh. No worries. Before his words had even faded, the hall of Pangu soared into the air. Guided by the laws of space, the massive hall left a trail of afterimages as it shot through the void, appearing above Jane and Zhuan-Ti in the blink of an eye. Then, with overwhelming force, it came crashing down on them like a falling mountain. Boom! The sheer power of the strike was staggering. The treasured canopy above Jia-Yin's head was knocked loose, tumbling back into his hand. Even the Eastern Baos Qinglian banner, controlled by Zhuan-Ti, couldn't withstand the blow. Its radiance dimmed as countless golden lights of relics were snuffed out in an instant. After all, even the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda could barely stand against the hall of Pangu, let alone these two treasures. Though the innate 5-direction banners were powerful, they were still no match for a supreme merit treasure. Just as the Eastern Baos Qinglian banner was about to return to Zhuan-Ti, an anomaly occurred within the hall of Pangu. a powerful devouring force swept the banner inside, and its image vanished without a trace. Zunti's expression changed dramatically as his connection to the banner was completely severed. Though his spiritual mark remained, it was now fully blocked by the Hall of Pangu, making it impossible to summon the banner back. At this point, the Wu tribe had gathered 4 of the 5 direction banners: the central Wuji Xinghuang banner, the southern Ledi Flame banner, the northern Xianyuan Water banner, and the eastern Baos Qinglian banner. Only the western Susi Cloud World banner, still in the hands of Queen Mother of the West, remained to complete the set. The Hall of Pangu continued to press down with undiminished might. The golden space that Jane and Junti struggled to maintain shattered like broken glass, collapsing piece by piece. In this moment of crisis, Junti had no choice but to summon the 7 Treasures Wonder Tree. Behind him, the golden Bodhi form unfurled, its canopy swaying like a world of gold. Jiayan's treasured canopy rose again, its relic light gradually wearing down the pressure from the Hall of Pangu. As the hall's assault finally eased a little, Wu Tian, standing atop the hall, suddenly flashed a cunning smile. The Hongmeng measuring ruler appeared in his hand in an instant. Swish! With a flash of mystical light, the ruler's shadow struck the main trunk of the 7 Treasures Wonder Tree, turning solid as it landed a heavy blow. Crack! A crisp snap echoed out. Zunti's mind reeled in shock as he watched in disbelief a thick branch of the 7 Treasures Wonder Tree had been broken clean off. A slender hand darted out like lightning, snatching the fallen branch before vanishing along with the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Wu Tian remained standing in place, still smiling as if nothing had happened at all. At this moment, Dijian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the two from above. His tone was calm as he said, "So what do you think? I told you if you want handed over, the Wu tribe will just take it ourselves." After a brief pause, he asked, "Are you convinced now?" At this moment, Jane and Junti looked utterly humiliated, their hearts burning with rage. What was happening before their eyes was nothing short of a public humiliation, a ruthless blow to both body and spirit. Not only had they been beaten into a sorry state and had their spiritual treasures forcibly taken away, now they were forced to endure such disgrace. Junti, in particular, looked pale and shaken. The 7 Treasures tree was his most cherished spiritual artifact, linked directly to his soul. When the Hongmeng measuring ruler severed it, he felt a sharp pain deep within his spirit. Coupled with Daijang's taunting words, Junti could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy. Jin Yuanzi quietly tugged on Wu Tian's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Wu Tian, maybe that's enough." Wu Tian looked at these 2 kind-hearted men and sighed inwardly. He wanted to remind them, when Jane and Junti schemed against you, did they show even the slightest mercy? Especially when Han Yun lost his life and disappeared from the path, it was clear those 2 from the west were the ones stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The karmic debt from giving up his seat was simply too great for them to repay, so they let Han Yun die instead. But Wu Tian didn't say much, just smiled lightly and replied, "Don't worry, my brother won't go too far. After all, Jane and Junti are tied to the fate of the Western world and bear the karma of this land. Daijing understands that as well." As he spoke, Wu Tian glanced at Daijing with concern. Although this ancestor of the Wu tribe had grown wiser, his violent and impulsive nature hadn't changed a bit. He always insisted on handling things himself, even when the other ancestors could have resolved them. When Jane and Junti finally accepted their defeat, Wu Tian nodded slightly. But as his gaze fell upon Gonggong, anger flared in his eyes. Suddenly, he lifted his foot, and a phantom appeared in midair, carrying the weight of powerful spatial laws and a fierce killing intent, and kicked Gonggong hard in the back. "Fool! I told you to take the lead, yet I still had to step in myself." Caught off guard, Gonggong towering in his true form as an ancestor of the Wu tribe stumbled forward, barely managing to steady himself after several heavy steps across the western land. Jane and Junti were dumbfounded by the scene, wondering to themselves how Daijing could be so ruthless as to not even spare his own people. Before they could process what was happening, they suddenly cried out in alarm, "No!" Gonggong staggered unsteadily, stumbling backward with each heavy step, as if each footfall weighed 1,000 pounds. The ground to the west cracked and split beneath him, the fissures so deep they seemed bottomless. His massive ancestral shaman form crashed straight toward Mount Sumeru. When Jane and Junti saw this, a flicker of doubt flashed through their minds. Could this have been the ancestral shaman's plan all along? But there was no time to dwell on it. Seeing Gonggong's enormous figure barreling toward the mountain, they immediately activated Mount Sumeru's protective formation at full strength. In an instant, the whole mountain blazed with golden light as countless mysterious talismans wove themselves into a net in midair, tightly enveloping the mountain. At the center of the formation atop the peak, a cluster of bamboo glowing with a pure light appeared out of nowhere, radiating Taoist energy and continuously strengthening the barrier. With a deafening crash, Gonggong's huge head slammed into the formation. Golden runes flickered violently, and the spirit bamboo's glow pulsed uncertainly in the air. Mount Sumeru shook so fiercely that it actually tilted to one side. Countless rocks were either ground to dust or hurled out of the protective formation by the force of the impact. Thanks to Mount Sumeru's barrier, Gonggong finally managed to steady himself. He shook his head for a long while before regaining his senses, then glared angrily at Daijang and shouted, "Big brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you always single me out? What did I ever do wrong?" Gonggong felt deeply wronged and grumbled to himself. Has Big Brother been meditating for so long that he's damaged his mind? Why does he find fault with everything I do? Meanwhile, Wu Tian watched with a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, growing more certain in his suspicions. Clearly, the elder brothers must have foreseen the ultimate fate of the Wu tribe otherwise. Why treat Gonggong like this? He glanced over Gonggong's injuries and couldn't help but marvel. That head really is unbelievably tough, managed to knock Mount Sumeru crooked and only got a scratch. No wonder he'll be able to smash Bujo Mountain in the future. Dijiang gave a cold snort, ignoring Gonggong's anger, and instead asked calmly, "Does your head hurt?" Gonggong shot him a glare, rubbing the wound that was already being healed by his fiendish energy, and muttered internally, "Of course it hurts. Why don't you try ramming into a mountain yourself? All you ever do is bully me. If you weren't my big brother, I wouldn't let this go." Just as Gonggong thought Dijiang was about to comfort him and continued sulking with wounded pride, Dijiang's expression remained icy. He snorted, "Good, remember that pain. Make sure you don't forget it. If you mess up again, just wait and see what it'll do to you." With that, he waved for the other ancestral shamans to leave. Gonggong stood there in a daze, his mouth hanging open, his features scrunched together in grievance as he tried to figure out what Dijiang really meant. "Big brother, I'm begging you, just tell me, what terrible crime did I commit? At least let me know." Zhu Rong couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene. In response, Zhu Jiuyin gave him a sharp slap without mercy. Zhu Rong quickly covered his mouth, blinking as he glanced around at the other ancestral witches, his gaze finally settling on Wu Tian. He couldn't help but wonder. Wu Tian was laughing just as happily, so why wasn't he punished? But deep down, he knew the answer. Their elder brother had always doted on Wu Tian. No matter what he did, even if it was something much worse than a laugh, Dijiang would never really mind. At this moment, Wu Tian smiled at Dijiang and said, "Big brother, there's no need to be angry. After this lesson, Brother Gonggong will surely remember it well and be much more cautious in the future. Besides, all the brothers are here watching. There's really nothing to worry about." The other ancestral witches assumed Wu Tian was simply trying to console Gonggong, and even Gonggong looked at Wu Tian with gratitude. But Dijiang and Zhu Juyin both understood there was more to Wu Tian's words. Dijiang thought to himself, "That's true. Now that I know what might happen in the future, I can prepare in advance and make sure it never comes to pass." With this thought, Dijiang's expression softened noticeably. He gave Gonggong a light kick and snorted, "Fine, I'll let it go this time, but you'd better behave yourself from now on." Even though he'd been kicked, Gonggong could sense Dijiang's attitude had shifted. All his grievances suddenly vanished, replaced by a smile as he quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jane and Junie stood off to the side, completely baffled by the way the ancestral witches handled things with fists and feet. Their faces showed their confusion. So this is how the Wu tribe operates? They thought, deciding it was best not to dwell on it. Instead, they turned their gaze back toward Mount Sumeru, then cast a sorrowful look over the devastated western lands. Junti was filled with regret and sighed. "What have I done? If only I'd agreed to their terms earlier, none of this would have happened. Now the spiritual treasures are gone, the 7 treasures tree has lost a branch, and the western lands are in ruins." This disaster had only worsened the already dire situation in the barren west, making things go from bad to worse. The two brothers exchanged a glance and decided to head to Mount Sumeru immediately to clean up the mess. But just then, Wu Tian called out with a smile, "Wait a moment." Jane and Junti paused, stunned. Junti spoke bitterly, "Wu Tian, you've already taken the spiritual treasures, cut off a branch of the 7 treasures tree, and left the western lands in chaos. Are you still not going to let us go?" At these words, the ancestral witches all frowned, fixing Junti with cold stares. Gonggong's eyes lit up, eager to prove himself by rebuking Junti, but Wu Tian suddenly raised his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Gonggong swallowed his words immediately. Wu Tian grinned and said, "You two have misunderstood. Don't worry, our Wu tribe always plays fair. We've already taken the spiritual treasures, and the debt is settled. Besides, if Junti had simply agreed earlier, none of this would have happened, right?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over the devastated western lands, making it clear to Junti that all this chaos was ultimately the result of their stubborn resistance. Zuni's heart grew heavier with regret. So, in the end, all of this is my fault? He thought bitterly, clenching his teeth. Then Wu Tian smiled again and said, "Consider yourselves lucky today. Our Wu tribe is committed to protecting the world of Hongluang. Even though we're not on the same side, the western lands are still a part of this world. Brother Jinyuan, I ask for your help, please mend the shattered earth veins in the west. Wu Tian's voice was steady and powerful, echoing clearly in Xinyuanzi's ears. Xinyuanzi paused, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Just moments ago, he had been at odds with Jane and Junie, yet now, Wu Tian was asking for his assistance? Wu Tian's motives were unpredictable, leaving everyone guessing. Jane and Junie were equally stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. They knew Xinyuanzi's powers well. If he intervened, the Western Earth veins would certainly improve. But why had Wu Tian just been opposing them, only to now so readily join forces with Xinyuanzi? Wu Tian simply smiled, giving a subtle nod. Xianming and Hutu immediately began their work, moving in perfect sync. Together, they drew in the surrounding evil energy, the swirling black mist surging toward them like a tide, quickly absorbed and dissolved without a trace. Seeing this, Xinyuanzi's doubts faded. He smiled in understanding, then waved his hand and drew out the earth book from his sleeve. I can help, he said calmly, but the damage to the Western Earth veins is severe, left over from the great battle between Daozu and Mozu. Fully restoring them may not be possible. With that, he sent the earth book flying westward. As it soared, the book opened wide, spreading a curtain of earthy yellow light across the land like a vast net. The light radiated in all directions, and in that instant, the deep fissures and broken earth veins began to rapidly mend, as if golden threads were stitching the western lands back together. Jane and Junie stood frozen, their expressions growing increasingly complex. Faced with Xinyuanzi's formidable power, they realized Wu Tian had not been bluffing. Every word Wu Tian spoke seemed to carry an undeniable force, and what was happening before their eyes proved it. They exchanged another glance, confusion filling their hearts. What's going on? He was just glaring at us, and now he's helping fix the West? The more they thought about it, the less they understood. As the Earth Book's power spread, the cracks in the western lands gradually healed, and the lingering evil energy was slowly swept away. The endless black mist was dissipating, and the earth veins were not only restored, but now even stronger than before. Seeing this, Jane and Junie had no choice but to bow again. Thank you, ancestral witches. Thank you, Taoist Jinyuan. Their words were polite, but their hearts were still filled with confusion. Forced into this situation, why did they now have to thank those who should have been their enemies? Xinyuanzi felt a trace of oddness as well, but soon understood Wu Tian's intention. As he put away the earth book, he suddenly sensed something and looked up toward the heavens. Thunder rumbled overhead, the sky churning as waves of primal energy gathered. The power of the heavenly Tao descended, turning into a thick golden light that spread through the clouds. The light of merit poured down like a waterfall, illuminating Xinyuanzi, Xianming, and Hutu. Jane and Junie were left stunned, their faces full of indignation. Why? When we disrupted the western lands, heaven ignored us, but now it bestows merit. Zunti's face filled with grief and anger, feeling a deep sense of injustice, while Xinyuanzi simply smiled and accepted his share of merit. He turned to Wu Tian with a laugh and said, "Thank you, Brother Wu Tian. Following you has truly been a feast every day." His face beamed with joy, clearly understanding Wu Tian's intentions. Seeing this, Daijing nodded slightly. He had been curious as to why Wu Tian was suddenly acting so generously, allowing Xinyuanzi, Xianming, and Hutu to intervene. However, out of trust in Wu Tian, neither Daijing nor Zhujuan questioned it. Only now did he understand Wu Tian's true intention. It wasn't simply about gaining the merit of the heavenly Tao. The moment the power of the heavenly Tao surged, Daijing keenly sensed a shift in the luck of the Wu tribe. On the great river of fate, a wisp of gray, hazy energy quietly rose. Karma? Daijing was shocked, realizing at once that this was the karmic backlash the ancestral witches had incurred by disrupting the order of the western lands. Yet, when this karmic force descended, he hadn't sensed a thing. It wasn't until the energy dispersed that he became aware of it. Daijing exchanged a glance with Zhujuan, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if they had suddenly grasped some deeper truth. So that's how it is. The arrival of heavenly Tao merit left many powerful beings watching the Western world stunned. They looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? They wondered to themselves. After all that fighting and snatching, the Wu tribe still managed to receive heavenly Tao merit, as if it was only natural. Was there truly no one in all of the great desolation who could stand against the Wu tribe? On Mount Kunlun, the three pure ones fell silent for a long time. Finally, Yuanshi couldn't help but exclaim, "Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." Taishang, however, simply remained quiet. After a while, he spoke coldly, "The great calamity is approaching. The Wu tribe's momentum is fierce. For now, there's no need to confront them directly over this." Most of the other powerful beings shared similar thoughts. In the blood sea of the underworld, even the ancestor Mingyi now wore an uneasy expression, worried he might be the next target. Fortunately, the Wu tribe didn't make any further moves. Once Xinyuanzi, Xianming, and Hutu collected the heavenly Dao merit. Daijang gave the order, and all the ancestral witches returned to the Pangu Hall, preparing to leave. Although Jane and Juanti felt somewhat stifled, they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the ancestral witches preparing to depart. At least these troublesome guests were finally leaving. Just as Juanti was relaxing, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He quickly looked toward Mount Sumeru, his expression changing as he cried out, "No! Where are my 6 purity bamboo?" Although Mount Sumeru had stabilized, it was now tilted from Gongong's impact, and the protective formation was visibly dimmed. But what truly alarmed Juanti was that the 6 purity bamboo, which had been floating above the mountain, had vanished without a trace. Juanti hurriedly looked back at the ancestral witches, only to see Xianming now standing beside Wu Tian. With a gentle wave of her hand, she sent a beam of pure light toward him. "For you." Wu Tian was momentarily stunned, but instinctively reached out to catch the light. A strange radiance flashed before his eyes, and the formless light condensed into a bamboo stalk filled with mysterious Taoist energy. In that instant, Wu Tian realized what it was: the 6 purity bamboo. He was astonished. The 6 purity bamboo was renowned throughout the Great Desolation, and he had heard many legends about it. When it appeared atop Mount Sumeru, Wu Tian had already begun to covet it. This treasure was one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, capable of cleansing the hearts and desires of all beings, and dispelling the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The result landed in Juanti's hands, but this wasteful fellow turned it into a powerful innate treasure: the 6 roots of purity bamboo. The most significant power of this treasure was its ability to seal off the 5 senses and 6 perceptions, plunging a person into a state of absolute nothingness. Xianming keenly noticed the change in Wu Tian's expression. While she was dispersing the evil energy in the Western land, she took out the 6 roots of purity bamboo. "Aren't you fond of innate spiritual roots?" Xuanming's face was calm and her tone indifferent. "I saw this bamboo appear on Mount Sumeru, exuding the aura of an innate spiritual root, so I picked it up." The way she spoke made it seem as if she had merely picked up an ordinary stone from Mount Sumeru. Wu Tian looked at Xianming, his eyes full of joy and gratitude. Just then, Juanti suddenly cried out, "Wait! Give me back the 6 roots of purity bamboo." He moved as if to rush toward the Hall of Pangu, but Jane quickly pulled him back. Dijiang turned abruptly. What bamboo?" He glanced at the bamboo in Wu Tian's hand and, unfazed, said coldly, "It's just a piece of bamboo, isn't it? We've helped you cleanse the Western land and clear away the evil energy. Taking a bamboo as payment isn't too much, is it?" "Payment?" Zundi's face was filled with grief and indignation. "Didn't heaven already grant us merit? Isn't that enough? Do you really need us to suffer such a loss on top of that?" Wu Tian immediately understood and quickly put the 6 roots of purity bamboo away. Since it was a gift from Xianming, he would keep it safe and never return it. He smiled and said to Juanti, "Fellow Taoist Juanti, heaven's merit is heaven's business. As the masters of the Western world, you should show some goodwill as well. Unless you think it's unreasonable and want to argue with our Wu tribe." Juanti was speechless. Argue with the Wu tribe? After what had just happened, he would have to be a fool to try that. But thinking of the 6 roots of purity bamboo, he found it impossible to let go, and his face was full of inner conflict. Just as Juanti was about to speak again, Jane sighed softly and stepped in front of him. "If the ancestral Wu says it's fair, then it's fair. Let the 6 roots of purity bamboo be a gift to the ancestral Wu. From now on, let all debts between us be settled. I hope you'll value this treasure and allow us brothers some peace." With that, he bowed once more to the ancestral Wu. Seeing Juanti still looked unwilling, Jane quickly sent him a message. "Brother, the 6 roots of purity bamboo is already in their hands. With just the 2 of us, how could we possibly take it back? We should send them off as soon as possible. Who knows what else they might take a liking to if they stay in the West any longer." Only then did Juanti understand Jia Yin's concern. He nodded painfully and fell silent. Seeing this, Dijiang nodded in satisfaction. "At least you're reasonable. Don't worry, we of the Wu tribe always keep our word." Then he waved to the other ancestral Wu. "Let's go." The Hall of Pangu trembled, bursting with a grayish light. In an instant, it rose into the sky, carrying the ancestral Wu into the void, vanishing from sight. The Pangu Hall thundered across the sky, as the ancestral witches swept by with overwhelming force, making no attempt to conceal their power. This scene fell into the eyes of many mighty beings across the wilderness, stirring up a complex mix of fear and anticipation. Who would be their next target? Within the Western Kunlun Sanctuary, Queen Mother of the West gazed at the imposing figures of the ancestral witches, her heart filled with unease. She wondered to herself, the West has already fallen. Is the Eastern King next? The ancestral witches had already claimed 2 major victories. First, they besieged the 3 pure ones, and then they stormed the West, leaving Jane and Juanti utterly defeated. These consecutive triumphs sent the morale of the Wu tribe soaring, leaving everyone in high spirits. "How about we head straight for Panlai?" Zhu Rong suddenly suggested. We can help Brother Wu Tian reclaim the Tongtian Jinmu while we're at it. The other ancestral witches immediately echoed his proposal. They recalled how, when Wu Tian established his tribe among the demons, he had devised a clever plan with Jumong and others, striking a deal with Queen Mother of the West. After the Celestial Court was founded, the demon tribe would attack, allowing them to seize the Tongtian Jinmu and the Western Swos Yunjia banner without incurring karmic consequences. At the time, this strategy, spread by Jumong, had earned Wu Tian high praise among the ancestral witches for his cunning. But the situation was different now. Their string of victories had inflamed their fighting spirit, making them eager for more. In their eyes, rather than waiting for schemes to unfold slowly, brute strength seemed the better path. Even Daijang and Zhu Jiuyin were itching for action. The Pangu Hall paused midair, as if seeking Wu Tian's opinion. Shall we go meet them? Not yet. Wu Tian quickly advised. Brothers, it's more important that you return and recover from your injuries. If your wounds worsen, it could become a real problem. Seeing that Daijang wanted to say more, Wu Tian further explained, we've already dealt with the three pure ones in the West. If we now attack Penglai, we risk provoking the wrath of all the gods. Besides, doing so would entangle us in far too much karmic retribution. Wu Tian continued, when we besieged the three pure ones, others may have been shocked, but they weren't necessarily displeased. After all, the three pure ones are Pangu's direct descendants and the chief disciples of the Tao, possessing the Hongmeng purple qi and many innate treasures. Many have long envied them. As for Jane and Zhuanti, the Western saints have always been outsiders to most of the powerful beings, and their conduct has often drawn resentment. But the situation with the Eastern King is completely different. Now isn't the right time to act, Wu Tian said in a low, thoughtful voice. Even though the Wu clan is powerful, making a move now would only stir panic among the other great powers. Besides, Dongwang Gong is a crucial piece we've kept in play for the demon clan. If we eliminate him now, aren't we just helping Di Jun and Tai get rid of their biggest threat? Without Dongwang Gong as the catalyst, how could Di Jun be provoked enough to truly anger Hongjun Daozu and come into conflict with the Xianmen? Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances, each seeing agreement in the other's eyes. Very well, do as you say, the two ancestral Wu replied in unison. With that, the Pangu Hall rose into the sky and headed back to the Wu tribe's territory. Seeing the ancestral Wu withdraw, the other powerful beings finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though they missed out on some excitement, at least they no longer had to worry about the ancestral Wu suddenly showing up at their own abodes. The crowd settled down, focusing on absorbing the insights gained from the third sermon and striving to advance their cultivation. Meanwhile, far away on Penglai Immortal Island, Dongwang Gong suddenly sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, an inexplicable sense of dread had washed over him, as if disaster was imminent. Yet the feeling vanished as quickly as it came, leaving him completely baffled. Though Dongwang Gong had always held a healthy respect for the Wu clan, it never occurred to him that the ancestral Wu had nearly come to confront him. Without his knowledge, a great calamity had quietly passed him by. It wasn't until the Pangu Hall fully returned to the Wu tribe that his vague sense of unease finally faded. Dongwang Gong sat quietly for a long while, reflecting on the strange sensation had just experienced. The more he thought about it, the more he envied the Wu clan's dominance, wishing it had been him leading the siege against the three pure ones and teaching Jane and Zhuanti a lesson. As the leader of all male immortals, Dongwang Gong had devoted himself to spreading Daozu Hongjun's teachings, yet he hadn't received a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Instead, Jane and Zhuanti, those two brothers, had become Daoist-named disciples. This left Dongwang Gong feeling increasingly bitter. Still, seeing the three pure ones and Jane and Zhuanti bow their heads before the Wu clan brought him a measure of satisfaction. So, what if they possessed the Hongmeng purple qi? In the end, they still had to submit to the Wu clan's might. This thought rekindled Dongwang Gong's ambition to establish his own celestial court. The Wu clan's strength comes from their numbers. If I can establish the celestial court, not only will I gain the favor of destiny, but I'll also be able to gather talents from all corners of the world. Then, why would I ever worry about lacking power? It'll prove to Daozu just who truly deserves the Hongmeng purple qi. With this in mind, Dongwang Gong could no longer hold back. Transforming into a beam of blue light, he headed straight for West Kunlun, to the domain of Shiwangmu. He had made up his mind. If he still couldn't persuade Shiwangmu this time, he would establish the celestial court on his own. It might not be perfect, but monopolizing all that fortune for himself might not be such a bad thing after all. The Pangu Hall descended with a thunderous crash into the Wu tribe's settlement, shaking the earth beneath it. Outside the hall, countless members of the Wu tribe had already gathered, eagerly awaiting under the leadership of the great witches. When they finally saw their ancestral witches returning in triumph, pride lit up every face. Although Di Jian was wounded, he showed no sign of fatigue. Smiling broadly, he announced to the tribe, "We have returned victorious. Today, let us all celebrate together." Wu, Wu, The entire tribe erupted in a deafening roar, the shouts of countless clansmen surging skyward with an overwhelming, fierce energy. Dijian nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Gonggong, Zhurong, and the others. Take the young warriors and start the celebrations. I have something to discuss with Wu Tian. With that, he gave Wu Tian a meaningful glance and strode into the Pangu hall, with Zhu Juyin following close behind. Wu Tian immediately understood that the two ancestral witches must have something important to discuss. He was certain that Dijian and Zhu Juyin had seen the vision of Gonggong provoking Bujo Mountain in the future. Otherwise, their attitude toward Gonggong would not have changed so suddenly. Instead of following right away, he turned to Xinyuanzi and Hangyun. Please wait here for a moment, brothers. They'll join you after I finish speaking with my elder brother. Xinyuanzi and Hangyun replied with cheerful smiles. Take your time, Wu Tian. With so many ancestral witches here, we're happy to enjoy the rare festivities. The reason they lingered was not only because they had supported the Wu tribe during the Funbao Cliff incident, but also because the matter of the Hongmeng purple qi had yet to be settled. Although it had been agreed that the purple qi would be shared, it was currently in Hangyun's possession. They felt it would be inappropriate to leave before discussing its distribution with Wu Tian. Once inside the Pangu hall, the three of them quickly made their way to the inner chamber. The intense gazes of Dijian and Zhu Juyin made Wu Tian slightly uneasy, so he asked, "Brother, what exactly did you see?" The two ancestral witches exchanged a look before Dijian sighed and replied, "After you left, while Hongjun descended and the attention of the Tao of Heaven was focused on Zixiao Palace, we combined the laws of space and time. Using Father's aura as a guide, we traced the river of time and followed its current. Hearing that they had truly glimpsed the future, especially the part concerning Pangus, true form Wushan's brows furrowed in concern. Could it really be me? This revelation left him deeply shaken. In the original grand scheme, Wu Tian was never meant to exist, which meant Pangus' true form was never supposed to support Bujo Mountain. Yet, they had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Could it be that by fully integrating himself into the primordial world, he had altered the evolution of the heavenly Tao, resulting in such a scenario? If that was truly the case, wouldn't it mean that Bujo Mountain never collapsed, and the momentum of the heavenly Tao had been changed? But everyone knew that the will of the heavenly Tao was immutable. Wu Tian had always operated under that principle, never daring to forcefully alter the heavenly Tao's trajectory for fear of backlash. Instead, he subtly shifted minor trends, quietly influencing the ancestral witches. Even regarding the outcome of the great conflict between the Wu and the demon clans, he held a pessimistic view, thinking only of leading the ancestral witches to the underworld to escape, rather than clashing head-on against the demons and the sages. Wu Tian found himself torn. Was the fall of Bujo Mountain truly the result of the heavenly Tao's grand design, or just the influence of smaller trends? If he could change the future, how far could that change go? Just then, he suddenly heard Zhu Juyin's voice. With a soft laugh, Zhu Juyin said, "The Tao of time is so profound and full of mysteries. Even though I control the laws of time and have reached the level of a Hunyuan golden immortal, I've only scratched the surface. The more I advance, the more I'm awed by the vastness of the Tao of time." After speaking, Zhu Juyin seemed to sense Wu Tian's anxiety and began to reassure him. What we've seen may not be the future, and by observing it, we inevitably bring about change, so there's no need to worry too much. We're telling you all this because we don't want you to be burdened. We've already foreseen the calamity facing the Wu clan. How can it be avoided? Wu Tian nodded heavily. Yes, I understand. With these words, even if the other ancestral witches said nothing, Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin would certainly undergo a dramatic change. At the very least, they would heed Wu Tian's advice. Even if the heavenly Taoist momentum couldn't be changed, couldn't they just escape to the underworld? Let the mess of the primordial world be dealt with by the sages and Di Jun and Tai Yi. Wu Tian was curious. Without the Wu clan as their rivals, how would the sages handle the demon clan? Once their battle was over, they could always return. The two of them then talked about how they had gotten lost. When Wu Tian heard that they had seen the corpse of a chaos god, his eyes lit up. A chaos god? Did you bring it back? Di Jiang shook his head helplessly. Bring it back? In that void, the two of us were like we were frozen, our strength constantly draining away. If we hadn't left our essence blood with you in advance, we probably wouldn't have made it back at all. How could we have thought about anything else? Seeing Wu Tian's regretful expression, Zhu Juyin continued with their own speculation. From what we sensed and observed, that void wasn't status, it was flowing towards somewhere. Its destination was the legendary Gui Su, the final resting place of all things. When the immeasurable calamity arrives, and the primordial world is destroyed, it too will fall into Gui Su and come to a true, and it's an incredibly dangerous place. We haven't even attained the Hunyuan realm yet, so it's best not to think about it for now, Zhu Juyin quickly advised. Wu Tian could only look disappointed. Seeing this, Di Jiang laughed and said, "Come on, what's there to regret? So what if it's a chaos god? No matter how powerful, it was still defeated by Father God. As long as you cultivate diligently, You'll inherit Father God's path one day. As for the 2 drops of our ancestral witch blood, we don't need them. Anna-Marie, go ahead and refine them. Wu Tian chuckled awkwardly. Is that really okay? Jiang replied heartily, why not? We've realized that your perception of the heavenly Taoist momentum is indeed sharper than ours, and you're definitely more resourceful. If the Wu clan follows your lead, maybe we can escape this calamity after all. As he spoke, Jiang waved his hand decisively. From now on, you're the leader. The Wu clan will follow you. Wu Tian was dumbfounded. Huh? Let Wu Tian be the leader? That's really unnecessary. He was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shook his head firmly and refused, saying repeatedly, no way, no way. If I become the leader, everything would be a mess. What's so great about being the boss? You have to worry about the Wu clan all day, worry about the ancestral witches. Just thinking about those energetic, restless ancestral witches makes my scalp tingle. Jiang can keep Gong Gong and the others in check, but that doesn't mean I could do the same. Right now, the ancestral witches treat me well, because I'm their younger brother. They naturally care for me. But if I really became their leader, things might not be so simple. Besides, I know my own strengths. I'm good at coming up with ideas from behind the scenes, but actually managing the entire Wu clan? I'm not sure I could handle it. Many people misunderstand the ancestral witches, thinking they're just rough and hot-tempered, not very bright, but that's not true. To build the Wu clan from nothing and make it so powerful, each ancestral witch is definitely wise in their own way. Take what just happened as an example. When Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin sensed my worries, they didn't hesitate to take a huge risk to peer into the future. Isn't that a sign of great wisdom? The fate of the ancestral witches was more about their personalities and the overwhelming force of the tribulation clouding their minds, leading them to act impulsively. So, managing the Wu clan and leading the ancestral witches is truly exhausting and difficult work. Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin can handle it, but I might not be up to the task. Honestly, it's better for me to remain the youngest among the ancestral witches, protected by them, able to focus on my cultivation, and free to use whatever resources I need. When there's trouble, I can offer advice, but I don't even have to fight myself. The ancestral witches will always stand up for me, win me justice, and help me seize treasures and resources. Isn't that the best situation? Seeing how determined Wu Tian was, Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin fell silent for a moment. After a while, Di Jiang suddenly burst out laughing. Honestly, I was a bit impulsive just now. If you really became the leader, I'd probably have a hard time getting used to it. Fine, let's do it your way. In the future, if you have any ideas or suggestions, be sure to tell us. We'll definitely listen carefully. Di Jiang was born to be the leader, so suddenly becoming Wu Tian's subordinate, even if it seemed fine in the heat of the moment, would surely feel awkward later on. Wu Tian had actually considered this too. What surprised him was how straightforward Di Jiang was about it, and once again he felt grateful to be among the Wu clan. Here, you could always speak your mind. There was no need for scheming with the ancestral witches. If it were the 3 pure ones, their doctrines would differ and each would have their own agenda. In the coming Great Tribulation, they even plotted against their own, destroying their brother's sects. As for the demon clan, Di Jun and Tai, you were always on the same side, while Fushi and Nuo formed another faction. After clearing the air, the 3 of them exchanged smiles, and Wu Tian felt much more at ease, genuinely relieved. From now on, it would be even easier for him to persuade the ancestral witches to do anything. Then, Di Jiang turned to him and asked directly, Wu Tian, in your opinion, how should the Wu clan develop from here? Does anyone have any suggestions? Wu Tian was just about to share his own thoughts with them. After pausing briefly to gather his ideas, he spoke softly. Now that we have dealt with the 3 pure ones and the Western matters, our Wu tribe's momentum is at its peak. Outsiders won't dare provoke us easily from here on out. But precisely at a time like this, we must not let arrogance and complacency take root. Instead, we should remain grounded and focus on cultivation. His gaze was firm as he continued. You two should focus on healing and recovering as soon as possible, and keep working on your strength. The rest of our brothers should seize this time to improve as well. Our greatest asset is the 12 heavenly deities formation, which only reaches its full power when all the ancestral witches unite. The stronger we each become, the stronger the formation will be. If every ancestral witch attains the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the formation's power will definitely rise to a whole new level. Di Jiang nodded immediately, fully aware that true strength is what matters most. Wu Tian didn't need to say more. Every ancestral witch believed this to their core. It was almost a part of their nature. Don't worry, he'll talk to them in a bit. While we're in seclusion to heal, everyone else must focus on cultivation. When we come out, if anyone hasn't reached the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm, well, Di Jiang didn't spell it out, but his expression said it all. Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a bit worried for Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. If they failed to meet Di Jiang's expectations, they'd definitely be in for some serious tough love. As he was sighing to himself, Wu Tian suddenly tensed up and looked at Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin, his eyes asking, "You're not including me in that, right?" Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin just chuckled, clearly teasing him. "What do you think?" Wu Tian's face fell instantly, feeling as if Head just set a trap for himself. Watching Di Jiang gleefully beat up Gong Gong, he couldn't help but think if it ever comes to his turn, it definitely wouldn't be funny. The ancestral witches didn't know how to hold back. In fact, they believed the harsher the beating and the heavier the wounds, the stronger the body would become after recovery, and the better their mastery of the Tao would be. Just then, Di Jiang suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, I'm just messing with you. Your path is different from ours. How you proceed is up to you. All we can do is offer you every bit of support we have. Wu Tian finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't worried about failing to break through, simply didn't want to rush it and risk an unstable foundation. He was already at the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal, but had held off on advancing, choosing to use the laws and Tao resonance of the innate spirit roots to strengthen his organs and lay an even deeper foundation for his body. He was even planning to do more than that. Only then would he have a chance to attempt the path Pangu once walked, proving the Tao through strength alone and breaking through every boundary with overwhelming power. Having said all this, Wu Tian didn't bring up any further plans. The distant future held little meaning for the ancestral witches. He'd remind them when the time was right. Then, a new idea suddenly came to him. By the way, brother, since you control the laws of space, is there a way to connect the shrines of the 12 ancestral witches with Pangu, or even link them to each of us? Could we use the laws of space to teleport between them? The primordial world was vast beyond imagination. It wasn't just a single plane of existence, but a world with countless overlapping layers of space and realms, all centered around the great land of the primordial world like bubbles stacked on top of each other. For example, their recent journey to the Western world and back had taken quite some time. But if they could pinpoint each other's locations and teleport back and forth, like turning a dial, it would be a game changer. On the way to the Western world, this hadn't come up, but on the return trip, if they could have teleported instantly between Pangu and the other ancestral shrines, it would have saved a huge amount of time. In the primordial world, time wasn't always precious, but often, being a step ahead made all the difference. If they could do this, they could even plant spatial coordinates all over the world and summon Pangu to suppress any area in an instant faster than even the sages could react. And with Xinyuan's help, setting up those coordinates would be no trouble at all. Wouldn't that be amazing? Di Jiang immediately understood Wu Tian's idea, and his eyes lit up. That's a great idea. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.